Chapter 303. Here. Take it back. Now, consider ourselves a stranger. Dio said as he threw the blood-covered bullet back to Tony, and Dio immediately stood up and walked away from the shocked Tony. At the same time, Tony was struggling to find his voice to stop Dio from walking away. Fuck. What is wrong with me today? It was clear that Tony never meant this incident to happen, but everything seemed like perfectly weaved for him to act this way. In fact, it seemed like something else has amplified the smallest thought in his heart. Back to Dio's restaurant. Dio has finally calmed down and now resting while fixing his wound with the power of gold experience. He never expected this kind of incident to happen. Now, he knew for sure that the black mist was sentient. It clearly improvised its strategy to harm Dio after knowing that a normal accident wouldn't do. Dio was pondering about the reason why Tony attacked him like that. There must be a reason for things to happen. At least Dio knew that the black mist's power was still using the universal law of cause and effect. He began to analyze everything that he knew so far. He knew that the black mist worked while manipulating Crystal's dream. But that was not all. The black mist also created an accident that was weird from the beginning, but what was accident to begin with? An accident wastes an accumulation of small coincidences that weren't predicted or planned beforehand. Could the black mist amplify the small possibility to happen frequently? If it did, then there might be something that urged Tony to go on rampage like before. There might be some clue that he didn't know yet. So, in the spirit to know the truth about Crystal's power, Dio then called Pepper to ask her about anything that she knew about Tony's behavior that day. After talking to Pepper about Tony's behavior, Dio was surprised. Not only he learned about why Tony was acting like that, he could also speculate about the black mist's power too. Now he knew what to expect. He knew that the black mist's power was still a probability manipulation. But it was on a scale that was much different than what he thought it would be. Dio knew that he must learn every single aspect of this power, and if he could, the situation would be under control. The good news was that the black mist couldn't manipulate reality, which meant Dio has much more chance to win and control it. After putting some thought, Dio then looked around and sighed to himself. He knew that he had to leave after the incident with Tony earlier. He couldn't stay there anymore after such fallout. Even when he knew that Tony didn't really mean it. Moreover, he had to contain the black mist first. He couldn't do that here while the restaurant was almost always open. So, with no further ado, Dio called Crystal to pack up as he said that they would take a vacation for a while. The two didn't have that much luggage with them. Dio only needed to bring the snail, weapon box, and some clothes. Crystal brought even less as she didn't have anything to begin with. Zeppeli, book 2 tickets for me. It doesn't matter where to, but I want the earliest flight. Do you really need to leave, sir? Zeppeli asked. Yeah, I need to have a vacation after such a tiring occasion. If the customers called here for reservation, just tell them the truth, but don't tell them where I am going. Okay, I understand. Now, the earliest flight that you can book based on your time to get there is to England. Would you like this flight? That's perfect. Book 2 tickets for me. Dio couldn't stop laughing as it seems fate still got bones to pick with him. He was after all, half British. Maybe his parent in heavens would approve of him to look on their ancestry land. So, without further ado, Dio stepped inside the car with Crystal and drove towards the airport. When Tony finally made his resolve to meet up with Dio to apologize, the restaurant was already empty. Although Zeppeli said that Dio was just going on a vacation, Tony knew that Dio wouldn't come back here again. After all, Tony knew how much pain the shot earlier caused Dio. Chapter 304. Your Majesty, your beauty is like a jewel from the sea. Dio said praisingly to the Queen of England. Dio wouldn't hold back his praises to the people that could give him so huge riches. The Queen herself was satisfied with Dio's treatment. Her skin has tightened, and now she looked 20 years younger than her real age was. Her first reaction was shocked as she was very old, and getting back her youth seemed to be impossible. But today, a mysterious doctor that was introduced through some royal family, has successfully to do just that. Mr. Dio, you are truly miraculous. Please stay and attend a dinner that I prepared for you. Many young girls would also be there to get to know you better. Please, Your Majesty, I am not a doctor, although my treatment is undoubtedly real. It is not in the same field of expertise of those who work hard to become a real doctor. I am just a humble guy who was gifted to maximize the effect of the ingredients that I use for cooking. Dio said respectfully. After dealing with so many European aristocrats for almost a year, Dio has figured out how to praise them so that he could get the maximum amount of payment after his treatment. And sure enough, Queen Elizabeth would be very satisfied with Dio's sincerity and modesty. Dio immediately left the Buckingham Palace with Crystal. He held a black box in his hands that was filled with his payment for the Queen's treatment. "Mr. Dio, do we really have to attend the banquet this evening?" Crystal asked curiously. She has matured enough that people wouldn't call her a kid anymore. She also looked gorgeous for a girl her age. "What? You don't want to go?" Crystal nodded her head as she was already tired of the pretentious smile and laughter from the people attending the banquet. From Crystal's perspective, this banquet was pointless. She also didn't want the girl inside the banquet to get close with Dio, as she hated the pretentious people the most. "If you really don't want to go, you can wait for me inside the hotel room. It would be rude of me to refuse the Queen's invitation," Dio said casually. "If that's the case, then I will come with you," Crystal said as she sighed tiredly. Crystal's attitude didn't change much. She was still cold to strangers and still followed Dio around like a puppy. Dio smiled at Crystal and messed with her hair a little. Since the past year, Dio and Crystal have traveled across Europe. Just like most people, they also happily enjoyed some tourist sites as they came across a new country. In order to resolve the black mist problem from Crystal once and for all, Dio needed a lot of gold. He had to find a stand that could infiltrate Crystal's dream, only that he could stand on an equal ground with the black mist. Dio also occasionally thought of the people he left behind, like Will, Jessica, Kristen, and the others that he hasn't contacted in a year. Plus, Dio still had his brutal tendencies, as he almost beat some young man to death from trying to steal from Dio's pocket, but overall, Dio has changed significantly. After arriving at the hotel, Dio took a shower and ordered some food and tea to enjoy with Crystal. "How long do we going to stay in London this time? Where do we go next?" "Well, I think we could do one more treatment before leaving. How about we go to Asia next?" Dio said casually. "Asia? It sounds exciting. I never go there before." Dio smiled at Crystal warmly, although for a year the black mist never showed itself again. But Dio knew that it could strike again at any time. He had tried to pull some good stuff from the gacha system 6 months ago, but as he expected, he was never lucky. But this time, he was determined to convert all his money except the amount that he would use for expenses, to gold. He was determined to get the Death 13 one way or another. Chapter 305. Dio got a total of 4,200 gold bars after converting $20 million worth of cash. This meant that he could do 10x draw 420 times. Dio's Hammond energy at this time was at 900,000. Which meant that once he got to 1 million, another stand slot would be unlocked, making 5 in total. At this point, Dio no longer did the shenanigans that he used to do before drawing from the gacha system. After 20 draws, Dio was annoyed as he didn't get anything worth mentioning from the draw. In his 50th draw, he finally got something unusual. Morio Town Tourist Card. You can enter the town of Morio, where you can enjoy the excellent fusion restaurant of Italy and Japan. Note, any item that a player got from the town while visiting can't be taken out of the town. Also be careful of the office workers after midnight. Dio was furious after he reads the item's description. He found no use of such an item, as he knew that there was no way this item was useful. Furthermore, what was "be careful of office workers" during the night supposed to mean? This item was nonsense. Dio kept drawing for a better item, but for the next 50 draws, he still got nothing. Dio kept chanting, "This is normal," in his head as he tried his best to remain patient with this bullshit draw. After 220 draws, Dio only got a fragment of stand arrow, a blue pet card, and a useless one-time use the lock stand. Stand name, the lock. Description, it's just a lock. Type, automatic stand. Ability, lock. Ability description, create a lock in a person's heart. Attribute, destructive power, E. Speed, E. Range, A. Sustainability, A. Precision, E. Growth, E. Evaluation, another candidate for the worst stand beside Hermit Purple. After reading the description for the lock, Dio was furious. He was displeased beyond belief. But as he knew that nothing he could do to change the way the system worked, he immediately continued his draw. But the next thing that happened shocked Dio. The gacha system suddenly shone in bright light, and as he was trying to look at what he got, he finally got another permanent stand. Stand name, Red Hot Chili Pepper. Description, an electric substitute with a twist. Type, long distance stand. Ability, electric absorption. Ability description, can absorb electricity. Attributes, destructive power, A. Speed, A. Range, A. Sustainably, A. Precision, C. Growth, A. Evaluation, the potential is huge. Dio was surprised as he got an excellent permanent stand for the first time in a while. In fact, this stand was really good. The only thing that it lacked was the precision, which could be resolved by his own ability to use the ability creatively later. This red hot chili pepper was one of the best stand. It was one of the stands that Dio wrote on his list of stands as it was the fastest. It could easily fight against the Platinum Star once it absorbed the lightning power of a town. This stand could also travel through the electric wire, making it hard to detect. It may be true that red hot chili pepper could be considered weak if it was used to fight against the opponent inside a jungle or a desert, where an electrical discharge was nowhere to be found. But if it was used in a city, red hot chili pepper may undoubtedly become one of the strongest. Dio was also waiting for his next encounter with Thor. He would easily charge his red hot chili pepper without doing anything. Chapter 306. At the last moment of the draw, Dio finally could breathe in relief. Although he didn't get that many useful things, he got the stand that he needed in his attempt to defeat the Black Mist. One-time use stand card, Death 13. Description, a stand that invades the dream of a sleeping person. Type, close range stand. Ability, dream world control. Ability description, invade the dream of a sleeping person close to the user. Attribute. Destructive power, C. Speed, C. Range, E. Sustainability, B. Precision, D. Growth, B. Evaluation, can kill a person in a dream. Dio was satisfied to see the Grim Reaper like the stand in front of him. This stand was the best choice for invading someone else's dream, if he was correct. Crystal's ability had something to do with the Black Mist's power, and that also had something to do with the dream world. So even if this stand was only a one-time use card, it was still precious. In addition to this stand, Dio also got a stand that he never saw before. The name was Space Card. He was sure that the stand has never appeared in JoJo's novel before. Furthermore, the stand could lock an object inside a playing card. Although it was convenient to have such a stand, the stand itself didn't have any appearance and status. In the last couple of draws, Dio also got a CD drive. Apparently, this item could copy a stand after the previous owner was dead within the time span of 30 seconds. For the balance of the game, this CD drive was quite useful. It could store a stand from another person who also had a stand into a one-time use stand. But as he thought it over, he came to the conclusion that this item was also useless. The one who could use a stand in this world was only himself and the snail. But he suddenly thought of the Morio Town tour card that he deemed useless before. He suddenly thought of using the card inside the Morio Town. He wondered if it would work if he used it like that. If it could work, he might be able to get Killer Queen, the Hand, Bad Company, and more. He was unsure whether this method could work, but otherwise, these two items really were useless. After that, Dio consumed all Hammond beads that he got from the draw and increased his Hammond pool to 125 million. The fifth stand slot was finally unlocked, making it easier for him to switch between stands. He no longer felt like a beginner now. But after the fifth slot opened, a new function appeared on Dio's phone. And that function was Alternative Melting Pot. It had a function to melt and fuse two stands of a user choice that would create a new random stand. But the catch was the new stand was random. That meant Dio could still get a useless stand out of it. Let's just say if he fused the Lock and Hermit Purple together, he might get Killer Queen. But the other possibility might also happen, he could fuse the World and King Crimson together and only got Pearl Jam out of it. Using this function was a complete waste. Dio made a promise to himself to never use this function ever. Although he needed to get stronger to fight Thanos quickly, he was not that greedy. Chapter 307. Dio then walked out of the room after he was out of gold. He walked towards the front desk of the hotel and asked for a deck of playing card to test out the mysterious stand that he got earlier. If it worked like what he envisioned, he could travel lightly. All he needed was his deck of cards, and all would be there. After that, he walked out of the hotel and found an empty spot for him to test out the red hot chili pepper out. He found out that this stand was even faster than the Hanged Man. But he also found out that once the red hot chili pepper ran out of electricity, just like a toy that ran out of battery, it became slower and soon stopped moving completely. This made Dio realize that if he wanted to fight using the red hot chili pepper, he needed to recharge it first. After finishing up his experiment, Dio felt satisfied. And now he focused his attention on finding the right time to use the Death 13 to invade Crystal's dream. The Death 13 that he had was a one-time use stand, so he had to do it properly. In the evening, Dio attended the banquet that was hosted by Queen Elizabeth with Crystal, who dressed beautifully right behind him. The Queen, who was happy for getting so many praises from her guests, introduced Dio to one royalty after another in the British Kingdom. All the nobles showed interest in Dio's miraculous treatment as all of them wanted to regain their youth and beauty again. Many girls tried to flirt with Dio too, as they were interested after seeing Dio's perfect figure. But sadly, Dio wasn't in the mood to get close to any of these ladies. In the end, Dio was trying to get away from the ladies going after him during the banquet. After the banquet was over, Dio sighed in relief as he could finally leave. Furthermore, Dio didn't want to get involved with the royalty drama in British royalty as it was one of the messiest royal families in the world. "Mr. Dio, did you really want to treat all those women earlier?" Crystal asked as they drove toward the hotel. "Well, we need the money if we want to continue living lavishly like this," Dio said casually. "Didn't we already make a lot of money earlier? Isn't that enough?" Crystal asked confusedly. She saw how much money Dio has made during a year that they traveled Europe together. The amount of money that Dio has wasn't something that could easily be spent in a short amount of time. But she didn't know that Dio has already spent almost all of it earlier. After hearing Crystal's question, Dio felt a little awkward as he didn't know how to explain that he has already spent it all. He couldn't just explain it to Crystal that he used it all for buying gold that he immediately used to increase his power. So Dio thought for a while and then found a sort of plausible answer. Now, for a lot of people, this amount of money could be more than enough. But for some, that amount of money was not enough to make another choice in life. For this kind of people, the more option that you have in life, the better. Do you understand what I just said? So, Mr. Dio is saying that some people don't live for the money, but choose to live a life that they want. Does that mean Mr. Dio worked hard to make the amount of money because you have your own goal that you must achieve? If that's the case, then I would like to work hard too in the future. Crystal said solemnly. Yes, that was my point. Dio said as he reluctantly nodded his head to Crystal's conclusion. Dio's words were bullshit that he had to conjure up just now. But he was glad that Crystal took it positively. If that's the case, I will try to help you as best as I can. Crystal said determinedly. Dio nodded his head aimlessly, but he was suddenly interrupted by the knock on his car window while he was at traffic. Yeah, is there anything that I can help you with? Dio asked the woman that knocked his window as he opened the window. No, sorry. I thought you were someone I knew. If that's the case, can you please stop following me? Dio said rather annoyedly. Yeah, sure. Sorry for that. The woman sighed as she returned to her car. Her friends inside the car were confused about her behavior. Who is that man? Why did you seem afraid of him? No. I just met the wrong person, I thought I knew him from somewhere. But the truth was, she saw Dio before at the incident in New Mexico, and she was afraid of him as his power was inhumane. Chapter 308. In the next few days, Dio took Crystal around England as he cooked for the royalties one by one. On the night, Dio left Crystal alone in order to bait the Black Mist to come out once more. It seems the Black Mist was afraid of Dio's ham and energy. And so during year that Dio was constantly around Crystal, the Black Mist never showed up, not even once. Hey, handsome, are you alone? A woman said as she approached Dio seductively. No, I am waiting for someone, Dio said indifferently. He had rejected a handful of women tonight, and this woman wouldn't be an exception. But to Dio's surprise, this woman was persistent. I've observed you for these past couple days, and you are always alone. I guess the person that you are waiting for didn't exist, did it? Dio immediately finished up his glass and ordered another one to the bartender. Knowing that Dio was purposely ignoring her, the woman became more frustrated and immediately opened her leg to show her panties to Dio. But Dio just rolled his eyes as he wasn't interested in her. You picked the wrong target now, woman. This is not the right time. Now, take that drink for yourself, and consider yourself warned. I am not a patient man, don't force me. Dio said coldly. He immediately left a couple of dollar bills for the payment of his drink and then immediately got up to leave the bar. The woman was still at loss as this was the first time that she was outright rejected like this. If it weren't because of Dio's delightful appearance and a thick wallet inside his pocket, she wouldn't even bat an eye. She ignored the beer that the bartender had served for her, and then she immediately chased after Dio. She was curious. For she never failed before. However, as she walked outside the bar to chase after Dio, she no longer saw him anywhere. She stomped her feet in frustration as she had lost one target for the night. At the same time, when Dio was about to leave, he suddenly received a notification from his phone. The black mist took the bait. Dio has already prepared several cameras inside the hotel rooms where Crystal slept. After receiving the notification, Dio immediately rushed towards the hotel with the fastest speed that he could. He used red-hot chili pepper to get to the hotel faster as it was the fastest stand that he had. Once Dio was inside the hotel room, he immediately entered Crystal's room, surprising the black mist that didn't expect Dio's arrival. The black mist immediately retreated to Crystal's body, but this was the time that Dio was waiting for. Dio immediately summoned Death 13 and ordered it to enter Crystal's dream. The black mist was startled by Dio's power. This was another thing that it never accounted for. It never thought for a second that Dio could invade someone else's dream. It could easily block Dio's access to Crystal's dream. But it was too startled to do so. The black mist was furious as it felt like being underestimated to the core. It immediately chased after Dio inside Crystal's dream to fight him on its own turf. The black mist was determined to get Dio out of the picture forever this time. Once the black mist entered Crystal's dream again, the room was calm once again. Crystal was back to sleep without any nightmare once more. Dio found himself in a pitch-black darkness. He and the Death 13 were clearly out of place here. They didn't belong here at all. Why is this place so dark? Is this how Crystal's dream looks? But Dio remembered that Crystal once told him that her dreams were completely black, and there is nothing that she could see in there, but once she got close to Dio, it was a radiating sun. Very warm and bright. From that memory, Dio immediately tried to activate his Hammond energy, and to his surprise, it worked. His body was radiating bright light, slowly dispelling the darkness around him. Chapter 309. Hammond energy itself was the power that was supposed to emit the sun's energy. So, a Hammond master was in regard was the sun itself. It wasn't only effective against creatures of the night, but it could also expel the darkness. With that knowledge, Dio finally realized why the black mist was so afraid of him all this time. But Dio wouldn't show any pity for a thing that has made the life of a little girl this miserable. Dio then illuminated the place to expel the darkness that was surrounding the place from every corner. Until at last, he found Crystal lying on the ground. Stop. Stop torturing me. Dio frowned as he suddenly saw a horrific scene. Crystal was crying on her knees while the scene kept changing. But all of them had one thing in common, they all were the scene that took a lot of people's lives. Dio realized that this was the black mist's power. He controlled Crystal's mind and made this scene a reality. Dio noticed that at the end of every scene, he was dead. Get out. I am the master of this place. Dio ignored this creepy scene and headed straight towards Crystal, who was still crying on her knees. But the black mist immediately stopped Dio's advance by summoning the entire Avenger in front of Dio. They suddenly attacked Dio together while shouting for Dio to back down. Dio sighed and immediately shrouded his body with so much Hammond energy that he emitted light itself. He then rushed forward and punched Hawkeye on his chest, sending him flying. Unmoved, Dio threw another punch that was directed towards Natasha, and successfully broke her neck. Dio then summoned the Reaper's gaze by thinking about it, he succeeded, and the scythe appeared in his hands. Dio then smirked and rushed towards the Hulk and easily decapitated the Green Giant. Then he rushed towards Iron Man and split him into two, while he also did the same with Thor, but he also split the Mjolnir into two while he was at it. Counterfeit items have always been low quality, Dio said as he massacred all the Avenger in one fell swoop. Dio knew that he was inside a dream, so the mental state was the most important thing that he must have to hold his own ground and destroy this black mist. If he could maintain his mental state, nothing inside this space would be able to affect him. After all, everything inside a dream was nothing more than an illusion. Dio also had the same power that the black mist had. Death 13 had the power to control a dream. The scene kept changing, and this time, Dio was in the middle of the desert while the Shitori army swarmed the portal once again. Dio laughed at the scene in front of him as the black mist has come up with something stupid. Did you think these lizard men would be able to do anything to me? Even in reality, I am not afraid of them. With the abysmal power of the Star Platinum army, the Chitauri army was decimated in a matter of seconds. This was the true length of Dio's mental prowess. He wouldn't lose to anyone on this one. Knowing that it didn't have any chance of winning against Dio this way, the black mist changed the scene once again. This time, it brought Dio to the natural disasters biome. Where Dio was in the middle of a tsunami, volcanic eruption, tornado, and even lightning storm. Dio was overwhelmed by the natural disaster power. There was no way to resist this kind of disaster easily. However, Dio kept his composure and stood in the middle of everything while being motionless. He let the wind blow his hair. Tsunami and lava drowned him, and the lightning hit him head-on. He knew that it was all fake, and all he had to do now was just persevere through it all. The black mist immediately called upon a meteor on Dio's position as it noticed that Dio has not moved from his spot, but as soon as the meteor nearly hit the ground with Dio in the middle of it, Dio disappeared. "It seems I have overestimated you for a moment," Dio said as he appeared near the black mist. Dio suddenly roared, and every disaster scene around him was dispelled. Chapter 310. After Dio dispelled the disaster scene, he found himself in the middle of London once again, stared by countless of people. While Dio noticed that the people's face was covered by a black mist, he realized that everyone was staring at him. Dio also noticed that his dead bodies with various causes of death were lying on the ground. He looked around and found Crystal weeping under one of his dead body. Dio took a step towards her. But he immediately stopped as everyone that was staring at him earlier immediately stood between him and Crystal. "Leave. If you take one more step, you will die. Are you not going to show up by yourself? Don't fight me if you are afraid to fight me head-on." But as he walked towards Crystal, the people earlier immediately jumped towards him in order to stop him. But Dio immediately cut them with his scythe. The black mist wasn't done yet. He kept resurrecting those that Dio had killed and kept Dio in place. While Dio may be walking towards Crystal, the black mist easily played with Dio's perception and made it so Dio would never get close to Crystal. Dio was annoyed. "Did you think you are the only one who has the ability to control her dreams?" Dio said as he immediately ordered Death 13 to overturn the world, tossing everything around randomly, while Dio and Crystal were left unaffected. The black mist tried to control its world back in order, but nothing it did had any effect on Dio. The black mist then transformed into Dio himself and stood in front of Dio, blocking him from reaching Crystal. "You are special. But no one can beat me inside my own world," the black mist said as it looked over to Dio with its black eyes. Dio was confused by the black mist's way of thinking. What would it accomplish by turning into Dio while it would never be able to use the Hammond energy? Dio tried to attack the doppelganger of himself with the scythe, but the black mist dodged the attack and launched a counterattack of its own. Dio found it interesting to see the black mist was trying to one-up him using his own power. And so, Dio used the one thing that was impossible for the black mist to copy, his Hammond energy. Dio then concentrated so much Hammond energy on his palms and then rushed towards the black mist while abandoning the scythe on his hand. "Sunlight Yellow Overdrive," Dio said as he punched the black mist right in its chest. The black mist couldn't handle Dio's sun-infused attack, and it couldn't move after receiving such a devastating attack. Dio wouldn't give mercy for the black mist. He rushed towards the black mist and used his Sunlight Yellow Overdrive repeatedly. Once Dio was done, the black mist was reduced into a black tar on the ground. With the black mist losing to Dio, the dreamland once again filled with light. Dio then walked towards Crystal who was still crying, and he immediately sat by Crystal's side. "Remember when I told you, I really hated Crybaby?" Dio said endearingly to Crystal. "Mr. Dio?" Crystal said as she felt the warmth that was coming from Dio. "Why would you cry? Did you have a nightmare? Do you want to tell me about it? I saw you die in front of me many times. I am so scared, I told them to stop. But it keeps repeating. Don't worry, it's over. It's just a nightmare, none of it would happen." "Really? You promise?" "Of course. Why would I lie?" "Mr. Dio, could you do one thing for me?" Crystal asked shyly. "What is it?" Dio asked curiously. "Could you please, just die now?" Crystal said as her eyes suddenly turned black. The entire dream world once again fell into darkness. The black liquid flowed out of Crystal's eyes, mouth, and noses, enveloping Dio. "Stupid man. Enjoy the last few moments of your pathetic life. I will take over this body completely now." Dio finally realized the truth behind Crystal's power. The black mist was Crystal herself all along. Although it seemed like a different personality. This black crystal was the personality that she developed when she was a child. This personality was the result of repressive thought that Crystal had when she lost her family. Chapter 311. The black crystal was all alone in the darkness. She felt every negative emotion that Crystal felt. Loneliness, depression, sadness, despair, torture. But for Black Crystal, this emotion was energy, as she felt her power growing while Crystal kept suffering. But after the Black Crystal has amassed enough power, she finally had enough of Crystal's stupidity and wanted to control the body for herself. She wanted everyone on this earth to feel everything that she had felt. She wanted the world to grieve in pain and loss. She almost succeeded if Dio had not interfered. Crystal almost completely shut her heart. But Dio completely opened it back up. It was all because Crystal felt the warm radiance from Dio that day. The Black Crystal was desperate to kill Dio off so that Crystal could fall into despair once again. But it was proven to be tough, as no matter what she envisioned seemed to work against Dio. How could a person radiate such strong sunlight? Crystal wondered again and again. After Dio caught it red-handed, the Black Crystal laid low and hid on the deepest part of Crystal's heart, waiting for her opportunity to emerge again. But the worst possible case kept happening for the Black Crystal. She couldn't come out as Dio was always around Crystal. When she was trying to use her power again, she was always busted. The constructed nightmare was shattered, and Dio had weakened her significantly as a part of her kept getting destroyed. One time that Dio was careless and left Crystal unchecked, Black Crystal successfully pitted the Iron Man against Dio, but sadly, Iron Man also failed to kill Dio, and the result was rather annoying as Dio never left Crystal's side after that. However, she patiently waited for her moment, gathering up her power little by little, waiting for one opportunity to strike. But sadly, Crystal's life has turned for the better. She no longer felt any pain, remorse, despair, and all the other negative emotion that was supposed to fuel Black Crystal's power. In other words, Black Crystal has become desperate to use any little chance she had to use her power and kill Dio once and for all. She didn't like it when Crystal was happy and laughed around with Dio. She didn't like it when Crystal had a dream for her future. She didn't like it when she had to hide in the darkness on the corner of Crystal's heart. The happier Crystal became, the more hateful the Black Crystal was. She had arrived at the point that she wouldn't let Crystal happy ever again. She couldn't wait to make Crystal's life miserable again. And the quickest way to do so was to kill Dio. If Crystal saw that Dio was killed in front of her, she would break. Her mind would collapse, and that would be the time that she took over Crystal's body. This was her goal. Her ultimate plan to get everything she wanted. But once again, Dio came and crushed her plan. The bastard who wouldn't die, no matter how hard she tried and how creative she got. Now, he even came to her world and took it over easily. This man was too powerful for Black Crystal. She couldn't hold it anymore. The world was so unfair to her. She was created out of the darkness that ruled the world as a whole. But it was okay now. Crystal has created a black hole that would swallow Dio completely. There was no way that he would escape this one. At least that was how she thought things would go, as radiant light could dispel darkness, boundless darkness could swallow the light. Now, Black Crystal was trying hard to turn her dark power into a huge black hole, ready to swallow Dio at any moment. In the face of this true darkness, no trace of light could radiate. But in this desperate moment, Dio, who was wrapped in layers of darkness, sighed and decided to shatter Black Crystal's hope. Did you think for a moment that you have won by trapping me inside this endless darkness? Dio said indifferently. Is that your last word? Black Crystal said amusingly. Did you know that my power comes from my soul? If you know that you would have run away a long time ago. Smash the world. Dio shouted as the world immediately stopped the time. Even inside this dreamscape, the world could still use its power and stop the time just fine. After all, Stand was just an extension of someone's spirit. So, there was nothing in this world that could stop Dio from summoning it. Dio's Hammond energy illuminated through Black Crystal's complete darkness, radiating in waves that melted the darkness completely. After a few seconds, the darkness was completely gone, upturned by the new sun. You lose. Dio said to Black Crystal that instantly fell to the ground as the time resumed again. Black Crystal's body gradually became transparent little by little. She was about to disappear as she couldn't resist Dio's power. Chapter 312. Lose. Hahaha, your delusion was getting the best out of you. Look below you if you don't believe me. Dio looked down and frowned as he saw another crystal in white clothes lying underneath a bubble-like substance. Do you want to die that badly? Dio said as he strangled Black Crystal's neck. Dio then transmitted his Hammond energy to Black Crystal, causing her to scream loudly. Just kill me, we will see what happens. She and I are one. If I die, she will lose a piece of her, and she will feel the pain, desperation, sadness, and loneliness that I felt all this time. In turn, she would cease to exist. And I would return anew. Black Crystal said confidently while laughing out loud. Dio frowned and let Black Crystal fall to the ground. Dio even dampened the radiating wave of Hammond energy that he let loose. What do you mean? Explain now. I won't tell you if you don't beg for it. Black Crystal said teasingly while laughing like a maniac. Dio had enough. He didn't even care now. If Black Crystal's words were true, he just had to find another way to save Crystal. He then squished Black Crystal's throat. As she died from Dio's strangle, her lifeless body turned into a countless little speck of darkness. Dio immediately ordered Death 13 to swallow all the darkness that scattered everywhere. Dio was taking a risk here, as he didn't know what would happen once the Death 13 disappeared, since it was only a temporary stand. But he decided to think of the consequences later. There was no need for that now. After the Death 13 absorbed all the darkness, Dio then looked at the Black Crystal's memory that was also swallowed by Death 13. Destroying the Black Crystal's existence would result in Crystal regaining the memory that Black Crystal absorbed for her nutrient. That meant that Crystal would know what happened all this time, and the burden of knowing that she really was the one who killed everyone that she held dear would be enough to shock her to the core. Sometimes, there were things that would be better forgotten, or even better, not knowing. Dio knew if he let Crystal regain Black Crystal's memories, then Crystal would become the Black Crystal herself. So, Dio quickly thought things through. What should he do to keep Crystal safe without receiving any of the damage that she would get later? So, Dio quickly descended to Crystal's deepest memories. Dio stared into the void for a while and then noticed that the void wasn't normal. Black Crystal. I know that you are in here. Come out now. You are a strange one. Now that you know the truth, what would you do? How would you erase me, after knowing that the real Crystal would be crazy after knowing the truth? So, here I am. Make your choice now. You know, I no longer have the power to resist your attack. Your insignificant attack would be devastating to me. So, with that in mind, do your worst. Make sure that you kill me in one blow. Did you just threaten me? Dio asked coldly. Threat? You think highly of me. What I want is Crystal to have a miserable life, but if I am not there to watch it happen, it would no longer serve a purpose. Dio then stared at Black Crystal intently. He was at a crossroads here. He believed that Crystal could endure the pain, but at the same time, he doubted it. So, after a while, Dio took another risk. What? Did you change your mind? You are too kind. It might be the reason that you could become Crystal's brother. You two are too kind to other people. This is ridiculous. She even likes you more than she ever liked anyone. She even had something that she wanted to tell you, but she never had the courage to tell you herself. She is a coward. A coward that would run to his brother's side as soon as something that she doesn't like comes up. I fucking hate that bitch. Black Crystal said furiously. No, you are wrong. I know that Crystal was stronger than what you know. In fact, she might be way stronger than me. Dio then approached Black Crystal and hugged her endearingly, as this was the only plan that he could think of, making Black Crystal feel loved. Chapter 313. Dio was standing by Crystal's bedside. He wiped the tears from Crystal's eyes and then left the room before Crystal was awake. In the end, Dio decided to purify the Black Crystal completely. He knew that leaving Black Crystal behind would cause trouble later, so he didn't want that burden in Crystal's mind later. After more than a year together, Dio has developed a soft spot for Crystal. Dio didn't want to lose the bond that both of them shared, but Dio knew that Crystal would somewhat change after this. If what the Black Crystal thought was real, then that meant Crystal would know that she was the one who killed all the people that were close to her, but then again, Dio was determined that he could help Crystal if the time came. After Dio left the room, the 30-minute mark of Death 13 passed, the dream stand quietly disappeared from Crystal's dream. But unbeknown to Dio, a thin strand of hair were left behind where Death 13 once stood. It may look like a normal hair at first, but upon closer inspection, the hair was wriggling. It suddenly delved deeper into Crystal's mind, disappearing between so many memories. What's the matter, Mr. Dio? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I have something on my face? No, there is nothing. I am just wondering, did you sleep well last night? Dio asked Crystal casually. I feel like I had a tiresome dream, but I don't know if it's good or bad, Crystal said as he tried to recall what her dream was like. Dio remained silent. He didn't know how to tell Crystal everything that happened last night. If you don't feel so good, you can stay here and rest, Dio said solemnly. No way. I am Mr. Dio's assistant. I wouldn't let you go by yourself. If you really want to go, then it's up to you, but tell me if there's anything wrong, okay? Dio said commandingly. Did you remember something today? Dio asked right after. What? Did I forget something? Dio frowned as he learned that there was nothing wrong with Crystal. He wondered what happened right now. Was Crystal just acting though in front of him? Or what Black Crystal has predicted didn't happen at all? Dio even began to wonder whether he successfully erased all Black Crystal's presence inside Crystal's mind, or he failed. At the same time, Crystal was thinking hard about anything that she could possibly forget, but she couldn't think of anything. As soon as she started to think hard, she felt an extreme pain on her head that made her cry in pain. Dio was startled to hear Crystal scream while holding her head in pain. He instinctively discharged a wave of his Hammond energy that usually calmed Crystal down, but this time it wasn't working. Dio then immediately picked Crystal up on the thought that he would immediately bring Crystal to the hospital, but as soon as he picked her up, Crystal immediately stopped screaming. How do you feel? Are you feeling better? I don't know, Mr. Dio. I tried to remember what that I've forgotten. But suddenly my head hurts like it was pierced by 100 needles. Suddenly a blurry picture flashed quickly in my mind. I tried not to think about it. And finally it stopped hurting. Crystal said while holding her head. Dio began to wonder whether Crystal's headache came from her memories that were starting to return after it was released from Black Crystal's hold. But from the reaction that Crystal showed just a moment ago, he knew that Crystal needed to forget about all this. Stop thinking about it, there is no need to. Dio said solemnly. Crystal nodded her head and then remembered that she was still lying on Dio's arms. She blushed and immediately sat up straight, still flustered. Now, go change your clothes if you really want to go with me. It's time for us to go. She immediately got up and ran toward her rooms while smirking happily. Dio, who just got up and walked towards the window, missed the black mist that flashed on Crystal's eyes. I hope that I can see you again later, handsome gentleman. It's a bit lonely to drink a glass of wine on this kind of night alone. A beautiful young woman flirted with Dio as her treatment was over. Crystal rolled her eyes as she was annoyed that this woman couldn't take a hint and stopped making a move on Dio. But Dio too wasn't interested in her. So after bidding farewell, Dio and Crystal left without looking back. Mr. Dio, can I ask you a question? Crystal asked curiously. Sure, Dio said casually. Did you like a woman like before? Did I just get in your way? I do like young, sexy, and beautiful women, but I don't want to break a family. Dio said as he knew that the woman earlier already had a husband. Dio then smiled at Crystal endearingly and drove towards their hotel. Chapter 314. In the next few days, Dio kept observing Crystal closely, but thankfully, Crystal's condition seemed to develop for the better. If she weren't forced to recall her memories, there would be nothing wrong with Crystal. So, in the embrace of the night, when Crystal was fast asleep, Dio locked himself in his room and immediately tried his latest theory. He immediately pulled out the Morio City tour card that he got from his previous draw and pulled out the Reaper's Gaze to hold if he had to fight there later. He activated the tour card so that he could prove his theory as soon as possible. Morio City was a small town that was located inside Japan's M Prefecture, near S City. Although this town was popular among tourists, the shops around the city had an indifferent approach toward the tourist. But if you introduced yourself properly and made an effort to get to know them, you will notice that they are kind-hearted people. When Dio woke up, he found that he was sitting on a sightseeing bus. He could see the Morio City from the bus. But he couldn't find his scythe anywhere. That meant he couldn't bring his weapon here. His clothes have changed too. Now, he was wearing weird tourist clothes that were entirely out of his style. He looked around and noticed that besides himself, there was only one sweet-looking female tour guide inside the bus. The tour guide was still determined to introduce every aspect of Morio to Dio, who wasn't paying attention to her up until now. But sadly, for her, Dio already knew all about this place. He was an avid JoJo fan back in his real world. Nonetheless, Dio was impressed by the situation inside this Morio town. It was like a tea with the animated series that he watched back in his real world. Well, now that we have neared the end of the bus tour, each tourist could choose to freely roam the Morio town to see what the town has to offer them, or follow our touring schedule. The tour guide said welcomingly. The words that the tour guide has said this time piqued Dio's interest as much as he enjoyed the bus tour, as it nostalgically reminded him of the scene in each place. Dio hasn't forgotten his goal in this place. Although he knew that he would kill someone inside this town, he knew that this town was only a part of a game. The people inside this place wasn't real. So, Dio chose to roam the town freely as he already had his target in mind. After all, he only had one chance now. If he wanted another chance, he had to get this tour card again from his next draw, and he might not be that lucky. But once he got off the bus, he immediately regretted it. He didn't find a single dollar inside his pocket. He finally remembered that this town was designed to specifically use gold as a means of transaction. This was his co-worker's idea in the real world. He immediately checked his phone to see the amount of gold he had, but he also found none. He has already used it all on his previous draw as he thought that it was a waste to leave any gold behind. Damn it! Can I get unluckier than this? Dio shouted to the sky in frustration. But Dio quickly walked deeper inside the Morio city. He tried to ask for some information to the local vendors around the town for the whereabouts of the man that he was searching for. But all of them drove Dio out after knowing that Dio wouldn't buy anything from their shop. After receiving nothing from the market, Dio felt frustrated. He was furious that all the shopkeepers were rude fellows. If he ever returned, he would change this setting immediately. So, Dio tried to stop the taxi and told the driver the name of the person that he was searching for. This was a great idea, but unfortunately, the taxi driver also didn't know the man that Dio was searching for. Dio still had a backup plan. He knew the name of the high school that the main protagonist went to. So, he told the taxi driver to go to that school immediately. Fortunately, the taxi driver knew the school's location and immediately drove toward the school. When they arrived, it happened to be the time for class, as Dio heard the bell ringing loudly from the outside. But another thing that he hadn't found the solution to was the way to pay the taxi driver. But as Dio didn't know what to do, he immediately noticed that not far from the school gate, a student was being bullied by another student. "Please wait a little while, sir. My little brother is being bullied there." The driver hesitated whether he had to run after his customer or not, but in the end, he decided to believe in his customer as he saw that his customer seemed to be a tourist that should have no issue with money. He shouted from inside the taxi, "Do I need to call for the police?" The taxi driver sincerely wanted to help. Chapter 3:15. No need. Just wait for me for a little bit. Hey, kid. Give me all of your money. What? Are you mad? Let's just say it's a payment to keep my mouth shut and your safety as you just bullied my little brother. Dio said as he smirked to the bullies. You are Koichi's brother. Well, that changed everything. Why don't you give us your money instead? Dio was annoyed by the confidence that the bully showed just because Koichi was a meek boy. So, Dio immediately slapped the bullies one by one as he knew that this was just a fictional world, so there would be no consequence on doing things the hard way. Dio also took their wallet and took all the money inside. Thank you for helping me. They just wouldn't stop bothering me. Wait a minute. Dio said to Koichi as he ran back and paid the taxi driver. Dio then walked back to where Koichi stood and asked for his name to make sure that he really got the right person. My name is Hirose Koichi, a freshman at this high school. Koichi said to answer Dio's question. Dio smirked as he really found Koichi, Josuke's best friend in this part 4 of JoJo. Why don't you use your stand to defend yourself? Dio asked knowingly to Koichi. Are you also a stand user? Koichi said alertly as he immediately summoned his stand, Echo ACT3. In the world of JoJo, every stand user could also see others stand. This could be an identification for a fellow stand user. Let's go over there to have a chat. I am indeed also a stand user. I am curious about why you didn't use your stand to deal with those people earlier. Dio said sincerely to talk with Koichi. After all, he needed Koichi's help to track down some of the stand users that he needed. Koichi saw that the man before him didn't seem to have any malicious intention, so he followed Dio to the nearby bench to have a talk. I don't want to use my stand to solve an everyday problem like that. Stand is a gift, those who didn't have it don't deserve to be punished by it. Koichi said confidently. So, will you let them beat you up, just to uphold your view on stand? Dio asked curiously. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Koichi said as he rubbed his head awkwardly. Koichi became a stand user thanks to Josuke's stand that healed him when he was stabbed by the stand arrow. That was why throughout the series, Koichi's stand was evolving as Koichi's character also developed to be braver than the beginning of the series. Koichi didn't have a strong stand in general. That was because he had a meek personality. As a result, he couldn't get a strong stand. I should introduce myself. I am Dio Brando, a tourist from America, so, is there a lot of stand user here? Dio had to figure out the answer to this question as he would be able to assess whether this world was connected to JoJo's real-time continuity or it was just a fictional place created by the mobile game programs of his company to make sure that everyone had a chance to obtain some stand from Morio as stand user. But before Koichi could answer Dio's question, the school bell rang. No. I am late. I am sorry, Mr. Dio, but I have to go to school first. Dio nodded as he wondered what he should do next. He wondered whether the stand user who has died on the manga would be alive in this world. If that was the case, he already knew whose stand he wanted. But before coming to this school, Dio saw that Angelo Katagiri was alive as he has become a guard at some attraction park. So, the rest of the characters inside this town should also be alive. Chapter 316. Dio tries to list all powerful stands that he could think of in Morio Town. He immediately excluded Killer Queen as Dio thought that the deadly bomb stand wouldn't achieve its purpose if it was only a temporary stand. As he listed all the stand that he wanted, the hand still took the top of the list from the stand that he wanted. Its ability to erase space was so powerful. In the anime and manga, it was such a waste to give such a powerful stand to some muscle brain. This stand would easily ignore every opponent's defenses as it simply erased the space along with the enemy. He knew that the Nijimura lived inside a barred house to contain their father, for they were living in poverty. And they couldn't provide a better place for their father. He knew that because this town was just a copy and everyone was still alive, the Nijimura brothers should still be in the same place. So, he wandered around a low-end economy residency area and started asking around for the Nijimura residents. He found out that it was much easier to ask a woman as he could use his charm to make them talk. After so many inquiries, Dio finally found the house that the Nijimura brothers should be living in. Dio needed the hand above any other stands as he lacked a stand that could ignore his enemy defenses at this moment. If he has the hand in his fight against the destroyer armor, that armor would be easily destroyed. As soon as he walked through the house's gate, he noticed that he was being watched over the window gap on the second floor. Dio ignored the watcher for now but summoned the white album just in case the older brother decided to attack. Dio walked toward the door, and as he opened the door, he was immediately assaulted by shooting barrage from the bad company that was summoned by Keicho Nijimura. But thankfully, the attack of the bad company couldn't pierce White Album's armor. At the same time, Dio didn't intend to remain in defense mode for too long. He immediately summoned Horus to attack the small soldier. The house was immediately covered in ice as the ice crystal that Horus was using pierced the small soldiers and pinned them on the wall. And just when Dio was about to end the battle by attacking Keicho directly, he was suddenly pulled by a huge force to the side. The hand had shown itself. But as Dio predicted, Okuyasu was too stupid to use the stand effectively. Although Dio was vulnerable, he still showed his compassion and didn't kill Dio immediately. Dio sighed and then shouted, "Smash the world." Everything stopped. And Dio immediately broke free from the hand's grasp. He looked toward Okuyasu and Keicho. He knew that he had to kill them both as Dio wanted the hand, and Keicho wouldn't let him leave after knowing that Dio had killed his brother. Dio felt bad for this, but he had to do it. After all, this world would reset as soon as he left. Dio immediately walked towards Okuyasu and snapped his neck so that he could die painlessly and then walked toward Keicho and did the same. As he finished, Dio immediately resumed the time flow, and the Nijimura brothers immediately fell to the ground lifelessly. The brothers' stand immediately disappeared, and Dio hurriedly pulled out the CD drive that he got from his previous draw and put it on Okuyasu's body. The CD sank into Okuyasu's corpse and began to absorb the stand essence on Okuyasu's body. After a while, a blue and white stand card emerged from Okuyasu's body. Dio was overjoyed and immediately grabbed the card. Stand name, the hand. Description, a battle-oriented stand that capable of erasing space itself. Type, close-range stand. Ability, elimination. Ability description, anything that the hand's right hand touches as it makes a swiping motion will be erased to the void. Attribute. Destructive power, B. Speed, B. Range, D. Sustainability, C. Precision, C. Growth, C. Evaluation, a powerful stand that would outdo almost all enemy, if the user has a brain to use it. A panel that said, "Please choose the stand card type," appeared on his phone, and so without thinking too much, Dio chose the time-limited type as it was safer than the one-time use card. He only needed to use the hand in a crucial moment, where the opponent was too defensive. A white light suddenly flashed on the stand card that he held and suddenly, the time limit was imprinted on the card. Time limit stand card. Time limit, 42 minutes. Dio smiled as 42 minutes was such a long time for such an overpowered stand. Chapter 317. After securing the stand that he wanted the most, Dio wandered around the Morio town like a real tourist. And after 24 hours inside the town, Dio was forcefully teleported back to the real world. The first thing that he checked was his inventory, and Dio sighed in relief as he saw the hand temporary stand card was still in there. The next day, Dio, who was in a good mood, took Crystal to treat some more customer. On the road toward their next customer, they saw many police cars speeding. It seems they were in a hurry. Crystal looked at the direction that the police, but Dio didn't care as it wasn't his business to help the police here. But he changed his mind after he also saw the colorful beam of light that appeared in the direction that the police headed to. Dio began to think that Thor was probably here, as the beam of light that he saw just now was a light that came from Bifrost. Dio wanted to see what was happening and maybe went to Asgard with Thor as he wanted to get his hands on Asgard's resources. He remembered that Thor's second movie, The Dark World that also presented the third Infinity Gem, took place in London. Sure enough, when he arrived at the scene, Thor was holding a woman affectionately. This woman was Jane Foster, Thor's love interest and the host of the ether that later would be known as the Reality Gem. He totally forgot that the Reality Gem was in London. Otherwise, he would have already taken measures to secure it, but it seemed the plot continued normally, and Jane was still the one that found the ether and Thor has come to save her. After some thinking, Dio then told Crystal to wait in the car as he wanted to greet Thor. "Hey, isn't it a little too cliché to dance in the rain like this?" Dio said teasingly to Thor. Dio covered himself in Hammond energy to keep him from getting wet. Thor and Jane were surprised seeing someone interrupted their time together, but as soon as Thor saw who it was, he became excited. "Dio. How are you? What are you doing here?" "Well, I am tired of New York already, so I came here to relax a little bit. When I was in the vicinity earlier, I saw the Bifrost light around here, so I decided to check it out," Dio said casually. He then teased Thor about Jane and thus made the couple a little bit flustered, but as the police arrived and asked Dio what just happened and who was the person that he talked to just now, an explosion threw the police back. Dio and Thor weren't thrown away as they were strong enough to withstand the impact, but as they saw the source of the explosion, Thor was surprised as he saw that Jane was starting to float. "Now, you better take care of your girlfriend," Dio said teasingly to Dio. Thor then immediately walked toward Jane with Mjolnir on his hand. "Jane. Give me your hand. I will take you back to Asgard to cure you," Thor said as he tried to calm Jane down. Jane then reached out for Thor's hand, but as soon as she was close enough, a bunch of red particles came out of her hands and sent Thor flying because of the red particles explosion. Then Jane flew toward Dio quickly. Thor, who was staggered a little bit as he hit the wall quite hard, was nervous as he knew that Dio wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone if he felt in danger. "Dio, look out!" Thor shouted. But Dio has already seen all her move. He knew that Jane would keep lashing out the red particle of the ether, so he covered himself with a thick Hammond energy and immediately summoned the red-hot chili pepper so that he could match Jane's speed. Dio immediately punched her stomach, instantly knocking her out. Thor then immediately flew to Dio to thank him for stopping Jane. "Thank you very much, my friend. I will immediately take her to Asgard so that she can be cured of her ailment. Do you want to come with me this time?" Dio thought about it for a while and concluded that he could always go to Asia next time. But the opportunity to go to Asgard will not come again any time sooner. But what should he do with Crystal? Did he have to leave her behind or brought her along? But Dio quickly found his answer as he saw Crystal was looking at him from the car's window. He just made one fucking big mistake. Chapter 318. Before Dio realized it, the ether from Jane was already near the car where Crystal was. He didn't know whether it was because the Infinity Stone recognized Crystal as someone with a far more powerful mind than Jane. Or was it just something that happened indirectly, but for now, all he knows was that the ether was trying to take over Crystal's body. Dio immediately rushed over towards the car. When Thor noticed that something was wrong, he immediately pulled Jane away. Sure enough, Thor saw that the ether was coming out of Jane's body and rushing toward the car from the ground. Dio immediately realized that he wouldn't make it, and so he immediately activated the world's ability to stop time. This way, Dio arrived at the car in time and put a Hammond barrier around the car so that the ether couldn't get to Crystal. As Dio resumed the time again, the ether immediately retreated to Jane's body. Thor was surprised, so he couldn't react fast enough to save Jane from being possessed by the ether once again. But nonetheless, he was determined to save Jane, so he didn't think about it too much, but the scene that ensued just now was really weird. What happened just now? Thor said as he walked to Dio with Jane on his hands. I honestly don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Dio said as he took Crystal's unconscious body out of the car. Dio couldn't help but think that the ether was drawn toward Crystal's body somehow because of Crystal's power, also dubbed around reality warping to some extent. But surely, he had to bring Crystal with him, as the Asgardians may know something that he didn't about Crystal. A minute later, a beam of light shot down from the sky once again, and the four of them were transported to Asgard. Only Jane's in turn was left on the scene. She stared at the sky where the light came with envy. She also wanted to go, but she knew that none of the superheroes earlier would want to bring her. Welcome to Asgard, Heimdall said with a serious face. Dio shook his head a little bit, as the experience riding on the Bifrost was interesting. But he surely needed some time to get used to it. Dio nodded to Heimdall as he saw Thor did so, and then Dio followed Thor towards Asgard. Dio saw for the first time the glory of Asgard. He saw many beautiful ladies walking about in the distance, and the building was all glorious in their white paint adorned with gold. But Thor didn't take Dio for sightseeing. He took Dio directly to the palace, where he ordered some of the guards to bring medics and took Crystal and Jane into the sickbay. Asgard had many excellent witches who mastered excellent healing spells and modern understanding of the human's body. Thor's mother was one of them, and so Dio calmed down a little as he knew that these Asgardians were more trustworthy than Eartherner's doctor. What is happening to both of them? Thor asked curiously to the witches that were examining Crystal and Jane. We don't know yet. The energy coming from her body was totally different than that the Midgardian should possess. As for the child, we didn't detect the same energy from the lady within her. But she had more powerful energy hidden deep inside her soul, the witch said solemnly. But as Dio was about to ask the witch another question regarding Crystal's condition, a stern voice interrupted them. Did you not heed my word? Why are you still doing whatever you want like this? They are sick, father. They need my help. They are all mortals. They are all sick. But nonetheless, none of them is welcomed in Asgard. Bring them to Midgard immediately. I am sorry. But I've always thought that Odin was a wise and calculative god. But my first impression is not that good. All I saw just now was arrogance. Thor was having the same issue when he first showed up on the earth. But now I know that it is all because he was just acting like you do. You are just a god full of contradiction. In fact, you are not worthy of the title of a god itself. Dio said challengingly. Although it wasn't good to challenge his host like this, Dio wouldn't let it go if he was being insulted like that. Everyone on the room was silent as they were surprised to hear such a word came from a Midgardian mouth, but Thor was the most surprised as he never saw anyone went against his father like this before, at least no one else besides him and Loki. Chapter 319. Odin never expected that he would hear something like this from a Midgardian, and so he was furious after hearing Dio's word. But Dio didn't care. He wouldn't let Odin insult him like this even if he was just a guest in Odin's home. Dio knows that Odin has long exceeded his peak. Now, Odin was just a weak-old god who was trying his hard to control his territory. Although Dio knew that Odin still had the power to fight him, but Dio was confident that he would be able to deal with it. Do you know who you are talking to, boy? Odin asked furiously. Of course, I am talking to a rude and arrogant god that thinks that the Earthlings were epidemic and the Asgardians were kings. If the Ancient One ever heard of this, you may be having some chat about the honor of life. Odin was surprised after hearing the Ancient One being mentioned like this. He considered the Ancient One as one of his friends and an entity that was powerful enough to stand beside him on his prime. What is your relation with the Ancient One? Odin asked curiously. He seemed to calm down after hearing that name. It doesn't really matter. After all, the Ancient One is just another walking epidemic. Odin seemed to contemplate about something, but Dio could see that the old god has already calmed down. Midgardian, you are fearless. But I will never take back what I said. I will talk to Ancient One about this when I have the time, but I said it once again. Asgard doesn't welcome your kind here, so follow the guard to Bifrost and return to your home. Odin said confidently. Odin knew that no matter what happened here, the Ancient One wouldn't care less. If Odin didn't take his army to invade the earth, the Ancient One wouldn't do anything. However, as soon as the guards got close towards Jane, they were suddenly thrown away towards the wall as ether inside Jane's body recognized them as a threat. Stop, retreat. Odin said to the guards as he recognized the red particle that attacked the guards just now. This is impossible. Odin said as his expression became more serious. The energy inside her body was trying to protect her. The witch that diagnosed Jane earlier said in fascination. No. It was trying to protect itself. The other girl also has bigger energy deep within her soul. The witch said as she was also wondering about Crystal. Odin immediately turned his attention toward Crystal, who was lying on the bed near them, but as he walked towards Crystal, Dio blocked his path while covering his body in intense Hammon energy. Since we are not welcomed here, we will leave immediately. There is no need for you to check on my sister's condition, Dio said confidently. No, you didn't realize the severity of the situation now. I need to confirm what is happening to her first if you want to leave. Didn't you say Asgardian was a hospitable place before, Thor? Did I have to fight my way outside now? Father. Stop. This is not how we welcome our guests. Dio looked at Thor, and they both followed Odin towards the hall. For once, Odin put aside his prejudice toward another race and then explained the dark history of the 9 realms and the power of the ether that created chaos among the realms. Are you saying that the ether would kill Jane eventually? Is there any method to extract it out of her body safely? No, I don't think the record ever said something about extracting the ether from the host. It would be a lot easier to secure it once the host dies. Odin said solemnly. Thor was immediately disappointed, like a kicked puppy. From the looks of it, the little girl was also infected with the ether's particle. Of course, I can check her condition, but then again, I will not force you if you really want to go back to Earth. Odin said solemnly. No wonder Odin changed his attitude as he knew the power behind the ether. He was afraid that soon the ether would endanger the universe. Chapter 320. Odin's suspicion about Crystal's energy was Dio's worry, and so he agreed to let Odin inspect Crystal for a little bit. Odin then walked back inside the sick bay and inspected Crystal. But after a while, a surprised expression was clear on Odin's face. Father, how did it turn out? Thor asked curiously. No, the girl is okay. It would take some time for her to wake up. If your friend is not in a hurry, he can enjoy Asgard for a while. Let him experience the hospitality of Asgard, Odin said with an annoyed face. Of course, father. I will do just that. But remember. No more meaningless thing. Odin said as he walked away. He detected a powerful potential from Crystal's body. But the thing that surprised him was when he knew that energy was sealed by the Ancient One. That was also the reason for Odin to let Dio and Crystal stay in Asgard, for he didn't exactly know how deep their bond with the Ancient One was. Dio. You are too brave. I am having a cold sweat just from remembering the scene earlier. I don't want to be rude, but I was insulted for no reason. Dio said annoyedly. Originally Dio wanted to come to Asgard with a low profile, but now, it was clear that he couldn't do so. Dio completely threw his respect for Odin out of the window as he knew that Odin shouldn't act like that. If Odin weren't Thor's father and the ruler of Asgard, Dio probably would have punched him in the face when he insulted him like that. On the other hand, Thor didn't know what Dio was thinking, but he knew how Dio felt. And so he opted to defuse the situation before he spoke. He wished Loki would be here right now as he would be able to make some snarky comment that would defuse the situation quickly, but right now, Loki was still in jail, and that wouldn't change for a long time. Now, I will take you to your room, and after that, I will personally guide you to sightsee Asgard as you saw fit. Thor said sincerely. Okay. I hope that kind of situation earlier would never happen again. Dio said casually to Thor as he knew that Thor would feel a little bit guilty about the situation earlier. Dio then picked Crystal up from her medical bed and brought her along. Dio intended to keep a close eye on Crystal. If Black Crystal decided to show up again, he knew that he was the only one who could stop her from turning a dream into reality. After arriving at the room, Dio left his suitcase, pet carrier, and the weapon box behind. Fortunately, he always carried around a spare suitcase, and the weapon was always within the arm's reach as he knew that something unexpected might happen at any given moment. After resting for a while, Crystal finally woke up. She was confused as there was nothing inside the room that she could recognize except for Dio. Mr. Dio. Where are we? Oh, you finally wake up. How do you feel? Do you feel comfortable? I feel fine, but where are we? Crystal asked once again. Well, do you ever know about Asgard on Norse mythology? This is the king's palace in Asgard. Crystal was surprised, and Dio could see that she didn't believe Dio at first. But after seeing through the window, she finally realized that what Dio just said was true. The scenery was beautiful. It was the kind of scenery that wouldn't exist anywhere on Earth. Are we already dead? Crystal said as she was in awe with the scenery in front of her. Dio was surprised that Crystal arrived at that conclusion, but after some thought, Dio nodded his head wickedly. Chapter 321. The next day, Thor took Crystal, Jane, and Dio around the palace while introducing them to the gods that also lived inside the palace. After a couple of hours or so, Dio had become bored of sightseeing the palace alone. Although the palace was an interesting place, he couldn't care less. On the other hand, Thor and Jane seemed content and enjoyed each other's company. Seeing these two constantly flirting with each other, Dio felt annoyed. It was like he was all alone here, while Crystal was still sulking. Finally, Dio couldn't take it anymore. Thor, I heard that Asgard has a flying horse. Why don't you take us to see them? It would be interesting to see a flying horse for a change, Dio said tiredly. Thor was surprised for a bit. He never told Dio about the Pegasus before. I am sorry, but Pegasus is off limit right now. Since the Valkyrie has fallen, the Pegasus is almost extinct. All I know is that several Pegasuses were in my father's protection. Even I don't know where they are. But I can take you to see any other magical creature that Asgard has. Thor said apologetically. After listening to Thor's explanation, Dio sure was disappointed. One of his gold coming to Asgard went up in smoke. He didn't mind neglecting his customer on Earth if it meant having a chance to get one Pegasus as a mount. But from their earlier interaction, Dio doubted that Odin would even talk to him. As for URU metal or some other treasures that he might still get, Dio could always ask Thor later. After having lunch, Thor brought them all to the forest near the beach to see any magical creature inside the forest. Dio obviously didn't give up on his quest to find a pet that could withstand the stand arrow's power. But Thor's next word annoyed everyone. You know, the forest is too close to the palace, so the magical creatures that inhabit the forest have been driven away from the palace to the middle of the forest. Thor said apologetically. Everyone sighed as they were disappointed, but then Thor offered that he could bring them there faster by flying. Dio was the first one to agree to that because he didn't like to waste his time tracking the forest. So, Thor immediately took Jane on his arm and swung Mjolnir to lift him into the air, while Dio held onto Crystal in one arm and held onto Thor's cape on another. Crystal, who never experienced this kind of thing before, closed her eyes as she screamed nervously. But after a while, she couldn't help but opened her eyes and saw that she was really flying right now. She admired Dio even more. If it weren't because of Dio, she knew that she would still be in a state of despair like before meeting Dio. At the same time, Thor, who was still focused on flying towards the middle of the forest, didn't know that his little sightseeing tour has successfully made a girl admire Dio even more. If he knew that this would happen, he would try to make Dio look bad for teasing purposes. But fortunately, Jane, who was holding tightly to Thor's neck all this time, was still fascinated by Thor and Thor alone. Finally, they arrived in the middle of the forest. And they descended to see the magical creatures that Asgard had. Dio could feel this part of the forest was indeed full of creatures as he caught the movement of many animals not too far from their location. In fact, Jane and Crystal even saw some rabbit, hopping about the forest. What is that? Jane asked Thor curiously. What do you mean? It is a rabbit. Didn't Earth also has one? I mean, what did you call a rabbit in Asgard? Jane asked curiously. What do you mean, Jane? We call it a rabbit, just like any other ordinary people. Jane's face gradually reddened in embarrassment as she was surprised that Asgard was using the same language. At the same time, Dio and Crystal were laughing hard at Thor's insensible words, and at Jane, that surprisingly expected too much. Dio finally knew why Rocket Raccoon was still named after an Earth animal while he admitted that he wasn't from Earth. Dio decided that he might take Thor to a zoo later if they were on Earth to show the difference between animals on Earth and the one on Asgard. Chapter 322. After their discussion about rabbit earlier, Dio and the others tracked deeper into the forest to see that some animals were indeed different than any animal on Earth. In the meantime, Dio was secretly using his stand arrow to check if there was any potential stand user among the creature in the forest. Dio saw a flower that apparently was a lizard in disguise, a snake with a mouse head, a giant earthworm, an electric butterfly, a man-eating tree, and so many others. At the first time, Jane and Crystal were frightened as some of the creatures were nightmare-fueled. But after a while, it seemed they had become accustomed to the bizarre creatures and eventually laughed at how weird and scary some creatures were and pondered over some that were cute and great-looking. They didn't need to fear any of those animals as they knew that Thor and Dio would always protect them from harm. As if right on cue, the ground beneath the girls shook violently, like there was a stampede somewhere. Dio and the girls were confused as they didn't know what happened, but Thor flashed a knowing look on his face. I will go over there to take a look at what happened, you guys stay here. Thor said casually. Thor then flew using his hammer to see what happened. Dio then covered his body with Hammond energy as he knew that things might go south. After a while, Dio was surprised by the roar of a beast, and then suddenly, a beast charged towards him with an overwhelming speed. Luckily, Dio was ready for something like this, and he pulled out the Reaper's Gaze from his cart and hit the beast's head with it. Dio didn't know how far the beast slipped as it was far too quick, and so when Dio saw it was dead, Dio sighed as he didn't have time to check the beast's potential on the stand arrow. Dio was slightly embarrassed as the girls saw that Dio was startled by the beast just now. He smiled at them awkwardly and observed the beast for a while. Thor then finally arrived. And from the look of dirt on Thor's clothing, Dio knew that Thor must have been sent flying by the beast. "So, how far did you get knocked back?" Dio asked teasingly. "No, I just underestimated its power, that's all. This is Bristol, by the way, according to legend, it destroys everything in its path. Although I do not know why we have a Bristol here." "So, you were knocked out by it?" Dio said as he raised his eyebrows teasingly. "Shut up. You don't have a proof." But suddenly, another Bristol was sighted. It was rushing towards Thor while roaring furiously. Dio immediately took Jane and Crystal to safety while observing Thor's fight. Dio shook his head as Thor was acting stupid again. Instead of dodging the Bristol's charge, Thor made a stand head-on. It was obvious to Dio that Thor was just trying to act tough in front of Jane. It was way too obvious that Dio was sick of it. Dio sighed, and instead of joining hands with Thor to defeat the new Bristol, Dio then pulled Jane and Crystal up and quickly ran away from the scene. "Thor, be sure to stop that thing, alright? I will make sure Crystal and Jane are safe." The last scene that Dio saw was Thor being stomped and hammered like a nail into the ground. Of course, his Asgardian physique wouldn't exactly get him injured just from an attack like this, but it was foolish to fight that beast head-on like that. All that Dio knew after that was the roar of the beast in pain. Chapter 323. The Bristol's body was covered by thick scales, and there was hardly any opening to it, making it almost impossible to attack head-on. But Thor immediately summoned lightning to knock it out, but Thor was surprised as the thunder still did nothing to the Bristol. In fact, all the thunder did was agitated it even more than before. Dio, who was standing in a safe distance, observed Thor's fight and smirked as he saw that even an Asgardian like Thor still had a tough time dealing with this beast. The Bristol then charged toward Thor at an incredible speed and rammed Thor's who still had no intention to dodge the attack. "It'd be great to have a little bit helping hand here," Thor quipped as he thought it was about time Dio gave him a hand. "I am sorry, this place is too dangerous now. I can't leave Jane and Crystal unguarded." Thor clicked his teeth and kept on trying to electrocute the beast as he saw that it was the only thing that had a smidge of effect to the beast. Thor was a little bit annoyed as he knew that Dio was having a great time seeing him struggling against this beast. But Thor knew that Dio's reasoning was valid. The Bristol kept on rampaging and finally, Thor was slammed by its hind leg. This time Thor couldn't shake off the damage that he got from said attack and vomited blood. Finally realizing that Thor was having a tough time, Jane immediately told Dio to go help him. Dio sighed and walked towards Thor with his scythe, ready to attack. If Jane didn't make a fuss about it, Dio would have watched Thor struggle a little bit more before he helped him. Dio immediately summoned the white album, so that he could feel more at ease. "Hey, beast! Look here!" Dio said as he taunted the Bristol. The Bristol immediately shifted its attention to Dio as it felt challenged by Dio's posture. As the Bristol charging towards him at an incredible speed, Dio immediately swung his scythe several times in succession. And the Bristol was instantly cut into pieces. The scythe was made of 3 metals with a strong offensive attribute, and the Bristol's scale couldn't withstand any of his attacks. But Dio was surprised as he saw that the Bristol wasn't dead just yet. Even with its leg already cut off and its body was eviscerated, it still showed an immense will to live. It roared one more time and tried to attack Dio with its huge tusk. Dio noticed that Thor was charging a powerful thunder strike right now, so Dio knew that he didn't have to do anything else for now. Dio just constantly dodged the Bristol's attack as he waited for Thor to finish charging up his attack. And not long after, Thor finally released a huge thunder that hit the Bristol head-on. The Bristol began to squirm as it was electrocuted badly by the thunder just now. The weather itself started to change due to Thor's attack. It was starting to rain now, although it was sunny just a moment ago. At the same time, Dio was freezing the Bristol to prevent it from struggling. For the last attack, Thor then lifted his hammer toward the sky and swung it into the staggered Bristol's head, killing it on the spot. At the same time, Dio was sighing because if this creature had any potential to be a stand user, Dio would have made it into his pet. The thought of having such a strong and enormous beast as his pet alone was already a great image in his mind. But no, the beast didn't have any potential, and therefore Dio couldn't waste his pet card on this beast. Dio then put back the Reaper's gaze into the cards and desummoned the white album as he didn't need them now. Dio looked at the enormous beast once again for the last time as it was really a disappointing kill. Dio kept thinking what if the beast had potential, as he thought it was such a waste. Considering how strong the beast was, but even so, he didn't need a strong beast who had no potential to be a stand user. Dio then plucked the tusk off from Bristol's dead body and put it inside his card. He would make something out of it later. Chapter 324. Although Bristol was very powerful, in the end, it was a beast without any intelligence. And so, Dio and Thor could defeat it relatively easily. Thor's hiccup earlier was because he was trying so hard to look gallant in front of Jane. But as they were about to go and look for another magical beast to show Jane and the others, a loud sound was heard from the palace's direction. Thor was instantly alarmed by that and immediately went back with Jane, Dio, and Crystal at once. Thor knew that something bad must have happened because something that loud wasn't heard that often in Asgard. At the same time, several stealth aircrafts appeared on the sky one after another. Heimdall only managed to destroy one of them. But he couldn't catch up with the rest. Asgard's anti-air unit was immediately deployed to fight against the incoming raiders, but the raiders proved to be very agile as they easily outmaneuvered Asgard's anti-air unit. The enemy even destroyed all Asgard's anti-air turret for their smooth invasion. Heimdall, who saw that the enemy easily penetrated Asgard's line of defenses, immediately activated the palace's energy shield in thought that the enemy would have no means to threaten the royal family. But the shield was immediately shattered. The Asgardians and Heimdall especially were shocked as this was the first time that the palace's shield failed to work properly. This was bad, as it meant the enemy had infiltrated the palace for quite some time, as the shield could only be shattered if the energy core inside the palace was destroyed. Rolling back an hour before the invasion, a riot took place inside the palace's prison. Loki, who was also an inmate inside the prison, immediately knew that this was just a distraction for something bigger, but it seemed he was the only one that noticed it quick enough as he saw that almost all the palace's guards were coming to the prison to quench the riot. And so, the invasion began. Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, was the one that orchestrated the invasion, and he was also present as the Dark Elves' army that he commanded arrived at the Asgardian palace. He brought destruction to the people inside the palace by throwing many implosion grenades towards every Asgardian that he could find. Malekith's hatred ran deep. He hated Asgard and everything within it as he blamed Asgard for the death of thousands of his people thousands of years ago. After thousands of years of waiting for the right opportunity to strike, he finally found it. The ether. If Malekith got his hands on that ancient artifact, he would surely be able to kill all Asgardians. When Thor arrived at the palace, he and Dio ignored the chaos that ensued outside and immediately ran straight to check Odin's condition. On their way to the king's chamber, they saw that a group of invaders was shooting at the palace's guards. Thor wanted to attack this invader. But he was stopped by Dio, who said that he would handle the enemy there, and Thor should check on his mother as soon as possible. Thor nodded and left with Jane immediately. He was grateful to have Dio here right now. Otherwise, he would waste his time fighting the enemy while his parents might be in trouble. After Thor left, Dio immediately summoned Horus and White Album. He really liked these two stands' offensive capabilities. It was easy to use with little Hammond energy consumption while it effectively destroyed the enemy units. Crystal, who was beside Dio all the time, was scared. But she knew that Dio wouldn't let anything happen to her, so she tried to remain calm the entire fight. But one invader, who wasn't immediately killed by Dio's ice shard, threw one imploding grenade toward Dio. "Look out!" The Asgard Royal Guard said as they saw that the Dark Elves had thrown the grenade to Dio. They already knew the powerful aspect of this grenade and that the grenade will rip through any defenses. Dio immediately responded by creating a thick ice wall in front of him to protect him from the blast while immediately falling back a little bit. The sound of an explosion was heard. And Dio was a little bit surprised that the thick wall that he created earlier was destroyed in half. Dio knew that the Dark Elves had this kind of technology, but he never expected it to be this smooth. It was a little bit different than what its effect portrayed in the movies. This one was more powerful. So, to make sure that the enemy couldn't use the grenade again, Dio froze them instantly by White Album's Absolute's Zero ability. But Dio was a little bit annoyed to himself as he has forgotten about the Dark Elves. He took so much effort to get the hand while he could just get these imploding grenades. Chapter 325. After killing the Dark Elves, Dio rummaged through their belongings as he was intrigued by the implosion bomb that they had. But he found none of it as he searched. It seemed that the previous implosion took all their belonging with it. But as Dio disappointedly walked toward the next area, he was immediately attacked by the cursed. Dio knew this creature from Thor's movie. That was the special ability that the Dark Elves had. They sacrificed their strong warrior to turn them into cursed warrior. But sadly, this cursed warrior has dwindled in number as the number of the Dark Elves decreased. The cursed warrior threw a stone-like object at Dio, and Dio, who immediately realized that it wasn't a normal rock, immediately created a multi-layered ice wall to block whatever the rock may be. It exploded as soon as it came into contact with Dio's ice wall, and soon after that, Dio immediately attacked with Horus and slammed the cursed with many ice blades. The cursed roared in anger as the ice damaged it a little bit. The hot temperature that the cursed had melted the ice that Dio was throwing, and so his attack has a little to no damage except agitating the cursed. Dio knew that he wouldn't be able to win with Horus. So he immediately used the life magnetism overdrive for himself so that he could enhance his vision, and then he used the metal silver overdrive to the scythe so that his attack would have a more considerable impact to the giant. With his vision enhanced, the giant's movement was like a snail for Dio, and with his scythe enhanced with his Hammond energy, he successfully cut the giant like tofu. The cursed staggered as Dio successfully cut one of its arms and immediately roared in anger once again. Dio knew that this cursed warrior wouldn't go down before they died. And so once the giant attacked again, Dio immediately cut another arm, and this time, Dio also cut one of its legs. As a stand weapon, Reaper's gaze was quite strong. Dop didn't even have to use Anubis's power that was still dormant inside the blade. He hadn't used Anubis even once as he didn't see any needs for that now. Anubis's power enhanced the blade's durability in sharpness, sure. But the true value of Anubis was that the user would be controlled by Anubis in the fight, and because of that, the user would become a powerful swordsman in an instant. Anubis would be able to identify the enemy's weaknesses as well as their combat style, making Anubis one of the best close combat stand there was. Even if the cursed warrior had lost both of his arm and one of his legs, he was still persistent in attacking Dio. This was the cursed warrior's perseverance. Even if it lost everything, as long as it still breathed, it would continue to attack his enemies no matter what. The cursed warrior jumped towards Dio and intended to bring Dio down with him while burning his core. But as soon as he got close to Dio, Dio immediately activated White Album's ability and turned his surrounding into absolute zero. The high temperature that came from the cursed warrior was immediately cooled down by White Album's ability. But Dio knew that his opponent wouldn't die just from this attack, so he immediately crushed the ice-solid cursed warrior with the Reaper's gaze. Dio was calm from the beginning to the end as if the most powerful soldiers that Asgard has ever seen was no big deal. Nevertheless, Dio was able to kill him easily. As Dio desummoned his stand, he walked toward Crystal and reached his hands for Crystal to take. "Are you afraid, Crystal?" Dio asked endearingly. Crystal shook her head quickly as she didn't want Dio to think of her as a coward. She immediately stood up and held her shirt's hem nervously. Dio smiled and messed up her hair endearingly like usual as his way of saying that it was okay to be afraid. She puffed her cheeks and looked at Dio with a frown on her face. She really didn't like it when her hair was a mess. Dio just laughed as he saw the look that Crystal gave him, but Dio knew that he had to get Crystal to safety. "Let's go, there are too many enemies around here," Dio said to Crystal as he held her hands. Crystal nodded her head, but she couldn't wait to ask Dio about the terrifying creature that she saw just now. "Mr. Dio, what is the bone bird just now? Why does it look like a dinosaur?" "You saw that creature?" Dio asked as he was startled by Crystal's question. "Of course, it was so big. How can I not see it?" Dio was really surprised that Crystal could see Horus. Chapter 326. While Dio was attacked by the cursed warrior, Thor and Jane have run into trouble themselves. They encountered Malekith with a couple of his men. "I am Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves. Now I would like you to give what is rightfully mine." "Over my dead body, Malekith," Thor said as he pulled Jane to his back. He knew that Malekith must have come for the ether. So, Thor immediately summoned lightning and attacked Malekith with it. Malekith dodged Thor's attack and immediately ordered his men to open fire. Thor immediately pulled Jane out of harm's way and hid behind a pillar. He summoned another thunder and shot the Dark Elves that attacked him one by one, turning the table once again. Malekith seemed to be furious with how the battle ensued. So he immediately threw the imploding grenade to Thor's position in order to finish Thor once and for all. But unfortunately for Malekith, Thor hit the grenade with his Mjolnir and successfully sent it back toward Malekith. Malekith immediately grabbed a soldier near his foot and threw him to the grenade's trajectory. The grenades imploded, killing the soldier that Malekith threw as his shield. Thor saw the grenade's firepower and surprised, as it was no doubt could kill him in one attack. But, after the grenades imploded, Malekith commanded his army to stop attacking. He knew that he was falling short on this attack. He obviously couldn't win against Thor right now. And if he insisted on beating Thor to get his hands on the ether, his army would be slowly killed by the Asgardian army, and eventually, he had to face against Odin all by himself. That is not what he had planned, and so he ordered his army to retreat. Son of Odin, I admit your bravery and your strength. But I think we can make a deal. As the future king of Asgard, I will never make a deal with a terrorist. Malekith, I will personally rip your head along with your soldier for killing and invading Asgard. Thor said coldly as he still held Jane on his back. Thor's word moved the palace's guard, and Jane, Thor was a hero. I sure hope that you can uphold that word of yours in the future king of Asgard. Malekith said as he laughed sarcastically. He then commanded his man to bring something, and soon Thor's eye looked at the scene in front of him in anger. Malekith, if you dare even to touch her hair, I swear to God, I will chase you to the end of the universe. The one that Malekith brought out just now was none other than Thor's mother, Frigga, Queen of Asgard. Wow, as a descendant of Bor, your threat is weak. So, let us make our deal. Give me that woman, and I will leave your mother unharmed. Let me see your choice, future king of Asgard. Malekith felt that he was lucky to found Frigga once he entered the palace. But in the process of capturing her, she left a deep wound on Malekith's face. This wound would be his shame reminder, as it would remind him of the time that he couldn't handle the power of a single woman. At the same time, Thor didn't know what to do. He looked at the woman that he fell in love with and a woman that gave him his life and love. He had his answer in mind, but he couldn't say it as he knew that the result wouldn't be good. Thor, calm down. He just wants to provoke you into doing what he wants. You already know the right thing to do now, so don't hesitate. I love you no matter what, and please know that I am proud of you. Frigga said with a proud look on her face. She looked at Thor with so much love and proudness that Thor's began to weep of what to come. Frigga, who knew that Thor would have a hard time deciding the outcome, immediately took the option to her own hands. She immediately reached for the imploding grenade that was hanging on Malekith's waist in order to kill him with her. She knew that the grenade would be so devastating that there was no way Malekith would survive it. Mother! Don't! While her body reached the floor, a thunderstrike full of rage hit Malekith's face and melted half of his face. Thor wasn't satisfied with this outcome just yet. Compared to losing his mother, melting Malekith's face was nowhere near enough. Malekith knew that he couldn't win against Thor right now, and he also didn't have any more token to barter, so he retreated towards his stealth jet. Thor, who was immersed in his rage, immediately sent a thunderstrike that was huge enough to destroy several enemies' jets, but as soon as Malekith's jet and some other turned invisible, he ceased his attack. Odin, who has just finished fighting against the enemy on his side, immediately ran toward Thor's direction. Odin was clearly not as fit to battle as he was. Because he got there panting. But as soon as he saw Frigga's lifeless body, sadness and despair shrouded him like what happened to Thor and every other Asgardians that came with him. Chapter 327. Odin immediately ran towards Frigga's body and hugged her sadly. At this moment, Odin was neither god nor the king of Asgard. He was simply a weeping husband who would lose his wife. Frigga, that was in and out of her consciousness, reached out toward Odin's face, but she fell short as she didn't have enough strength left to do that. Seeing his wife's hand move, Odin immediately reached out and held her hands in his. Frigga then turned her attention to Thor. She knew that she could no longer convey how much she supported and loved Thor, but at the very least, she could see him for the last time. But at this time, Dio barged in with Crystal behind his back. Dio, please save my mother, Thor said as he saw Dio. He knew that Dio has a weird healing ability that even saved Tony on the verge of dying. However, Odin was confused. He didn't know Dio's power, so he wondered how a mortal being like Dio could save his wife while no one in Asgard could do anything. Dio frowned and ran over towards Frigga's body and immediately administered the energy from the golden experience. From his memory. While watching Thor's movie, Dio knew that Frigga shouldn't have died. She was too good to die like that, as she was the only one who could control Odin and Loki. Odin, who was watching from the side, was shocked as he saw the radiant energy that was slowly invigorating Frigga's body. Odin knew that this energy was life energy. It was as warm as sunlight. He began to wonder how a mortal could possibly master such energy. Not long after that, Odin was shocked once again as he saw that Frigga was slowly getting back her complexion. The stunning part that happened to Frigga was that the wound that Malekith has left on her neck was also healing and left no scar. As the king of Asgard and the god of Aesir, Odin knew that this was truly a miracle. Question after question popped in Odin's mind regarding Dio, and the biggest one was the possibility that Dio might be the one that the Ancient One has chosen to become her heir. It just made sense. With such potential, Odin knew that Dio would be a powerhouse in the future. Unlike Odin, who was wondering in silence, Thor was giddy with excitement. He felt despair when his mother fell weak to the floor, but now he saw that her complexion was slowly getting better, all thanks to Dio. Dio himself was focused on treating Frigga. No one dared to interrupt him by making any sound or even move a muscle, as they were afraid that their action could halt Dio's treatment. Although golden experience could heal back any living being completely, it still needed a different amount of energy according to the living being's life force itself. If by any chance, Dio had to save an ordinary human from their death, Dio would only need around 10 seconds of golden experience's time. But for Frigga, who was considered the strongest witch in the 9 realms, Dio had to spend 2 minutes of golden experience's time. Fortunately, Dio had used the recharge card on golden experience, so even after he finished Frigga's treatment, he still had another 43 minutes to use in the future. After a while, Dio took a deep breath in relief and desummoned the golden experience as he was done. Frigga was no longer in code red. Dio. How is my mother? Did you save her? There is nothing to worry about anymore, as long as she takes a good rest for a couple of days, she should be back in top shape. Dio said casually, and then he turned around, leaving Odin, Thor, and the rest of the Asgardian palace guards who were looking at Frigga expectantly to take his own rest for the day. Dio's intention on saving Frigga wasn't completely an act of kindness either. Dio knew that with him saving Frigga from death, Asgard would be indebted to him. Did you hear that, father? Mother is all right. I heard him all right. Now, please take my wife back to my chamber. I would like for her to rest and recover as soon as possible. Please convey my gratitude towards your friend and tells him that I'll await his presence when he had enough rest. Odin said to Thor as he left with Frigga. After almost experiencing the death of his wife and the battle before it, Odin felt tired himself, and he would like to rest too. Thor felt incredibly lucky that he invited Dio to come with him this time. Otherwise, his mother would have been dead. But at the same time, Jane, who was completely silent the entire time, finally spoke to Thor. I am sorry, this was all because of me. If you gave me up earlier, your mother wouldn't have to go through all this. Jane, listen, it wasn't your fault, and my mother is all right too. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Just forget what happened here, Jane, we are all right. This incident caused Thor to realize that there were so many forms of love. He loved Jane and wanted to be with her, but this love for Jane was completely different from his love for Frigga. And that was why. No matter how many times he faced the same kind of situation, he wouldn't be able to choose. Chapter 328. After knowing that Odin wanted to meet with him later, Dio wasn't surprised. He has already predicted that it may come to this. After all, Odin had to show his gratitude in public since an outsider has successfully saved his wife's life. Before meeting with Odin, Dio told Crystal to wait in the room as it was best for Crystal to stay away from being alone with Jane for the moment. Although he knew that the ether inside Jane's body hasn't come for Crystal again since they arrived in Asgard, Dio still didn't want to risk it. After all, there was so much that he didn't know about the Infinity Gem itself. Even Malekith, who had become the host for the ether for such a long time, was also incapable of controlling the ether to his wishes. And so, Dio walked toward the throne room with Thor. And as he arrived there, he overheard that Odin was still discussing the palace's security with a few people. He was annoyed that the palace's shield hasn't come up yet and the fact that Heimdall brought with him, as Heimdall claimed that he couldn't see the invasion coming. Heimdall was like a true observer for the 9 realms, as he could see anything at any time. But this time, he couldn't see the incoming Dark Elves invasion. This meant that Dark Elves' technology has surpassed that of Asgard. Odin was angry as this meant that Asgard had lost its defensive capabilities. He then saw Thor and Dio had arrived at the throne room, so Odin immediately dismissed the people that he talked to just now. After everyone but Thor and Dio left, Odin sighed quite a few times before talking to Thor. Now that we have the ether on our possession, Malekith will try to get it once more. Odin said as he sighed. You're overestimating this guy. Thor said confidently. What would you know? We don't even know whether they're hovering in their invisible jet on top of this palace right now. I know that when they attack again, would have prepared 10,000 soldiers to obliterate them once and for all. Odin said confidently. And how many soldiers from that number will die? Thor said as he argued with Odin. A sacrifice is needed for the greater good. I will not rest until the last of Asgard's enemy is dead. With that loud voice coming from Odin, Dio immediately knew that the wise god wasn't so wise anymore. And plus, Dio also noticed that Odin was no longer fit to battle as an old age could be seen crawling around his appearance. If that's the way you think, what makes you different than Malekith? Thor asked, increasing the moral pressure to Odin. The difference is that the final winner shall be me. He will just be another loser who wishes to take Asgard for themselves. After hearing that answer, Thor was taken aback. He didn't know what to say to that argument. Odin knew that Thor was done. There was nothing else that he could say to overturn Odin's decision. So, he turned his attention to Dio. Dio Brando of Midgard. On behalf of Asgard, I thank you for everything that you did to help us when we were attacked so suddenly. But that is me as a king, but let me also thank you for saving my wife. Now, I will grant your request if it's within my power, would make it happen. I want 1 Pegasus and some URU metal. Dio said as he smirked victoriously. I will take note of that. As this war was over, I will prepare it for your reward, Odin said casually, but Odin was slightly annoyed that Dio was asking for something very rare. Dio nodded his head politely. He knew that this was a way for Odin to use him against the Dark Elves so that the matter could be cleared faster. If Dio refused to help, then Odin could make an excuse about the matter was not over yet. Dio and Thor immediately left the throne room after that, but Thor was the only one who still had an excited look on his face. Don't worry, Father's promise never falters. If we kill Malekith, everything would be back to normal. Thor said excitedly. Dio clearly became more annoyed as he heard Thor's words. After all, the Dark Elves were attacking Thor's realm and wanted Jane, Thor's girlfriend. In short, all these shenanigans had nothing to do with Dio. What did you think will happen if Malekith got the ether for himself? Dio asked Thor to break his annoyance and boredom. Thor was silent for a second as he thought of what Dio had asked him for. I think that wouldn't happen as both of us would be enough to destroy them all. Thor said confidently. You sure are confident about this. Dio said as he rolled his eyes. Chapter 329. Although Thor's plan was risky, Dio knew that it was the best for the current situation. Asgard would no longer become the target for the Dark Elves' invasion, and Jane would be able to relieve herself of the ether from her body soon. Unfortunately, Odin didn't have the same opinion with Thor, and so, knowing Thor wouldn't listen to him, Odin ordered the closure of the Bifrost, so no one was able to come or leave Asgard. In prison, the most important prisoner in Asgard was still left untouched by the Dark Elves, as the Dark Elves themselves knew that this man brought nothing but trouble. Thor. How lucky I am to be granted your presence. So, what did you come here for? Mock me? But seeing your expression, something bad happened, didn't it? Enough. Put away your illusion, Loki. Now what? You have seen what this prison does to me, and now what? So, is she okay? Loki said with a sad look after some silence. Thor knew that Loki was a good guy deep down, but his desire to prove that he was capable of Odin completely steered him into a wrong path. But Thor knew that Frigga was different. She was the only one who could calm Loki down. In fact, Frigga was the only one who kept visiting him, here in prison, while everyone turned a blind eye against him. Thor knew that Loki must have heard of what happened to Frigga during the invasion, and Thor also knew that Loki must have regretted being unable to stand by her mother's side when she needed it. Seeing Loki at his current state, Thor knew that his plan would work. Thor knew that he would feel bad in the end after he deceived Loki, but he had to think that it was only retribution for Loki, who has always deceived him in the past. I am not here to mourn with you, Loki. I know that you wanted revenge for what they have done to our mother, and so I am giving you that opportunity now by helping me escape Asgard and comes back later. Thor knew that there was no real benefit for Loki to comply with his request, but Thor knows that Loki wouldn't miss the opportunity to exact revenge against the Dark Elves. But, instead of accepting the offer, Loki laughed sarcastically. And why did you think you can trust me? Loki said in between laughter. I don't trust you, Loki, but sadly my mother did. Thor said solemnly. With that word, Thor had successfully brought out the rage inside Loki's heart. I never expected to see you this desperate, but when do we leave? Loki asked with rage in his eyes. Dio, who was observing the scene from a hidden spot, was amazed. He never knew that Thor had this kind of acting skills. He even deceived Loki with his acting. But Dio still wondered whether Loki really was deceived by Thor's acting or just went along until he could do what he wanted later. But right now, Dio knew that none of it really mattered. If Loki guided them out of Asgard, Dio didn't really care what Loki would do next. After knowing that Loki had agreed to help Thor, Dio left quietly and did his own part. He still had a couple of things to do before he left with Thor. He still had to fetch Jane, and the only way to do that was by using Knam. Dio walked around to find Asgard casual suit that would look okay when Odin wore it and immediately transformed into Odin to give the order for the group of warriors that guarded her to let her go. Dio then brought Jane towards the rendezvous point with Thor. There Crystal, Thor, and Loki had waited for his arrival. "Hey, you never told me that this guy was also here," Loki said annoyedly. "Shut up, Loki. You don't have the right to argue now. Just remember, if you betray me now, I will kill you myself. Don't worry, Thor. I will keep an eye on him throughout the way. I was still annoyed that I failed to kill him that time," Dio said with a smile on his face. Both Thor and Loki were surprised as they completely forgot that Dio really wanted to kill Loki. Chapter 330. When Loki led the group through a secret passage that led out of Asgard, Dio was confused with Loki's honest behavior. "Here, we are. I think it's about time you release this thing from my neck." "Thor. This guy is useless now, do we have to keep him alive?" But Thor was a kind-hearted man that he always was, and so he spared Loki once more. "No, we can use his trick later while we are fighting against the Dark Elves," Thor said while smirking victoriously. He never thought that day he could successfully control Loki's behavior would come. "That's a shame," Dio said as he retracted his scythe back from Loki's neck. Loki was furious with Dio's behavior, but he couldn't do anything as he knew that Dio would easily beat him in a fight. At the same time on the Dark World, Malekith sensed the ether was coming towards Svartalfheim in speed. He killed a man by his side out of joy that the ether whom he was waiting for so long finally came back to his world. With the ether's power, he would become the greatest being again. After all, he knew that Odin had passed his prime, and Odin's son wasn't as powerful as their father yet. However, Malekith knew that the incoming ether was a trap or something akin to it. There was just no way Odin would let the ether fell back to Svartalfheim's hand once again. Malekith rubbed his face as a reminder that Asgard was truly despicable people. He was burned by Thor's thunder earlier, and now he was disfigured. After a while, Jane was floating in the air while moving toward Malekith's palace. The ether was slowly leaving her body in a red liquid form that was also floating in the air. After the ether completely left her body, she fell to the ground. Thor quickly grabbed her before she could touch the ground, and he immediately fired a thunder strike toward the ether that was trying to gather in one place. Thor was hiding using Loki's trick. He was hidden inside a hole on the ground that was perfectly camouflaged. Dio had told Thor that he had to strike Malekith immediately with the element of surprise. But Thor wasn't listening. He attacked the ether like it would be fragile enough to be destroyed by a mere thunderstrike. Dio felt helpless as Thor had ruined his plan. But the next scene was also quite surprising to Dio as Loki loyally dragged Jane back to the illusion to save her from the incoming danger. The thunder that Thor had released was indeed strong. Malekith himself wasn't fast enough to react to it. And he had to let the thunder cease first before making a move towards the ether. Dio was right once again. After the thunder dissipated, the ether was still floating on the air as if nothing happened. Malekith moved towards the ether and immediately bonded back with it. At the same time, Thor hasn't given up yet and fired a thunderstrike towards Malekith this time. Dio sighed as he knew that Thor's attack wouldn't do anything to Malekith, now that he has bonded back with the ether. Or rather the reality gem. He had the world ready in case things went south. So, Dio immediately activated the world's time stop ability and leaped towards Malekith with Reaper's gaze ready to strike. With one fluid motion, Dio decapitated Malekith's head with ease. No one witnessed this triumphant attack as everyone froze in time. Loki was still looking at the scene with an expectant look on his face. While Jane, Dio, and Crystal were having their own moment. Dio also noticed that Malekith's underlings were rushing from a hidden spot with their guns ready. Dio sighed and resumed the time flow once again. Thor was instantly surprised as he saw Dio suddenly appeared out of thin air. Whereas Malekith was already decapitated near Dio's feet. Thor was confused as he didn't expect Malekith to die just like that. Thor was visibly shaken by Dio's power as he never saw anything like this within the 9 realms before. Thor couldn't fathom the logic behind Dio's power, so he made up his mind to never make an enemy out of Dio as he would never find the way to counter Dio's power. As far as Thor knew, Dio was safely hidden inside Loki's illusion before, and there is no way he could suddenly appear out of thin air like that. With an ability that absurd. Thor knew that he wouldn't stand a single second if he somehow ended up fighting Dio. The Dark Elves that came to fight were also staggered after seeing that their leader was decapitated like that. They clearly didn't want to continue fighting as they know that there was no point in prolonging this anymore. With this kind of mentality, Dio knew that Malekith has been forcing the Dark Elves to fight for him. Chapter 331. As soon as the Dark Elves were about to retreat, Loki jumped out of the hiding spot and started to kill them one by one. Even though Dio knew Loki's intention, he didn't have time to react as he noticed that the ether that has lost its host was trying to possess Dio's body. Thor. Where is that container that you have prepared for ether? Thor, who was surprised by things that happened before his eyes, immediately snapped back to his senses, and took a small capsule-like jar and threw it to Dio. This jar was made specially to contain the ether particles as it couldn't be contained by anything else. This jar had a special black stone on each end that was able to stabilize the ether once it was captured inside. Thor really wanted to destroy the ether, but he knew that he couldn't do that. So the second best option here was to capture it and seal it somewhere safe. But this time, Thor was feeling a little embarrassed as he still had the pride of Asgard and that he still thought that he was superior than Midgardian like Dio. But like a slap on his face, Dio once again stole his enemy with one fell swoop. Thor immediately walked towards Dio to help him contain the ether. But once again, like a hit to his pride, the ether completely ignored him and kept chasing after Dio. Dio was very puzzled this time as he knew that previously on Earth, the ether wanted to possess Crystal's body. And this time it relentlessly chased after Dio. He was very confused regarding ether's randomness. Obviously, Crystal wasn't so far away from him, but it seemed the ether took no interest in Crystal this time. In order to understand the reason behind him being targeted by the ether, Dio deliberately led it towards Crystal, but as if confirming Dio's earlier theory, the ether completely ignored Crystal and Jane. Thor, contain it. I can't get close, Dio said as he threw back the jar container to Thor. Thor nodded and swiftly came between Dio and the ether to contain it. Fortunately, Thor succeeded in one try. But the strange thing happened once again as Dio felt that the ether was somewhat sad that it was contained. Does the Infinity Gem also have an emotion? How can an object have an emotion? This is very strange. I am probably just too tired, Dio said as he shook his head tiredly. On the other side, Thor, who successfully closed the lid on the container, directly squeezed the container and kept it inside his pocket. He wouldn't let his sight off this thing as it kept making trouble for him and Asgard. We made it. Our job is done. Yeah, well, it's good to be done, but it seems your brother has run away once again, Dio said as he was slightly amused by Loki's skill to escape. Thor immediately froze as he has completely forgotten about Loki's presence. Thor immediately looked around and saw that Loki was wiping his dagger after killing a dark elf. But he knew that he was already fooled often enough to trust Loki, and so he threw Mjolnir towards Loki. Unfortunately, the hammer passed through Loki's body, destroying the illusion that Loki created previously. Thor was a little bit disappointed by his brother's action, as he really wanted to believe that Loki has changed. But no, he kept tricking Thor again and again. Thor knew that Odin would be mad for 2 occasions once he got back to Asgard, from directly ignoring the king's decree and releasing a dangerous criminal. Thor sighed as he also knew that he would be cleaning after Loki's mess again in the future. Thor also knew that Loki had someone who helped him for the Battle of New York. There was no way Loki could pull off something like that by himself. Before returning to Asgard, Dio searched the corpses of the Dark Elves and obtained 3 implosion grenades from them. He wanted to try to replicate the Dark Elves' technology on Earth. If it proved to be a challenge, Dio could just come here again and capture the rest of the Dark Elves to make them do what he wanted. This thought brought a new idea to Dio's mind: what if he became the leader of the Dark Elves? After all, they were like a headless chicken right now after the death of Malekith. And so Dio made a mental note to let Odin know that he wanted the Dark Elves later. Otherwise, he knew that Odin would just annihilate them once again. Chapter 332. Dio wasn't in a hurry to save the Dark Elves as he knew that Odin wouldn't attack Svartalheim just yet, and so Dio and the others returned to Asgard with Thor bringing the ether and Malekith's head back. Dio knew that Odin wouldn't be able to stay mad or furious to Thor. As a result, it showed a great conviction. While it may be a problem that Loki has escaped once again, Odin still loved Loki as his own son, so he would probably ignore that problem until Loki make another mess. In the throne room, Dio kept looking at Odin expectantly as the old god has promised to give him what he wanted after all the Dark Elves' trouble has ended. The palace would be in repair until next week. I will also hold a ceremony to celebrate the end of the battle with the Dark Elves that day. Your friend will also receive the highest courtesy from Asgard that day. Odin knows that he is already on the receiving end due to his old age. He honestly didn't know how much longer he could keep this position as the king of Asgard. But he wouldn't give the king's throne to Thor, at least not until Thor learned that a king sometimes had to make a decision that was against their own heart. Odin couldn't help but think that maybe his way of raising Thor was wrong. After some exchange regarding Thor's action and Loki's escape, Thor immediately left the throne room as he knew that he had disappointed his father once again. On the other hand, Dio took a close look at Odin one last time and followed Thor out of the throne room. He was not sure whether Odin that they met this time was the real Odin, or it already was Loki who has transformed himself into Odin. Nonetheless, if something has changed 1 week from now, Dio would know that Loki has taken Odin's place. 1 week passed, and now the time has come for Odin's grand ceremony that would celebrate Asgard's victory over the Dark Elves. The last time this grand festivity was held was when Odin had announced that Thor would become the next king of Asgard a few years ago. That was all before Thor's exile. This time Odin was sure that Thor had all the qualities that he needed to become a king. He has already paved a path that would make it so Thor would become the greatest king that Asgard had. And so, Odin has planned for this grand ceremony to demonstrate Asgard's power to the 9 realms and raise Thor's prestige to the next level. With the achievement of defeating the Dark Elves and saving the 9 realm from Malekith's abominable plan, there was truly nothing that could stop Thor from receiving the prestige that Odin wanted him to have. After all, this was also how Bor, Odin's father, gave Odin the prestige that he had now. He paved Odin's prestige from winning wars against many enemies. There was nothing that could increase one's prestige as effective as winning a war would. The ceremony went very smoothly. Odin was able to list off Thor's achievement in pride, and all the people of Asgard has cheered for Thor in delight. This was all according to Odin's plan. He would like the people of Asgard to see that Thor could become the next king of Asgard. But Thor's personality this time was slightly different than what Dio had known in the movie. Instead of feeling happy from the cheers that everyone had given to him, Thor was still humble and said that none of it would have happened if he didn't receive any help from everyone that equally do their task efficiently. Dio thought that Thor's popularity would have suffered from this act of humility, but no. Thor's prestige had risen through the roof. Clearly, everyone held respect to a humble leader more than a selfish and arrogant leader. If Thor succeeded the throne now, Dio knew that his name would bring another 1,000 years of peace. Next, I want to announce another person that equally shares the same honor that Thor has during the Dark Elves' invasion. He had saved my wife from death like a piece of miracle, and he also played a big part in vanquishing the Dark Elves in Svartalheim. Odin said charismatically. It's your turn. Just do what I did earlier. Dio then realized that he had to deliver a speech. Not a foolish speech that Thor had just done, but something that wouldn't draw too much attention to himself. He showed up onto the stage while slightly nodded his head to the people of Asgard that expectantly waited for him. Now, I introduce you to Dio Brando, a brave man from Midgard. He is Thor's best friend and Asgard's eternal friend. He holds the power of sun and life itself, a living miracle. Listening to Odin's introduction made Dio a little bit embarrassed as his previous plan to not draw any unnecessary attention had failed before it even began. He just had to suck it now as he couldn't possibly take back all of Odin's words. Chapter 333. The highest honor that Asgard gave to a war hero would be a golden sword and a silver badge of an unknown metal that looked very beautiful. But for Dio, these items didn't have any value. It was better to give him a buckload of gold than the sword and shield. Dio had heard that the badge was called the Guardian of Light, and those who held the item could pass through the gate of the 9 realms unimpeded. But that was the thing. Dio didn't need to go to other realms beside Earth, so he didn't have any use for this badge. Although Thor was happy that Dio would become the first non-Asgardian that would receive the badge, Dio didn't share the same feeling. Dio knew that Asgard would soon be destroyed by Thor's sister, Hela, anyway. Hela was a very strong character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. She could destroy Mjolnir with just her grip power, while Thanos had a hard time against it later. In the end, Thor was the one who made the decision that Ragnarok should be initiated and thus dooming Asgard with Hela in it. In fact, Dio himself wouldn't be confident fighting against Hela now as the strongest move that he had was only the world, which had a time-limited ability, the hand which had close range and slow movement. This grand ceremony didn't take too long, as all the rewards were given. It has come to the party event that Odin has catered to hold the festivities of the day. Even though Dio still hasn't got the real reward that he wanted yet. He knew that Odin would give it to him privately. After all, it wouldn't be good for a king to make an exception, even to an outsider. At the very end, Dio knew that Odin didn't lie to him, as he had sent a chunk of URU metal to Dio's quarter. And the person who would also become Dio's guide to where the Pegasus would be. But, because of this, Dio didn't know whether this Odin was a real one or a fake that Loki has created. The plot has been messed up so bad that Dio couldn't tell what will happen next. However, with this reward that he privately asked from Odin before Thor released Loki, Dio had a slight inclination that this Odin was still the real Odin. But as Thor knew that Dio would be brought to the Pegasus's place, he declared that he also wanted to go, but sadly, he was quickly turned down by Odin, as he didn't deem it was necessary for Thor to know where the Pegasus was taken care of. But as soon as Dio followed the man who raised the Pegasus through a teleportation hole, Dio immediately realized that the Pegasus wasn't kept in Asgard at all. The teleportation portal was connected to an entirely different planet. And the number of Pegasus inside this planar wasn't much either. After the death of many Pegasus when the Valkyrie battled against Hela, only 3 Pegasus survived. Dio didn't need to catch a wild Pegasus, as only 3 Pegasus left. Although His Royal Highness has allowed you to take 1 Pegasus away, if you can't get the approval of the Pegasus, I will not allow you to force them to come with you. The keeper said solemnly. Dio was a little bit surprised to see that this keeper was so attached to the Pegasus here, and so with a calm demeanor, Dio asked for the man's name. I honestly don't remember my own name anymore, I've been here for as long as I can remember. Those Pegasus likes to eat green dates, so calling me green dates will do. Listening to the man's word, Dio nodded his head as his way of saying that he understood and walked towards the stable where the man kept all the Pegasus. Dio finally noticed 3 horses with pure white hair. They looked so beautiful as they grazed and ran along the open field. On their side, their wings were folded, as they didn't need to use it on the ground, but sometimes, Dio could see them stretching their wings and showing him the majestic scene as they spread their wings. Dio didn't feel the need to take out the stand arrow so quickly. He decided to approach the Pegasus slowly, as the first thing he wanted to do was make contact with all of them. As Dio was fascinated by the Pegasus in front of him, he failed to see the jealous look on the keeper's face. When Dio was close enough with the Pegasus, they all turned their heads to look at Dio at the same time. The keeper looked at Dio with a smirk on his face, as he knew that this was the telltale that the Pegasus would attack. Dio put another step forward, and the closest Pegasus to Dio immediately raised its 2 front legs, ready to stomp Dio away. The scene was incredible that Dio was completely fascinated by its moves. Dio didn't understand that this move was a warning sign, and so he still moved forward one more time, but the next thing happened was Dio being slammed and bounced back as the Pegasus neighed in anger. Chapter 334. The Pegasus action was very shocking. It seemed that wherever it was, the animal instinct was still the same. The instinct to survive was predominant. Obviously, the Pegasus was a prideful animal, so its strongest instinct was to fight. Dio was kicked and sent back flying. Thankfully, Dio always coated his body with his Hammond energy, so he barely took any damage. It was so unfortunate this majestic creature must face extinction like this just because Odin was jealous and feared Hela's power. Odin imprisoned her on the underworld, and the price from doing so was the annihilation of the Valkyrie army along with the Pegasus. The keeper kept his poker face as to refrain from being rude and offend Dio. Originally, he was supposed to help Dio draw the Pegasus' attention and helped him earn their recognition, but his own feeling conflicted with that. He didn't want to give up the Pegasus, as he has already watched over them ever since they were born. He even abandoned his life in Asgard just to take care of these Pegasus. Because of that, even if that was the order from Odin himself, he couldn't bring himself let them go so easily. He knew that Pegasus was picky when it came to allowing someone rode their back. If they didn't like it, they would throw a temper tantrum that would hurt those who rode them and themselves. As he thought that Dio, who was just kicked by the Pegasus, would give up, he was surprised to see that Dio smirked and once again tried to get close to the Pegasus. Dio couldn't hide his excitement, as he knew that it was his own fault that he got kicked. He ignored the Pegasus warning and kept getting closer. The keeper turned back to his poker face and shook his head in disbelief. He realized Dio was too determined to get one of the Pegasus for himself. Now, he didn't know what to do. He could leave this man alone, but he was sure that Odin would eventually come if the man was too stubborn. But eventually, Dio knew that the man had said that the Pegasus loved green dates so much, and so he asked the keeper on where he could get green dates. They are in the forest around 2 kilometers west of here. The Pegasus love the green dates, but that place is also a territory of the ironback baboons. The baboons are very aggressive, so best of luck to you, the keeper said indifferently. Dio smiled at the man and took 2 empty barrels beside him, and walked westward. The keeper sighed as he didn't want to show Dio the green date's location at first. But he knew that he couldn't completely ignore his king's request. He still must help Dio, but just in the smallest way possible. His goal was to make the Pegasus throw Dio off, but if the Pegasus gave him their recognition, he wouldn't stop it either. It was the same feeling as letting his own daughter marry some man that he barely knew. Dio was walking quite fast, and it didn't take long before he arrived at the forest where the keeper said that he would find the green dates. But Dio was surprised as he didn't see any dates. But instead, it was more like a big green apple or green peach than a green date. Dio, who didn't know whether he was wrong or not, sighed and immediately got ready to get the supposed green dates from the tree. Dio climbed the tree and began to pick the fruit and fill up the barrel that he brought earlier. During the process of filling up the barrel, he couldn't help himself to taste the green dates as he was curious about its taste. Wow, damn! This fruit is sweet, Dio said as he was surprised by how sweet the green dates were. They were full of juice, and besides its sweetness, it also had a strong fragrance that smelt like floral perfume. This fruit was no question a superfruit. No wonder the Pegasus loved them so much. But while Dio was happily filling up his barrel, a sudden strange roar was heard from inside the forest. And suddenly, a group of big baboons surrounded him. One of those baboons was at least 2 meters tall, and the baboon had gray hair in front while iron-black colored hair grew on its back. What the hell, just let me have this fruit. I will get off your land once I am done. But another giant baboon that was at least 3 meters tall came and took Dio's word as a challenge. He roared and rushed towards Dio with the intention to kill. Dio sighed as he realized that nothing was easy. But as he knew that the animal wasn't at fault here, he must hold back to refrain from killing any baboon. Chapter 335. Dio wanted to know how strong this iron-back baboon really was. So he covered himself in Hammond energy and let the baboon attack him. But Dio was immediately surprised as the baboon's attack was fierce enough to make him back away. Not only the baboon was strong enough to chop a tree with their fang, but their attack was coordinated by their leader. This is a sign of intellectual being. Even if the baboons weren't as smart as humans, it has already shown a sign of learning and flexible thinking. After learning the baboon's power, Dio immediately unleashed his own counterattack. He punched and kicked every single one of them until they couldn't fight anymore, but he didn't kill any of them as he already made himself clear that those animals were just defending their turf. After realizing that they didn't have a chance to win, the baboon leader roared frustratedly and charged towards Dio. It didn't know that Dio has been keeping an eye towards him from the beginning. Dio knew that in order to dominate the baboon, he just had to beat the leader. The ironback baboon leader opened its mouth widely to bite off Dio's head, but Dio let it do what he wanted as he just enforced the Hammond energy that he used for defenses. The next thing that happened was a shattering sound came from the leader's mouth as its teeth broke. Dio then grabbed its head and threw it right to the big tree in the forest, destroying several trees in the process. Seeing that their leader was beaten up, the rest of the baboon immediately stood up and ran back to hide in the forest. Dio didn't chase after them as he doesn't find any needs to do that. He immediately returned to his task of collecting the fruits back into the basket to bring it back to the Pegasus. Dio then left after filling up 2 baskets full of fruit. The ironback baboon leader that played dead the entire time immediately stood up as it noticed that Dio had left, and he was safe. But it immediately felt anger welling up as it noticed that the rest of its pack had already run away by themselves, leaving the leader behind. When Dio returned with 2 baskets full of green dates, the keeper's face changed a bit. It was clear that he was surprised that Dio successfully managed to get the green dates himself, but he still had to remain calm. I brought back the green dates from the forest. Now, how can I feed them? Dio could always try to use his golden pet card, but there would be no thrill in that. He had to do this the normal way, not the easy way. The keeper nodded his head in acknowledgement, but he still showed a cold attitude towards Dio. Throw several fruits on the ground near their feet, they would know that it was a gift from you, and if you stand close to me, they will know that you mean no harm and that's it. What you will do after is truly up to your own desire. Dio knew that the keeper's way of talking sounded a bit arrogant and cold. But he didn't mind as he knew that it must be hard to go separate ways with such a majestic creature. So, Dio immediately did what the keeper said and threw several green dates near the Pegasus and stood beside the keeper expectantly. In the beginning, the Pegasus ignored the green dates, but after they looked at the keeper who also ate the green dates that Dio brought back, they began to eat the green dates, although very slowly. Seeing that the atmosphere was eased somehow, Dio approached the Pegasus once more with the green dates in his hands. This was his way of showing that he wanted to get close to the Pegasus. Dio made significant progress as he was finally able to close the distance to 1 meter without the Pegasus making any disapproval look. But he still couldn't go any further as the Pegasus immediately walked away when he got to the 1 meter mark. Dio wanted to ask the keeper again for some tips, but after Dio saw the cold look at the keeper's face, he chose not to. But he didn't want to give up just yet. Dio pulled out his stand arrow and tried to see if any of these Pegasus had any potential to be a stand user, and sure enough, as he pulled the arrow out, it reacted to one Pegasus that kicked him the first time. The strongest and the most majestic-looking one. There was no doubt that this Pegasus was the leader of the Pegasus pack, and then he immediately thought of using the standard pet card that he also got from his draws earlier. Chapter 336. The keeper watched Dio from the fences with his cold eyes. He thought that 1 meter was the best Dio could do now. Unless he helped Dio get close to the Pegasus, Dio would never succeed. Or so he thought. Dio immediately pulled out his standard pet card because he wasn't sure whether the gold one would succeed. However, as soon as he uses the standard pet card, a blue light shone from the Pegasus, and as quick as it came, the blue light dispersed immediately. This was the sign that the card failed. Dio looked at the keeper and noticed that this blue light doesn't bother him, meaning that the keeper couldn't see the blue light at all. So, without hesitation, Dio pulled out the golden pet card. Dio immediately used the card, and a bright golden light shone on the Pegasus. Dio bit his lips in anticipation as he knew that even though this golden pet card was the highest pet card with a great success rate, it still had a chance of failure. Instead of dispersing, this time, the bright golden light dimmed slowly, but his phone hasn't confirmed whether he succeeded or not yet. But Dio knew that he wasn't successful as he couldn't establish the mental link with the Pegasus. Dio smacked his face in frustration as he never thought that taming a Pegasus would be this hard. But as he was ready to give up, he noticed that the Pegasus shows a different attitude than before. It clearly showed interest to Dio now, while it wouldn't even bother to look at Dio's face earlier. Dio was utterly surprised as the Pegasus suddenly walked towards him and bunted its head on Dio's chest and ate the green dates on Dio's hands. Dio was happy with this progress, and he immediately tried to reach out to the Pegasus' head to give it a petting. But the Pegasus immediately looked at Dio's stretched arm. Dio immediately stopped as he didn't want to surprise it, but sighed happily after seeing that the Pegasus didn't seem to mind. Dio was overjoyed to see that he was finally able to pet the Pegasus. However, Dio wasn't the only one who was surprised by this sudden change of behavior. The other 2 Pegasus and the keeper were equally surprised. The 2 Pegasus started to neigh at their leader, who was currently comfortably eating the green dates inside the bucket near Dio, but the leader didn't seem to care. The keeper showed some jealousy as he knew that Dio was halfway done. Now, all that Dio left to do was to establish a connection with the Pegasus and rode on its back. Once it was done, the Pegasus would become Dio's partner for life. But the keeper didn't understand the reason behind the sudden change in the Pegasus' attitude. It took him a long time even for him to get close to the Pegasus. He spent a long time even just to touch its hair. On the other side, Dio, who was still playing with the Pegasus, didn't understand why the Pegasus changed its attitude so suddenly either. The truth was, the standard pet card that Dio used the first time stimulated the Pegasus. So it didn't see Dio as a stranger, while the gold pet card urged the Pegasus to get close to Dio on its own. That was why it showed this kind of closeness to Dio in such a short amount of time. Without knowing why, Dio then pulled the last standard pet card that he had and used it once more to the Pegasus. Once more, the Pegasus was covered in blue light, and instead of dispersing or dimming, this blue light gradually turned white. A success. Dio was surprised that he finally got the Pegasus as a pet. The Pegasus immediately acted like a baby and nuzzled close to Dio. Dio immediately laughed and petted its head playfully. The Pegasus then nudged Dio to ride it, which Dio delightfully did. Once Dio got on its back, it spread its wing widely and started to run and glided. The Pegasus quickly soared into the sky majestically. Dio was happy that he finally experienced something so amazing like this. They circled around the sky, and the Pegasus even showed off its amazing speed to Dio as it flew at high speed through the clouds. The other 2 Pegasus was bewildered, and the keeper was shocked beyond belief. The 2 Pegasus immediately flew on their own to follow their leader, while the keeper, who was still shocked, was left alone on the fences. Although he has already taken care of the Pegasus in a long time, he never could ride on its back and fly like that. He was hurt, no doubt. It was a blow to the keeper's pride. The keeper sighed in defeat and walked back into his wooden house with his lonesome self. At the same time, Dio, who still didn't know the keeper's feeling, was still enjoying himself flying with the 3 Pegasus up in the sky. Chapter 337. When Dio had enough playing with the Pegasus, he came back and saw that the keeper still maintained his poker face as always. "This should do, right?" Dio asked the keeper. The keeper immediately nodded as he knew that there was nothing he could do about it anymore. "As we agreed before, you can take him away," the keeper said indifferently. "Thank you. I will take good care of it. I will come here again if I have the time to let them play again." Did this Pegasus have a name? The keeper was surprised that Dio was asking for the Pegasus name while usually, everyone was content on calling it Pegasus. "No, I am afraid not. I am only the caretaker of these Pegasus. I am not qualified to name them," the keeper said as he smiled slightly at Dio. Dio was silent for a minute as he was thinking of the perfect name for the Pegasus. He thought of the endless journey that he would have with the Pegasus under the light of the 1,000 stars. Dio suddenly thought of the name related to star and found that Galaxy was the most appropriate one. "I will name it Galaxy as I want to explore the entire galaxy with it," Dio said confidently. "Very good name. I know now why it chooses you so quickly." Dio was embarrassed when he heard the keeper's praises, as the truth was he cheated to draw the Pegasus' attention. If it were not for the pet card, the Pegasus would never come to him like this. But before leaving, Dio immediately returned to the forest earlier to take some more green dates for Galaxy to eat later. Dio then tried to put the fruit inside the card and immediately noticed that one card could contain roughly 20 fruits. He quickly filled one deck of cards full of fruit so that Galaxy wouldn't miss it later. If he ran out of green dates, he just had to find another source of food for Galaxy, as he knew that the cosmos was a vast place and so there should be something that the Pegasus would like to eat eventually. Inside the Asgardian palace, Dio rode the Pegasus in pride. Now, all they knew was that the Valkyrie was decimated and with them went the Pegasus. And so, Pegasus become a legend. But today, everyone could see clearly that the outsider was riding on one. Fortunately, this outsider was the one that Odin had awarded the Light of Guardian badge earlier. Otherwise, Dio would have been targeted by the jealous public. When Thor received the news that Dio was back, he quickly brought Jane and Crystal to show them the Pegasus. Pegasus was a symbol of strength. And so, Thor was excited to see that Dio had tamed one for himself. For Asgardian, the Pegasus was a sacred animal. "I never expected to see that the Pegasus took you as its master," Thor said excitedly. "What can I say, my manliness and my handsomeness won it over," Dio said as he smirked to Thor and petted the Pegasus' head. Everyone was shocked as they saw a majestic Pegasus in the outsider's hand, as this was the first time they ever saw a Pegasus since the Valkyries were all gone. They wanted to touch it too, but refrained from doing so as the Pegasus glared on anyone coming close. Dio was in a good mood the entire afternoon. It was cool to have the Pegasus by his side. He sauntered the Pegasus to every corner of the palace like he was bragging to everyone that he had a Pegasus with him. Dio was also excited in the prospect that he could ride the Pegasus anywhere he wanted in the future, while others could only watch from down below jealously. "Crystal, come here. Let me take you into the sky. Don't worry. Galaxy is docile, besides, I am here with you." The Pegasus then sniffed Crystal as it knew that Dio was telling Crystal to come close. In the end, Galaxy approved and licked Crystal's face casually. Crystal was surprised and excitedly climbed to the Pegasus' back with Dio's help. And suddenly, as Dio and Crystal were sitting securely on its back, the Pegasus sped off and flew to the sky. It looked even more majestic in the sky when its wings were fully spread. Chapter 338. In Svartalheim. Galaxy quickly flew off to pursue the running dark elves. They were panicking as they saw that Dio was chasing after them. They know that Dio was the man who killed Malekith before, so they knew that they would not be able to fight Dio even if they wanted to. Dio himself showed no mercy. He swept the Reaper's gaze while flying with Galaxy, killing any dark elves who were unfortunate enough to catch Dio's attention. Seeing that they couldn't escape the Pegasus, the dark elves finally curled up on the ground, waiting for their demise. But as Dio saw that the dark elves had given up, he signaled for Galaxy to come down. "Now, take me to your base or die here," Dio said coldly. "No. Just kill us already. We will not betray our race. They'd rather die there so their race could survive." If they didn't say anything, Asgard would never find their base location, as it was hidden behind the stealth technology that even Heimdall couldn't see through. Dio sighed and killed the dark elves in one fell swoop. At the same time, Thor arrived from above. He saw the gore scene that happened in front of him and didn't say a word about it. He didn't have any pity for these dark elves, who almost took his mother's life. Thor was coming to Dio's side this time to see if Dio wanted any help on dealing with the dark elves. "Now, did you find what you're searching for?" Thor asked curiously. He knew that Dio didn't come there under Odin's order, as Odin didn't seem to care what would happen to the Dark Elves. Yeah, but it sure took some effort. They don't want to talk to me even after I threatened them with death. In the desolate area of the Svartalheim, the last surviving Dark Elves battleship was hidden here. The ship had 100 Dark Elves on board, as this amount was all they needed to continue surviving. The Dark Elves had a long lifespan, but they couldn't reproduce in a normal way. They were a creature born out of darkness, and thus must meet several conditions for it to happen. Malekith has exhausted thousands of years just to prepare 1,000 soldiers. But as the plan to get the ether from Asgard failed, many of that long-cultivated number of Dark Elves died. But unfortunately for them, a thunderstrike appeared right in the front of the battleship. In the name of Thor, son of Odin, I order you to lay down your weapon. Your safety would be guaranteed, and those who resist shall be killed on the spot. The Dark Elves seemed panicked, as they didn't know whether to believe in Thor's word or believe in their ancestors' word that said they should never trust an Asgardian. At the same time, Dio appeared with his Pegasus. I am Dio Brando, a freelancer for the Nine Realms. I am a Midgardian, and I have reached an agreement with Odin that you all will be under my protection if you are willing to follow me. I will provide shelter for you, Dio said as he came down to the ground. The Dark Elves immediately fell into commotion as they became more nervous after what Dio had said. They couldn't believe that someone would do that for them. Dio then gave Thor a look as a signal that it was Thor's time to act. The King of Gods sent me to hear your answer. This Midgardian had performed well and persuaded the king for sparing you. But I really hope that you will reject this offer, Thor said as he slammed Mjolnir to the ground, creating a spark that drew everyone's attention. I am the temporary leader of the Dark Elves. My name is Maepdoff. We don't want to be the enemy of Asgard anymore. In fact, we've already persuaded Malekith to cease his action. But he killed several of us and proceeded with his own plan. Son of Odin, please spare us. We are willing to swear in the name of God of Darkness that we will never do harm to Asgard or the Nine Realms ever again. Dio was speechless, and so he looked at Thor and let him decide. At least. Now they knew that not all Dark Elves yearned for war against Asgard. But since he and Thor started it with a good cop bad cop situation, he had to continue to do so to receive the utmost loyalty from the Dark Elves. Do you want my mercy? You are clearly making a mistake attacking Asgard this time. I will never allow for this kind of action to repeat itself again. At this critical moment, when all the Dark Elves were left looking horrified of their life, Dio came to save the day by stopping Thor. Thor. Odin has left the decision of what to do to these Dark Elves in my hand. I can't tolerate your whimsical act like this. You better leave now, Dio said as he held Thor's shoulder. At the same time, the two of them looked at each other while trying to hold their composure. They know that their acting was so bad that it was hilarious. Chapter 339. After playing along with such an embarrassing act, Thor, who was acting as the villain, left as he kept cursing, but Dio, who stayed on the ground, continued acting like he was the Messiah. You see, I can protect you from the wrath of Asgard. If you promise to follow me, I will make sure that you will eventually get a place that you can finally call home without anyone bugging you, Dio said confidently. What do you need us to do? Maepdoff asked curiously. No. You are clearly taking it wrong. It's not that what I need from you, it's more like what can you give to me? We are not a fighter, but we can give you all of our research so far, Maepdoff said sincerely. Dio knew that this wasn't really the truth, as the Dark Elves were born as a skilled fighter, but it seemed Maepdoff was determined never to fight again. But nonetheless, all that Dio was needed from these Dark Elves was their scientific breakthrough. Dio didn't need the Dark Elves to fight for him, as he could do it himself. Okay, if that is the case, then I promise that you won't have to fight again, and for that, you will have to serve me for 100 years. Within that time, I will provide you asylum, and after that time, you will be free to choose whatever you want to do, Dio said confidently. This was all a promise that could guarantee the Dark Elves' allegiance to him, as Dio knew that the Dark Elves could just revolt if they were too constrained. After all, 100 years was a long time for a human, but a very short time on a longer lifespan creature like Dark Elves. As soon as Dio stopped speaking, the Dark Elves immediately argued Dio's word excitedly. They knew that 100 years was all it took to rebuild themselves a new home, and they also needed protection, as the Dark Elves was one of several races that were being hunted for their unique feature and rarity. Your promise is tempting, but we don't know for sure that you will follow through with this promise after 100 years, Maepdoff said to Dio as the argument with his fellow Dark Elves were done. I know that I can't give you any reassurance, but you don't have any choice, do you? Dio said casually. That was the truth. It was either annihilation from the Asgard or trusting Dio's word. So, after taking a deep breath, Mapedoff raised his hands and knelt on his knees in surrender. We, Dark Elves, agreed to follow you for 100 years that you have promised. Mapedoff said solemnly. The rest of the Dark Elves followed Mapedoff's example and disarmed themselves of any weapon that they had. Dio was very happy that he finally had a group of talented scientists on his hands. He also gave the deputy position to Mapedoff so that he could still lead his Dark Elves brethren to make it easier for Dio. This was also Dio's way of saying that he wouldn't control the Dark Elves too much. Now, the first thing that I need you guys to do is to repair this warship as soon as you can. After that, we will leave this place. Dio said commandingly. Yes, master. Mapedoff said solemnly. No, don't call me master. Just call me, sir. Of course, sir. Mapedoff said as he immediately ordered the Dark Elves to repair the battleship to take off. After giving the order, Dio then returned to Asgard as he waited for the Dark Elves to finish, and in Asgard, Thor was curious and worried about Dio's plan to leave into the vast galaxy. Are you sure you want to do this? Thor asked worriedly. Of course. I am curious about what I can find in this universe. This is a rare opportunity, and don't lie. You have seen what the Dark Elves are capable of. They could be said more advanced than Asgard. Okay. Since you have made up your mind, I will not question your decision any longer. After you leave, I will also return to Earth to take Jane back home. Sure, after all, your father doesn't like the Earthlings that much. But what happened to the ether? It has been sent to the collector in Nowhere. His name is Typhon. He knew that Thanos would show up in Nowhere and wreak havoc there to retrieve the Infinity Stone from the collector's grasp. Fortunately, the collector couldn't be killed by any normal means. He once made a bet with Lady Death and successfully earned immortality as they were banned from death. Chapter 340. There was a place where the various treasures from the entire universe were stored, an excessive amount of rare plants, rare minerals, or a part of some extinct creatures were all collected on the same spot by Typhon. People often came to him in order to seek something that was almost impossible to find in exchange for something unique that could match the price. On a very strange day, the collector house received two very unusual guests. I introduce you to the one and only, the collector, Typhon. The pink maid said emotionless. The collector bowed a little bit as his way of showing his etiquettes. Midgardians, how rare. Typhon said as he observed Dio and Crystal. Dio wasn't surprised that the collector could immediately guess their race just by one look, but the one thing that completely impressed Dio was his wealth. You should have already known why I am here. Dio said as he pulled out a box and put it on the table in front of Typhon. Dio wanted to wander around the universe, but Odin tasked him one last time to deliver ether to the collector himself. Odin also knew that Dio had taken all the remaining Dark Elves under his wings, but still, Odin said nothing. Dio was confused by Odin's behavior, but he knew that Odin would never tell him any of his reasoning. Typhon nodded and put on a white glove as he wanted to open the box. After he opened it and saw the content, he sighed in satisfied expression. I promise you that I will take proper care of it. Typhon said as he smiled at Dio. Dio snorted as he heard Typhon's word as he knew that if Typhon really kept the reality gem securely, Thanos would never be able to snap half the universe out of existence. But to refrain from being rude, Dio smiled as he knew that the reality gem was no longer under his protection. It was Typhon's problem now. Since we're done with our business here, we will leave immediately. Dio said casually. Since you've come all the way here, aren't you interested to see my collection first? I believe that you will find something that might strike your interest. Typhon liked to brag all his collection to anyone that he deemed worthy of seeing them. But for now, Dio didn't see the need to waste his time seeing something that he doesn't need. Sorry, maybe next time. Dio said casually. Of course, but I also took an interest in your collection of Dark Elves. If you are interested, I can find you a good buy next time. Of course. I am still interested in taking one if you are willing to negotiate the price. Typhon said politely with his evil smile. Sorry. They aren't property, and I have no interest in selling them. That is a shame, but if you come across something unusual, you can always come back here again, I will gladly put a price on it. Typhon said politely again. Sure, but I have a question, did you have Yaka metal on you? Dio asked curiously. Of course. After all, the Ravagers frequently made a trade with me. You can trade it with something that strikes my interest. After hearing the Ravager's name, Dio immediately knew that it was Yondu. He was the only Centaurians who wanted to do something like this. What do you want for a change? Dio asked curiously. My maid smelled a Pegasus in you. I would gladly take it off your hands in exchange for some Yaka metals and some other item that's worth more than the Pegasus itself. Tyvan said with a smirk on his face. I am sorry, but it wasn't tradable. Dio said coldly as Galaxy was mentioned. Well, I know that you would reject it, but business is a business, right? It doesn't hurt to offer. But still, I apologize if I pushed too far. Seeing that Tyvan was apologizing, Dio let it go this time. After all, the collector's word made sense. One would never know if there was no question to answer. Can I at least know the name of the Ravagers who made a trade with you? Dio asked curiously. I am afraid that is impossible. I have a reputation to uphold. Selling my customers' personal information would tarnish my reputation immediately. But I can tell you the origin of the Yaka metal itself. It comes from the planet called Centauri 4, or also known as Beta Centauri. This was not the information that Dio considered valuable. He has already known all this information beforehand. But at least Dio had made himself into the collector's good grace. It surely would be helpful in the future. Thank you very much. Dio said sincerely and immediately left the collector's place. The collector himself took the ether to his safest vault and put it on a special pedestal while mumbling that he still had 5 more to go. But what he didn't know was that when he closed the vault, the shake from the vault cracked the ether's jar, and the dark red liquid of the ether leaked out of its container. The pink maid then walked close to the vault, making her the target for the ether's possession, but this time, the ether left a fake reality inside the vault that showed the ether's container was still stable and untouched. Chapter 341. The Dark Elf's battleship looked like a giant cross. It was not great in terms of appearance, but the technologies inside were among the top in the entire universe. The stealth system alone was already the best in the whole universe. It could fool Heimdall's eyes, which could see through everything. Plus, the implosive grenade that they invented was one of the strongest tools that they had. It could literally erase space itself. It really was a pity that their previous leader was too blind of rage and vengeance to even see the worth of his own race. Dio was determined that he would never make the same mistake again. Dio knew that Odin was testing him by sending him to deliver the ether to the collector, and because of that, Dio also tested the Dark Elf's loyalty too. He took Crystal and took his time inside the collector's mansion, but while Dio was there, the Dark Elf still waited for him to return and didn't go off on their own, abandoning Dio and Crystal. Dio knew that this was all because of the mutual trusts between them. He knew that there was no reason for these Dark Elves to go out of their way to escape Dio. To be honest, I am a little bit surprised that you guys didn't run away, Dio said to Mapedoff as he entered the cockpit. I am sorry, sir, but several Dark Elves did have that idea, but I know that we can trust you, so I stayed. Mapedoff said as he bowed his head. Well, I am a little bit disappointed to hear that, although you have pleaded for their protection, I don't want to hear this kind of thing happening again in the future. Understand? Dio said commandingly. Of course. Sir. I will execute them myself if they try to revolt against you. I know that we will end up as black market goods if you aren't here with us. We know that you will definitely give us a home to stay at the end of our 100-year agreement. Mapedoff said confidently. Dio nodded his head in content as he was satisfied by the loyalty that Mapedoff had shown. The Dark Elf still had the hierarchy system to hold, so if Mapedoff, who held the highest authority among the Dark Elves, said something, everyone must follow. I trust you on this. I hope you can live up to your promise. I can protect you from anything, and it may not take 100 years for me to find you a place that you could call home. If we come across a planet that you like later, we will make sure you can use it as your home planet. Dio said sincerely. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, so where is our next destination would be? Mapedoff asked curiously. Centauri 4. Dio said without any hesitation. Mapedoff nodded his head and immediately entered the coordinate for Centauri 4 without any question. Dio was very satisfied by the Dark Elf's performance as he saw that they were efficient. They were not a cruel race like Asgard described them to be. In fact, they were very polite and knowledgeable. It was all because they became the enemy of Asgard for some unknown reason that their reputation was tarnished, and their real personality was hidden through Asgardian's history book. In Dio's eyes, this Dark Elves had the same personality as otaku on Earth. They have never left Svartalfheim in their whole life, and they weren't built for combat as they have focused themselves on advancing their technologies. And so, Dio shook his head as he no longer wanted to delve into Asgard's dark past and chose to bond with Galaxy. At the same time, not too far from the nowhere, 2 Asgardian battleships were floating in space. Sif received Dio's report, so she no longer needed to stay there. Mission completed. Return home immediately. Sif said to the pilot, and they quickly left towards Asgard, leaving Dio to do whatever he wanted. Mapedoff was a little bit surprised to see the two Asgardian battleships not too far from their location. He immediately knew that if they had run away earlier, these Asgardian battleships would have shot them down. The stealth coating that they had on this battleship was no longer efficient against Asgardian as earlier, Dio had told Frigga all about the stealth device that the Dark Elves used. And because of that, Asgard should have already figured out the weakness of the stealth technologies that they had. Chapter 342. In a bar that was situated on an inconspicuous planet, a guy in a leather jacket opened the door and looked around with his eye lenses that looked like the power detector in Dragon Ball. Soon, the man's attention was focused on a humanoid green-skinned man with 8 tentacles instead of hands. Wanted criminal confirmed. Name, Alexei and Warner Brothers are offering 15,000 star coins if he was brought alive, halved if he was brought dead. The man read from the information that his eye lenses captured. The man immediately flipped a card, and suddenly a dark red scythe appeared out of nowhere. Everyone inside the bar was startled and immediately felt scared as the man that was none other than Dio himself was looking very menacing. Small man, do you know whose place is this? Do you really want that trouble? You better not disturb my business. I am here to capture a man with a bounty. At least do it outside. The bartender said annoyedly. He knew that bounty hunter would stop at nothing whenever they went after their target, so the most logical way was to let the bounty hunter get his bounty. However, Dio was not listening to the bartender. He immediately jumped and used the scythe as a pole and drop-kicked the bartender unconscious. The tentacle guy over there, can you come with me? Dio said coldly. Knowing that his identity was revealed, Alexei immediately flipped the table and tried to escape into the back room. But Dio has already checked the bar before entering. He knew that there was no back door there. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Alexei immediately pulled out a gun and shot out an ultrasound wave that made those who were hit went berserk. The people inside the bar, who was affected by the ultrasound from Alexei's gun, immediately got into a brawl with each other. Taking advantage of the chaos, Alexei immediately rushed outside. He immediately tried to check the position of the bounty hunter who was chasing after him, but he lost track of him. He could no longer see the bounty hunter anywhere. Hey, tentacle guy, are you looking for me? Dio said from behind Alexei. Alexei was surprised and immediately bent his tentacle to shoot at his back without having to rotate his body. However, as soon as he did so, his tentacle was cut off from his body. You've already wasted my time. Now, if you want to keep your limb, I suggest you come with me obediently. Dio then immediately threw a small metal ball that immediately expanded and swallowed Alexei whole and then instantly resized back to a small ball. This capture ball was very efficient to capture anyone who tried to run away from him. Okay, I am done for now. Dio said as he tapped his wristband a couple of times, and suddenly, a huge battleship appeared out of nowhere. Dio then got inside the battleship, placed the capture ball inside a safe place, and immediately sat down on the sofa. He has been exploring the space for about 4 months of Earth time. Originally, he wanted to go to Centauri 4 to find a Yaka metal immediately, but he quickly realized that he couldn't do it. There was not enough gas inside the battleship to complete his journey there, and as soon as he wanted to fill up the tank again, another trouble got in his way. Earth money didn't worth anything in space. So, after knowing that he didn't have money, Dio then searched for a job that would give him easy money. He sold a batch of implosion grenade to a small-time collector to fill his gas tank to reach a planet that might have a potential job. He bought some necessary supplies, too, like water and food, including the universal translator that allowed him to talk to any creature in the universe as long as their race's data was recorded inside the small neckband. Not too long after, Dio learned that becoming a bounty hunter was the easiest and the fastest way to earn the money he needed to reach Centauri 4. Despite all the troubles, Dio was having fun. He adapted relatively fast, and the bounty hunting was thrilling as he didn't know what he might see in this vast universe. Chapter 343. After returning to the battleship, Dio left the metal ball in the Dark Elf guard's care as he wanted to take a shower and refreshen himself. Where is Crystal? Dio asked Mapedoff casually. Young Lady Crystal is still resting on her room, sir. Mapedoff said respectfully. Dio frowned a little bit as he noticed that Crystal was taking a nap almost all the time after they took off into space. Dio had asked the Dark Elf doctor to run a diagnostic on her health, and they found nothing abnormal about her state. He guessed that it must be something related to her power. Dio firstly thought that maybe Dark Crystal was trying to take control again, but he didn't see anything out of ordinary happening around him. So, with a sigh, Dio set Crystal's problem aside for now. Okay, so where do we have to deliver the bounty now? Dio asked Mapedoff. One is at Candace Star, the other one is at Jewel Star, and the last one is at Xander. Mapedoff said solemnly. Do we have enough fuel for the trip? Dio asked curiously. Of course, sir. It is enough to reach Xander, but we have to refuel once we're there. We can finally order a saddle for Galaxy in Xander, too. I believe we finally have enough money to order one. Mapedoff said solemnly. Dio nodded and told Mapedoff to go as they didn't have anything else to discuss. Half a month later, the dark battleship hovered above Xander as they couldn't enter Xander with Crystal's strange illness and the Dark Elf's rough appearance. So, Dio rode Galaxy and entered Xander on his own. After landing smoothly at custom, Dio paid a small fee to enter Xander. As the capital for the new Nova Empire, Xander was very popular among so many immigrants of countless races as the Nova Empire was deemed to be fair and never discriminated against any races. As he entered the capital city, Dio noticed that this city was unlike any city on Earth. It was so much cleaner with tall magnificent buildings and large trees with so many flying transportations around. This city was beautiful, and the air was still fresh. Dio had seen so many cities on so many planets, but none of them could be compared to this city. Dio quickly snapped back from his thought as he remembered that he had to deliver his bounty first. He finally found the place in the merchant quarter. Otto Gable. Dio said as he knocked on the door. After a while, an old man opened the door and signaled for Dio to come in. Inside, Dio put the metal ball on the table and suggested the old man check it first. I have captured Alexei for you. Dio said as he smirked casually. The old man immediately checked the content as the metal ball could become transparent to see the content, and as soon as he saw that the person inside was indeed Alexei, the old man smirked and nodded his head to Dio. I am impressed. This man was hard to get by. You are the fourth bounty hunter who has tried, but clearly, you are the only successful one. So, how do you want your money? I can do cash, or I can transfer it to your account. Transfer it to this account. Dio said as he gave the old man a piece of paper that had his account number written on it. A sudden pinging sound was heard after the old man returned from his computer. Dio immediately checked his phone and noticed that it was a transfer notification. The old man has transferred him 1500 stars. Being a bounty hunter wasn't a good job as it wouldn't always pay, the marked target could be already dead, or other bounty hunters might have captured the target first. But for Dio, he knew that this was the best way for him to get money without making too much name for himself. Chapter 344. Old man, this is my first time in Xander. Can you introduce me to a place that I can buy stuff? Go to the broker. If there's something that you want, I believe he should be able to get it for you. Well, thank you, old man. Pleasure doing business with you. Dio then rode Galaxy to the broker that the old man mentioned. He had saved around 50,000 stars, including the transaction earlier, so he had to spend it wisely. Dio finally arrived at the place that the old man mentioned, but Dio frowned as he thought that his day was going to be a bad one as he saw that the broker's place was already closed. But fortunately, the door was suddenly opened as someone left. Dio quickly entered the broker's place as he knew that it might be closed again. Once inside, Dio could see that the place wasn't big but tidy and neat. In the innermost part, Dio saw a long table with a lizard man standing behind it. You are the broker. I am here as Otto Gable said that there is nothing that you can't get. Well, maybe. I don't know what you want just yet, it might be something that I can't get. But sure. Because you are here because of a friend's recommendation, I will give you 10 off for your first order. But Galaxy suddenly showed herself in front of the lizard man as she followed Dio inside, but the lizard man was shocked to see a legendary Pegasus on his establishment. Wait. Is that horse a Pegasus? Dio was displeased that the lizard man showed an extra interest in Galaxy, but as he wanted to make a saddle and body armor for Galaxy, Dio knew that he couldn't hide its identity either way. Yes, she was the reason I have come here in the first place. I need body armor and a saddle for her. The Dark Elves didn't have any ability to create such a complicated battle armor as they were more about researches than crafts. But with Nova Empire's tech, Dio knew that it should be easy for the broker to obtain the body armor that Dio wanted. Are you planning to ride the Pegasus to explore the universe? Although it was an enviable idea, I can't help but think that it's a little bit presumptuous. But, if you want to sell her to me, I can give you a price that would be difficult to refuse. I can guarantee you that I would bid the highest for this Pegasus in the entire Nova Empire. Sorry, Galaxy isn't for sale. Dio said as he remained indifferent to the broker despite the broker looking all excited. Seeing Dio didn't show any change in his expression, the broker felt a little bit of regret that he acted all high and mighty earlier. He couldn't force Dio to sell the Pegasus to him, although he was a bad guy, he still had some rules to follow. Now, after I observe your Pegasus, I've already made a rough sketch about her equipment, and I roughly estimate that you at least need 80,000 stars coin for it. The broker said as he handed Dio his rough sketch. Damn, is it really that expensive? Dio asked curiously. Dio only had around 50,000 stars coin on his account. Furthermore, Dio was a little bit suspicious of the broker as he knew that 100,000 stars coin could buy a small spaceship with 2 cabins. The broker caught Dio's suspecting eye, and he sighed as he knew that he had to explain it all. Now, don't judge me just yet. I assure you that I'm not ripping you off. Following your requirement, the base of your Pegasus armor is a rare metal that was expensive, to begin with. Plus, because of the unusual appearance of a Pegasus, it had to be worked on by the master itself. There was another issue with the oxygen equipment and the pressure and temperature regulator equipment. Those were not cheap. All of that plus my intermediary fee 80,000 stars coin was already a bargain. The broker said as he sighed once more. After Dio listened to the broker's word, he was surprised as he didn't expect his pursuit to perfection would be this expensive. But Dio knew that he couldn't compare Pegasus armor with the metal used to build a spaceship. Pegasus needed a flexible metal and hard enough to hold for impact. If the metal used was the one to make a spaceship, the Pegasus would lose its speed. Dio also knew that despite the material cost and other stuff, the seller himself had to make some profit out of it. But Dio didn't expect the broker's price for his service was that high. He had to think about this for a while. He couldn't just spend all his money in one go like this. Chapter 345. Dio clearly didn't have enough money for now. He had to find a way to make money quickly as he couldn't really stay in one place for too long. So, he left the broker's place, but the broker immediately stopped him once more. I am sorry, but can you tell me your profession? I might have some high-rewarding task for you if you need it. It doesn't matter if you are wanted criminal or anything, customer's discretion is our professional ethics. I am a bounty hunter. I would like to see the task first before I would agree to it. The broker nodded and immediately pulled out a glass scanner and a monitor. The broker asked for Dio to swipe his identity card to the scanner as he needed to know Dio's track record. Dio swiped his bracelet that served as his identity item, and his data immediately showed up on the monitor. The broker was shocked to see that Dio had a 100 success rate on his jobs with only 3 months on his belt. Not only that, but Dio also completed a high-risk bounty that worth above 10,000 star coins. The broker knew that leaving the task to Dio could return as a surprise. He knew that he would have nothing to lose as he has already entrusted this task to several other people. I believe that you have the capability to finish this task. Now, all you need to do is find this thing and bring it back to me. I will pay you 100,000 stars coin for it. The broker said as he handed over a tablet that contained the image of an iron ball with a complicated carving. Dio was surprised as he knew what this iron ball was. This was the shell that housed Power Gem. It seemed this broker was the one who sent Yondu to find this iron ball, and once Star-Lord came to deliver it, the broker informed that Ronan also searched for the ball that made the broker immediately kick Star-Lord out of his establishment. Didn't you have to follow some official process on this bounty hunt? Or is this just your personal request? No, I am just a middleman. The customer wants to avoid unnecessary trouble, and thus he makes it look like it was an illegal bounty. But I can assure you that the reward is real. 100,000 for this? Really? Dio said as he smirked knowingly to the broker. He knew that the collector would pay at least 4 billion stars coin for this power gem. He wanted to refuse the task and find the power gem for himself that he would later sell to the collector. But he immediately remembered that this power gem was also the one thing that kickstarted the entire Guardian of Galaxy team-up. Please trust my credibility for this one. I would never take advantage of my customer. Dio knew better. He knew that the broker must have a better deal than he kept from Dio, but for now, he was interested in Guardian of the Galaxy's progress. And so, he accepted it. Send me the information. But once I brought it back, you better have the money for me. Dio said casually, but he knew that if the broker kicked him out just because the broker learned that Ronan also wanted to have the iron ball himself, Dio clearly wouldn't let the broker get away with it. I am relieved that you agree to take it. The broker said as he immediately sent the information regarding the iron ball's whereabout to the tablet that Dio held. After that, Dio immediately returned to the battleship with Galaxy. For now, he knew that he didn't have to go out of his way to search for the iron ball, as he knew that Star-Lord would bring it there himself. He only had to take advantage of the mess between Star-Lord, Gamora, Rocket Raccoon, and Groot later. After purchasing 10,000 Stark coins worth of gas and resources, Dio frowned a little bit as he now realized although Xander was a beautiful city, the price almost doubled the other places. But everything in Xander was guaranteed to have the best quality out of all places, and so he couldn't complain. After returning to the battleship, Dio ordered several Dark Elves to lay in wait near the broker's place in order to ambush Star-Lord later. He also told the Dark Elves to notify him as soon as they saw a talking raccoon and a walking tree together. Dio knew that if Rocket and Groot were sighted, Peter Quill wouldn't be far behind. As for now, Dio wouldn't sit around doing anything either. He would go and collect some bounty while he waited for the good news from the Dark Elves that he left in Xander. At the same time, the plot played like it was supposed to be. Yondu, who got himself the task to recover the iron ball, ordered a young Earthling that he took as a child to take it for him. Yondu knew that Peter Quill, who gave himself the name of Star-Lord, was a genius in finding things. Peter Quill was the space version of Tony Stark. He was eccentric, playboy, and a huge sarcastic prick. The only thing that made him different from Tony was Peter's love of classical music that his mother left him before she died on Earth. Chapter 346. Dio's battleship slowly descended into a desolate planet. Analyze air composition. Detecting cosmic radiation. Send a search team to find the target location. The Dark Elf operator said hurriedly as he noticed that the planet wasn't safe to inhabit. A few minutes later, a huge amount of data was transferred to Mapdoff, and he immediately sends it over to Dio. But strangely, the planet was rich in oxygen, and there was almost no harmful gas anywhere. So, the desolation of this planet was bizarre. But nonetheless, Dio's task there is to find and rescue a team of scholars who crashed into this planet and has been lost in contact with the Nova Empire ever since. But that was the second mystery that Dio encountered on this planet. Although he found the crashed spacecraft that the scholar used, Dio couldn't find any life signal around them. This is a troublesome request, but he could nail 30,000 stars coin by completing this task. Mr. Dio. Is this mission dangerous? Danger always exists, Crystal. They always come the more we don't expect them. But what happened? You're rarely awake these days. I don't really know, Mr. Dio. But after I wake up, I felt something bad coming, and now, the feeling was stronger than before. Dio was surprised upon hearing Crystal's word, and so he asked what Crystal meant by that urgently. This planet is dangerous, Mr. Dio. I feel nervous just by looking at it. Dio then heightened his awareness as he knew that Crystal wasn't joking around. Dio had thought that maybe Crystal has woken up because her power had manifested once again. And this time it was a warning for the dangerous situation that she was about to get into. At the same time, the Dark Elves that Dio had dispatched to search for the scholar group found something and immediately reported back to Dio. They had found a scholar in the middle of a meadow, who was still alive according to the heat signal that the Dark Elves provided. But as he looked closely into the live feed that the Dark Elves provided, he noticed that something wasn't right. Sir. Do we order the search team to rescue the survivor immediately? It seems we got company not too far from here. Mapdoff asked solemnly. Dio realized that with this kind of reward money, there must be many more bounty hunters who were trying to complete this request. No. Order them to return to the ship immediately. Let the newcomer save the survivor first. We must go up into the atmosphere a little bit, let them see that we will not stop them if they come close to the survivor. Dio wasn't sure of everything this planet has shown to him this far. Plus, Crystal's warning really bothered him. Dio also noticed that the scholar who was still alive in the middle of a meadow just now didn't have any weapon or any basic survival equipment on him. There was no way the scholar could stay alive on his own without having anything like that. Because of this thought, Dio realized that the survivor must have been a trap. The Dark Elves obeyed Dio's command and pulled up to the sky. The rest of the Dark Elves who flew around with a mini spacecraft also returned to the battleship as soon as they heard that Dio gave the order to return immediately. Not too long after that, Dio saw that many spaceships of different variety approached the survivor's spot. Many of them chose to leave the ship, fully prepared for a battle. But the problem was they didn't know what they were up against. Dio also noticed that the people who got off their ship just now suddenly argued as they wanted to rescue the survivor themselves. Everyone. Since no one's willing to back down from saving that survivor, how about we settle things in the right way? A tall buff red woman with a tail on her back said to all the bounty hunters that argued. Her suggestion is to have one representative of each team to fight it out, and the final victor should take the survivor for themselves. I agree. That way, we will save ourselves some time. Everyone on the scene immediately nodded as they agreed to it. Before we begin, I suggest that people with a medical background check on our survivor's condition. It would be a shame if he died while we're still duking it out, trying to find who is worthy of completing the mission. The Red Woman said confidently. A medic from each team immediately nodded and rushed towards the scholar while carrying a bag of medical equipment and medicinal items. Chapter 347. The scholar was lying on the ground, waiting for rescue. The goddess were famous scholars that were known for their adventurous nature. Once the medic got close to the scholar, they found that the scholar was delirious and mumbling something confusing. There was a giant. The scholar said, but he never looked at the medic even once. It was like the scholar was under some sort of trance. This was a trap. Macrophages are here. The medic seemed to know what the scholar was talking about and stepped back in horror. But it was already too late. The ground shook under the medic's feet, and suddenly a huge mouth appeared from the ground below, grinding the soil with its huge teeth. The medics and the scholar were immediately swallowed and grinded by the huge teeth. It's an adult macrophage worm. Everyone, get ready to fight. A huge worm immediately came out from the ground and rushed towards the group of bounty hunters earlier with its hideous mouth full of teeth ready to grind everyone. None of them ever expected to encounter this monster on this planet. It was so big that it was already within the 500 meters radius from the group of bounty hunters. No one really knew how long Macrophage's worm could grow. Fire! Kill it! The war was immediately covered with bullet holes, green mucus-like blood spurted all over the place, but fortunately, it wasn't corrosive. Otherwise, everyone would have been dead. After that, a loud explosion was heard as the Red Woman earlier fired a huge cannon towards the worm. The worm now had a big hole on its body. The Red Woman was also pushed back from the recoil of the huge cannon, making her unable to shoot in succession. Even Dio, who was observing the fight from a safe distance on the planet's atmosphere, was shocked to see the Red Woman's firepower. Keep bombarding it. Don't let it run. The bounty hunters immediately threw every grenade that they had and successfully blew the worms in two. What a shit day. The blue-skinned man said as he kicked the worm's mouth. Idiots. Get away from it. The Red Woman shouted. But it was all too late. The worm's mouth suddenly moved and grinded the blue-skinned man alive. This Macrophage's worm could still move on instinct after a certain period, even if they were dead. This was also the reason why the Macrophage's worm was classified as a dangerous alpha class. As soon as they ceased their attack on the dead worm, none of them was in the mood to finish the mission anymore. Most of them immediately returned to their ships to leave this planet for good, but several people were trying their luck whether they could find some evidence to prove all scholars were dead. But the ground shook once again. Be careful, it was more than one macrophage here. A man said, but unfortunately for him, the worm appeared right under his feet. The man was killed instantly as the worm grinded him alive. Without the man shouting, giving everyone a warning, everyone has already noticed that there were more macrophage worms there. The people near the first worm scattered as they know that they were too distracted to fight back, but unfortunately for them, a dozen more worms popped out of the ground and began sweeping everyone on the ground into their mouth. The unluckiest of them were those who were hiding inside their ships were also killed by the worms that swallowed the ship whole. After seeing the horrible scene, Dio's face frowned. He never expected those worms would have such a high intelligence. It was clear that the worms used the scholar as bait, and judging from the place they emerged from the ground, it was clear that these worms have already targeted the ships that landed on the ground too. But as Dio observed once again, he could see that a red figure was still fighting during chaos. Chapter 348. The red figure finally started running as the place that she previously stood was now covered with so many angry worms. She could no longer hold her huge cannon as it dislocated her shoulders because of constant use. But the next scene came as a surprise to Dio as he saw that the worms that rushed towards the Red Woman suddenly changed direction, ignoring the Red Woman alone. Dio then realized that the worms had higher intelligence than he first thought, and therefore, he immediately knew that even though he was up high in the sky, there was no guarantee that he was safe. I will go with the galaxy. Immediately bring the ship higher as soon as the rest of the search and rescue team return. Mapdoff immediately nodded his head as he understood what Dio was worrying about. Mapdoff immediately brought the ship higher, but suddenly the ship shook as a loud bang was heard. Sir! The macrophages were preventing the ship from gaining altitude. We can't get away. Dio cursed loudly as he never expected such a risky enemy would appear in a 30,000 stars coin mission. Turn on all the thruster. Don't mind the fuel this time, we must get away at all costs. I will try to kill the worms hanging on to us. Inside the ship, Crystal looked at the retreating figure as she became more anxious. Although the macrophages were a huge problem, they were not the source of her worry. Dio rode on Galaxy's back with Reaper's gaze in hand. He knew that he couldn't fight on land as the ground became his blind spot. But if he fought in the open air, he didn't have any blind spot at all. Plus, Galaxy's flying speed was so fast that there was no way the macrophage's worm could catch up. Dio then coated the Reaper's gaze with his Hammond energy so that it could cut through the macrophage's worm's thick skin. With Galaxy's speed and Reaper's gaze's sharpness, Dio cut the worms in half. The Dark Elf's battleship immediately rose as Mapdoff didn't want the macrophages to grab onto the ship again. He even activated the ship's stealth ability to ensure that the macrophages couldn't find the ship anymore. Suddenly, another macrophage's worm stretched out towards the battleship that hasn't completely disappeared yet, but the worm couldn't reach the ship as it was already too high. Furthermore, Dio also slashed the incoming worms in the mouth to block it from coming any higher. This sudden attack by the macrophage's worm scared everyone on the ship. Mapdoff instantly ordered the pilot to fly even higher, and once they were at 3 kilometers high. Mapdoff sighed in relief as he knew that the macrophage's worm couldn't reach them with that height. Now, all he had to do was to wait for Dio's return. Dio was shocked to see that the worm's level of intelligence. It wouldn't attack a ship that high if it didn't have any mind to make that strategy. Dio sighed as he knew that he will have to deal with these annoying creatures now. Dio saw another macrophage emerged from the ground once more, but this time, it was toward himself. Dio sighed and threw one of the implosion grenades into the worm's mouth, and after a while, it imploded, destroying the worm's mouth into dust. Dio now knew why the planet was deserted even though it was suitable for living. It was simply because this planet has already become the macrophage worm's nest. There was nothing that these beasts couldn't eat, leaving no other room for another species to live there. The macrophage worm on its own was clearly an alpha threat beast, but if it was a nest we're talking about, it became an omega threat. A threat was so dangerous that it was considered a special case. A planet with a macrophage nest couldn't be used anymore. Thankfully, the macrophage didn't have the ability to traverse the universe. It must be brought in by something else. The usual case was that the egg of a macrophage was brought inside a spaceship inadvertently, and thus released once the ship boarded into another planet. If the macrophage's worm could traverse the universe on their own, they would become the biggest threat the entire universe would experience. For now, Dio didn't know how long this planet has been occupied by the macrophage worm, but it really seemed that they've already occupied this planet for a long time since it was impossible for them to have this kind of number in a short amount of time. Chapter 349. Just as Dio thought that he should leave this planet for good, another macrophage broke through the ground and rushed towards him. Fortunately, Galaxy could avoid the worm's charge with ease. Dio sighed and threw another implosion grenade at this worm as he knew that the worm would target him relentlessly. The implosion killed the worm in an instant. As its body collapsed after some parts were missing due to the implosion, Galaxy dodged the worm's splattered blood beautifully. Dio felt satisfied as he used all the material that he bought earlier on Xander to make this implosion grenade. As far as Dio knew, he was the only one in the universe who had the technology to create this implosion grenade. He hasn't seen anyone who could create anything like this. Dio even made a small improvement to the grenade itself, where if somebody tried to disassemble the grenade in order to find out how to make it, the grenade would trigger, and the implosion would happen. Dio, who still flew with Galaxy, looked down and saw that the ground was already covered by the worms. It was a really horrifying and disgusting scene. But nonetheless, it was just a worm. So, if he maintained his altitude, it wouldn't be able to reach. Dio realized that he could order the black battleship to fire on the worm, but it would be a waste of resources. This time, Dio was ready to leave this planet, but he hesitated once again. He knew that the mission wasn't done yet. If he left like this, he wouldn't get anything, plus his perfect mission completion record would also be broken. But the only problem was that the reward for this mission wasn't worth the risk at all. So, he immediately contacted Mapdoff and told him to follow Dio, but the ship should stay on the same altitude as before. He wanted to see if there was anything that he could grab as proof that all of the scholars have been annihilated. Dio saw that the ground where the scholar was used as a bait by the worms earlier was already back to normal. He occasionally saw a few small worms grinding a weapon or a piece of metal that didn't belong to this planet. This was also one of the macrophage's abilities as it could restore the ground that it destroyed back to its former state. Dio finally saw that a red figure was lying on the ground where the scholar was seen earlier. Dio instantly knew that the red woman was used to become the next bait for the worm's prey. Dio saw that she didn't have any equipment left in her hands, as her hands itself were twisted, obviously dislocated from her fight against the worm earlier. Dio looked away as he didn't have any reason to save her. And that was where he saw something that made him smirk joyfully. Dio saw a piece of horn that clearly didn't belong to the previous bounty hunters. This meant that it was something that belonged to the previous scholar. Furthermore, the horn was lodged on the dead worm's teeth, and so, it was clear that it would be easy to take. If he got this horn, combined with the video that he recorded earlier, the mission would be complete. Although the reward wasn't worth the risk, it was still a huge reward. It could pay off for the resources that he burned here at the very least. Moreover, he could complain to the client and ask for readjustment for the reward too. But as he now was talking about profit, Dio looked at the red woman again. Dio then ordered Galaxy to fly close to the ground and told her to fly away as soon as there was any movement on the ground. Galaxy immediately neighed in approval of Dio's order, and soon, she flew close to the red woman. "Hey! I will save you if you pay me 100,000 stars coin." The universe was vast, people died every second, so there was no need to think highly of some stranger. If he didn't get any benefit here, he wouldn't risk his life to save this woman. "I don't have that much money. All my wealth has been grinded to a pulp by these stupid beasts. But I still have 10,000 stars coin in my account, I can give it all to you and raise some money to pay my debt in the future," the red woman said confidently. Dio was taken aback by the red woman's honesty, and that alone encouraged Dio to save her. After thinking for a while, Dio knew that an extra 10,000 stars coin profit wouldn't hurt anybody. Chapter 350. Dio nodded to the red woman as his way to say that he agreed to the red woman's proposal. Galaxy immediately swept down, and Dio killed 2 small macrophages worms that were eating a metal junk near the red woman. Then Dio immediately flew toward the huge dead macrophages that were in possession of the horn earlier and took the horn in one single swoop. But the ground immediately shook, and Galaxy flew higher in response to avoid the incoming giant macrophages worm that came out of it. The red woman was looking desperate as she could sense the worms moved under the ground below her. She felt frustrated as she felt that she still had a chance to survive if the man earlier saved her immediately instead of negotiating the price first. But now that she was at death's door like this, strangely enough, she didn't resent the man for bailing on her like that. The only thing that she regretted was that she could no longer explore the universe as she knew that there were so many things that she hasn't seen yet. But from the corner of her eye, she saw the man earlier came flying towards her. "Stop! Don't come near me. There is another worm lying in ambush below me." Dio was startled to see that the woman was honest enough to warn him like that. He knew that the woman has already given up on being saved because of that, but Dio has not given up just yet. He was determined to get the extra star coins that the red woman has promised. If the red woman didn't warn him just now, Dio might be caught off guard when he saw the worm emerged beneath her, but now that Dio knew that a worm was lying in ambush there, he wouldn't fall for that trap. "Go. I am beyond help now." "Shut up, woman," Dio said annoyedly. The red woman was startled and fell silent as a result. But, as she did so, she could feel the ground beneath her vibrate. When Dio picked her up and about to fly away, the macrophages worm instantly popped out. At the same moment, Dio realized that Galaxy wouldn't be able to escape the macrophages worm fast enough. The red woman looked horrified as she looked at the approaching worm's grinding teeth. But as she looked at the man's face, she wondered why the man still looked confident in the face of a mortal danger like this. She even wondered why this man was adamant in saving her just for a measly amount of star coins. For Dio, this worm wasn't really a problem at all. He immediately summoned the world and stopped the time. Everything immediately stopped to a standstill under the world's power, and because of that, what danger could Dio face? What trap could lie in wait for him? None. Dio then spun his Reaper's gaze and chopped the macrophage worm into bits. 3 seconds passed, and Dio snapped his finger, restoring the flow of time once again. Everything back to how it was before, except for the macrophage worm. It was already destroyed into bits below them. The red woman was clearly disturbed as she didn't understand how the worm died just like that. Galaxy successfully carried Dio and the red woman out of the danger zone, while the red woman was still left wondering about Dio's ability. She didn't see Dio move at all, so what happened? But as she looked around, she finally noticed that the scythe that Dio held was different from before. It was covered with too many green fluids that obviously was the blood of the worms. Because of that, she concluded that the man had the power of the old gods. The power of time manipulation, or space manipulation, or something like that. There was no doubt in her mind that the person who saved her was a very powerful man. She thought back earlier when the man told her to shut up and realized that the worm was no different than a worm that people use to fish for the man. At this moment, the red woman looked at Dio with extreme admiration on her face. But, the ground on the whole planet began to shake tremendously. Dio was confused by what was happening, but the next scene clearly shocked him to the core. Thousands of macrophages worms emerged from the ground, like a flood. Dio immediately sensed the danger that he was in right now, so he ordered Galaxy to rush towards the dark battleship in the fastest way the Pegasus could fly. Chapter 351. Dio finally reached the battleship safely. Everyone inside the ship sighed in relief as they saw that Dio has finally returned. Let's go. We must leave this place quickly. I have a bad feeling about this. Dio said to Mapedoff worriedly. The medical team immediately carried the red woman to the medical bay as she was bleeding in several spots while Dio was still instructing Mapedoff to fly away as fast as possible. Right now, the planet was swarmed with the macrophage worm. There was no ground that wasn't covered with the worms. Dio realized that his action earlier has caused huge trouble now. So, the dark battleship immediately moved to get out of the planet. But at the same time, the planet began to shake heavily, and the ground began to collapse like it would be destroyed. Dio could feel the vibration even though he was high up in the sky. Dio was confused by what was happening. He immediately realized that the way the ground collapsed was the same as what he saw before. Turn off the invisibility tech. Load all energy into overdrive. We have to get away from here. Mapedoff immediately nodded and obeyed what Dio just told him to do. Because of Dio's quick thinking, they successfully got out of the planet, but Dio knew that he burned an unnecessary amount of fuel just to get out of that planet. But as they were sighing in relief, an indescribably huge macrophage worm emerged from the huge hole in the middle of the planet. It was obvious if Dio didn't instruct Mapedoff to get away earlier, they would have been swallowed by that king macrophage. Even if they were already in space and far from the planet, they could see the contour on the gigantic worm's body. They all saw the planet shook violently as the huge worm moved from side to side. Nobody could imagine just how big the macrophage king really was as it was only its head that came out of the ground. This time, Dio immediately realized what Crystal meant by saying that the planet was dangerous. This planet was the home of the macrophages worms king that would easily eat the entire planet easily. Dio sighed in relief that he successfully escaped the danger in the nick of time. The mission would have been failed no matter what, but fortunately, he could make some extra money despite the danger he went through. Sir, where do we go from here? Mapedoff asked respectfully. To Xander. We don't have to go anywhere else for a while. Dio said as he slouched down in the captain's seat. He didn't have enough fuel to work with anymore, so he decided to take a break in Xander while waiting for the Guardian of the Galaxy to come. After all, he could see the exhaustion on the face of everyone on the ship. The nerve-wracking scene on the previous planet must have caught up to them now. Just as the battleship set sail towards Xander, Dio looked at the planet once more and saw that the macrophage king slowly submerged back into the ground. He saw that the ground itself slowly returned to normal. The scene was so wacky that Dio had to do a double take on what he was seeing. Fortunately for Dio, he has already recorded everything that happened there. Now, he had to get the star coins from the red woman as he wouldn't take it kindly if she lied to him. So, Dio ordered a dark elf to summon the red woman to the cockpit. The red woman quickly changed her clothes with the clothes that the dark elf has prepared for her, and she immediately went to the cockpit, like the dark elf had told her to. Her medical check showed a positive result, as no macrophage egg was found inside her body. After she arrived at the cockpit, she showed a courtesy of her people. She bowed in one knee and offered her bracelet for Dio to take. Dio nodded and took the bracelet from her hand, and swiped it to the tablet in his hands. Her information immediately popped up. Dio saw that she had roughly 1300 stars coin, just like what she said earlier. Dio immediately transferred all of it without shame and threw the bracelet back to the red woman. Now, you are clear to go. I will drop you off in Xander later. No. I am sorry. But we from the Red Star race held true to our promises above all else. You clearly said that you would save me for 100 stars coin, and now, I only gave you 10 of the amount you said earlier. Although I have nothing now. I can work for you until my debt is paid off. The red woman said confidently. Dio was confused. He obviously couldn't reject her offer as she was determined to serve him, but to be honest, he didn't mind. Obviously. She was one of the elite warriors in the entire races, but compared to Dio's ability, she was still far from exceptional. Chapter 352. Dio once again stepped his feet on Xander's soil. This time, he must have an official statement regarding the mission earlier. It was clear that the reward was too small for a mission of that scale. And he had to ask whoever gave the mission to cancel the mission. So that his mission completion rate didn't fall just because of this one mission. And so, Dio took the matter to the hand of Bounty Hunter Union under Nova Empire's control. He took the red woman who he learned was named Red Rose, with him as Crystal was already back to sleep. "Boss, won't we be in trouble if we report the task publisher to the Bounty Hunter Union?" Red Rose said worriedly. Although she was a warrior, Dio knew that she wasn't dumb at all. She knew that if the discussion with the Bounty Hunter Union went south later, the task publisher could make them the new bounty hunter target under a false accusation. But for Dio, none of this was a problem. He didn't care about how much influence someone possessed. If they chose to make an enemy out of Dio, he would gladly kill them. Dio didn't even acknowledge Nova Empire as a nation that must be feared. After all, the only one that Dio had to be careful of right now was only Thanos. That man had an influence as well as power. "No, none of it mattered to me. But you can walk around, for now, maybe get something to eat while you're waiting for me to return." Red Rose gritted her teeth as she knew that she had no choice here. It was better for her to walk in with Dio than let him go alone. After all, she has promised to always support Dio no matter what the situation was. "Hello, this is Bounty Hunter Union Xander Division. Is there anything that I can help you with? I am here to hand over the mission," Dio said as he took out the horn that he got earlier. He also handed over his bracelet as the bracelet was the same as the ID card used in space. The staff immediately scanned both Dio's bracelet and the horn that Dio gave. This is indeed an item that was used by one of the scholars. The information was accurate, but according to the request, you have to hand over a certain information before you could finish this mission properly. Dio took out a large transparent plate that was a recording platform that he used to record the situation on the macrophage planet earlier. "That's the recording that my crew took while we are at the mission's planet. It should be enough information there. But I need to get the task publisher on trial. The mission's description is incomplete, and because of that, so many bounty hunters died on that planet. I hope the Union can give me a satisfying solution regarding this matter." The staff was taken aback by Dio's sudden change of attitude, so he immediately checked the content of the recording that Dio has handed over. After watching all of it, the staff was horrified. She has never seen anything like this before. "I understand, I will immediately report this finding to my superior. We will check on the authenticity of this recording, and once it was done, if this information is valid, we will increase the mission reward and put the task publisher on the blacklist," the staff said hurriedly as she left Dio on the room. After a few minutes of waiting, a woman came graciously to the room. "I am the minister of the task here in the Nova Empire, you can call me Nova. I heard that you are demanding a trial for your task publisher," she said graciously. "Yes, I've already put down the information needed in the recording earlier," Dio said coldly. She nodded and walked into the computer to see Dio's recording. After the video ended, Nova was horrified herself. A planet occupied by the macrophage worms, she said to herself in her shocked state. She now realized that the mission clearly didn't suit its rank that was judged as a C-class mission. This was more like an S-class mission, or probably a special class. It looked like this task publisher was deliberately feeding a bunch of bounty hunter to the macrophage worms. "I understand. Your reward would be readjusted after I held a meeting to review this case. The task publisher would also be sanctioned according to our rules. I will personally make sure this kind of deception would never happen again," Nova said angrily. She knew that if she couldn't handle this case properly, things might take a worse turn later. After all, from the record, more than 100 bounty hunters have fallen victim to this mission. This was also the Union's fault for not keeping track of the strange record regarding the mission. Hopefully, we can reach an agreement soon. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to tell you that Red Rose was the only survivor of her crew. She has worked hard on her crew's well-being, and now that they are dead, I hope the Union can somehow compensate her on that," Dio said coldly. "I understand, I will report it in the meeting, and I also hope we can come up with a solution to this problem soon. I will make sure that everyone was compensated for this incident. But surely, I wish that this kind of information doesn't spread to the outside world," Nova said as he took a deep look into Dio's eyes. Chapter 353. Before walking out of the Bounty Hunter Union, Dio envisioned the worst possible outcome where the Union was in cahoot with the task publisher, and thus the Union would try to shut Dio's mouth before he could talk about this problem. But this was all just Dio's own imagination, but if it came to it, Dio just had to take the Union down. Report, Captain. We found a trace of Zenhoberry's race nearby. Dio knew that Peter Quill wouldn't be far behind. Dio knew that Gamora was here to ambush Peter, as Dio was also doing the same thing. She wanted to give the Iron Orb to Thanos, while Dio simply wanted money out of it. Dio immediately checked the bounty hunter network, as he knew that Peter should be in the system thanks to betraying Yondu. Peter Quill, also known as Star-Lord. Status: wanted alive. Reward: 40,000 stars coin. Publisher: The Ravagers, Yondu Udonta. Requirement: captured alive, missing some limbs is allowed. Dio smirked as he found Peter's bounty mission. The Guardian of Galaxy plotline has begun. He immediately rented a room to stay nearby the marketplace, where Peter would come to hand over the mission himself. Because of that, Dio sent Red Rose to the battleship, as it was easier for him to work alone now. Dio extended his stay on Xander for a couple of days in pretense to make sure that his ship was all repaired and worked normally. The next day, the Dark Elf spy that Dio had stationed in several places around Xander reported back to Dio that they found Rocket Raccoon and Groot. But their Star-Lord was still nowhere to be found. It wasn't until the third day that Dio finally found Peter strolling lightly near the government building. "Hey, Peter," Dio said to draw Peter's attention. "Have we met before?" Peter said, as he was confused to see a man that he never saw before calling his name. Dio smirked, as he already knew Peter's character for a long time, but clearly, Peter never saw him before. "Listen. If you want my signature, you will have to wait. I have things to do first. We can go to a pub after that. How does that sound?" "Good. That was a good offer, but I am here to cash in your 40,000 bounties. So, I will give you a chance to run." "Oh, wow, I never saw that coming. CK, you better walk away now." Dio sighed and closed his distance with Peter almost instantly and shock him with Red Hot Chili Peppers' power. Peter never had a chance to shoot, as Dio was as fast as lightning itself. Peter immediately fell to the ground as he was tasered. Dio had made sure that he wouldn't cause any permanent damage to Peter, and made sure that the electricity that he used to shock Peter was only enough to make him faint. Dio then put Peter outside of the broker's place while making sure that he tied up Peter's hand and feet. Dio also took the Iron Orb from Peter's possession and took away his weapons too. Dio then immediately entered the broker's shop, as he knew that he had to be quick. He had to get things done before Gamora, Groot, and Rocket arrived at the scene. "Hey, I am here to hand over the mission," Dio said to the broker as soon as he entered the broker's shop. "Well, look at that. Looks like giving that mission to you was the right choice. Now, I would like to be paid in cash," Dio said as he smirked to the broker, as he knew that the Iron Orb was the real one. The broker didn't seem to mind, and he immediately put 10 golden coins on the table, where each coin represented 10,000 stars coin. "Pleasure doing business with you," Dio said as he put the coins inside one of his playing cards. But Dio knew that the broker wouldn't keep the Iron Orb for long. "You know, I am a little bit upset here. You never told me that the mission was a high-risk mission." "What do you mean?" "It was supposed to be a high difficulty, as you have to find it yourself without a sufficient amount of information, not a high-risk one." "Well, that is true, but apparently, Ronan is also looking for this item. I had to deal with several of his men on the planet where I found this orb." "Ronan. Shit. Take it away with you. I don't want to get involved with Ronan." "What? Why are you so afraid of Ronan? Are you mad? He is a maniac. He was furious about the peace treaty that the Kree Empire made with Nova Empire. He was willing to do anything to break that treaty." "What? So, what do you want me to do with this thing?" "Do whatever you want with it. But make sure to take it far away from here." Dio then left the broker's shop with a big smile on his face. Chapter 354. Before Dio left the broker's shop, he still found it in him to threaten the scared lizard man a little bit. "You know, I can't do that. This is your request. Now that I have returned it here, this thing is useless to me. If you hand it over to me, then you are basically shoving the danger that comes along with it to me. I'll give you 10,000 stars coin, but you must leave with this thing and never come here again," the broker said nervously. "I don't think 10,000 stars coin is worth the danger," Dio said coldly. 20,000 then, you are the one who brought this thing here, so you deal with it," the broker said nervously. "No. Give me 100,000 stars coin, and I assure you Ronan would never look your way. After all, you're the one who provides this task. Did you not care if I ruin your reputation later?" No one will ever accept your task again. The broker was regretting he ever released the task now. If he would have known Ronan was also looking for the orb, he would never interfere with it. That is my last offer. Think of it like this, you want me to get rid of something that could get anyone killed with so little amount of money. So, if I said no here, I think you will be in a lot of trouble. You are pushing it here. The broker said, feeling annoyed that Dio was really pushing it now. Don't you dare to make me look like the bad guy here. You are the one who sent me on this mission, now here I am, bringing what you want. And now you're telling me there is someone really dangerous wanting this shit and suddenly, you don't want it and give it back to me to dispose of. You are clearly trying to get me killed here. Dio's word really hit the broker hard. He knew that whatever he said from this point would be his fault. So, he sighed and agreed to Dio's request. Okay. I'll find someone to make your Pegasus's armor later. I still have the data that I got earlier. I'll make the armor free instead. How about this instead of star coins? I promise everything will suit your request. Dio was amused as he knew that the Pegasus armor worth equal to 100,000 stars coin, but the most important thing that Dio realized was the fact that the broker didn't want to lose money, no matter what. But this deal was acceptable as he needed the armor too. If the armor disappointed him later, Dio could always complain. Okay, we got ourselves a deal. Dio said casually. I will need a week to prepare the armor, you can come again after that to take the armor. The broker said worriedly. No, make it 5 days. I'll send someone later to pick it up, but for now, I will leave. Don't try to fool me, you know the consequences. You demon. I hope this is the last time we met. Dio didn't bother to say anything else as he immediately left the broker's shop looking smug. He didn't care about the broker as he knew that he could always deal somewhere else. Dio knew that in the future, the broker would deny him access to any of his mission. As he stepped outside, he noticed that Gamora has waited for him. He also noticed Rocket and Groot to the side, but he couldn't find Peter's whereabouts. Hey there. Are you waiting for me, or are you waiting for this thing? Gamora's attitude changed as she saw the iron orb and immediately rushed towards Dio to get her hands on the orb. Wow, easy there. Was Thanos the one who taught you to steal someone else's property right under their nose? Who are you? Gamora said annoyedly. As soon as she heard Thanos' name, she knew that the man in front of her wasn't any ordinary bounty hunter. Me, I am just your regular jolly bounty hunter. I still have to sell this thing for profit, I hope that you don't mind. He was amused at Gamora's expression as he knew that Gamora was thinking about defecting from Thanos' side now. Chapter 355. Have you seen this guy coming here? Raccoon said as he showed Dio Peter's photo. No. This man is a bounty hunter. I saw he was captured by that guy earlier. Rocket and Groot immediately attacked Dio without hesitation. They wanted to get Peter's bounty, although they didn't know whether the woman was telling the truth or not. They knew that Gamora was not a bounty hunter from the way she fought and that alone assured them that she wasn't a business rival. Dio sighed as their attack hit his Hammond shield, but clearly, it didn't have enough power to penetrate his shield. That's it. I've had enough. Rocker immediately pulled out his shotgun and immediately shot Dio, while Groot sneakily moved toward Dio's blind spot and immediately extended his arm to grab Dio. But Dio already saw it all. He pulled Gamora's body, using her as a shield against Rocket's gun. Dio then threw Gamora toward Rocket as he knew that Gamora should have fainted. At the same time, Dio roundhouse kicked Groot's extended arm back to the side. Their fight was witnessed by a lot of people. More and more people came to watch what was happening. But, Dio saw that Gamora was standing up again. It seemed the shock from the gun wasn't enough to put her down for a while. Dio wanted to spar with Guardian of Galaxy's members some more, but as he saw that the Galactic Enforcer was already coming his way, he had to finish this as soon as possible. So, he summoned his 2 ice stands and immediately turned his surrounding into ice. He successfully froze Gamora, Groot, and Rocket completely. He knew that it wouldn't be enough to kill any of them, but at least they would suffer the damage when they were thawed off from their frozen state. Dio then immediately walked into the crowds, blending in and disappearing easily. Not long after that, Nova Squadron came and used their gravity gun to capture Gamora, Groot, and Rocket. They were annoyed as they knew that Groot and Rocket were repeat offenders, while Gamora was the princess of Thanos. On the other side, Dio ordered the rest of the Dark Elves who were observing the place to return to the battleship with Peter in tow. Knew that the Dark Elves should have captured Peter once again as they knew that Dio had no intention to let Peter go. Get some water to wake him up. Dio said to Mapedoff as they reached the battleship. Mapedoff nodded and brought a glass of cold water that he immediately poured on Peter. Peter was shocked as the cold water hit his body. Man! I know that you are a fan of mine, but do you have to kidnap me like this? I will give you my signature if that is what you want. Peter said with his sarcastic remark. Dio knew that this was just Peter's way to keep himself calm, but Dio was already bored of Peter's antic. Well, how should I put it, you are already worth 40,000 stars coin. Why would I let you go if you are already worth that much? Motherfucker. It was Yondu, wasn't it? Fuck. You don't think the Ravager would actually pay you, right? You know that there is no way they would lose money just to get me. I already knew that much. They are after the Iron Orb, aren't they? Then why are you doing this? You know that guy was the one who kidnapped me from the Earth. He always threatens to eat me. If he knows that I no longer have the Iron Orb with me anymore, they will immediately turn their attention to you. Believe me, when I said this, we are better off selling the Iron Orb than dealing with the Ravagers. Okay, that's a good idea. Do you have any place to sell this stupid ball? Dio said casually. I do. We can share the money, just the two of us. 50-50. No. How about 60-40? You 40 and I 60. You can't do that. Peter said annoyedly. Dio said casually. You need me to sell that orb, you know. Peter said, trying to argue. 20-80 then. Dio said amusedly. Alright, fine. We will do 60-40. You piece of shit. Well, you better watch out. I can always just give you back to Yondu if I feel like it. Dio's word immediately silenced Peter as he really didn't want to get back to the Ravagers anytime soon. Chapter 356. On one of Saturn's satellite, Dio rendezvoused with the Ravagers as they've already agreed to meet there. The dark battleship smoothly landed on the rocky soil while the Ravagers were already laying in wait. The dark battleship's door immediately opened, and 50 or so dark elves came out and neatly stepped aside while Dio walked out with Peter Quill in tow. Red Rose also came out to Peter's side, making sure that he wouldn't do anything behind Dio's back. The Ravagers were shocked to see that the one who successfully captured Peter looked so powerful. The tension on the place immediately rose as the Ravagers felt threatened by Dio's crew. They were unsure about how the situation would turn out as they knew that Yondu wouldn't pay them a single star coin. Brave of you coming here. Yondu said coldly. I am just delivering the bounty. Now I am expecting my money. Well, I never think anyone can actually catch this slime. But a deal is a deal. Here you go. Dio then told Red Rose to take it while bringing Peter to the middle. Throughout the process, nobody dared do anything stupid as the atmosphere was so tense. Red Rose took the 40,000 stars coin and left Peter in the middle. Peter was nervous as he didn't understand anything that was happening right now. 1 second, Dio agreed with his plan to sell the Iron Orb, but in the end, he still dragged Peter back to the hand of the Ravagers. The Cosmic Orb isn't with me. They took it away. Yondu immediately told one of his Ravagers to check on Peter's belonging, and sure enough, they didn't find the orb. Now, can you please give me what you took away from that boy? That is the belonging you got there. What? Your request was only to bring him in. I've never heard that whatever he brought with him would be yours too. If you are in my position, would you give it away? Of course not. Yondu said as he smiled at Dio. Dio nodded and immediately turned away as he wanted to leave that place. But as he did so, a familiar whistle was heard. Dio smirked once again as he knew that Yondu was activating his signature arrow. Dio turned around, and as the arrow flew towards him, he caught it in the middle of the air. Thank you for your gift. Dio said as he held the arrow in his hand and smirked at Yondu. Yondu was shocked to see his arrow was caught so easily like that. This was the first time that a scene like this happened. What did you just say? Yondu said, trying to maintain his cool. I said thank you for giving me your signature arrow. Dio said as he burst out laughing. Yondu immediately waved his hands, and the entire Ravagers immediately pulled out their gun as they were ready to shoot Dio. Dio was happy to see the scene in front of him. The reason he came there was not to earn the extra 40,000 stars coin, but to provoke Yondu so he could get his Yaka arrow. Dio immediately threw some implosion grenade towards the Ravagers, successfully killing several of them with one grenade. Then Dio stood in the middle while inspecting the Yaka arrow in his hand. The Ravagers were still shooting at him, but sadly, none of them could penetrate Dio's Hammond shield. At the same time, Yondu finally had enough. He was frustrated to see no bullet could kill the man in the middle right now. Who is that guy? Yondu asked as he pulled Peter to his side. He is a bounty hunter. I don't really know how he could deflect all those bullets. Yondu was furious. No bounty hunter should have that kind of discipline and power. He believed the man was someone very important. Plus, the grenade that the man threw was something out of this world. It could be said a mini black hole in a can. Stop. Cease fire. We surrender, you won. Chapter 357. Tie everyone up and put them on the ship. Put several men to fly their ship. It was impossible to grab this Yaka arrow mid-flight, but for Dio, who used Hammond energy, that was nothing but child's play. Yaka metal had a unique feature that allowed it to establish a connection with its wielder once it was forged into a weapon. The wielder could then control the weapon with sound. And that was why Yondu always whistled as he controlled the arrow. The fin on Yondu's head was used to amplify the connection between him and the arrow so that he could use it from the further range. Upon his return to the dark battleship, Mapdoff immediately prepared for takeoff while the entire Ravagers fleet followed close behind. The Ravagers themselves were imprisoned inside the dark battleship, while Yondu got somewhat special treatment. Dio put him on a cell on his own, so he could talk with him. You know, it would be a hassle to find you if you didn't issue the bounty. Dio said casually. What do you want? Yondu said coldly as he didn't understand Dio's intention by capturing him like this. Don't worry, I didn't have any qualms with you or your Ravagers crew, I just want a Yaka medal for myself. Believe me, I will set you free and give you back your ship as long as you give me one. Yondu seemed surprised and immediately burst out laughing after hearing Dio's demand. What are you laughing for? Dio said, slightly offended. Too bad for you, the Yaka arrow that you took earlier was my last Yaka medal. I don't have any more in reserve, and I can't get any more of it. You are from Alpha Centauri, right? Yaka metal was a special mineral found on your planet, and you sold it to someone, isn't that right? Who told you that? Was it the collector? Did he also tell you that Alpha Centauri has already become a dead star? Indeed. I brought many Yaka metals from my planet in order to escape death. But I've already sold it all as I still want to survive in this vast universe. So. This is my last statement for you. I don't have a single piece left of that damned Yaka metal except for the one arrow you took earlier. Dio calmly calculated his move. If Yondu were telling the truth, then going to Alpha Centauri itself would be useless. He could ask for the collector's help, but he knew that he would have to pay so much higher for that. He could sell the power gem to the collector in exchange for the Yaka metal, but knowing the price for the power gem, it would be overkill. So, you are saying the collector was the only one to have this Yaka metal of yours? Dio asked curiously. If you dare go back to my planet, I would say you can have a whole lot more, but I wouldn't recommend that. Yondu said casually. So basically, you are useless to me now. Dio said as he sighed disappointedly. Dio left Yondu's cell looking dejected as ever. Sir, where to now? Mapdoff asked as he appeared near Dio. Go back to Xander for now. Then we go back to nowhere after. Meanwhile, several people broke out of the Nova Empire's prison led by none other than the Rocket Raccoon. He escaped with Groot, Gamora, and their new friend Drax. In order to make sure the power gem didn't fall to Thanos' hand, Gamora had to make sure Ronan never got the power gem. And with that in mind, Gamora made sure Rocket knew that he could sell the Iron Orb for 4 million stars. That was why Rocket agreed with helping Gamora escape and search the orb. As for Drax, he didn't care about the money. All he wanted was revenge towards Ronan, as Drax believed Ronan was the one who killed his family. Where are we going to find that bastard now? Rocket asked curiously. I think we need to go to the real buyer for the power gem. It was clear that the broker already rejected the orb as it was connected to Ronan. Yeah, so, I still need a coordinate. Raccoon said sarcastically. Who in the universe has 4 million to spare just like that? I know several people were rich enough, but the only one that I can think of is only one person. The collector. It's gotta be him. It was great to have a location, but have you already thought about a way to actually take the orb from that person? The last time we fought against him, we got our ass handed to us. Rocket said angrily. He was still grumpy about their loss to Dio earlier, as he knew that Dio beat them so easily that it was embarrassing. Chapter 358. Nowhere. A planet that was initially a skull of a dead celestial. It wasn't until a few hundred years ago that Tannelir Tyvan turned the skull into his home base by selling the tissue sample of the dead celestials into the black market. Until this day, Tgthegood, or best known as the Collector, routinely inspected all his treasures and controlled the black market from behind the curtain. Why is this place still dusty? Clean it up now. Karina immediately nodded her head and proceeded to clean up the place. The Collector shook his head and left her alone, not knowing that the pink-skinned maid has had enough of Tgthegood's arrogance. After such a long time, Dio finally returned to nowhere, but this place still looked the same. Dio used Knum so the Collector won't recognize him. Dio immediately left the battleship in order to negotiate with Tgthegood, but as soon as he closed into Tgthegood's place, Dio realized that there were a lot of people following him, so he stopped and investigated his surroundings. Those people immediately showed themselves while looking at Dio coldly. Dio was curious about on whose order did these people move. But he noticed the men stood around nervously like they had some information about Dio's power. Not attacking me yet? Dio said tauntingly. Dio then assumed that those men's purpose was to halt his movement, so he immediately attacked them without mercy as he knew that he could spare several men to guide him to their client later. Dio then pulled out the Reaper's Gaze from his deck of cards to attack. You picked the wrong opponent. Dio said as he started to slice the men in two. Just as the chaos broke out, Gamora and the others laid in wait in a nearby corner. This was the way they came up with to try and get the orb for themselves. Gamora has spread out a word that said to capture a stranger that comes toward Tgthegood's place, and if they managed to capture the target, she promised 100 stars for them. That was why these men were desperate to stand in Dio's way. Gamora and the other sighed in relief as they saw there were a lot of people who went after the target. They saw that the man easily killed the people they contracted. But in the end, he was alone against so many people. There was no way one man could defeat almost the entire Nowhere. This is too much. Dio said as he summoned White Album and Horus. The enemy suddenly clad in white skeleton-like armor, surprising everyone. But the next scene easily made everyone who saw it shit their pants. Dio immediately covered Reaper's Gaze with his Hammond energy, and thus the Reaper's Gaze immediately became bigger. And with Horus's ability, Dio created a huge ice spear around him. Dio immediately danced around the battlefield, splitting men in two and impaling several with his ice spear. Everyone who saw the scene was immediately stricken by fear. They couldn't move from their spot and simply wait for their death in Dio's hand. After Dio was done, the people that he didn't attack fell on their knees with their eyes filled with terror. The way that Dio killed so many people in such a short amount of time was brutal. Although he moved elegantly, the result was still brutal. Some of the men were panicking and ran away from the vicinity as they didn't want to lose their head just yet. There was no way they would take the risk of losing their lives just for 100 stars coin. Not only that, but they would never able to capture such a monster, to begin with. But several men still had their hopes up. That guy is a close combat fighter. Keep your distance and bombard him with a long-range weapon and keep your distance. The rest of the men immediately nodded in fear and did what the man said. They pulled out their gun and started to shoot at Dio's feet and arms. They were still adamant in keeping Dio alive since their mission needed them to capture the man alive. Dio shook his head as he knew that the men were too naive to think that such a half-assed attack would work against him. Chapter 359. Dio knew that it would be too boring if he used to stand to kill off all these mobs, so he kept dancing around the field, splitting any aliens he saw in two with his oversized scythe. The armor that the enemy used didn't give any resistance at all, as the scythe was too sharp. If killing could become an art, Dio would become the Da Vinci of killing art. In a short amount of time, Dio had taken 200 life easily. With the power of Hammond energy, everything is so easy. Those who didn't run before tried to escape now as they knew that they couldn't do anything to the man. They questioned everything on their mind. Was it worth it to get 100 stars coin with the risk of dying like this? On the other hand, Gamora and the others looked at the gory scene with a horrified look on their face. They were shocked to see the man dealt with countless people with ease like that. She believed even Ronan wouldn't be able to do that. Gamora began to wonder if this monster of a man would go up and challenge Thanos, her father. What would happen? They are all dead. What are we supposed to do now? My advice, whatever the plan is, it is not worth it to go against that guy, he said nervously. Gamora and the others turned their head to look at each other and nodded in silence. Let's go, Gamora said as she led the rest of the Guardian of the Galaxy back to the ship. But they didn't know that Dio saw them. But he decided not to do anything as the Guardian of the Galaxy was a part of something bigger later. As the enemies have already fallen, Dio immediately put back his scythe inside his deck of cards and continued walking towards Tgthegood's mansion. He knew that no one could blame him for killing that many people in a short amount of time like this, as this place was one of the lawless zones on the universe. For instance, if he killed the collector right now, he would instantly become the master of nowhere. But Dio saw that several men were coming towards him once again. Clearly, this new group of people was desperate enough to earn money that they still approached Dio even after he killed so many people earlier. So, Dio sighed and pulled out his scythe once more to use the ultimate attack. The Reaper's Gaze's property had the power to charge up kinetic energy, much like Black Panther's suit. So, Dio swung the scythe in one powerful stroke, and a powerful energy beam was shot out from the scythe. A half-moon-looking energy beam cut through the incoming enemy easily and cut through the entire building across the street. There is no one left standing on their feet after witnessing the attack, and of course, no enemy left. More than 500 people were killed today. Unfortunately, they were dead because they went against Dio. If they chose to ignore Dio after he showed his capabilities earlier, they would be alive by now. Dio shook his head as he looked over the pile of dead bodies on the street. It was unfortunate for whoever stuck with cleaning this place up. It would not be easy to clean the bloodstain that literally splattered everywhere. But Dio knew that it wasn't his problem. So, he kept walking towards Tgthegood's place like nothing ever happened. As Dio neared Tgthegood's mansion, several beggars immediately rushed towards the pile of dead bodies and started to strip them of their belongings. After all, the dead wouldn't have any use of those anymore. The beggars only left the body behind as they also stripped the corpse out of their clothes. For the beggars, everything was useful, no matter how dirty it was. It could be said that Dio has helped these beggars to get rich in one night. Because of that, the beggars wondered if the killer would come again to kill soon, or perhaps the killer could kill Tgthegood for them. Chapter 360. Whatever happened inside nowhere, the collector knew. That was why he was shocked to see an unknown man killing so many of his people over some worthless mission. But he was surprised to see that the man was walking toward his door of all place. I am Tgthegood, the master of nowhere. Welcome to my mansion. Dio was a little bit surprised to see the collector himself was the one to open the door instead of his maid like last time. But he quickly shoved it off as maybe the collector was the closest to the door. I am just an ordinary bounty hunter, and I've heard that you are looking for this orb in exchange for 4 million stars in the black market recently. Dio said as he pulled out the iron orb from a card. Dio saw the excitement in Tgthegood's eyes and smirked as he knew that Tgthegood wanted this orb so badly. With all due respect, you are definitely a great bounty hunter. I will verify it immediately, and you will get what you want soon. Tgthegood said excitedly. He then took the orb from the table and put it inside a special machine that immediately rotated the ball in such a way that it immediately opened. My new friend, did you know how this universe was made? This universe was made after the previous universe exploded, creating a big bang strong enough to start a new life. There is nothing left from the previous universe, except for 6 stones imbued with the universe's power itself. Power, mind, soul, time, space, and reality. With this stone, the Celestial carved the infinity gem that each one of it could destroy the entire planet. It's so beautiful. Tgthegood said as he looked at the gem with an obsessed look on his eyes. I don't care, where is my money? Dio said with a bored expression. Tgthegood immediately snapped back to reality and looked over to Dio again. Right, so, how would you like to be paid? Tgthegood asked curiously. Cash, it was better that way. Dio said with no hesitation at all. Dio knew that a transaction with the collector must be conducted carefully. He couldn't rush it as Tgthegood was as sly as a fox. Thanks to Knum, Tgthegood didn't know that he was doing a transaction with the Midgardian that he met back then. He never knew that Dio had planned everything in his head. He would leave this power gem in Tgthegood's care until Ronan came to collect it. He would then retrieve back the power gem from Ronan, and he would be getting 4 million stars without losing anything. Tgthegood then came back to Dio with 40 brown-colored bars that Dio immediately realized that each bar represented 100,000 stars coin. Dio smirked since he would become rich overnight. With this much money, Dio would be able to build his own base somewhere in this universe. Although he really missed Earth right now, it was far more profitable to open a business on the universe than on Earth. But he would go back to Earth again sometime soon. Pleasure doing business with you, Dio said as he put all the brown bar inside a card. Dio then immediately left Tgthegood's mansion and immediately walked into a corner to transform into someone else, immediately ditching the appearance that he got earlier. He even came prepared with another set of clothes to make it harder for those who have been following him to notice him in the crowd. You lost him? Gamora asked furiously. Well, I don't know what that guy did, but he walked into a dead end and simply vanished into thin air. Rocket said frustratedly. Well, we have to catch him to get the money and the information about the orb. Gamora said angrily. Do you think I don't know that? I've already searched for him inside the casino, and I didn't see him anywhere there. Gamora frowned as her plan failed again. If the orb was already in Tyvan's hands, then there was no way she could take it by force. Even if Ronan tracked back the orb to Tyvan, Gamora didn't even think the blue giant would be able to take it. With that in mind, Gamora made another plan. This time, he was planning to kill Ronan with the help of Tyvan's army later. Now, Gamora must find a way to convince Rocket and the others about her plan. Chapter 361. Surely, Ronan caught the news about the orb being in the collector's possession, and in no time, he arrived at nowhere to get it himself. Many people thought that Ronan was mad because not many people dared to attack Nowhere as it had massive firepower backing it. But Ronan didn't care. All he wanted was to get his hands on the power gem. Anything else didn't matter to him right now. Attack that place. Kill everyone that tried to get in our way. I want Tyvan to crawl his way for mercy. Ronan's army immediately obeyed and swarmed Nowhere, attacking anything that moved. Taneleer Tyvan was surprised by Ronan's attack. He had so many leisure days that he never expected someone would actually attack his base like this. But he wasn't deterred by it. In fact, he always lived on a constant worry that he might get backstabbed every day. He immediately commanded his commanders to counterattack. Thus many battleships flew from Nowhere to intercept Ronan's attack. Tyvan has promised a lot of money to everyone who helped to repel Ronan's army, as Tyvan only trusted that a person would work best in the face of a huge amount of money. But the people were willing to help Tyvan because so many of them have considered Nowhere to be their home. So, they were fighting against Ronan's army out of anger because Ronan has attacked their home. Even Dio was surprised by Ronan's attack as he knew that in the movie that he watched, Ronan was supposed to get into Nowhere without any crude attack like this. But he also knew that in the movie, Tyvan's mansion was supposed to be destroyed because the pink maid who served Tyvan held the power gem without knowing that it would create a powerful backlash that would destroy her along with Tyvan's mansion. In due time, Ronan finally landed and walked out of his battleship. However, as soon as he walked out of his battleship, he was immediately intercepted by Drax, who came out of nowhere. Gamora and Rocket, who saw the scene, were shocked to see Drax has already dragged himself in front of Ronan without them realizing. I am starting to regret taking this guy with us. Rocket said as he rubbed his eyes in annoyance. I am Groot. Groot said in agreement. Then Rocket, Gamora, and Groot saw that Ronan immediately slapped Drax right in the face, throwing Drax to the side like a rag doll. What do we do now? Do we help him? No, I think it's better if we stick to the plan. We have to save the people that couldn't fight first and slip into Tyvan's mansion and steal the orb for ourselves. I am Groot. Groot said excitedly. They immediately left to do their task while leaving Drax to deal with Ronan himself. At the same time, Tyvan immediately went outside confidently, and as soon as he did, many soldiers handling an anti-air weapon arrived in front of his mansion. With a wave of his hand, the soldier immediately shot the anti-air missile, and the sky was covered with an explosion in an instant. Ronan, however, was already close by. Tyvan. You took something that should have been mine. Hand it over so we can stop this nonsense. Are you dreaming? Why would I do that? Taneleer Tyvan. You are looking at your death. I will raise your mansion with your stupid collection to the ground. You are the first one after a long time who dared talk to me like this. I would like to see what you can really do to obtain such an item from me. The collector that had a financial power in the entire galaxy knew that he could buy as many soldiers as he wanted for his cause, and thus he never showed fear for anyone. Seeing that he was taunted to attack, Ronan immediately roared. Tyvan. I will personally take your head for my personal collection. Ronan said furiously as he ordered his soldiers to attack Tyvan's mansion. Nebula then came from the sky while holding Ronan's warhammer with her. She then handed it over to Ronan while she pulled out her own gun to fight off Tyvan's army. Ronan and Nebula were very powerful characters, and thus Dio wasn't surprised to see they easily handled Tyvan's army in a short amount of time. After all, even though Tyvan could pay so many soldiers to fight for him, he couldn't by quality. However, Gamora, Groot, and Rocket, who were waiting for Ronan to let his guard down, immediately attacked Ronan. Gamora jumped straight at Nebula, causing her to miss her shot and dragged down to the ground, while Groot and Rocket were trying their best to kill Ronan. Chapter 362. Dio was still observing the battle from afar as he deemed that he didn't need to intervene, at least not yet. He wanted to let the scene develop first, and only once he was sure of the result, enter the battlefield. Everything was already going like the plot should be. Gamora already got Nebula under control. While Groot and Rocket only bought time and tried to block off Ronan's path instead of fighting him head-on. Groot then trapped Nebula inside his root to open a space for Gamora to help others. Finally, Rocket hit Ronan's hand with his powerful freeze gun, causing Ronan to drop his hammer, but at the same time, Drax came out of nowhere. "I want my revenge." Drax immediately shouted as he ran toward Ronan with his dagger. Ronan immediately dodged Drax's attack and elbowed Drax in the chest and threw him to the wall. Then Ronan grabbed Drax's head and slammed him to the ground. As a result, Drax lost his consciousness. From this battle, it could be proven that Ronan was one of the best fighters on the universe as he could deal with Drax so easily. "I don't remember killing your family or even meeting you, but if you insist on continuing, I will kill you," Ronan said coldly to Drax. After Ronan dealt with Drax, Tyvan's soldier felt unsure of their possibility to win against Ronan as they knew that Drax was a hailed fighter of the galaxy. Ronan then picked up his warhammer once again and walked towards Groot. "Groot, run!" Rocket said as he continued to bombard Ronan with his guns to draw Ronan's attention from Groot, but Ronan has activated a barrier that bounced every bullet from him. Groot wasn't stupid enough to keep standing there while Ronan was walking closer to him, so he abandoned Nebula and ran towards safety. As she was released, Nebula immediately stared Gamora down. "You have betrayed Father. I will kill you for that," Nebula said confidently. "You know that once Thanos gets his hands on this power gem, he will be unstoppable. He will kill us all if he gets the gem. No. You will be the only one who is going to die." Meanwhile, Ronan didn't care about Nebula or Gamora as he walked towards Tyvan's mansion without hesitation. Like earlier, Ronan wouldn't care about others' well-being as long as he got the power gem. He has planned everything. After he got the power gem, he would immediately destroy Xander and the Nova Empire. After that, he would immediately deal with Thanos, as Ronan knew that Thanos was a danger to his exploit. "Fire!" Ronan shouted, and as soon as he did so, a bunch of cannons on his battleship started firing, causing heavy destruction on Nowhere's infrastructure. So many troops from Tyvan's side were killed or heavily injured from these cannon barrage. Tyvan gritted his teeth in annoyance as he found it irritating that his troops were so weak. He immediately pulled out a cane from a box and immediately slammed the cane down to the ground. Suddenly, a gray light appeared from the ground, enveloping his mansion completely. Apparently, this gray light was a barrier. Ronan immediately told his troop to fire the cannon towards the mansion. And this time, the cannon barrage couldn't destroy anything as it was blocked by the barrier. Ronan gritted his teeth as he knew that this barrier would be annoying to deal with. Tyvan laughed at Ronan from inside the barrier as he knew that the blue giant was frustrated right now, but he also noticed that several of his soldiers knocked on the barrier as they wanted to enter the barrier for their protection too. But Tyvan just looked at them indifferently and left. He didn't care about the soldiers' well-being in the first place, so he didn't have any compassion for them. "I will kill you. Bastard. Too bad for you. I already gave you a chance to leave peacefully, now, you have successfully made me angry." Tyvan smirked as he knew that Ronan would never be able to penetrate this barrier without knowing its weakness. The only way that the barrier could be destroyed without deactivating it was to exhaust its energy. But to do so, Ronan would have to waste a lot of resources. Ronan gritted his teeth in frustration. He seemed to realize that he has underestimated Tyvan's power. Chapter 363. Just as Nowhere was in a state of chaos, Karina, the pink maid, who was still trapped inside Tyvan's most precious collection, opened her eyes. She was exuding dark red energy particles that melted everything around her. Like a person in a trance. Karina then absorbed back the energy that was leaking out of her body. After all of the dark red energy was absorbed, Karina walked out of the collection room with a smile on her face while her eyes were still in dark red color. Although Tyvan hated Karina's clumsy nature, he knew that Karina would have no place to run and no place to return to, so he gave Karina all the keys to his mansion so she could clean his collections thoroughly. But apparently, that was a mistake. Karina walked around the mansion, opening doors that she knew housed a powerful artifact, taking the jar filled with the ether and the orb that housed the power gem with her in the process. 6 infinity gems, and now I have 2 of them. No one in the universe will be able to stop me. She immediately realized that she had made a huge mistake. As soon as she held the power gem in her hand, one by one, her vein turned purple. She screamed as she felt immense pain as soon as she held the power gem. But instead of exploding like what happened at the original plot, the ether particle, or rather the reality gem, showed itself and tried to help Karina to control the power gem. It was extremely painful for Karina as the power gem started to break her body down, but the reality gem tried to hold her body together. Karina then tried to control the ether to compress the power gem force inside her body forcibly, but she immediately knew that she made an even bigger mistake. As soon as she forced the ether to compress the power gem energy, it rebounded. Her body immediately shone in purple color, ready to explode. Karina eventually exploded, taking the whole collection with her. The ether particle that also dispersed from the explosion slowly regenerated and escaped through the sewer as it didn't care what happened to the power gem. A few minutes before the explosion, Tgthegood was surprised to notice that the silent alarm that he had installed in the collection room where he kept the infinity gem was triggered. He was absolutely confused about how somebody could get into his mansion without him knowing. "You are good. Now, as you already have what you want, get out of my territory." "Tgthegood, are you messing with me? Don't think a mere barrier like this could stop me from crushing you." Tgthegood was taken aback by Ronan's confusing words. He began to wonder who else dared to steal from him other than Ronan. But he immediately remembered that he left his maid alone in the mansion, which meant the maid could do so with ease. With a worried look, Tgthegood immediately turned around and started running towards his mansion, but as soon as he got close, a purple light shone through countless windows of his mansion, and it all exploded. Tgthegood roared as he knew his entire collection was burned to the ground, and now, even his barrier was exposed. Tgthegood's eyes were red with rage. He wanted to know who is the one that destroyed his entire life collection like this, but he couldn't see anyone that was unharmed from the explosion inside his ruined mansion. Dio, who was observing the battle from the sideline, was also surprised to see the explosion inside Tgthegood's mansion. Dio knew that this was not Ronan's doing, as Ronan would never use explosion like this. Ronan was more of a power struggle kind of guy. But then Dio remembered the scene where Tgthegood's maid was trying to take the power gem in the movie. The maid ended up exploding, and the aftermath was exactly like the scene that Dio was seeing in front of him right now. Dio looked at the aftermath in awe as he now understood how powerful the power gem really was. But Dio was suddenly reminded by his need of the Yaka metal that was in Tgthegood's possession. He nervously wondered whether the metal survived the powerful explosion or not. Chapter 364. The explosion caught everyone off guard. Even Ronan, who was trying so hard to pierce Tgthegood's barrier, was speechless as he looked at the fire that was dancing where Tgthegood's mansion was supposed to be. Ronan immediately realized that the situation was bad. He had a bad feeling from the explosion that happened just now. Ronan knew that someone else must be targeting the power gem, and that was how this explosion occurred. Ronan then immediately gathered his men and immediately checked the situation inside Tgthegood's mansion. He immediately cleared the rubble as he tried to find the power gem. Tgthegood, who was still in a state of shock, immediately realized that he had to do the same thing. But because he was late in assembling his men, by the time he gathered his men and walked over to his ruined mansion, Ronan has already found the power gem and currently holding into it with a precious glint on his eyes. The purple energy that previously caused Karina the maid exploded now traveled through Ronan's vein, but he didn't seem to be in pain. He looked at Tgthegood with a smirk on his face as he knew that he has already won. He now had the power of the gods. When the Guardian of the Galaxy members arrived at the scene, they were shocked to see that the power gem didn't destroy Ronan as it was supposed to. Ronan immediately slammed the power gem into his warhammer, making the hammer a media for him to control the power gem. Others may not know, but Ronan knew that he couldn't possibly control the power gem's energy with his body alone. He still needed media to use it efficiently. Ronan then slammed the tip of his hammer to the ground, creating a purple shockwave that traveled toward Tgthegood and his men. Tgthegood then tried to protect himself with his barrier, but it was shattered in an instant as it couldn't withstand the energy of the power gem. This is the power of the infinity gems. Now, there is no one on this galaxy that can stand in my way. Let's go. We leave for Xander immediately. I will solve the 100-year worth of conflict between the Kree and Nova Empire. Thanos will be right after. I will come and take your place as the strongest in the entire universe. You going to destroy my father after you destroy Xander? Nebula said as she walked closely to Ronan. Yes, are you trying to stop me? Ronan asked coldly. Relax, if you really have the ability to kill him, I will help you destroy all Nova's controlled planet. Nebula said with a smirk on her face. At this time, no one really knew what Nebula was really thinking, but Ronan paid it no mind as he got tunnel-visioned with destroying Xander. Ronan left towards Xander immediately as he couldn't wait any longer. Although this pointless war has depleted his force, Ronan didn't care as he had the power gem with him. On the other hand, Tgthegood was slumped as he looked at his destroyed mansion. Gamora and the others were staring at Ronan's departing battleship with horror as they knew that his cruelty would know no bounds with the help of the power gem. Dio, however, saw this opportunity to earn some extra money. He approached the slumping collector as he smirked triumphantly. This is so terrible. Do you want me to avenge you? Gamora was surprised the moment she turned around to check whose voice that was because the voice belonged to an Earthling. Human. What can you do? You see, all my prized collection was destroyed. What Asgard has entrusted me to keep was gone. I will personally inform Odin of this matter. I don't care about that. My job was only to deliver the goods at that time, so whether it was missing or whatever, was no longer my problem anymore. This time, I come here to get my hands on the Yaka metal. Dio said casually. You are in luck. After our first meeting, I know that you will come back to me to get your hands on that metal, so I left some of it in another place. Tyvan said with a sigh. He never thought something like this would happen, but still, he never intended to keep the Yaka metal there, to begin with. So, knowing that you have what I want, what do you want for exchange? I am not short of Star's coin if you want money. I can get you Ronan's head if you really want it. Dio said with a smirk on his face. Tyvan paused for a minute as he started to wonder whether Dio could provide Ronan's head to him. You realize that Ronan was in possession of a gem that could destroy an entire civilization with one swing, right? Tyvan asked curiously. Chill, it doesn't matter to me. But I need more than Yaka arrow as a reward if Ronan's head is what you were after. Sure. If you can provide me with Ronan's head, I will give the Yaka medal to you with another big gift waiting. Then, deal. I hope you keep your words. Chapter 365. Gamora and the others were as confused as to who this new guy that made a deal with Tyvan was. They clearly showed their curiosity as they never saw this man before. But it was clear to her that this man was arrogant enough to promise Tyvan Ronan's head. But she was intrigued by Tyvan's attitude toward the new guy. It was clear that Tyvan knew that this man was strong enough to do so. She knew that she already lost the bounty hunter's track, so she couldn't possibly hope that the bounty hunter would return to fight Ronan. The only option left was this new guy who dared to make a deal to take Ronan's head. For Dio, Ronan with Power Gem wasn't an invincible enemy. If he used the world's power, Ronan wouldn't be able to do anything. He knew from his understanding of Marvel Cinematic Universe's original plot that the Warhammer that housed the Power Gem on Ronan's hand could be destroyed. After Dio sorted out the deal with Tyvan, Gamora and the others couldn't resist but spoke to the new guy. Do you really have a way to kill Ronan? Gamora asked curiously. Dio smirked at Gamora's choice of words. He knows that Gamora didn't believe an Earthling could kill Ronan, and that was why she asked for a way instead of ability or skill. What is it to you? Why should I explain myself to you? Dio smiled at Gamora casually. He looked around and smiled as he noticed that his intrusion on kidnapping Star-Lord earlier didn't go badly on Guardian of the Galaxy's progress. He saw that everyone was here regardless of Star-Lord's whereabouts. If you're sure of your plan, we will aid you. Xander is in danger now, Ronan might be there already as we talk. Okay, you lot can come with me. Dio said casually. He knew that he wouldn't get anything on halting Guardian of the Galaxy's progression any further. After all, there was nothing to lose with helping them either. But heed my words, I am not responsible for your life. Dio said warningly as he walked towards his battleship. In the dark battleship, Gamora convinced Rocket to come along once again as the raccoon thought that this battle wasn't his own. But eventually, Gamora successfully persuaded, and thus Groot and Drax followed. Dio let them wait in the lounge as they headed straight to Xander. Now that all the pieces were complete, Ronan was no longer needed. At the same time, nowhere that are destroyed because of Tyvan's battle with Ronan army was slowly being rebuilt as soon as Dio left. Of course, with Tyvan's money as he was the universe's richest man. In the dark alley not too far from Tyvan's ruined mansion. A female alien was making out with her boyfriend without knowing that a strange dark red particle was lurking on a search for a new host. As the couple was too focused on their foreplay, the ether energy saw an opportunity to get a new host for itself. It immediately latched onto the woman's leg and began climbing onto her thigh and slowly inserted itself to the woman's body. Suddenly, the woman fainted, startling the man that was making out with her. But soon enough, the woman regained her consciousness, and the man thought that the woman fainted because of his technique. He then grabbed the woman's hands and invited her to his ships for the continuation. The woman nodded her head and followed the man to his ship. As soon as they were inside the man's ship, the woman quickly killed the man as the dark red energy poured through her mouth and suffocated the man. Damn, this woman's body only lasts for 10 days. I need to get a stronger host soon. The woman mumbled to herself, but the ether was the one who said all of this stuff. Then the woman immediately ignited the man's engine and disappeared through space. On Ronan's battleship, he was on the call with Thanos. "Now, give that gem to me," Thanos said commandingly. "Yes, that was our deal, but I am curious about what can you do if I choose not to give this gem to you?" Ronan said sarcastically. "Boy, are you challenging me?" Thanos said coldly. "Damn. How dare I, a mere boy, challenge Thanos, the Mad Titan? But rest assured, after I deal with Xander, I will let everyone know that there is a new ruler of the galaxy," Ronan said coldly as he turned off the feed with Thanos after his last word. Ronan was determined that he would easily win against Thanos as he now had the power gem. Chapter 366. The whole Xander became anxious because of Ronan's battleship, and all of Nova Corps' battleship was dispatched to intercept Ronan before he could reach the ground. The Nova Empire knew that the time for war has come. Ronan himself smirked inside his battleship when he saw the Nova Empire was trying to slow him down. He thought that their action was useless because there was no way he could lose with the power gem in his arsenal. Ronan immediately dispatched his own space army to destroy the core so he could reach the ground faster. Knowing that they were losing, the Nova Corps immediately chained the ships together, creating a big net made from pure energy. This energy net successfully stopped Ronan's battleship midway. Their goal was only to stop Ronan from reaching the ground, and it seemed this energy net was working. Ronan smirked and immediately ordered his army to suicide bomb the city of Xander. The army quickly obeyed and destroyed themselves on the city ground, killing many innocent people in the city. Thus, the Nova Empire was in a big dilemma whether to let go of Ronan and save the citizen or keep him at bay. At the same time, Dio, who finally reached Xander, saw the chaos Ronan has made. He quickly mounted Galaxy to reach the Nova Empire command center in the middle of Xander. The guards who saw authorized personnel approaching immediately prepared themselves for battle. "Don't shoot. I am here to offer my help to fight Ronan." The commander of Xander immediately went out to meet the stranger as the guard reported that he was alone. She didn't know who that man was, but she surely wouldn't mind having an extra hand to fight Ronan. "Who are you, and why do you want to help us?" the commander said curiously. "I am a bounty hunter, so as long as it's business, I wouldn't mind searching for it," Dio said as he smirked at the commander. The guards and the people who came with the commander snorted in laughter as they heard the stranger's words. They didn't believe this man was willing to get his hands on a bounty job to hunt Ronan. The only one who wasn't laughing is the commander herself. She didn't understand it herself, but she could feel that the man in front of her was no ordinary man. She didn't know whether the man was simply confident or it was just baseless bravery, but she surely wouldn't reject the offer. "So, if I give you a task to kill Ronan, what would you want us to do?" the commander asked curiously. "Nice question, it is simple. Just let Ronan reach the ground, and I will take care of the rest." "Lies. Don't listen to him, Commander. Clearly, he is Ronan's underling. There is no other reason to let Ronan reach the ground otherwise." The commander didn't say anything for a while and just stared right into Dio's eyes intently. "Now, I don't care whether you trust me or not, but the first thing you should know is Ronan's fleet is suicide bombing the city as we speak. This place will become a ruin in no time. Plus, Ronan now has the power gem with him. It's only a matter of time before Ronan realizes that he could use that thing to break out from your protection net. So, it was better to let him down and deal with him as soon as he steps out from his battleship." The commander's face immediately changed after hearing that Ronan had the power gem. She knew that if the stranger's words were true, then everything they did would be all for naught. "How can I trust you?" the commander asked worriedly. "You can't, you just have to believe and see for yourself," Dio said as he tapped the communicator on his wrist, and suddenly, a fleet of unknown spaceships started to attack Ronan's fleet. The one who controlled the fleet was Gamora, Rocket, Groot, and Drax. They were waiting impatiently for Dio's signal to begin attacking Ronan's fleet. At the same time, Dio's dark battleship also appeared out of nowhere and started to disintegrate Ronan's fleet. More than that, Yondu's Ravager that Dio released before entering Xander also attacked Ronan's fleet as they agreed upon their release. Clearly, the sky was chaotic, but it was clear that Ronan's fleet was losing. The commander saw what was happening and noticed that the morale of her fleet was increased by this sudden upper hand the unknown fleets provided. She knew that she had to use this opportunity to strike back at Ronan. So, she knows that she had to trust this unknown bounty hunter for now. "I, the commander of the Nova Corps on Xander, hereby ordered the Legion to release the energy chain. Prioritize saving the innocent people who are being bombarded for now," the Nova commander said through her communication device, letting every personnel of Nova Corps know her decision. The Nova fleets that kept Ronan's battleship in check immediately released the chain of energy and flew away from Ronan's battleship to attack Ronan's fleet that was still bombarding the city. Now, my part is done. I hope you can deliver what you said earlier. Relax, I will do my job. Dio said as he flew towards Ronan's battleship with Galaxy. Chapter 367. Although Ronan knew that half of his fleet has already fallen, he didn't care and still landed on Xander's soil with a smirk on his face. As soon as the door to his battleship was opened, Ronan's battleship was immediately bombarded by the attacks from Nova Corps and Guardian of the Galaxy's ships. But clearly, it didn't affect Ronan at all. Instead, he shot a purple energy blast amidst all the chaos and annihilated several battleships as his attack pierced them through. Ronan felt powerful even though he didn't hold the power gem in his hands. It still gave him tremendous energy that strengthened his body. But as he walked forward, he felt a chill running down his spine that caused him to stop immediately, but it was too late. His vision was suddenly blurred by the sudden drop in temperature around him. Ice Age! Dio shouted as he descended from the sky and froze everything in his vicinity. Ronan was frozen solid, but not for long. The power gem that was embedded on his warhammer suddenly glowed and thawed him immediately. What is this boring trick of yours? And who might you be, the one who dared block my path? It doesn't matter who I am, but Tyvan sent his regards. Oh, he also needs your head, by the way. I see, after I destroyed Xander and kill Thanos, I will lop off Tyvan's head myself. Ronan said annoyedly. But for now, your head will do too. Ronan said angrily. Wow, you sure are quite confident, aren't you? But your power gem doesn't deter me, Kree. You are no different from a naughty boy in front of me. Stop your blabbering. You clearly don't know anything about power. Get out of my sight. Dio smirked and immediately dodged Ronan's attack with a slight movement. The purple energy hit a building behind Dio and immediately razed it to the ground. You are clearly the one who doesn't understand about power at all. Dio said as he immediately hurled several ice spikes that Horus made towards Ronan. Ronan roared and hit the ice spikes that Dio hurled at him with his warhammer, but he was quickly overwhelmed as Dio didn't stop his attack and kept sending the ice spike towards Ronan. Ronan was eventually entrapped by the hundreds of ice spikes that Dio hurled at him, and the look on everyone's faces was priceless as they've never seen a power like this before. Sure, in this universe, a cryokinesis power was well known but not to this level. Gamora and the Nova Commander were the ones who were shocked the most. They never thought someone that some nameless bounty hunter could be this powerful. Commander, is that person an old god? Some Nova executive asked the Nova Commander. I don't know, believe it or not, I've never heard anything about him before. But now I am sure he has the ability to kill Ronan. The guards and other people on the Nova Command Center who previously mocked Dio openly shut their mouth in worry of offending the powerful stranger. If the man was able to kill Ronan while also protecting Xander from Ronan's cruel ambition, he would become Nova Empire's hero. On the other side, the Nova Corps, Guardian of the Galaxy, and the Ravagers resumed their attack at Ronan's fleet as they immediately realized that they are still in war. Ronan's fleet was also watching their leader losing his ground against the mysterious stranger and started to get nervous as they thought that the stranger was far more powerful than their leader. In the first place, they were never loyal to Ronan, but as their head was implanted with a bomb, they couldn't refuse Ronan's order. If they could choose their own option, they would never agree to attack Xander. Should we defect to that guy's side? One of Ronan's soldiers asked his friends while still looking at the stranger anxiously. I don't know, but we better make sure that we are safe from the opponent's force first. Another soldier said nervously. On another fleet, Yondu saw Ronan fought against Dio with a relieved sigh. He was relieved that he didn't continue the fight earlier. Clearly, Dio would mop the floor with his dead body. So, he chose to keep his word to Dio and decimate Ronan's fleets. Chapter 368. You are infuriating me, mortal. Ronan roared as he immediately used the purple energy to destroy the ice that Dio created to trap him. The ice instantly shattered while an earthquake rumbled from Ronan's powerful blast of energy. The earthquake destroyed the ground around Ronan, creating cracks all over the place. Dio immediately created so many ice walls to reduce the impact on the city and provide himself a ground to stand in. Dio smirked as he saw that all the ice was destroyed around Ronan, but it was still ice. Dio then ordered Horus to transform the destroyed ice shards around Ronan into mirrors, which Horus immediately did so. What is this? Do you think these mirrors will be able to trap me? He began to think that the enemy had the power of illusion, but he wasn't quite sure just yet. Ronan frowned as he finally saw a figure covered with white tapes looking evilly towards him from the mirror while holding a sharp knife on his neck. Ronan was startled and immediately discharged a powerful energy blast on his back, but he was further confused as he didn't see anything on his back. He looked back to the mirror earlier, and now, he only saw himself in the mirror. The scary-looking man was nowhere to be found. But he was already doomed. Hanged Man has moved into another mirror and slashed Ronan's neck. Ronan was shocked as blood suddenly spurted out of his neck. He quickly covered his neck with his hand and used his other hand to randomly punch the air. The mirror that Dio placed all around Ronan was immediately destroyed. Ronan moved frantically as he looked around in terror while covering his neck. It was thanks to the power gem's reinforcement energy that his throat was still left intact like this. But still, the scary man had the power to injure him, which made him scared as he couldn't see and sensed the scary man's whereabout. But as the ice shards fell, Ronan looked over and saw a big ice shard fell from the sky right in front of him. From the ice shards, he could see that the scary man was directing the knife on his eyes. He was shocked as he didn't see any knife in front of him, which made it extremely confusing. But as he saw the scary-looking man stabbed his left eye in the mirror, his left eye actually bled severely. My eye. Fuck. Ronan roared again while releasing the power gem energy to shatter the ice around him. Although all the ice around him was shattered to dust, he was clearly too late as he has already lost an eye, and his neck was also sliced open. He knew that all of this must have been the work of the guy who had the ice ability earlier, and he immediately searched for that man as he knew that he must be watching from somewhere close. He finally found the man sitting on the ice block not too far away from his place. You! How dare you do this to my eye? Dio smiled as he looked at Ronan without saying anything. He was slightly disappointed by Hanged Man's performance as he originally intended to finish things off, but it was clear that the Hanged Man wasn't enough to kill Ronan. But he was slightly surprised to see that Ronan was able to see Hanged Man, but it was a given as Kree was hailed for their spirit, which allowed them to see the stand that Dio summoned. But while it was true, Ronan's ability to see his stand might be enhanced by the power gem on his possession as the power gem also enhanced the user's natural ability. Now, Dio knew that he had to kill Ronan with his own hands as it seemed Horus and Hanged Man couldn't finish the job. Dio pulled out Reaper's Gaze as he wanted to finish things fast. Before, he used ranged attack to deal with Ronan. Now, he would gladly play along and entered Ronan's attack range. Now, let us see who has the power. Dio said as he swung his scythe around, creating a sharp noise. Everyone was silent as the battle stopped to see Dio and Ronan fought each other. The power gem on Ronan's warhammer shone as Ronan charged up power to kill his opponent in one hit. By this time, Dio had walked into Ronan's attack range, but he was still confident that Ronan wouldn't do any damage to him. He was convinced of it as he summoned the world and instantly used its ability. Smash the world. Dio said as suddenly the time has stopped, and everything froze on its current location. The power gem might be the strongest infinity gem among other infinity gems, but it didn't affect time. Time gem, however, might be a different story. Dio then walked towards Ronan and cut the warhammer from Ronan's hand with the Reaper's Gaze and then let the world to have his fun. The world eyes glinted in excitement as Dio gave permission to attack Ronan. It immediately bombarded Ronan with barrages of punches while shouting its signature battle cry. Aura, 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 aura. Chapter 369. When Dio resumed the time flow again, Ronan was instantly beaten up and flung towards his own battleship while vomiting blood. Everyone was shocked as no one was able to tell what happened just now. Everyone heard Dio said that Ronan has lost, and suddenly he moved in front of Ronan, while Ronan himself was instantly flung away forcefully. Everyone wondered if that was Dio's real power, as it was unbelievably overpowered. Even Ronan, who held the power gem, couldn't do anything to Dio at all. But as everyone was shocked, Ronan stood up once more. He has already absorbed so much energy from the power gem, enhancing his endurance in the process, but it was still not enough to nullify Dio's attack. I am the strongest man in the entire universe. I will kill you painfully. Are you perhaps searching for this? Dio said as he showed the hammerhead to Ronan. Even though he wasn't an immortal, Dio could touch the warhammer's head as he covered himself with the Hammon energy, protecting himself from the power gem's energy. But if he held the power gem with his bare hands, Dio knew that he wouldn't be left unscathed. Everyone focused on Dio once more as they were curious to see what Dio held in his hands. But they were even more shocked to see Dio wasn't only able to deal with damage to Ronan but also stole his weapon while he was at it. Everyone wondered how Dio was able to do such a thing. Ronan himself was confused about how Dio managed to dismantle his weapon like that as he didn't see anything at all. But on top of that, he had to get his hands on the power gem as he hasn't destroyed Xander as he initially planned. Ronan, who still couldn't accept the reality that he had lost, walked towards Dio despite his injury. On Ronan's mind, he thought that all of this was just an illusion created by the enemy to confuse him. He was determined to break this illusion and finally destroy Xander before dealing with Thanos himself. He rushed forward while holding the bar of his warhammer to attack Dio, but little did he know that this was not an illusion, that Dio truly has beaten him fairly. And so, Dio retaliated by swinging his scythe swiftly, causing Ronan to freeze in place, slowly losing the light on his eyes. Ronan's body eventually collapsed, and as he fell, his head rolled on the ground. Not only that, but Ronan's prized battleship was also cut in half behind Ronan and exploded for whatever reason after being cut in half. The surrounding was covered in fire, and the only one who stood in the middle of it all, completely unfazed, was Dio. The scene that enveloped before their eyes shocked everyone to their core. It was clear on everyone's mind that Dio was far more dangerous than Ronan could ever be. The pain of war was clearly seen on Xander's population as some of their relatives and close friends were killed in the city, but everyone knew that the only one they could blame had met his end, and there was no one else to hate. The Guardian of the Galaxy, the Ravagers, and Dio's crew were credited as the war hero for their performance. At the banquet, Dio didn't join the party as he used Nova's medical center instead. He wanted to see whether the Nova Empire's medical technology could detect anything wrong with Crystal, who kept falling asleep randomly. But the results still disappointed him. "I am very sorry, sir, but this is not a disease. The patient's chaotic sleep pattern might have something to do with the unknown energy that was trapped inside her body. But we couldn't help her as the spiritual and energy-based anomaly wasn't our forte," the doctor said honestly to Dio. That was the truth. The doctor there has never encountered anything like this before. That was why they couldn't help identify Crystal's sickness, but they believed it had something to do with the energy inside Crystal's body. The Nova Empire was a race that was sensitive to fluctuating energy. That was why they could tell that Crystal had an enormous energy reserve inside her body like a battery. Dio sighed and nodded to the doctor as he understood that there was nothing that they could do here. Dio thought over about what he should do and decided to ask Tyvan later about Crystal's matter. As Dio left the medical center, he met with the Nova commander once more. "Can we talk for a while?" the Nova commander asked Dio as they walked together. Dio nodded his head and continued to walk with the commander. "I know that words don't mean much, but I thank you for what you have done for us. On behalf of the entire Nova Empire, we are grateful to receive your help," Nova commander said solemnly. Dio nodded and then stopped walking. "Does the Nova Empire want to keep the power gem?" "I will gladly let you keep it from any bad people's hand," Dio said with a smile on his face. Chapter 370. That isn't necessary. You are better suited to keep it than we ever will ever be. Dio was surprised by the Nova commander's answer as it would mean the plot has changed once again. But it didn't matter for Dio as long as Thanos didn't get his hands on all Infinity Gems. Our Nova Empire has always demanded peace and rejected war, but Kree Empire was against our ideology. And that is why I invited you to join our empire. We will provide you with all resources that you need. Nova Commander gave Dio her invitation to join the Nova Corps. The commander saw that Dio's power was necessary for the universe's peace. After all, there was no telling what Dio would do with his power. Dio was surprised. He never expected this kind of invitation from the Nova Empire, as it was one of the best empires in all universe. Furthermore, the reward was really tempting too. Dio was impressed by the Nova commander's smooth talking. No wonder why she gave the power gem so easily to Dio, since it would belong to them anyway if Dio agreed to join the empire. "That is a very tempting offer, Madam Commander, but I can't join your rank. This is not my home, and sooner or later, I would have to go back home again before anything bad happened there." "I see, I did foresee this outcome, so I am not disappointed. But, how about a different approach this time? I propose that we become a union." "Did you just say that we should form an alliance? Between an empire and a bounty hunter? Are you sure about this?" "That is not a problem. After all, you are strong and have a leadership capability above many other leaders in this universe. That is why. In order to help you become a voice of deterrent in this universe, we would like to assist you on that journey. After all, I doubt a man of your caliber will remain a bounty hunter all your life," Nova Commander said charmingly. After hearing the commander's word, Dio was moved. Her words were true. He had to build his own base and continue to expand his power to pursue what he wanted. After all, he could leave Earth anytime he wanted. "I agree. But first, I need to ask Nova Empire to find me a planet that would serve as my base." "That is not a problem. But I am afraid all that we have is an untapped barren planet that would be hard to cultivate." And plus, we couldn't give it for free. You still have to pay for the price of the planet. But we surely will give you a discount on whatever planet you want, as long as it wasn't owned by anyone else. The Nova Commander said quickly. Nova Commander's word made sense, and thus Dio understood that he still had to pay for the planet that he wanted. Okay, if that's the case, then I would like to search for my own planet. But once I see that it's a habitable planet, I would like the Nova Empire to take care of the paperwork so I can buy it. Of course, I would like for Nova Empire to provide my new base with everything it needs to operate as a home base. And of course, I will pay for it. Dio said confidently as he smiled at the commander. Okay, if that is what you want. We will help you search for a habitable planet that you can use, but I would say this to you now, furnishing a planet is not cheap. I hope you have that much money on you when the time comes. The Nova Commander said as she smiled at Dio. Relax, I have enough on me. Dio said playfully. After that, they had a small chat and left with a satisfied expression. The Nova Commander has predicted that Dio would reject her offer to join the Nova Corps and that the second proposal was the real proposal. The next day, the Nova Empire has provided 16 habitable planets for Dio to choose from, and all of them somewhat met Dio's requirement. And of course, the planets had various prices on them, from 1 million star coin at the lowest to 6.8 million star coin. It was clear that the Nova Commander didn't overstate her word yesterday. Dio really needed a lot of money to own a planet. But after looking at the planet's profile and checking it on the underworld market, Dio knew that the Nova Empire was serious about getting on his good side. These planets that they offered was the best planet that someone would ever want to buy. It has a similar aspect to Xander. Which meant that it would be prosperous if handled correctly, and it would sell around at least 10 million star coins on the underworld market. It was clear that whichever planet he chose from those collections of planets would be profitable. Chapter 371. Dio thought that 4 million star coins that Tyvan had given to him for the power gem bounty earlier were a huge enough amount of money, but clearly, it was not as much as a price of a planet. He gruntingly cursed Tyvan's name inside his head as he felt annoyed. He saw that the best planet was at 6.8 million stars coin, but it didn't exactly become his first choice as it may be not compatible with what he needed. After a closer inspection, Dio found a planet that relatively fit his criteria. The Avian Planet. This planet was used as a tourist planet due to a large variety of rare bird species on the planet. Because of this, the planet was very prosperous even though the planet itself didn't have any intellectual inhabitant except for the caretaker of the planet itself. But the thing that allured Dio to take this planet was the huge mineral deposit on its mantle. The Nova Empire has ceased any mineral mining because it was bad for the planet ecosystem, which was detrimental for tourism purposes. But for Dio, who needed a large amount of gold, tourism wasn't the priority. Dio also noticed that the Nova Empire has invested 3 million stars coin for this planet's development and already gained twice that amount in several years. So, without any further consideration that might change his mind later, Dio contacted the Nova Commander and told her his decision fell on the Avian Planet. In the deal negotiation, Dio made so many demands for the planet's development that Nova agreed to take care of. Although it was a lot of demand, it was nothing for the Nova Empire as they have a lot of resources for something like this. After the negotiation has been agreed upon, Dio changed the planet's name into Hammon, a namesake for his Hammon energy. Dio immediately flew into the planet to have a look, and the Dark Elves fell in love with the planet. Seeing that the Dark Elves loved the planet, Dio then allowed them to use this planet as their home if they want to. Because of that, Dio left behind many of the Dark Elves to tend to the planet's needs. The Dark Elves immediately cheered in joy, knowing that they have a home to return to. After a few days, Dio then flew towards nowhere to return Ronan's head to Tyvan and claimed his bounty. At the same time, Dio freed Yondu and Peter from his clutch as he wanted them to continue the MCU plots on their own. On the other hand, Dio didn't realize that his achievement on Xander has already spread across the universe. Thanos, who was sitting on his throne, squished the informant's head as he was annoyed that he had lost the power gem, one of the Infinity Stone that he needed for his plan. In nowhere, amidst the reconstruction that took place on the planet, Dio immediately went into Tyvan's new home to claim his bounty. As he entered Tyvan's new collection shelves, Dio noticed that Tyvan had begun collecting many rare races once again. "My friend, you have returned," Tyvan said casually as he greeted Dio cordially. He had already received the news that Dio successfully killed Ronan, which meant he was there to return Ronan's head and claim his bounty. "Here, I brought you Ronan's head," Dio said indifferently. Tyvan immediately smirked and took the box that Dio used to keep the head from decomposing. He immediately checked the content. Tyvan's smirk became wider as he recognized the face inside the box and closed it immediately. Yes, yes. This is my greatest collection so far. Now, take this into the back and process it as I teach you to do. Also, get me the item in room 1. This new assistant of his wasn't a pink maid anymore, but it was close to human in appearance, and the only thing that made him different from a human was the protruding bone-like spikes on his forehead. After a while, the assistant came back with a piece of irregular-shaped metal. Now, here is your Yaka metal. I think you don't need me to tell you about its property as you seem obsessed with it anyway. Dio took the metal and smirked satisfyingly as he finally received another piece of metal to enhance the Reaper's scythe. Chapter 372. Now, as I promised before, I will also give you this barrier beads. It was the barrier that I used earlier. The only thing I know that could penetrate this barrier was the attack using power gem, and that is not a fair one either. I would also give this cane to you. It's the control equipment for this barrier bead. Taivan said casually. Dio nodded his head as he understood that this bead was precious. Even Ronan's fleet couldn't do anything about it before it was destroyed from the inside as the power gem exploded. I am working on a new and stronger defensive mechanism. I am almost done, and because of that, I give you this barrier beads. Taivan said casually. By the way, is the power gem is on your possession? I could keep it safe for you if you want. Dio looked at Taivan with a bored look on his face. Taivan had failed to show that he could keep it safe earlier, making it hard for Dio to trust him again. Or I can buy it from you, just name your price. Taivan said, hopefully. Before you promise something again, have you recovered the ether that I told you to keep earlier? Dio asked, annoyedly. I have already created an investigation team to track its whereabouts. Don't worry, I will get it back before long. That was an accident on my part. I don't mean this in a bad way, but how do you know that the accident that you speak of this time won't happen again in the future? Dio said casually. Taivan frowned upon hearing Dio's word but soon distracted as a new batch of collections came that required his attention. After he returned, Dio immediately changed the topic by asking Taivan about Crystal's condition. He told Taivan about Crystal's symptoms, and Taivan immediately thought for a while, but he immediately shook his head as he didn't have a clue himself. I don't deal with this kind of problem myself. It is not my area of expertise. But maybe the Grandmaster knows something about this. Who are you talking about? Dio asked curiously. Grandmaster, the creator of Sakar Empire. You can find him in Sakar, or better known as the Universe's End. Although Taivan didn't say it, Dio already knew that the Grandmaster was the Collector's brother, real brother. Now take this with you. If you don't have this with you, the Grandmaster will only give you nothing but trouble. Taivan said as he gives Dio a letter. Are you sure about this? A mere letter can get me the Grandmaster's good grace. I am not sure, myself. All you can do is pray for that. I have a bad relationship with him, so probably you don't have to give that letter to him. You may be in a worse situation if you give it to him. 3 months passed, and the construction on Hammond was going smoothly. The tourists who visited the planet to observe the rare bird were still coming, as they didn't realize that the planet was under a major change. The amazing thing was that the Dark Elves had built a base for Dio on the planet that was coated with a special coating material, allowing the base to turn invisible on command. The base was also armed with the latest defensive tech from Nova Empire, creating a strong fortress in a time of need. Dio also buried the barrier beads that Taivan had given to him around the base for further defenses. In addition to the base, the first mine exploration has begun. The Dark Elves has selected land with minimal ecological consequences for their first exploration. Dio was happy to hear that the discovered mineral was mainly gold, with a little amount of rare mineral. Dio tasked the Dark Elves to continue mining the gold as it was his priority all along. Dio had to spend all 4 million star coins just to construct the base and the mine on this planet. But since the gold mine has been found, he didn't care that much anymore. For Hammond's protection in general, Dio entrusted the job to Red Rose as she had the experience in military training. She led her own team of defenders to make sure that the planet was safe from anything that could cause harm. Dio asked the Dark Elves to focus on research and experiments on new weapons and equipment as it was the best thing they could do, or it would be a waste of such a great talent. Chapter 373. With Hammond's construction going smoothly, Dio was prepared to leave towards Sakar to take Crystal to the Grandmaster. So, once again, the Dark Battleship took off to space with another mission. In the vast universe, countless lives were born with different personalities. Some of them loved peace, and some others loved the chaotic war and aggression. And Kree was one of that war-loving races that kept on invading many planets for their own benefit. The Kree fleet is coming. Quickly, warn everyone to escape. Didn't we sign the non-aggression treaty, sir? The communication officer said confusedly. No, it's all in the past now, Ronan broke the treaty. The Legion commander said with gritted teeth. But, sir. They are too fast. There is no way we could escape from them now. Tell them to attack the Kree if they can't run. Pray to God we survive this. Understood, sir. The communication officer said respectfully. The Nova Legion were all ready to die in the name of their empire. Sure enough, the Kree squadron began to attack the Nova Legion, and casualties were unavoidable. Several Nova Legion's battleships were destroyed, resulting in a massive loss for the Nova Legion, and it seems the rest of the Nova Legion on the spot have lost hope as they couldn't penetrate the barrier on the Kree's mothership. But as all hope seemed lost, the Nova Legion commander saw a meteor coming towards the Kree's mothership at an incredible speed, colliding with the mothership and destroying it upon impact. Weirdly, the meteor seemed to rampage around the battlefield, attacking the Kree fleets on the side. At the same time, the Kree squadrons that have lost their mothership were panicked themselves as they recognized the meteor. It's the traitor. Carol Danvers. We have to call the entire fleet here. No, it's too late. We have to evacuate from here. Seeing the Kree squadron began to withdraw, the Nova Legion sighed in relief. Although they suffered a significant loss from this incident, they were still considered victorious as they prevented the Kree's invasion. But unfortunately, they didn't know the name of the hero that saved them from the Kree's brutal invasion as they saw that the hero chased after the fleeting Kree squadron. But alas, it would be remembered as the bright star that helped them repel the Kree's invasion. Sir, it seems there is a fleet that was being attacked in front of us, what should we do? Mapadov asked curiously. A fleet? Do you know who it belongs to? It's marked with Kree emblem, sir. It has to be the Kree. Dio paused for a while as he tried to remember what the Kree was supposed to be doing right now. But he didn't have any idea about it whatsoever, so he decided to observe the situation for now. Observe the situation, find out who is chasing after them. Dio said commandingly. Mapadov nodded his head and observed while searching for the pursuer. But as soon as the monitor showed a comet-like light that seemed to be chasing after the Kree, Dio immediately knew what he was dealing with. Zoom into that comet. Dio ordered curiously. The Dark Elf obeyed, and soon, Dio saw a woman figure beneath all the lights, and he smirked as he found one of the strongest characters on MCU. Activate all weapons, target the Kree fleet, and do not let any of them go. Dio commanded excitedly. The Dark Elf immediately obeyed and fired at the Kree fleet as soon as possible. After a while, the fleeing Kree fleet has annihilated thanks to Dio and the Dark Elf's advanced weaponry. It was clear that they no longer had any escape route as Dio's dark battleship blocked their path, while Carol, Captain Marvel, was chasing after them from the back. Annihilation was the only fate left. But there was no time to celebrate as Carol floated in front of Dio's ship with curious eyes. Dio smirked as he finally saw the ever-so-beautiful Captain Marvel from up close. Chapter 374. Carol was surprised herself as usually no other force in the galaxy wished to make an enemy out of Kree. But for once, she found an unknown battleship aiding her to annihilate the Kree fleeing fleet. But as soon as she got close and saw who is the one helping her, she was quite shocked to see a human on a captain's seat commanding over the Dark Elves. Furthermore, the human seemed to be looking at her intensely. Take a picture, it might last longer. Carol said sarcastically. Don't take it the wrong way, but you are not my type. Dio smirked innocently. Well, we are in the same boat. Carol said, still with her sarcastic attitude. Well, why don't you introduce yourself, Earthlings? Carol said annoyedly. Of course, my lady. My name is Dio, and I am a bounty hunter. Now, may I hear who you are, my lady? Although Dio's way of speech annoyed her, Carol took an interest in the man in front of her as she has heard of that name before. You are Dio, the one who killed Ronan on Xander? Carol asked excitedly. Well, you should introduce yourself first before you ask another question, or is it not how it works here in space? Dio said sarcastically to annoy Carol. I am Carol Danvers. Now answer my question. Carol then entered Dio's ship as she wanted to have a conversation with Dio. As she entered the ship, Dio smirked and shook her hands in a friendly manner. But he accidentally dropped the orb that contained the power gem, which attracted Carol's attention. What is that? Carol asked. Why don't you find out yourself? Dio smirked again towards Carol. Annoyed once more, Carol picked up the orb and opened it. She was shocked as soon as the orb opened, and purple light blasted straight onto her face. With her power came from cosmic power itself, she immediately knew that the purple gem inside the orb was none other than the power gem itself. There was no doubt on her mind that the man in front of her right now was the one who killed Ronan, as it was informed before that Ronan possessed the power gem. But she was confused with Dio's behavior, as they were basically a stranger, but Dio willingly showed her something as precious as this power gem. Wasn't he afraid that she would fly away, taking the power gem with her? Or was there something else that she didn't know about? Who the hell are you, and why are you willingly showing me this thing? Carol asked alarmedly, as she thought that Dio had a trap set to trick her. Easy there, Tiger, it's just a stone, why do I have to hide it away? Dio said casually. Just a stone? Then you wouldn't mind if I take this stone with me, right? Take it if you want, but don't misunderstand, as I said before, you aren't my type. Dio said as he smirked at Carol. She was startled by Dio's word, as she never expected anyone would willingly give up one of the Infinity Stone like this. But she didn't know that Dio really meant what he said. As long as the Infinity Stone wasn't gathered in one spot along with the Infinity Gauntlet, he didn't care who held the gem. But his casual attitude made Carol reluctant to take the power gem from him, as she felt that there was something more to this power gem than she currently knew of. But Dio's emphasis on saying that she wasn't his type really annoyed her to no end. But after a deep breath, as she tried to control herself, she closed the orb and gave it back to Dio. I don't know what you are trying to do with this gem, but if you commit some evil shit using this gem, I will destroy you. Carol said coldly. Then why don't you take it with you? Dio said curiously. I don't wanna. Carol said annoyedly. Dio then shook his head and immediately invited Carol to sit in the lounge. Now, let me reintroduce myself, my name is Dio Brando, I am from Earth. You can call me Dio, Dio said casually. You really are from the Earth? Carol said surprisedly. Although she knew this from the start, when Dio said it himself, she felt nostalgic, as she hasn't returned to Earth for a long time. But she also didn't believe it at first, as she knew that Earth still didn't have the technology to explore space, at least that was 30 years ago. Why? Did you doubt that I come from Earth? That's not it, but as far as I know, the Earth still didn't have the technology to traverse space. Carol said excitedly. Have you ever been to Earth? Dio asked casually, although he knew that Carol was from Earth herself. Well, I have a long time ago. Carol said while she tried to remember her time on Earth. Well, if you go to Earth, then the annoying shield would be on your ass. Dio said as he laughed a little. You also know shield. I also know them, I am close with one of them, his name was Agent Nick Fury. Damn, that man was no longer an agent, but he has already become the director of shield. Dio said with a frown. He was a hard ass. Annoying people left and right, but sure he has a good moral on his shoulder. Chapter 375. After having a shared conversation about Earth, there was no doubt on Carol's mind that Dio was really from Earth. So, she stopped keeping her guard up and talked more casually to Dio. She felt nostalgic, as she never met any human before Dio. And she also shared a common enemy with Dio, and that was the Kree Empire. Now, she was a nomad, wandering between planets while destroying Kree fleets whenever she laid her eyes on one, so she could maintain peace in the universe. But it was tough, as no matter how many times she maintained peace, chaos still ensued on many planets, with or without the Kree's intervention. But now that she found another Earthling, just like her, she thought it would be great to have a vacation for a while and see what the guy was up to. Are you going to Sakaar? I am going there too. Do you mind taking me along with you? Well, of course. Why wouldn't I want you here? Dio then ordered the dark elf to clean a room at the end of the hallway, the farthest room from his own room. Sakaar, the fourth planet inside the Teo star system. Like Earth, it was the only planet that had sentient life. Not only that, but the location of Sakaar was a unique one. The planet was connected to several wormholes. But apparently, Sakaar was on the receiving ends of it, causing a massive scrap piled up below the wormhole. But because of those garbages that other galaxies dumped on Sakaar, it thrived on the technological knowledge that the people got from the garbage. As the master of this planet, the Grandmaster managed the social order and developed a unique culture. He created a Colosseum-like place where he created a gambling culture. In the vast universe, Dio's dark battleship finally arrived at the wormhole that was connected to Sakaar. Sir, the target has been located. Mapdov said respectfully. Jump at full speed. Dio said casually. Mapdov nodded, and immediately the scenery changed. Now, Dio was flying above a junkyard. He looked out of the windows and noticed that the sky was filled with so many wormholes in different sizes. Some of them even were still spewing some junk from whatever galaxy the wormhole connected to. It was like a rain of garbage that never stopped. Is this Sakaar? It looks disgusting. Well, I am here for business anyway, so, what are you up to while I am gone? Dio asked Carol casually. I don't know myself, but I am here just because I am curious about this place. Maybe, I can help your business in some way. Well, if you want to come, you surely can, just do what your heart told you to do. Dio said casually, but in truth, he didn't really care what she would do. When Dio landed on a somewhat empty clearing, a group of scavengers came while pointing a laser gun towards Dio and Carol, who just came out of the battleship. It was obvious that Dio's dark battleship would attract attention as it was so rare to see a unique and beautiful shaped spacecraft coming to Sakaar. Hey, don't you want to clean this up? Dio asked Carol as he didn't want to waste his energy on those scavengers. Why would I do that? It sounds boring. Dio sighed and ordered Mapedov to clean the scavengers up. Mapedov nodded and quickly shot the scavengers with the battleship's gun, instantly reducing all of them to ashes. The enemy has been taken care of, sir. Mapedov said respectfully. Great, now enter stealth mode. There is no doubt that the scavenger would keep coming after seeing the ship. Understood, sir. Mapedov said as he immediately activated the stealth mode, but apparently, it took 1.5 minutes to fully stealth the entire battleship. Dio then took Crystal, who was still asleep, from her room and walked towards the huge building not too far from where he landed. But as Dio came out of the spaceships with Crystal, a figure looked at them from a distance. At first, she wasn't interested in dealing with a bunch of rich people who were probably the Grandmaster's guests. But after seeing something that she never expected to see again, she was immediately shocked. Chapter 376. Are you going to meet with the Grandmaster? A woman with a muscular build asked Dio and the others. Tanya Tyvan, the collector, sent his greeting to the Grandmaster, NDWI gasped. Dio said as he took out the ring that Tyvan gave him earlier. Suddenly, the woman's wrist lit up, and the Grandmaster projection appeared before them. He really gave that ring to you? Well, it doesn't matter, let's meet inside. Come with me. But I am afraid pets need to stay here. Pet? How dare you? The woman nodded and let Carol come with them. Although the woman's rude behavior still pissed Carol off, she knew that she couldn't just make a scene here as she knew that Dio must have something important to do. This building was the center of the city. The interior inside this building was a contrast to the garbage pile that pilling outside. Dio also saw that the place had recreational facilities such as casinos, bars, game center, and many more recreational rooms. They finally arrived at Grandmaster's room, and Dio saw that the Grandmaster, like in the MCU, had a human's appearance and held a long staff that he pointed to a man struggling on a specially made chair on the side. Like what he did on the MCU, Grandmaster burned the man on the chair, instantly turning the man into ashes. I am sorry you have to saw something unsightly like this. But you know, the flow of time on this planet was different than others, so to appease my boredom, I have to find something fun to do. So believe me, if you stick around, you will not get bored. Dio and Carol glanced at each other as they realized that the Grandmaster was a complete lunatic. There was no telling when he could lose interest in something, and if that happened, he could destroy everything. So, this is the ring that Tyvan gave to me as he suggested me to see you, and with that, I also have a request for you. Dio said confidently. Grandmaster immediately frowned at Dio as if Dio has just offended him. It seems Tyvan's word was true. The Grandmaster wasn't on good terms with the collector. It seems that you have misunderstood something. With that ring, you are free to do as you please on this planet if you have fun. But, even if Tyvan comes here himself, I won't favor you to anyone. So, what do you want? I will gladly do something for you if it is still within my ability to do so to get your favor. It's no surprise that ones have to pay for what he wants. Now that the spirit. It's simple. Let's bet on a game. If you win, I'll hear your request, but if you lose, you will become my property. Fair enough. So, what are we betting? Seeing Dio agree to his term, Grandmaster became excited. His long lifespan made him empty and lonely, and thus he devoted himself to create something fun. Just like Tyvan that devoted himself to collecting things. I can see that you have confidence in your eyes. Why don't we bet on the Contest of Champion? This Contest of Champion was a battle-oriented game that was the signature event of Sakaar. A fighter from all around the universe came here to fight against another fighter solely to earn fame and money. Now, I have something special in mind. You must win against 1,000 of my fighters, plus my champion. Isn't it fun? Dio smirked due to the fairness of this bet. Sure, 1 versus 1,001 didn't seem fair, but he couldn't complain as all the fighter would only become a stepping stone for him. But I am a good host. To make it more interesting, I will let you have her as your partner. Dio smirked even bigger as it has somewhat become easier. Chapter 377. The Grandmaster surely looked down on Dio, and the Grandmaster clearly didn't know who Carol was. Otherwise, he wouldn't let Carol participate in this battle with Dio. Dio looked at Carol and noticed that she was somewhat pissed at the Grandmaster's attitude. After all, she obliterated the Kree Empire's fleet on a daily basis. But Dio also knew that although she was unhappy, she wouldn't do anything to the Grandmaster. At least not right now, as she knew that Dio needed this favor from the Grandmaster. Now, arrange our guests to a comfortable lounge for them to wait their turn to enter the arena. Make sure that they can't escape from here. Carol became furious with the rude treatment that she got from the Grandmaster, but Dio immediately assured her that the time to humiliate the Grandmaster would come. But that was not the only reason why Dio had stopped Carol from punching the Grandmaster. He knew that someone as old as the Grandmaster would have a countermeasure for a powerful person like Carol. Dio didn't want to take a risk here right now, as he needed the Grandmaster to check Crystal's condition first. Carol then calmed down as she noticed that Dio wasn't happy about the Grandmaster's treatment either. But as soon as they arrived at the room that the Grandmaster has prepared for them, the anger arose once again. The room was indeed luxurious with so much space and luxurious items everywhere, but the thing that angered Dio was the queen-sized bed in the middle. There was no second bed anywhere, not even a couch for Dio to crash. So, Carol, who has reached her patient, immediately split the bed in two violently. She dragged her half of the bed to the other side while Dio did the same to his half to the other side. Dio then opened the metal orb that he usually used to capture criminals, but he brought in a sleeping crystal with him this time. Carol has already heard the story on the ship before, but she still frowned as she looked at Crystal's sleeping form. She could feel that something was not right about Crystal, but she wasn't sure what it was that led her to this conclusion. But with Dio's rudeness towards her, she didn't want to talk about her concern with him. But since Dio believed that the Grandmaster could help him, Carol for once thought of helping the little Crystal to regain her consciousness. But then, Carol noticed that Dio looked back at her with a questioning gaze, so she just scoffed and took a towel for her bath. Once she was done taking a shower, she walked out with only a towel on her body. Her profile was hot enough to make any men lusting over her, but strangely for Dio, he couldn't find it in him to like her romantically. Some people could say that Dio was a fool, but for him, face and body appearance didn't really matter. Although he could argue that he preferred his woman to be beautiful and sexy too, but the most crucial thing for Dio was her personality, and apparently, Carol's fiery personality was not for Dio. For Carol herself, she came out with only her towel on purpose to see Dio's reaction, but after she walked around a little bit and even bent over to take some clothing from the floor, he noticed that Dio didn't even look at her. She was fuming in silent anger. Was she really that unattractive for Dio to even look at her? This was the first time that a man didn't even look at her like this. She became more determined to make Dio fall for her, even if Dio wasn't his type at all. After Carol left to wear her clothes, Dio sighed as he knew that he just unknowingly taunted Carol to make a move on him. He sighed for the second time as he knew that this would be a long night. The woman that was the Grandmaster's trustee earlier came to Dio's room first thing in the morning to inform him that his turn has come. Dio nodded and immediately put Crystal inside the metal orb once again. He knew that he couldn't trust anyone in this place to look after Crystal for him. However, the woman looked at Dio and Carol in pity as she thought that Dio and Carol would die today, or at the very least, both would become the Grandmaster's slave. Dio and Carol followed the woman to the battle lounge before the arena gate, where he saw so many weapons and gears on the shelf put in order. You can choose anything you want to use here if you don't have your own, the woman said indifferently before she walked away, leaving Dio and Carol alone in the lounge. But Dio and Carol looked around and shared the same boring look at the state of equipment in this room. It was clearly terrible as it has already been used by so many fighters before them. Hey, I don't want you to get in my way later. So, stand aside and let me do all the work. You sure are confident, huh? How about a little bet to see who can kill more fighter later? Sure thing. What would we bet? Chapter 378. Dio and Carol immediately vented their pent-up anger and walked to the arena when the door was opened. Audience. This night I have a wonderful show for you. Then the Grandmaster highlighted Dio and Carol with a spotlight as he introduced them with the name Phoenix. Now, for the battle to be interesting, they will fight 100 of our brave fighters. The spectator began to shout and cheer as the fighters walked in as if Dio and Carol wouldn't have any chance of winning. Now, let's get started. The Phoenix team versus Sakaar Warrior. No rules. The battle will end as soon as one team defeats the others. The roar and applause coming from the spectator were booming as they were excited to win their bet. 1,000 fighters swarmed the arena and shot both Dio and Carol as they wanted to be the one that killed the enemy. Are you considering to concede against only this many enemies? Don't make me laugh, okay? Hey, at first, I want to compete fairly with you, but now, I don't feel like it anymore. Dio said as he got annoyed by Carol's words, so he immediately summoned Horus and White Album to end the battle as soon as he could. Now, it is over. Dio said as he smirked at Carol. Carol saw that Dio was suddenly encased in white armor, and a strange-looking bird appeared behind him. Carol was confused by what was happening to Dio, and what did he mean by it is over. Carol then tried to touch the white armor that Dio wore, but she was surprised as her hands felt a tremendous dip of temperature around Dio. Furthermore, she could see that the air around Dio began to condense and form a lot of ice spears. Carol immediately realized what Dio meant by it was already over. It won't be good for her reputation if she lost to Dio, so she immediately charged her body to join the battle herself, but it was too late. Dio released the ice spears towards the 1,000 fighters, killing masses in seconds. With only one attack, Dio successfully killed hundreds of people with ease. The scene was brutal as the fighter's body was ripped apart, and their blood was frozen instantly. The spectator immediately fell silent as they were shocked themselves after witnessing something like this. But nonetheless, the spectator quickly snapped back their attention towards the arena and began to shout Dio's team name in an excited manner. Carol herself couldn't help but admire Dio's ability, but she still couldn't figure out what the origin of Dio's power was. She deducted that Dio was a magician or a summoner, but it just didn't sound right. But Carol quickly snapped out of it as she looked towards the fighters and realized that Dio could finish them all off if she didn't do something about it. For Dio himself, the combined power of Horus and White Album was one of his greatest offensive ability. Not only the White Album enhanced Horus's attack. It also provided great defense. At the same time, Horus enabled White Album to launch a long-ranged attack. There was no way a small fry like those fighters could block his attack now. After all, even Ronan himself only survived this attack thanks to the power gem's energy. The arena became chaotic as so many fighters began to run for their lives. Carol herself also joined the battle and began to demolish the fighters who tried to run as they tried to evade Dio's attack. The fighters once again came across another monster as Carol flew around the arena while shooting an energy bomb that destroyed the arena with one strike. That was not even a battle anymore. It was just a one-sided massacre. The fighters quickly lost their will to fight and cower behind some stone pillar in an attempt to hide from the two monsters who went after them. But it didn't work on Dio's watch as he could easily detect any living being with his life magnetism overdrive Hammond technique. Chapter 379. All spectators fell silent upon seeing the one-sided massacre inside the arena. Even the Grandmaster never expected anything like this. He originally wanted to manipulate the result from behind the scene, but he abandoned that idea with a sly smile on his face after seeing the scene inside the arena. There was no chance he could win this right now as his own champion wouldn't be able to fight against these two monsters. But considering everyone on the spectator seat bet for the 100 fighters, it wasn't a bad idea to let those two win. After all, he would get a lot of money from the losing bet. The Grandmaster was wondering what he could buy with that much money, probably another planet. For this sly old fox, he will never lose. At least he would have to win something out of his losses. As the Grandmaster was busy wondering what he would do to his money, the battle has come to an end. Dio won his bet with Carol by a landslide, and Carol frowned as she wasn't amused by the fact that she lost to a person like Dio. Especially about what she bet with Dio earlier. Now, are you happy with our little bet earlier? Dio coolly said to Carol. What's with the hurry? You haven't won just yet. Sure, the champion worth 100 points, technically, you can still win, but isn't it clear that I am stronger than you? Dio said with a smirk on his face. Dio knew that with his score, even if Carol killed the champion, she still wouldn't be able to catch up, but it didn't matter right now. Well, I think 1,000 fighter earlier was just a warm-up, so I suggest whoever killed the champion get 1,000 points. Carol said confidently. Sure, but don't you dare to say I am not fair later. Dio said with a smirk still placated on his face. Of course. If you win, I will respect you as a father. Dio nodded. Even though he didn't get anything worth his while, teasing Captain Marvel like this wasn't something he could do every day. Although Dio didn't want to agitate Carol too much, he couldn't help but smirk at the chance to treat Carol as a loser. But suddenly, they were distracted by Grandmaster's voice in the arena. Now. This is the time that we have waited for. The time for our champion to enter the battle. He is the ferocious and brutal cannibal, Jabiro. Suddenly, a two-headed, blue-skinned ogre-like creature appeared. The spectators still cheered for the champion, but it wasn't as much as they cheered the 1,000 of warriors earlier. After all, they were optimistic that the Phoenix team would win the battle. But right when Jabiro has just walked into the arena while flaunting his muscle, a dazzling light immediately hit him head-on and pushed him to the wall below the spectators' stand, frightening the spectators who were right above the wall. The dazzling light immediately engulfed Jabiro's presence, and a loud roar could be heard from Jabiro, but it slowly faded away. After the light disappeared, a huge tunnel more than a kilometer away appeared on the wall below the spectators' stand. Not only the audiences who were surprised, but even Dio was also at a loss for word. He never expected Carol would resort to such a crazy move like this just to win their bet. But thankfully, Carol didn't go all out. She still held back her power. If she really went all out, this place would be destroyed into ashes. After Carol's glow faded away, she landed on the ground beside Dio and smirked in victory. Dio didn't know what to say. He never expected Carol would use her Star Force this early in the fight. But it wasn't a big deal for him. Carol winning only meant that he must praise Carol until she was satisfied. But, the look on her face was still annoying enough to make Dio regret losing. Now, she thought that she was stronger than Dio. Dio sighed as he thought of a way to praise Carol without degrading himself too much. Chapter 380. With the battle ended. Now, the winner of this championship is the Phoenix team. But as the spectators roared and cheered excitedly, the wall that Carol attacked earlier collapsed, bringing down the entire spectator to the hole below. This unexpected event made Dio laugh so hard on the ground as he found it extremely hilarious to see the spectator still shouted his team's name even though the seat they were under was crumbling to pieces. Dio then went to see the Grandmaster again. But he was confused to see the Grandmaster in a good mood after losing and not angry with Dio for killing his fighters and champion. After all, he knew from the Marvel Cinematic Universe that the Grandmaster was a sore loser. Now, what is your request? I will hear one of your requests. Dio immediately pulled out the metal orb and took Crystal out from the orb. What has happened to her? Did she have sleep syndrome? Or a curse, maybe? Or maybe a parasite sleeping demon? As one of the oldest living beings in the universe, Grandmaster had a lot of knowledge, and that was also why Tyvan believed that the Grandmaster might know something about this. Dio then explained what had happened to Crystal, and Grandmaster fell silent and seemed to be thinking of something. Come with me. I would like to do some tests first. Grandmaster said as he walked away while signaling Dio to follow. After that, Dio arrived at a neat laboratory where the Grandmaster told Dio to lay Crystal on the bed in the center of the room, which Dio immediately did so. The Grandmaster then operated a machine that began to inspect Crystal up and down. This laboratory of mine theoretically could detect anything, even a mental and soul problem. Grandmaster said confidently. After about half an hour, some text that Dio couldn't read came out of the printer-like machine. The Grandmaster then read the text and fell silent for a bit. This is a strange situation, indeed. Grandmaster said to himself. He then began to mutter something that Dio failed to catch and then ignored the Grandmaster for now. I see, you don't know what I am talking about. Well, I will give you a short explanation then. From the result of my examination, there was nothing wrong with her body, but she might have a soul parasite. She had strange energy inside her body, but that energy had nothing to do with why she was asleep. It should have something to do with her spiritual health. Grandmaster said solemnly. This is just my hypothesis, but I think her spirit is dying. The light that a living person should show on my test wasn't detected on her, which means that she should have been dead, but strangely, she is still alive. Now, there is an instance that her situation was caused because her soul is missing. While usually a soul that has left its original body would be disintegrated or torn apart, in some strange way, she still survived. This means something established her soul to her body. That also explained why she was in a deep sleep state. If my assumption is correct, she can't be awakened by any normal means. Grandmaster said excitedly. Dio nodded as he thought that he understood the Grandmaster's words. But then Carol interrupted. This is ridiculous. How can a human lose her soul but still alive? Carol said annoyedly. As far as she knew, once a human soul left their body, then they would be dead. No exception made. Then it wouldn't explain how Crystal could sometimes wake up. If she didn't have her soul, how could she wake up like that? I don't know, but this is the best explanation that I can give you now. This situation is bizarre, but I can't give any more explanation other than this. But what if her soul has self-awareness from the beginning? Dio asked Grandmaster, ignoring the Grandmaster's banter with Carol. That's possible, but it still doesn't explain why and how the soul got separated from the body in the first place and still survives despite the distance between the body and the soul. Grandmaster said while pondering. Dio himself began to wonder himself why such an impossible thing was possible for Crystal. But at the same moment, Dio finally understood what happened. Chapter 381. Dio remembered everything that happened before Crystal fell into her slumber, but he didn't want to talk about it here. After all, it wouldn't solve anything right now. So he asked Grandmaster about something that came to his mind. So, if I bring the soul back to her body, she would wake up from her deep slumber. But what if I can't find her soul? Well, in theory, you are correct. She would be awakened when her soul reunited with her body once more. But if you can't find her soul, she will probably sleep forever, that is until she spent all of her energy. Once that happens, she will die. But from my calculation, she could probably live for another 50 years before that happens. Dio nodded. He understood what the Grandmaster had explained to him, but Dio knew the truth. Waking Crystal up should be easier than he expected, but all he had to do now was wait. Then I would gladly say my thanks to you. I will try to locate her soul after this. Well, if you really want to thank me, you can become my next champion. I will promise that all your needs will be fulfilled. No, we didn't want that. We will be out of your vicinity soon. However, Carol also shot him down. She didn't like to be chained in one place like that. Dio then left with Crystal and Carol towards the dark battleship once again as they didn't want to spend any more time on this planet, but as soon as they left, the Grandmaster's smile gradually disappeared. Scrapper 142, come see me now. Grandmaster said to the intercom. About half an hour later, a female soldier appeared in front of the Grandmaster. Scrapper 142, you are my soldier with the highest success rate. So, I want you to capture one of them somehow. If you succeed, I will pay you 50 million stars coin. And if you fail, you know what awaits you. What are you going to do with them? Scrapper 142 asked curiously. Let's just say that I will make them our new champion. Grandmaster said excitedly with a smirk on his face. But remember, I don't want any of them to get hurt, you hear me? If any part of their body is broken, you will pay for it. With all due respect, Grandmaster, this task is almost impossible. Scrapper 142 said with a frown on her face. Well, you always surprised me before, so I hope for your surprise after this. But remember, don't disappoint me. Why would you give me a mission this difficult? Why don't you just invite them nicely? It's because you didn't belong to my group. So, your life is expendable. Scrapper 142 sighed and then asked the Grandmaster whether she could refuse the mission. Which made the Grandmaster's assistant held her breath in surprise. Well, of course. After all, I am a good man who doesn't like to force others to do my bidding. But everyone else knew better. In fact, the Grandmaster was a tyrant in Sakar. Scrapper 142 sighed once again as she knew that she must accept the mission. So, she nodded her head as she accepted Grandmaster's request. So, I will let everybody know, anyone who dares to block your path on Sakar will be disintegrated by me personally. Grandmaster said excitedly. He couldn't wait to use his disintegration gun once more. Grandmaster's assistant also put on work immediately. She knew that she must ensure that Dio had to stay on Sakar for a couple more days so that Scrapper 142 could accomplish the mission. Otherwise, the mission would be a lot harder for anyone. There was no telling what the Grandmaster would do if he couldn't get what he wanted. The good news was Dio didn't seem to be leaving just yet. Chapter 382. The time flow inside Sakar was not the same as the outside world. Because of the abundant amount of wormholes on this planet, a week here probably only lasted for a couple of hours outside. That was also why so many people came here for a living. So, after some rest and sightseeing, Dio believed that it was time to go. And of course, Carol, who still didn't have anything to do, decided to go with him too. But for the last night, Dio decided to go to a bar for a while as he hadn't drunk any alcohol for so long. Inside the bar, Carol made a bet with Dio on who was the first to pass out, which Dio agreed upon. Because of Hammond Energy's unique property, Dio wouldn't get drunk. But he didn't really know what would happen to Carol. But clearly, after a few full glasses of various wine, Carol was pushing her luck. Carol. When are you going to cash in your winning bet? What? Couldn't wait to praise me like a queen, could you? Why don't you do it here then? She kept on drinking, but she couldn't hide her smile. If she didn't use her Star Force that time, she might lose to Dio as she knew that he could kill the champion in one strike. Here. Are you sure? Hey, I don't expect you can do it either. Carol said tauntingly. Okay. You ask for it. But let me tell you, I am not good at praising people. But a bet is a bet. Although he really didn't want to do it, he wouldn't go back on his words. Carol, you are a perfect being, but unfortunately, you are too powerful that any man who see you would turn away. Dio said as honestly as he could. Are you taunting me? Carol asked as she gritted her teeth in annoyance. She was happy when she heard Dio said that she was perfect, but Dio's next word just contradicted his previous words. She tended to trash everything when she was angry. Are you sure you are praising me? I will let you see despair if you don't. Her body began to shine brightly, a sign that she would activate her star force at any time. Of course, this is a compliment. You are clearly clever, alien killer. This time, Carol knew for sure that Dio was sarcastically praising her. Carol frowned as she couldn't just attack Dio for something this trivial. After all, Dio did warn her that he wasn't capable of praising someone. So, she had to be satisfied with that as she noticed that a satiric type of compliment was the best that Dio could do. What else did you got for me? Carol asked tauntingly. If that was the best that Dio could do, she would milk it out even more. Your hair is beautiful. May I have the honor of knowing what shampoo did you use to maintain that beauty? Dio said sarcastically. This is natural. Now, what else? That's it. I can't think of anything else. The two looked at each other awkwardly as Dio didn't know what else to compliment Carol with, and Carol didn't know what to say anymore. Finally, as Carol realized everything that Dio had said, she noticed something. Did you do it on purpose? You never mention my beautiful face. Dio had complimented her power, hair, cleverness, but he never mentioned her face. Carol was dying to hear Dio mentioning she was beautiful, but she never heard it even once. She clearly wasn't satisfied. You aren't satisfied by that much compliment? Are you sure? I think it was already too much, don't you think? Carol was at her limit. When she was ready to fight against Dio, a familiar figure suddenly come over and sat down beside Dio. Hey, hottie. Did you get bored with your girl there? I can accompany you to drink all night long. Dio observed her carefully from head to toe as he knew who that was and what she did, but clearly, he didn't know how to react just yet. As for Carol, she was annoyed at the new woman in front of her. How dare she thought that Carol was boring when this woman wasn't even as beautiful as her. Chapter 383. Sometimes it was good to feel confident, but overconfident could be your downfall too. The safest option for Dio right now was to send this woman away because he himself didn't know what Carol would do if she were pushed too far. But her identity aroused Dio too much. She may not be as beautiful as Carol, but the outcome might be exciting. Serve us more. Dio said to the bartender, who nodded as he walked towards Dio with a new wine bottle. Carol was clearly annoyed, so, to not cause any ruckus here, Carol put down his glass of wine and left the bar so she could calm herself a little. You're not going after her. But you're probably too late anyway. What? Did you think I can't catch up to her even if I want to? You are cute. I am a Valkyrie, by the way. Never in my years have I ever witnessed 1,000 Sicarian warrior like that would be decimated so quickly like that. It is just amazing. So, may I know your name or something? Sometimes it is good to be confident, but overconfident could easily cause embarrassment. My name is James Killian. You can call me Jimmy, James, or anything on that name, but don't call me Gigi. Valkyrie seemed to be amused by Dio's fake name, but the atmosphere was still casual as Valkyrie didn't care whether Dio would fake his name or not. After all, she was just acting here. She needed to get Dio off guard as she didn't want to fight with Dio. Sure enough, they started drinking like there was no tomorrow. But clearly, this type of scene became boring for Dio as he couldn't get drunk anyway. So, he invited Valkyrie for something that he knew Valkyrie would like. Would you like to join me on a night drive? Dio said to Valkyrie casually. A drive? Sure, why not? Nice. I know that Galaxy will like you for sure. Galaxy? What are you talking about? That is the name of my horse. But it wasn't an ordinary one. It's a Pegasus that can fly into the sky. Wow, where did you even get such a thing? Valkyrie asked in mock curiosity. I got it from an old man with one eye. I found it on a secret land that the old man kept to himself. Dio said as he described Odin loosely. Her complexion immediately changed as she heard Dio's description, but she kept drinking to hide her emotion, and Dio let her drink until she passed out. Dio then took her out of the bar and walked her to the nearby alley. Valkyrie began to sober up as she felt her body was being taken, and once she knew the location that she was in, she immediately struggled to get out of Dio's holds. Where is this? Why are you taking me here? I will bury you here if you do anything I don't want. Seeing Dio frowned and walked towards her once again, she took it as a wrong idea. She quickly aimed her kick at Dio's vital area to make sure that she could escape, but as Dio was prepared, he parried Valkyrie's attack as he knew that it would hurt. After all, the Valkyrie was one of the greatest fighters in this universe. When she missed her hit, Valkyrie stood up once more, and this time, she aimed her attack at Dio's head. Her move was elegant, swift, and powerful. But for Dio, this drunken stupor had to end. I heard that Asgard's Valkyrie are all legendary fighters, but alcoholism surely disabled your fighting skill. Dio said coldly. After Dio said that he wanted a Pegasus as his compensation. Thor has been giving Dio information about the Valkyrie through a playbook when they were in Asgard. Thor once dreamed of becoming a Valkyrie as he didn't know at first that there is no man in the Valkyries unit. Who are you? Clearly, you know about Asgard too much. Why did you have the Pegasus with you? Hey, did we play 20 questions just now? What's with all those questions? Chapter 384. Dio didn't answer any of Valkyrie's question, but it was evident that she was still waiting for an answer expectantly. She, for a second, remembered her chivalric personality while she was still on the Valkyrie order. But she eventually snapped back to reality, where she must do whatever it took to achieve her goal. She already slipped in a drug on Dio's wine, so now all she had to do is wait for the effect to kick in. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for reinforcement? Or waiting for the drugs to take effect? Valkyrie was startled by Dio's question as she now knew that neither would work. She didn't know how Dio found out about her plan, but she saw with her own eyes that Dio drank the cup that she gave earlier, so why didn't the poison work? Don't waste your time, I already knew you slip in a drug on my drinks, but unfortunately for you, no poison will work on me. Dio said casually. Valkyrie immediately took a step back as if trying to escape from the bar, but it was just a bluff. She immediately jumped towards Dio and put a taser-like device in Dio's neck. But an unfortunate event once again happened. Valkyrie expected Dio would be twitching on the ground right now, but the man still looked fine like nothing has happened. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that I also don't like bugs, especially the weird one that can cause a seizure like this one. Dio said as he pinched a coin-like black thing in front of Valkyrie's face. With a million Hammond energy on reserve, Dio constantly shrouded his body on Hammond energy, so nothing could escape his enhanced senses. Valkyrie was shocked. She knew that none of her plans worked, so she immediately ran out of the bar as fast as she could. But she couldn't get far enough as she noticed that Dio caught up to her in an instant. She immediately stopped in a dark alley to face Dio. Dio was walking towards Valkyrie with a frown on his face. He knew that someone must have ordered Valkyrie to capture him and force him to stay longer on Sakaar. And Dio also knew that the Grandmaster was the most plausible candidate for such order. Did the Grandmaster tell you to do all this? Dio asked coldly. Valkyrie thought for a moment as she was thinking of selling the Grandmaster for her safety. She could always go and settle in on another planet. But suddenly, many mercenaries swarmed the alley and helped Valkyrie out. Dio sighed as he realized that Valkyrie was waiting for reinforcement all this time. She had sent signals to all Scavenger to come to the bar as a countermeasure beforehand if the drugs failed her. Although it was a hassle, she was glad she did it. After this mission, she would live in the dark for a couple of years as she planned to trick all this Scavenger anyway. But her plan once again went south as a dark battleship suddenly appeared in the air out of nowhere. The dark battleship immediately shot the Scavenger mercilessly, leaving Valkyrie alone with Dio once again. Listening to the Scavenger's screams and the blood spurting all over the place, she smiled and closed her eyes in content. She thought that it was her time to die. But when it was quiet again, she opened her eyes and frowned. Why don't you just kill me already? Valkyrie said with an irritated look on her face. Why would I do that? You haven't answered my question. You are shit. You know that. Fine. Have it your own way. Yes, I was sent by the Grandmaster. He wants you and that woman in his control. Dio smirked in satisfaction as he heard Valkyrie's word. You are not bad, to be honest. Separating us and take us one at a time, but you take on the wrong person here. If you did it to her, she would have been in your grasp now. But the truth was, whether she took on Carol or Dio, the result should be the same. Carol was also a difficult person to handle. Valkyrie nodded her head and said nothing, but suddenly a white figure flew out of the dark battleship and came to Dio's side. In the meantime, Valkyrie was shocked to know that she could still see the majestic creature with her 2 eyes. Chapter 385. Valkyrie looked at Galaxy with a complicated look. She once had a partner like Galaxy, but it died during the invasion in Hela's territory. Dio patted Galaxy's head intimately and looked at Valkyrie once again. Look, I will let you off this once as your accomplishment in the past has earned you that mercy. But if I let Thor know that the female fighter that he admired for so long has fallen to such a state, I believe he would lose his hair. Dio said with a laugh. What? What's your relationship with Prince Thor? Who are you? Well, Thor is my friend, and I helped Asgard stopping the Dark Elves' invasion not too long ago, Dio said casually. Would you really let me go just like that? Valkyrie asked with a sigh of relief. Yeah, I am not gonna go back on my words. But I can do more than that. Did you not miss Asgard? I can take you there if you want to. I am thinking of going there myself soon. I am afraid I will pass on that. Asgard has nothing on me anymore. I am now Sakar's scavenger 142. This life suits me more than a nightly duty. But I hope that you won't mention my existence to any Asgardians if you plan to return there. If that's what you want, then sure. Just let me make your life a little bit better. Tell the Grandmaster that I will come back soon. It should excite that old coot and save you from any punishment. Valkyrie nodded her head and expressed her gratitude before Dio walked into the dark battleship to leave Sakar. It's over just like that. Carol said as she was waiting for Dio's return on the lounge near the door. Well, Grandmaster wasn't someone that's stupid to chase aimlessly, but at the very least, I already sent someone to warn him to let us go. Dio said casually. Dio and Carol had long known of Valkyrie's mission to capture one of them, but they wanted to see what she would do before actually doing anything. The dark battleship immediately entered a wormhole and left Sakar for a new destination. Meanwhile, Valkyrie met the Grandmaster once more and told him what Dio said to her earlier. Well, I will wait for their return. Now, Scavenger 142, I would like for you to find me a new champion. I hope you will not let me down again. Surely, his day wouldn't be so dull if he could expect Dio and Carol would come back here. Valkyrie nodded and left Grandmaster's room as she immediately scouted the planet for the new champion for the Grandmaster. So, you're just gonna let her go like that? Topaz said as she held the disintegrating staff in her hands. What are you doing with that thing? I am the only one who's allowed to kill anyone in this place. Now. Why would I kill Scavenger 142? She is also valuable on her own, and I am sure that she would surprise me sooner or later. Right when Dio and the others were coming out of Sakar, a grand sacrament event was taking place on a remote planet in the Milky Way galaxy. An ugly woman with pale skin was sitting on a high platform throne. In front of her, a good 10,000 indigenous people of the planet were kneeling on the ground, praying for their next god to be born. Soon, 10 women with beautiful faces walked towards the throne with their heads bowed down. If one could see the woman up close, they would see that these 10 women were trembling in fear. An old man who stood not too far away from the throne welcomed the girls and ordered them to stand in front of the throne. Let the ceremony begin. The old man said excitedly. The people who were kneeling on their feet earlier immediately started chanting some incoherent words excitedly. After a while, the ugly woman on the throne began to shake violently, and suddenly, a red particle was discharged from her body to the first girl in front of her. When all these red particles left the ugly woman's body, her body fell to the ground like an empty husk. Soon, the red particles moved to each of the 10 women's bodies, searching for a body strong enough to host it. Everyone who was kneeling in front of the throne turned a blind eye to this cruel event in front of them. The women's body immediately fell one by one since their life force was absorbed by the red particles as they were deemed insufficient by this red particle. The last girl on the line was terrified of the horror that happened on her side, and she couldn't endure the fear any longer and shouted her dad's name to ask for help in tears. Her father subconsciously stood up to help his daughter, but several people instantly held him down so that he couldn't interfere with the process. But as the dark red particles left her body, his daughter fell on the platform and never stood up again. The father immediately cried for his greed and inability to save his only daughter. Chapter 386. Aside from some fanatic who was eager to be chosen from the beginning, these goddess candidates were forced to partake in this ceremony. In other words, these candidates' families were all grieving of losing their family members this day. The ritual wouldn't end until the goddess found a body that suited her taste. After a while, the ether found its host once again. And the moment that the host's body rose to her feet, everyone cheered loudly, while they were excited that their goddess was reborn once again. They didn't know that the ether finally found a body that could contain its tremendous power. But suddenly, a man came into the ceremony looking panicked. The Blackwater tribe has come. Almost all of their soldiers are heading towards this place. The man who stood near the throne earlier immediately rose and commandingly shouted to draw everyone's attention. It seemed that this man was the leader of this cult. The Blackwater tribe must have heard about our goddess rebirth, hoping to catch us off guard. We must show them that they are already too late. We hope our goddess can punish their blasphemy once and for all. The goddess knew everything that the leader has planned, but she didn't mind it. After all, she had to try this new body too. From today onwards, there shall be no more Blackwater tribe. The goddess said as she began to float and fly towards the direction where the man came earlier. Everyone attending the ceremony immediately followed their new goddess with an excited gaze on their eyes. As thousands of Blackwater soldiers marched towards the ceremony place, a beautiful figure appeared in the sky. Even the ugly clothes that the woman wore couldn't hide the plump figure beneath it. Every Blackwater soldiers who saw the woman couldn't hide their desire to have that woman for themselves. Bring that woman over. We will slaughter the Hummingbird tribe and slay their god before we enjoy their woman. The soldiers laughed as their determination burned once again. But at the same time, the woman earlier smiled coldly. Do you know what Hummingbird goddess power is? The woman said with a cold smile still attached to her face. The commander finally realized that he was in front of the said goddess that they wanted to slay. Quick! Kill her. She is the new god of the Hummingbird tribe. He felt nervous suddenly as he didn't know what this so-called goddess was capable of. But he knew that the woman should be able to do something magnificent. Otherwise, the Hummingbird tribe wouldn't let her become their goddess. He may have issued the right order as a leader to attack immediately, but he failed to measure the gap between his army and the goddess' power. The Blackwater's soldiers who rushed towards the goddess suddenly turned into sand, blown by the wind, and disappeared completely. Kill her. She is a witch. The soldiers immediately took out their bow and arrow and shot the woman in front of them. However, all the Blackwater soldiers and their commander suddenly turned into dust, leaving only their equipment behind. The Hummingbird tribe that finally arrived at the scene immediately kneeled as they saw that the Blackwater tribe had been decimated. They finally saw the power of the goddess that they worshipped all this time. The goddess smiled at what she just did and immediately took a deep breath. After that, countless tulips that exuded a unique fragrance appeared below her feet while she kept laughing excitedly. A few days after, Dio finally returned to Hammond, while Crystal was still asleep to this day, showing no sign of waking up. Although the Grandmaster has already stated Crystal's problem, Dio still couldn't think of a way to find Crystal's soul. So, what are we doing here again? Sightseeing? No, this is my planet. Why else would I be here? His mood wasn't at his best right now as he kept thinking of a way to cure Crystal. But Carol already knew the reason behind it, so she didn't take it personally. Did you snatch this planet from someone? Carol asked with a smirk on her face. But Dio just glared towards her annoyedly. Haven't you been here long enough? Dio asked, annoyedly. Well, I am here since I am concerned about this planet. I am still not ruling out the possibility that you took this planet by force. Dio just rolled his eyes and ignored Carol as he found it unnecessary to talk with Carol again. He knew that he couldn't control Carol, so he let her do whatever she wanted. Carol wanted to invite Dio for a war against the Kree Empire, but she never found the opportunity to say it. She even considered sending a letter about this planet to the Kree Empire secretly to pit Dio against them. But fortunately, she wasn't that desperate yet. Chapter 387. In the vastness of the universe, hundreds of Omnicraft were shooting a single spacecraft that kept dodging their bullets. What? You stole their Anulax batteries? Hey! You know how arrogant that bitch is. I am just trying to teach her a lesson to not look down on anybody. Oh, I never thought that you have such a selfless motive. Maybe we need to get back there and tell them that we didn't have any bad intention. Stop arguing, both of you. Gamora shouted from behind, interrupting her two arguing teammates. Shit. Where is the closest planet that we can warp into? Hammond Planet. It is a tourist planet. It should only take one jump from this place. Everyone, put your seatbelt on. Peter said as he immediately uses his spaceship's warp to jump into Hammond Planet. He had to take shelter into habitable planets soon. Otherwise, their spaceship would be destroyed by the sovereign Omnicraft. Peter immediately warped to a nearby asteroids belt and flew towards it. He skillfully avoided the asteroids, while the sovereign Omnicraft fell victim to the asteroids since they didn't have that great of a flying skill. Peter successfully reduced the amount of Omnicrafts tailing his ship. It was like seeing an arcade on the Sovereign Command Center as the Sovereign controlled the Omnicraft remotely. Why can't we destroy one single ship? High Priestess Aisha asked the command center as she walked in. High Priestess, those batteries are very explosive. We are wary that it could destroy our entire fleet if we destroy it carelessly. They are a criminal of the highest order. They have to be executed. We have to kill them even if we have to destroy our entire fleet. She adds. The battle commander nodded and immediately issued an order to kill the enemy no matter what. The Omnicrafts immediately pursued Peter's ship to the asteroid belt and followed them towards Hammond Planet. On Peter's ship, once again, Peter and Rocket were arguing. This time it was about who should drive the spaceship. But as the Omnicraft started shooting, it hit the left tail of Peter's ship, disrupting their ship's balance, and crashed against an incoming meteorite. Peter's ship immediately caught fire while the alarm immediately broke everyone's concentration. Quill. Weapon system isn't working. That's what you get for letting Quill fly the ship. Rocket shouted on his own. Shut your mouth, you stupid raccoon. Don't you see we are being chased by the universe's infamous hive mind, and it is all because of you. We can warp in 30 more seconds. Rocket said as he looked at the warping board. Okay, hang on, guys. Peter shouted as he immediately wrapped around the meteorite to provide cover while he waited for the warp to activate. But suddenly, 50 Omnicrafts hovered around the meteorite, searching for Peter's ship. Oh shit. We all are just a sitting duck here. Go down, Peter. Gamora shouted. Peter then gritted his teeth and deactivated the safety mode, causing their engine to overload from the previous damage, but their booster was immediately charged to full. Peter immediately activated the booster and flew in a light speed by the next second, escaping the Sovereign's Omnicrafts and warped to Hammond Planet. Everyone on the ship was forced to hold on to anything they could in the ship as it shook uncontrollably. As they finished the warping process, they fell out of control upon entering Hammond's atmosphere as their ship's engine was already destroyed. Brace for impact. Peter shouted as the ships got closer to the ground. Fortunately for them, the ship didn't explode as it hit the ground, but it was in poor condition for sure, and reparation might take a long time. Many tourists were surprised to see an unknown ship crash-landed near the bird sanctuary that they were watching. They immediately gathered around the crash site as they were curious about who those people were. They soon saw an earthling, blue-skinned Zeaberii, a walking raccoon, and a tree man. Fortunately, they crash-landed near a lake, so the ground they landed was soft and cushioned their landing. I thought we are going to die there. Rocket said as he started to check his body parts. Seeing that none of them were dead, the tourist got bored and returned to their own activity. Hey, aren't we losing something? Peter said as he checked on everyone. Gamora was thinking for a little, and suddenly it hit her. Oh, shit. Drax. Gamora shouted as she ran towards the lake to save Drax, who fell to the lake. A minute later, Gamora and Peter were pulling Drax's body that almost drowned in the lake. Peter then started punching Drax's chest, and it seems to work as Drax started coughing and awoken from Peter's punch. Chapter 388. What are you doing? Peter said as he saw Drax trying to take off his pants. I got dinner. Drax said as he pulled out a big fish from his underwear. Gross. Who would eat that? The atmosphere became less tense than before as everyone laughed at Peter's misfortune. Peter himself was starting to get sick as he remembered where the fish came from. He was tempted to kick Drax back to the lake. But their casual moment immediately stopped as they looked up into the sky, and suddenly the Sovereign Omnicraft flew into the Hammond Planet atmosphere. But they soon saw something more shocking as they saw some anti-aircraft turrets protrude from the ground and started shooting the Sovereign's Omnicraft before they could safely enter the atmosphere. Gamora. Are you sure this is a tourist planet? Why are there so many anti-aircraft turrets in here? But as he looked at Gamora, he saw that Gamora also had the same expression. She didn't know anything. Presumably maybe this is a den of thieves. You know, there are so many pirates around this part of the galaxy. But as the Sovereign Omnicraft were all destroyed, the turrets immediately returned beneath the ground as if nothing happened. But suddenly, a voice could be heard throughout the planet. The military drill has ended. We apologize if we surprise the tourist with our explosive. Peter suddenly became more nervous as he knew that what he just witnessed was no military drill at all. It was a complete massacre. But if the one who willingly disclosed the information knew about Peter and his crew, then it meant they were in danger themselves. Peter looked at his crew and nodded to each other as they arrived at the same conclusion. They had to blend it with the other tourists to avoid getting caught by whoever running this planet. Soon enough, the commotion died down, and Peter and the others prepared themselves to blend in. They didn't know what the Sovereign would think about this incident, as Peter knew that all the Sovereign Omnicraft was destroyed mercilessly. Peter also saw the face of the tourists when that happens. Apparently, the tourists now believe that they were perfectly safe from planet raiders as the planet's military power was formidable. Are we safe now? Rocket asked Peter as they began to search for a quiet remote place. I don't know, but I don't think so. Peter said worriedly. As soon as he said that, a bunch of soldiers immediately surrounded them effectively. Good day, gentlemen. I am Red Rose, the head of security here in Hammond. You are suspected of illegal entry and possibly smuggling, please come with us peacefully. Peter knows that there was nothing that he could do, so he sighed and put his hands up. The others also did the same, as they knew that they were at fault here. They had brought danger to a planet with tourists inside. But they knew that they hadn't smuggled anything here in Hammond, so they hoped that they could clear that misunderstanding somehow. Peter and the others felt uneasy as they followed the soldiers deep inside the jungle. They felt something was off here. Where are you taking us? Peter asked worriedly. Yeah, this is all a big misunderstanding. We are not smuggling anything here. Our ship crashed. This is all just an accident. We did enter the planet without paying, but due to the circumstance, I hope you can understand that we could pay. But just unfortunate enough to crash first. Gamora said hopefully. That isn't for me to decide. You can say that to our chief later, he personally wants to see you. Who is your leader? Why would he want to see us? You will see for yourself, but as for why he wants to see you, I don't think I know the reason either. Red Rose said casually. Peter felt that they were in danger, so he immediately tried to come up with a way to escape from the guards, causing the tense atmosphere between the Guardians of the Galaxy and the guards. I advise you not to do anything that would lead to another misunderstanding. The chief has invested 1 million stars coin to build the planet's defense system. Even if you escape us now, you wouldn't be able to leave anyway. Peter, who thought of escaping, was instantly discouraged after hearing such words. He knew that with that much money in defense system, it would mean that the defense is top class. It would be better for him to follow the soldiers to their leader first than thinking of such an impossible task. Chapter 389. When the Guardian of the Galaxy arrived at the deepest part of the jungle, all they saw was a wide clearing with nothing on it. Peter looked at Red Rose to ask what they were doing there, but a sudden whirring sound stopped him from doing so. He looked up front and saw that a huge towering building suddenly appeared in front of them. This is just another use of our stealth technology, don't be surprised and come with us now. Red Rose said casually. She knew that the Dark Elf stealth technology was ahead of other stealth technologies by a mile. So, she knew that a scene in front of them would surprise anyone. This could be proven by Heimdall himself, who possessed the all-seeing eye that was said to be capable of perceiving anyone, anywhere on the universe. But, Heimdall failed to notice the Dark Elves' invasion back then. The Dark Elves' stealth tech was also coming to fruition because Malekith, the previous leader of the Dark Elves, was too obsessed with invading Asgard, which meant getting past Heimdall's all-seeing eye was a must. When Red Rose ushered them in, she led them to the base of the tech-filled building, and a man was already waiting for them there, laughing as he looked at them. You! Peter exclaimed. He knew the man as he was the one who captured him and turned him into bait to lure Yondu and his Ravagers. He had sworn to himself never to get involved with this man ever again, but it seemed Lady Faith had another agenda. What is going on? Did you know each other? She never saw Dio's real face before, as Dio always used Knum to hide his real identity, but Peter has seen Dio's real face, so he knew who this man was. Have you forgotten that this demon was the one who killed Ronan on Xander? Peter said to the others. Gamora was puzzled as she was confused, as the man in front of her was different than the man she had seen before. Well, maybe you guys would be more familiar with this look. Dio said as he transformed into the face that he used before. Gamora and the others were shocked to see the transformation as they finally saw the man who killed Ronan. Don't be so surprised. A gadget that could change one's appearance is expected. After all, this universe is so vast that nobody really knows everything. Gamora and the others nodded as they understood what Dio had said. They knew that so many civilizations were researching for various ideas and unknown technology, but they were still wary of their surroundings as they didn't know why they were there. So, who you really are? Why did you insist on bringing us here? She looked at Peter and noticed that Peter was totally on guard here. It was either because he didn't trust this man or had a bad experience with this man. My name is Dio. I am just another bounty hunter in this universe. But I am only an interstellar explorer and a tourist from the Earth. After I realize that I must use another kind of money outside Earth. I choose to do some bounty hunting to earn money. Dio said casually. Dio was excited to see the Guardian of the Galaxy here, as he was only here to foresee the construction of the planet, and once it was over, he would like to fly back to Earth immediately. After all, the Earth was still the home that he would always long for. After his exploration of the universe, he noticed how small and insignificant one person really was. No matter how powerful and how rich that certain someone was, no one would care about them anymore once they died. While he really missed Earth right now, Dio still planned to explore the universe again. Are you from Earth? Oh my God. We are brothers. I am also from the Earth. When I was 10 years old, Yondu kidnapped me from the Earth, and here I am today. Once he heard that Dio was from the Earth, he had a complete change of attitude. Gamora and Rocket immediately shook their head as they had listened to Peter's story a million times. Peter would always tell his story where Yondu kidnapped him repeatedly, making Gamora and the others sick of the story. I know. You already told me that. Peter then stopped his storytelling moment and frowned. Yeah, you already knew it, but you still treat me like trash. You are a real bastard, you know that. Chapter 390. Dio was annoyed by Peter's constant bickering, so he ordered Red Rose to tie Peter up and gagged his mouth so he could stop bickering. Surprisingly, Gamora and Rocket were relieved that Peter was tied up as the situation became somewhat pleasant. Let's talk about the obvious thing first. You aren't here for tourism, that's for sure. But who is the one chasing after you earlier? Gamora, knowing that there was no benefit in covering the situation earlier, gladly told Dio everything that happened on Sovereign. Dio listened very calmly, although knowing that Sovereign was an annoying opponent, he didn't get mad at Gamora for suggesting Hammond as their escape planet. So, that arrogant woman was the High Priestess of Sovereign. Now it makes sense. Wait, did you just say that you have met the High Priestess before? Rocket asked confusedly. Well, they did contact us rudely before entering our atmosphere, but we didn't give them any permit to enter the planet, and they didn't listen, so we assumed that they know the consequences. Dio said casually. After their entire fleet got destroyed, the old woman has the audacity to rebuke me for getting in their way on my planet. You should see how hilarious it was to ignore the damned old hag earlier. Dio knows that the Sovereign was an annoying race, but the most annoying thing about them was their remote control fleet. So, no matter how many fleets got destroyed, they would just build a new one. Another thing was that they were a one organism. The Sovereign has cloned their people with the perfect gene, so everybody could be perfect too. But of course, the perfection that they attained was in their own standard. Dio had his own rule too. He would have let the Sovereign capture the Guardian of the Galaxy if they respected Dio's boundaries and proceeded calmly. But they just had to undermine Dio's rule, so he had no choice but to execute his own defensive approach. That arrogant personality from the Sovereign was also derived from their own thought that believed they were the perfect being in the galaxy. But you know, after destroying their fleet like that, they will be after you too. Gamora said carefully as she worried that Dio might lash out. You don't need to worry about me. They are just a bunch of self-righteous garbage. If it weren't my love for peace, I would have been halfway to their home planet now. Dio knew at this moment, Adam Warlock hasn't been created yet. So, there he didn't have to worry about taunting the Sovereign. But in Acuity, Dio was interested in the Sovereign's remote control tech as they were the only one who could create a long-distance piloting system like that. But it was useless before Dio and Carol. Both of them could very much destroy Sovereign without the possibility of them fighting back. Furthermore, Dio was in possession of the power gem now. Now, you all look tired. Let's talk about things again after you have some good rest. Maped off. Prepare their rooms so that they can rest and send someone to salvage their ship that crashed into the King's Lake earlier and send it over here. Of course, right away. Mapedov said casually. He then untied Peter and led the entire Guardian of the Galaxy's member upstairs, towards the rooms that were already cleaned and prepared beforehand. On the other hand, Peter felt dejected. He felt that no one ever listened to him enough. Now he missed his mother more because of Dio's bullying. But Peter didn't know that at the same time, his biological father was sacrificing countless of his own child and had set his eyes on Peter. Yondu was originally tasked by Ego to kidnap Peter and bring him back to Ego, but Yondu had a change of heart after seeing the innocent Peter. Now, Peter was the Ego's last surviving child, and for him to proceed with his plan, Ego needed Peter to be the one. The key to activate his plan. Ego was one of the elders of the universe, and that was also why Peter could hold on to the power gem without suffering as much as the blood of the elder was running through Peter's body. Peter, I will find you soon. Just wait for me. I hope you wouldn't be a disappointment like your brothers and sisters does. Chapter 391. The next day, Peter was helping Rocket repairing their ship together. Although Dio had told them that they could use one of his ships, Peter rejected that offer and repaired his ship instead. But Peter was still annoyed by Dio's rude words, so he started to throw things around when he remembered Dio's face. Hey, stop that. If you don't want to help, just go. He was doing his best to repair the ship, but seeing Peter moped around while throwing things really frustrated him. Peter then walked away from the ship, leaving Rocket alone to fix the ship and searched for Gamora instead. But as he saw Gamora was practicing her sword technique, Peter found a reason to surprise her. He slowly walked towards her back unnoticed, but as he got close enough, Gamora waved her swords and stopped it at Peter's neck. Now, next time you creep around like that, I will be sure to cut off your head. Gamora said angrily. Peter, who was shocked by what just happened, fell to the floor with fear still laced on his mind. You almost killed me. Peter shouted as he regains his sense. You should be glad that I almost killed you. Imagine if I kill you for real. The last time someone tried to sneak up on me, he was buried the next day. Peter shut up instantly as he knew that he couldn't agitate Gamora any further. But Peter's personality made it hard for him to not speak up his mind. In a matter of seconds, he started talking again. Aren't you tired of all the practice? How about we both take a bath and relax a little bit? A bath with you? You must be joking me. No. I mean, you take a bath, and I will wait here. If a look could kill, Peter would have been 6 feet under by now. Gamora took a deep sigh and walked towards her room to take a bath, leaving Peter on the training ground alone. On the other hand, Peter wiped his sweat after the thought of getting himself killed for the second time for asking Gamora a lewd thing like that. At the same time, Yondu and his Ravagers arrived at Hammond in order to fulfill the request from High Priestess Ayasha to retrieve their Annulax batteries from Peter Quill and the Guardian of the Galaxy. Fuck. We have to pay to enter the planet. Don't act rashly, boys. This planet is not a normal tourist planet. Their defense is top tier. This planet's entrance ticket is nothing compared to the rewards that we will get from the bitch earlier. Yondu was a thoughtful man. He wouldn't charge head-on without knowing anything. A good personality to have as a strategist. But obviously, he needed to think of a way to get to Peter without alarming the unknown armed forces on the planets. They could see that the planet had a lot of in and out traffic, so they couldn't just attack everything while not knowing anything. How can we find him? Another Ravager asked. While we are on Xander, I put a tracker on that boy's ship. I knew him well, he wouldn't give up the ship as long as he could fix it. They must have been close to it now. The Ravagers fell silent and nodded their head while Yondu brought the ships down into the Hammond's atmosphere and landed on a tourist spot. He then ordered the Ravagers to blend in and find Peter or the other Guardian of Galaxies member before reporting to him. But not long after they entered, they immediately ran into Peter and Gamora, who was on a date. What are you standing here for? Grab the boy. Run. Peter said to Gamora as he saw the Ravagers were coming after him. Neither he nor Gamora had any weapon now, so the only thing that they could do was to escape the Ravagers or found a guard to make it harder for Yondu to capture him. But he immediately stopped as he noticed Yondu's Yaka arrow was floating above his head. He knew that if he still tried to run away, Yondu would whistle to end Peter's life. Chapter 392. Peter froze as he noticed a low whistle sound from the side. He knew that with Yondu's flying arrow ability, he wouldn't be able to escape even if Gamora was there with him. Peter. I am glad you still have common sense with you. Yondu. What a coincidence. Brat. Now you have done it. There is a bounty on your head that some blonde bitch in Sovereign issued. And because of that, you are coming with me. Yondu, you aren't that cruel to drag me to her, aren't you? She is a bitch. She was begging us to steal the batteries out from her. Yondu and the rest of the Ravagers laughed as they heard Peter's word. You are lucky. I still consider you my boy, so, give me those batteries and no trick this time, boy. Wait, boss. The priestess offers 1 million star coin for that guy's head. On the black market, those batteries would sell for 250,000 star coin each. Yondu said indifferently. Boss, that's still lower than the bounties on his head. Another Ravage said annoyedly. Hey, come on. Let's talk this over some drinks, it will be on me. Captain. This is the last time I hear this bullshit. No matter how many times Peter Quill betrayed you, you always cover him while treating us like a fucking shit on the floor. One of the Ravagers said angrily. That is right. Now, we don't care about your choice, we demand that Peter is to be sent to the Sovereign so we can have that 1 million. You have grown weak, Captain. Now it is time to change the leader around here. Once Yondu brought Peter to the Ravager ship, a mutiny immediately occurred as the Ravagers thought Yondu had gotten too soft. Guys! There has to be a peaceful solution here. The batteries are still on my ship, how about we take it out of there first? Stop! Did you think they would hear your words out right now? But suddenly, the Ravagers were shot by a barrage of tranquilizing syringes. The polices who patrolled the area have taken an interest in them as they brought Peter and Gamora forcefully. So after seeing the situation, Red Rose permitted them to arrest the Ravagers. I am arresting all of you for disturbing the peace on the planet and scared away some of our tourist guests. Red Rose said as she walked inside the Ravager ship and ordered her police took the Ravagers away. Great! It is nice to see your face again. Did you miss me? But well, they surely would make something big out of this planet if you are late. But suddenly, 2 other police officers handcuffed Peter and took him away. What are you doing? I am a victim here. Put something over his mouth. It is annoying to hear this man keeps blabbering his mouth. The police nodded and immediately covered the Star-Lord's mouth with a special mask so that he couldn't speak anymore. Where are you taking him? Gamora asked Red Rose on the side. Prison. Red Rose said indifferently as she left Gamora alone. Dio, who was in his office, heard the report and let Red Rose took care of it while also making sure that Peter would stay in the same prison cell as the rest of the Ravagers earlier. Dio was happy to see Peter's troubled expression as he liked to crush people's ego in his own way. Hey guys, why don't we talk things through? Peter said as he noticed the Ravagers were planning to beat him up. Bullshit. Hit him. A Ravager said as he immediately rushed to Peter's side and hit Peter's stomach. The other Ravagers started to attack Peter while the first Ravager started. Come on, guys, don't hit my handsome face. Peter said hopefully, but it had the opposite effect. After the beating was starting to get out of control, the guards immediately shot the Ravagers with an electric trigger. As a result, the Ravagers fainted at the same time. Chapter 393. A ship landed slowly in the night, and an old man came out of that ship and disappeared into the night. Soon, an alarm sounded on the prison. A rogue spaceship took off into the sky, and Hammond's anti-air defense immediately activated and started to shoot the rogue ship as it was intended to. But a powerful energy barrier was immediately cast on the ship, rendering the anti-air attack useless against the ship. Sir, do we have to use the second plan and shoot it down? Mapdoff asked Dio solemnly. With a state-of-the-art defense system, there is a lot more weapon that Hammond had other than the anti-air missile launcher. But Dio didn't see the need to do that as he knew who broke into the prison and freed Peter Quill from his cell. No need, let him go, Dio said indifferently. Mapdoff nodded his head and deactivated all the weapons as there was no need to continue the assault. Now, send someone and tell Gamora that Peter Quill has been kidnapped and give her the recording on the prison camera. Give them to Yondu as well, that man has more use if he goes out to help Peter. Right away, sir. Mapdoff said respectfully. When he left to do what Dio had asked, Dio watched the recordings once more, and he saw the old man with a long white beard and white hair busting out of the prison cell and took the unconscious Peter in his arm. Dio smirked as he noticed that Ego the living planet has lost his patience. Dio then turned off the video feed and started to think of what course of action he should take regarding this event. He knew that Ego was part of the Elders of the Universe, an ancient being with infinite potential. That was also half the reason why Dio didn't chase after him immediately, as Ego could easily destroy Dio's fleet with his power. Dio's only way to win against Ego was by destroying Ego's brain that was located deep inside his main body, the living planet. As Dio expected, the Guardian of the Galaxy immediately took off after learning that Peter has been kidnapped. Even in the video, the man admitted that he was Peter's father, but it was obvious that the man wasn't a decent man. Then, Yondu, who finally saw that the past has caught up with him, was forced to tell the real story behind Peter's past. And therefore, for the first time, Guardian of the Galaxy worked together with Yondu and the rest of the Ravager, who still followed him to save Peter from his nightmare of a father. But knowing that they didn't have any ship, Gamora immediately turned to Dio for help. Dio had expected that Gamora would ask him for help, but he still pretended to consider helping her, but Dio eventually agreed to help them by giving them 2 of his spaceships just to make sure that the plot continues. After all, if Ego successfully pulled off his plan, Earth would be destroyed. Obviously, Dio didn't want that to happen, and for that end, Ego must die. Dio also gave back Yondu's Ravager ship as he didn't need Yondu coming back there to claim his ship later. The Guardian of the Galaxy immediately flew off into space, followed by Yondu and his Ravagers. As for Dio, he immediately walked towards Carol, who was still staying in Dio's penthouse on Hammond leisurely. "Are you interested in seeing the ancient god with me?" Dio asked politely. "No, why would I do that?" Carol said indifferently. "Well, it might be because the ancient god wants to destroy Earth as we speak. He might even succeed if we didn't do anything." "Okay, stop," Carol said annoyedly. "What now?" Dio asked innocently. "Has anyone ever told you that you are an asshole?" Carol said annoyedly. "Of course. Thank you for the compliment." Then both of them immediately walked towards the dark battleship and took off as they must catch up to Ego in time. Carol sighed as there seemed to be trouble everywhere in the galaxy. It was like there was no time for her even to rest. Chapter 394. Is that it? That's all there is to your plan? Well, what else you got to do? We are dealing with a planet right now. If you have any other plan, then be my guest. Dio sighed and then attached the cosmic stabilizer so that he could breathe in space, then immediately called Galaxy and equipped her armor, so she could breathe in space as well. Dio was quite pleased after seeing the armor looked good on Galaxy. And thus, he immediately flew into space, following Carol from behind. "Now, meet my father, Ego, and this here is Mantis," Peter said as he introduced Ego to the Guardian of the Galaxy. "And Pops, this is my friend, Gamora, Rocket, Drax, and Groot," Peter said as he, in turn, introduced the Guardians of the Galaxy to Ego. But Gamora and the other were still confused as they didn't understand why Peter didn't want to leave the planet with them. When the Guardian of the Galaxy arrived at the planet, Peter welcomed them excitedly, and then when they told Peter to get on the ship, he refused profoundly. "Welcome to my planet, Peter's friends. Like Peter has told you before. My name is Ego. I am Peter's father, and please forgive me for telling Peter to stay here for a while as I never saw him all this time. And it is my excitement and joy to finally meet with him again after all this time," Ego said confidently. "Of course, we don't mind it at all, but can we talk with Peter privately for a sec?" Gamora asked casually. "Of course. Take your time, and Mantis here will show you your room later." "Peter. I don't know what you are thinking right now, but you are in danger. My intuition told me that your father is planning something bad. You are wrong, he taught me our legacy, our bloodline, and even our power," Peter said as he demonstrated the ability he just learned from Ego. His hands suddenly glowed, and a ball of light appeared. "Ego is a god. And I am a demigod. But he said that I still have the same power as him, if I can master it, I will become more powerful." He was determined to punch Dio in the face once he could control his power as he really hated Dio for what he has put him through. "So, your ability makes a ball or something?" Gamora asked as she was confused by the ball of light that Peter made. Peter froze as he didn't know what else to do with his power, so the situation became awkward for the moment. On the other side, Dio and Carol finally arrived at the planet, but they were immediately halted by a shadow that suddenly appeared from the ground. "Introduce yourself," Ego said as he appeared in front of Dio and Carol. "We are friends of Peter Quill. We came here as we heard that something was amiss." While on the other hand, Carol was trying her best not to roll her eyes. "Is that so? Well, come with me. Peter's friends have already arrived a moment earlier, you just have to meet them yourself." "No, we want to look around first if that is okay with you," Dio said sincerely. "Well, we can't have that here, I am sorry," Ego said as suddenly an earth spike appeared from the ground. Fortunately, Carol and Dio already prepared themselves for something like this, and so, they immediately escaped into the air to escape the earth spike. "Get out of my planet, or die," Ego said as his eyes turned blue. Ego sensed powerful energy inside the woman just now and a chilling vibe from the man, and he had a hunch that they would ruin his plan, but he didn't know that Carol and Dio were waiting for him to attack like this. "Go, everything has been according to plan. I'll make a space for you, go decapitate him." Carol nodded, and her body instantly glowed, and she immediately dug inside the ground. Ego's face was immediately filled with worry as his body was just an image while his true body was deep inside the ground. Once his real body died, everything would be dead. He looked at Dio with fury, he was sure whether Dio knew of this information or he just ordered the woman to get away, but either way, the direction that woman was heading is no good. Ego immediately immobilized all the planers to drag Carol out of the ground, but suddenly a red scythe cut his body in two. Dio smirked as he whistled and called back the scythe at will. The Yaka metal showed off its capability. Chapter 395. After acquiring the Yaka metal, Dio looked for a forging method to mix it with his scythe in various planets. Eventually, Dio successfully turned the Reaper's gaze into a voice-controlled weapon. On the premise that Dio was strong enough to control the weapon mentally. It could also be seen from the fin on top of Yondu's head. That item was used to establish a connection between the Yaka arrow and Yondu himself. However, the URU metal that Dio got on Asgard remained unused as he needed a dwarf forging master to process it. As Reaper's gaze returned to Dio's hand, Dio immediately rushed past Ego and thus making Ego became furious. Ego immediately summoned a bunch of tentacle-like creatures to capture Dio, but Dio easily cut it all with one slash of his scythe. "You are infuriating me, outsider," Ego said as he started to get frustrated by Dio's action. But Dio didn't care about Ego as he knew that Ego that he was fighting against was just an image. Dio then jumped high into the sky and summoned his ice stand. Dio condensed the air with his cold temperature and hurled a huge block of ice. Ego roared and summoned more tentacles from the ground to block the ice from hitting the ground. But Dio already expected this much from Ego, so he threw the Reaper's gaze to the side and controlled it with his whistle. The scythe changed direction and immediately cut Ego with all tentacles, successfully preventing Ego to block the ice from falling on top of him. Ego's image was destroyed. Dio knew that Ego wouldn't be able to fight for a while after that kind of mental damage. At the same time, Carol was penetrating deep inside the ground and finally arrived at the core of the planet, where Ego's real brain was located. But as Carol started to search the place to find where it was, the ground started to shake, stopping Carol from moving any further. Suddenly hundreds of stone golems appeared from the ground and started to trample Carol. The place where Carol stood before she dodged immediately became a pit deep enough to bury a bunch of dead bodies, but obviously, that was not a problem for Carol. Carol activated her star force and forced the stone giant out of her way. Carol instantly blew up one stone golem with her punch. Seeing his creation couldn't do much to Carol, Ego appeared again on one of the stone golem near Carol. "You have brilliant energy inside your body. What species are you from?" "I am a human," Carol said uninterestedly. "No way. There is no you are part of that weak human lineage." Ego, who thought Carol was lying, immediately attacked once again with his stone golem. While Dio and Carol were fighting against Ego, Peter and the rest of the Guardian of the Galaxy sensed something was wrong. After all, the fight was so intense that they could slightly feel the tremor. Peter and the others then decided to see what was happening to the planet, but Mantis was trying her best to stop the others from doing so as she was tasked by Ego to make them stay here. But as her meek personality got the best of her, she eventually gave up and followed them instead. As they finally reached the underground core section of the villa they were staying at, they saw Dio and a woman were fighting against a stone golem. Dio was slicing the golem as the golem kept regenerating while the woman controlled its movement and threw a powerful punch in between. "Dio!" Gamora shouted as she was confused by what was happening here. But the fight was too intense for Dio to notice that the Guardian of the Galaxy's members were right behind him. Finally, Dio sliced the stone golem's leg and arms, while Carol gave the golem one last powerful punch on the head, destroying it completely. As Dio realized that Peter and the other Guardian of the Galaxy have come, he immediately walked towards them. But he was slower than Ego, who came out of the ground near Peter once more. "Peter! You are here. These two claims themselves to be your friend, but they attack me mercilessly. There must be some misunderstanding here. Maybe we should sit down and have a talk." Peter thought that maybe Dio has come because of what Ego had done in Hammond earlier, so he felt obligated to explain it to him. "Hey man, I am sorry I left without saying anything, but you know, it's hard to get in touch with you inside a prison cell. I know Ego may have gone a little too far on Hammond, but I assure you, my father means no harm." Peter's tone was casual, but for the others, it sounded like Peter didn't care whether Dio would believe him or not. "Let me give you a piece of advice here, Peter. You'd better get out of this planet as soon as possible, or you will probably regret it for the rest of your life." "What? Why? I think I already said that it was all a big misunderstanding." Chapter 396. Peter! Gamora shouted as she rushed towards Peter to free him from the tentacles. On the other hand, Peter turned his attention towards his father with disbelief. "You should be able to understand that I have to do this. You are my son. And helping me to become a greater entity in this universe is your duty. I will turn thousands of planets that I've implanted with a part of me into me. You will see how grand it is before you die later. But before that, we need to get rid of the parasite here," Ego said as he summoned countless energy tentacles that immobilized Gamora and the others. Even Dio and Carol couldn't dodge the energy tentacles fast enough. Carol wanted to destroy the tentacles with her photon beam, but she found out that the tentacles were absorbing her energy, causing her to return to normal from her Starforce state. Carol was in a pickle. She obviously couldn't use her energy to break free, but she couldn't think of anyone else who could escape from these tentacles aside from her. Dio, figure something out. These tentacles keep absorbing my energy. Dio sighed as he always had to be the one who cleaned up everyone's mess. He then channeled more Hammond energy into White Album and used its special ability Gently Weeps. In an instant, Dio's surroundings became extremely cold, and with a little struggle, the tentacles began to collapse. Ego didn't know what Dio just did, but he knew that it was something dangerous. He immediately wrapped Dio with some more tentacles, but it was useless. Everything around Dio turned into ice dust, and once he reached the ground immediately turned blue from the extreme cold that Dio exerted. The cold began to spread to nearby energy tentacles, freezing them solid. Even Ego, who tried to attack Dio, was turned into an ice sculpture instantly. Dio stomped the ground hard enough to create a little shockwave, and everything that was frozen around him immediately shattered. Dio immediately cancelled out White Album's the ability and caught Gamora and Carol while the others fell to the ground with a groan. Dio checked on Carol as it would be bad if her energy were absorbed, but thankfully, she was okay. Dio realized that everyone was trembling due to the chill from White Album earlier, so he ordered Gamora to take everyone back to the ship. I am staying, Carol said as she finally awoke. No, you return back to the ship and get some rest, Dio said commandingly while throwing a few metal discs to Carol. Dio then turned to Peter and noticed that Peter was determined to stay. I will stay. He is supposed to be my father. I have so many questions for him now, Peter said as he clutched his chest that was still bleeding. Seeing that Peter was so determined, the rest of the Guardian of the Galaxy also chose to stay. Dio sighed once again as he felt like no one ever listened to what he was fucking say. Carol nodded and immediately turned away to leave, but suddenly a huge tremor happened, but instead of energy tentacles, this time magma erupted from the ground. The most annoying thing about fighting a god was not their ability, but how creative they used their ability. This was Ego's planet. He made everything here, from everything inside the ground and everything above it. So, it was natural that Ego also prepared a magma pocket on the ground. The cold from Dio's power was immediately gone and transformed into extreme heat. But that was not all. The magma began to clump up, and Ego once again turned himself into a force of nature. Fuck. Now, how are we gonna stop that monster? They turned to each other as they didn't know how to beat Ego themselves, but one thing for sure, retreating was not an option anymore. Rockets and Gamora immediately pulled out their weapons and began to shoot the magma Ego from afar, while Carol also tried to blast the magma with her energy blast. Their attack successfully created a hole on the magma Ego's body, but as it was part liquid, the hole was immediately restored once again. Ego swiped the ground with his magma hands, but everyone dodged it as no one wanted to take a magma bath. Ego. Did you ever love my mother? Did you ever think of her even just a little? He really believed everything Ego has said to him earlier, but as Ego was trying to turn him into his own personal battery earlier, Peter started to question everything. That part was true. I really love her. But because of that, I can't stand it if she stands on my way later, so I was forced to put a tumor on her brain. Ego's answer was really unexpected, making Peter instantly flared out of rage. Peter roared furiously, encased himself inside pure energy that constantly flickered. Peter then rushed towards Ego and punched his head off. You kill my mother, Peter said furiously with a chilling tone. His mother's last day always became a nightmare to Peter as he was just a little kid without any knowledge and power to do anything, but now, he knew that everything was fucked up in the first place because of this pathetic excuse of a man. Chapter 397. Peter was outraged. He quickly controlled the lava that was going to attack him and flew towards Ego. It seems we are not needed, Dio said as he smiled as he watched Peter flew around in the air. The power of the Elders of the Universe was clearly strong. Probably the one that could match their power is the likes of Odin, a god in the title and power. But even a god still had their own Achilles heels, one would say. And for Ego, it was his core. Once his core was destroyed, he would cease to exist. While Ego is fighting against Peter, we should find Ego's core and destroy it. Once we do, Ego would be done for. Everyone nodded their head as they believed what Dio had said and scrambled around, searching for the supposed core. Found it. Rocket shouted as he found something that he believed to be the supposed core inside a crack on the wall. The crack was formed after being exposed to extreme cold and heat from Dio's ice power and Ego's magma. Carol, who was in a bad mood, blasted the rock immediately to reveal the core, but as the wall crumbled, Carol noticed that an unusually strong steel wall was standing between her and the core. We have to find a way to get to the core. I don't think I can destroy this metal by myself. Don't worry, there is nothing I couldn't destroy. Carol said as she immediately activated her Starforce to destroy the core, but Dio suddenly stopped her from doing so. Stop. We can't do that. This planet is Ego itself. If we destroy the core now, we won't have time to get out. Carol was confused at first as she knew that she and Dio would be able to escape just fine, but the rest of the people there wouldn't be able to do so. Just let me do what I can do best. Dio said to Carol as he smirked and pulled out a bomb. Dio activated the bomb and tossed it in front of the core's metal plating. After a few seconds, the bomb busted open, but Rocket didn't see any fire or even smoke coming out of the bomb. Instead, a black suction could be felt around, and suddenly the metal plating was pried open, while the metal plating itself began to be sucked into nothingness. What the fuck is that bomb? I've never seen such destructive force before. It's a space-destroying grenade. You can call it implosion grenade or black hole grenade as it works in the same principle. It basically rips out space around it, so it would destroy no matter how resilient the object is. Dio said casually as he explained the grenade to Rocket. Dio smirked as he was satisfied by the grenade's firepower. Now, the metal plating was destroyed, and the core was shown out in the open. Ego realized what was happening to his core, and he immediately walked out of the lava that he controlled and immediately merged with the ground itself. Everyone immediately realized what it meant to fight against the planet itself. Ego controlled the planet, so a violent earthquake occurred while Ego removed the ground altogether. All Guardians of the Galaxy's members fell into space, but Carol rescued everyone and put them on the floating platform across the empty space. Dio and Rocket remained near the core as Dio quickly grabbed Rocket and flew with Galaxy. But suddenly, the wall near them exploded, and Dio was almost squashed by the falling rocks. But Dio smirked as he immediately summoned the world, and thus the world immediately destroyed every single rock that came towards Dio. Dio smirked and immediately flew with Galaxy away from the falling rocks with ease. On the other hand, Ego has had enough. The planet began to wither as Ego absorbed the power inside the planet. All of you are going to die here. Ego said coldly. But he couldn't say anything else as Peter immediately charged towards Ego and slammed him to the wall. You shouldn't kill my mother and ruin my music. Peter said coldly. As he did so, the planet suddenly stabilized as Peter held Ego in his hands. On the other hand, Dio saw Carol giving him a thumbs up, meaning that she had rescued everyone out of the planet, and Dio nodded immediately. He then flew towards the core as he wanted to end Ego immediately, but suddenly a huge metal wall rose from the ground, covering the core once again. It was clear that Ego was afraid of dying. But unfortunately for Ego, Dio had enough implosion grenade to throw all day. Dio smirked and kept on bombarding the metal wall and finally able to reach the core that acted as a brain for the planet and Ego itself. Chapter 398. Dio then pulled out another card and took out a different-looking bomb from inside the card, and placed it on top of the core. This was another variant of the implosion grenade that Dio ordered the Dark Elves to create a timed machine inside the bomb activation plug. This implosion grenade would have a far wider range and greater suction power. Dio immediately flew away after he placed the bomb on the core. Dio then called Mapped Off and ordered him to get the ship away from the planet as soon as possible as the planet was no longer safe. Ego, who was also aware of the danger, immediately flew towards his core, but Peter kept him in check and prevented him from getting away. No, stop. Listen to me. You are a god. If you kill me now, your power will vanish too. Think about your power right now, do you mind giving it up? This was Ego's only play to survive right now as he didn't know what else to give to Peter. But he was startled after Peter acted like he didn't care. What about it? Did you think I care about this measly power? I have lived all my life without it. He had vowed that he would never let the bastard who killed his mother go, and now he knew that his mother's death was Ego's doing. He didn't care about anything else. At the same time, Dio, who had urged everyone into the dark battleship to evacuate the planet, immediately pushed the button to detonate the bomb on the core. The bomb instantly blew up, and the core was immediately sucked into the implosion, destroying it to dust. Ego cried in despair as his body started to collapse into ashes. Peter himself, who saw everything that happened in front of his eyes, was filled with complicated emotion. He believed Ego as his father after hearing Ego's love story with his mother, but then, Ego betrayed Peter and learned that Ego was the one who killed his mother all along. After seeing Ego died in front of him, he didn't know what to do. Should he be happy after avenging his mother? Or should he be sad that his last known family was dead? But he didn't have time to think about it as the planet began to crumble after losing its core. But maybe that was also his final resting place, as he noticed that he no longer had the power that Ego just mentioned earlier, and his legs were too tired to run. But suddenly he heard a familiar voice. "Hey, boy. It is time to go. Yondu. What are you doing here?" But Peter never got his answer as Yondu immediately caught Peter from falling as the ground crumbled and flew to the sky with his thruster. On the other side, Gamora breathed in relief as soon as he heard that Peter successfully escaped the planet. Originally, Dio was going to ask Carol to save Peter, but seeing that Yondu was adamant about saving Peter on his own, Dio let Yondu go. After all, Yondu treated Peter like his own son. And it was different this time as Dio gave Yondu a suit to save his own life. As for Dio, he had stopped the cosmic crisis and successfully averted the Earth's crisis. But he also found Mantis, a girl who could control people's emotions. Dio smirked as he thought of making Mantis one of his subordinates, as Mantis' power was one of the best powers in Marvel Universe. Noticing Dio looked at her, Mantis hid behind Drax in fear. She didn't know why she was suddenly frightened, but she found comfort in Drax as she never felt any negative emotion from him. Probably because Drax was just a muscle brain who didn't think of anything. To be frank, Dio didn't really care about what the Guardian of the Galaxy did with Ego, but he helped this time was because he wanted to acquire Mantis for himself. Although she was a clumsy girl with no strength, speed, or even any confidence, her emphatic power was the strongest in all Marvel Universe. She was even capable of putting the entire planet to sleep. If her ability were utilized correctly, even someone with a complete Infinity Gauntlet would be stopped by her ability. Nevertheless, Dio planned to use Mantis' power to good use. For example, later on Earth, she could be useful on calming the Hulk, or even manipulating Tony or even the insufferable Nick Fury. So, Dio wanted to train her as a pet to fully utilize her potential later. With that in mind, Dio wore his best smile and approached Mantis to get on her good side. Chapter 399. Ego was finally turned into cosmic dust while everyone was watching from the ship. His plan that he slowly worked on for millions of years crumbled in a single day. After that, everyone returned to Hammond as Peter's ship was still on Hammond, and he had no plan to abandon it. Yondu, who didn't know that his fate has changed, was relieved that he could stop thinking about hundreds of children that he sent Ego in the past. He finally could sleep well at night as he knew that Ego was vanquished at last. But as soon as Dio wanted to warp to Hammond, hundreds of ships from Sovereign appeared, blocking their path. "It's that damned priestess again. They have caught up to us. Yondu has gone to find Stakar Ogord as he was Yondu's teacher as well as the leader of Ravagers." So, Dio's dark battleship was the only one left, surrounded by the Sovereign. "Did you want to clear the way, or should I do it myself?" Dio said tauntingly to Carol. "Guys, aren't we planning to escape?" Peter asked as he was confused after hearing Dio's word. He never thought of fighting against the Sovereign with only this little personnel since it was basically suicide. Dio and Carol sighed as they looked at Peter since they never thought of running from weak enemies like this. Carol patted Dio's back and walked towards the hatches. "What is she going to do?" Peter asked confusedly. "That, my friend. You only need to wait and see for yourself. Once the firework starts, you will know. And let me give you a piece of advice, never make an enemy out of that woman. If that happens, no one would be able to save you from her wrath." Dio said as he smirked at Peter. The Guardian of the Galaxy was confused by Dio's word as they didn't understand what he was saying, but they would understand soon as they kept watching out of the window. They saw that Carol clad herself in dazzling light and flew in front of the ships casually. Then the light that covered her body suddenly became brighter. She was like a dazzling meteor streaking so fast on the space, slamming the Sovereign ships one after another at an incredible speed, catching everyone off guard. Now everyone knew what Dio meant by when the fireworks started. The enemy ships were exploding like a firework. They also understood what Dio meant by never make an enemy out of this woman earlier. She was completely terrifying. Peter swallowed his saliva as he once thought of flirting with Carol, but after seeing this scene, he knew that he couldn't let that happen, ever. When Carol returned after securing the ships, she was confused since the people inside the ship were staring at her. She didn't know that what she did just now was so incredible that everyone couldn't get it out of their mind. She destroyed the entire Sovereign army in only a minute. "Hey, where is the food?" Carol asked as she came to the lounge and saw nothing on the table. It's on the way. Who knows you'd be done playing with them that fast? Carol looked at Dio with confusion as she thought that it'd be better to clear out the enemy as soon as possible. Suddenly, the ship's communication rang. It was a contact from Hammond. Dio immediately told the dark elf to accept the call and Red Rose immediately appeared on the screen. Sir. A bunch of ships is coming towards the planet with a lethal intent. Requesting orders. Dio clearly saw that sovereign omnicrafts were crowding the space. These guys clearly can't take a hint. Dio said as he felt annoyed by the constant attack from the sovereign. Destroy them once they're within the attack range. Just go all out, no ships may enter Hammond. Yes, sir. Red Rose said as the communication immediately ended. She knew that Dio's command was not complicated, so she never questioned Dio's intention as she knew Dio liked it that way. After all, she has worked with the Dark Elf for quite a while now. At the same time, the tourist inside Hammond was curious by what was going on in the space above as they watched another anti-air weapon coming out of the ground and started to charge. But clearly, the Sovereign Omnicraft didn't know what was happening on the ground. As soon as the Sovereign Omnicraft flew within the range of the anti-air weapon, they were immediately bombarded with red energy blasts. The energy blast was too fast for the Omnicrafts to dodge, and so, with only one wave of attack, the Sovereign Omnicraft was successfully whittled down to half. The Omnicrafts behind the destroyed ones were clearly startled by the supposed tourist planet's defensive capability. Chapter 400. The whole battle on Hammond could be described as boring since the planet's defense successfully fended off the enemy in 3 minutes. Although not as shocking as Carol's 1-minute battle, it still showed that Hammond wasn't some planet that could be attacked without a proper plan. Peter could say that not even Xander had this strong of a defense. It was clear to the tourist or to the universe that whoever owned Hammond was paranoid. After all, who in their right mind would raid a tourist planet of all things? But clearly, Peter couldn't say anything to Dio as the man was clearly mad. With that kind of money on defense, Dio could probably buy so many deadly battleships instead of arming a planet that couldn't move. Sir. The intruders have been neutralized. Take care of the aftermath. Don't scare the tourist away, just tell them it's a military drill to keep their safety inside the planet. Red Rose nodded her head and immediately ended the communication as she put Dio's word to work. On the other hand, Peter clearly felt uncomfortable as he remembered the time Dio also said that it was just a military drill before. It was clear to Peter that Dio really was a terrifying person. Assholes. What the fuck just happened? She never thought a tourist planet would have that kind of defense, not to mention Carol's unbelievable power. She was still shocked when she saw her entire fleet that was supposed to intercept a ship that Peter Quill boarded was destroyed in a matter of minutes. So far, she was clearly losing the battle. She has already wasted her entire fleet of Omnicraft that was clearly worth more than just 4 Annulax batteries. Even though the Sovereign was one of the wealthiest races in the universe, it is not immune to this damage level either. She originally planned to make Hammond an example to the rest of the universe to never mess with Sovereign, but clearly, it didn't work. General, how many more ships can be launched to Hammond? Aisha asked coldly. 3,821, but I don't recommend us to continue this unprofitable assault. The general said solemnly. Give me a reason for your word, or I will fire you right now. Aisha said coldly. Although we still have many ships. We don't have that many operators. We will only be able to operate 1,000 ships at most. Plus, we can't underestimate the enemy's power. Whether it was the planet or the woman earlier. They could destroy hundreds of our ships in a flash. If we continue this assault, our loss will keep increasing rapidly. So, what did you suggest we should do? Admit defeat? So our race become a laughing stock in the universe because we couldn't even handle one tourist planet? No, that is not what is important right now, High Priestess Aisha. We have to focus on the bigger picture now. Aisha fell silent for a couple of minutes as she tried to think of what was important for Sovereign right now, but as she thought of one, she snorted in disbelief. We have to conquer our part of the universe. Aisha said with a sigh. The High Priestess is wise, and I believe that the whole universe will eventually know of your glory. The general said solemnly. With praise from the general, Aisha seemed to be in a better mood. But suddenly, their communication beeped as a video was received from an unknown sender. As soon as the Sovereign's dutiful worker opened the video, Aisha's was frowning badly. I am the owner of Hammond Planet. Dio of the Shadow. After multiple invasion attempts towards my planet, I will have to ask for equal compensation. Failing to comply will result in war. First, I want 100 million star coins. And I will accept any form of payment for that. Second, I want 10 million worth of Anulax batteries. Thirdly, I want your remote control technology for free. Dio was the one who has sent the demanding video to Sovereign. Dio also attached Carol's video, where she annihilated the Sovereign fleet in a minute. It was completely different from watching it from their own perspective. They now realized how powerless they were against the power of the woman. By this point, although the video was over, Dio's word kept echoing on Aisha's mind. She felt fear for the first time in her life as she didn't know the extent of sacrifice she had to make in order to win against these people. For the first time in her life, she thought that she might not win at all. She knew that every DNA that her people had was precious to the survivability of the Sovereign race. That was why paying others to solve the problems involving danger as the risk of dying was acceptable. But now, she must think of her pride as well. She knew that if she backed down, the whole universe would look down on the Sovereign. Chapter 401. High Priestess Aisha calmed down and considered how many people on Sovereign will die if this demand was not fulfilled. But she knew that she couldn't sacrifice any of her people for glory. Her staff also noticed that the High Priestess was pondering about the absurd demand, but they clearly didn't want any war. High Priestess. We have to see the big picture here. If we wage war, our effort over the years would be in vain. After hearing her staff's word, Aisha immediately came to a conclusion. I know the risk that we have to take if we go to war, but this demand is simply outrageous. Especially if I publicly apologize to him. Our race's reputation will plummet to its lowest point if I do that. Aisha said worriedly. Of course, we can't bow our head to others, but perhaps, I can contact them and negotiate another acceptable outcome. The communication staff said to Aisha respectfully. Then I will leave this matter to you, but remember, we are not afraid of war, and we will not be ruled by anyone, so talk it out with this in mind. Aisha said confidently. Of course, High Priestess. The staff said as he immediately tried to contact the video sender, and everyone immediately returned to their own duty. Aisha then retreated to her palace and came to a huge empty space with nothing but a strange-shaped cocoon standing in the middle. She came over to the cocoon and stroked it gently. My child. You will be the next evolution, stronger and more beautiful. When you are born, the whole universe will surrender under your feet. Aisha said lovingly. A week passed, Peter's ship was finally repaired and upgraded to Hammond standard, and today, the Guardian of the Galaxy was ready to bid farewell to Hammond and continued their adventure. Can't I go with you? Mantis asked worriedly. Believe me, life here suits you better. It's dangerous if you go with us, after all, the places we are going to are the most dangerous and in the universe. Actually, Peter wanted to take Mantis with him as she was the only thing that his father held dear. But because Dio wanted her and the scary woman earlier also backed Dio, Peter has no choice but to let Mantis stay. But Peter has already made a deal with Dio to make sure nothing bad would happen to Mantis. Although you look ugly and disgusting, your heart is very beautiful. If there's anyone who wouldn't mind your appearance, you should cherish them greatly. Don't listen to this jerk face. You are not ugly and disgusting. If you ever feel you didn't belong here, we will come back and pick you up. Mantis nodded her head, but she still frowned like an abandoned dog. She didn't hate it here, but being with Peter and the others soothed her more. After all, she had the power to detect the emotion of living beings, and she vaguely sensed that Dio didn't really like her. If Dio knew about how she felt, he probably could change his way around Mantis, but he wouldn't let her go, as her ability was a must-have in Dio's list of useful powers. After all, time will let Mantis know that Dio was much better than Ego. So, the Guardian of the Galaxy said their goodbyes and left Mantis on Hammond, making Dio utterly happy. But for now, he had to focus on another thing. The Sovereign has come with their counter-agreement for peace, and the result was pretty good. The Sovereign's counter-agreement has gone through an intense negotiation and finally reached a consensus. The Sovereign wouldn't apologize publicly to Hammond, but they wouldn't attack Hammond in the future. The compensation money has been renegotiated. And they would compensate 50 million star coin to Hammond as damage compensation, not 100 million like Dio demanded at the beginning. The Sovereign was willing to give Dio their Anulax batteries in exchange for the full 100 million star coin worth of compensation, but because of that, Dio added another 10 million worth of Anulax batteries to make it plausible, to which the Sovereign agreed immediately. But the thing that made Dio happy the most was the Sovereign's willingness to share their remote control technology. Even though so many planets had the same technology as the Sovereign, none has the potential for space warfare like Sovereign did. As for Dio's final demand for artificial life technology, the Sovereign also refused it outright. But Dio couldn't force them to give that technology to him as he knew that it was the only thing that the Sovereign had that was original for themselves. As the Annulax battery, it was only the farmable energy that was unique to Sovereign, not something that they created themselves. Dio was happy with this agreement as he got so much out of the little that he sacrificed. This was the advantage of being strong. You could do whatever you want without any risk if you do it in the name of peace. Chapter 402. On Earth, a dark invisible battleship landed on the wasteland outside of New York. After the hatch opened, Dio walked out with Galaxy and Mantis, dressed in a cloak that hid her appearance while following Dio closely. I am finally back. But man, the air sure is polluted. Is this your hometown? Mantis asked curiously as she felt Dio's joyful emotion. She has adapted to living with Dio and, therefore, adapted to Dio's emotion. Yeah, this is my hometown. A planet that was lagging in every way possible. But strangely, I still love it. Affected by Dio's joy, Mantis also smiled and continued to follow Dio joyfully. Let's go, we need to find a place to stay. Dio said as he pulled Mantis to ride Galaxy. The rest of the Dark Elves have been ordered to stay inside the Dark Battleship until either he returned or called for them. There were enough supplies for them inside the ship anyway, so there is nothing that Dio needed to worry about. As for Crystal, Dio also left her in the safety of the dormant compartment inside the Dark Battleship that provided nutrients for her body in a dormant stage and monitored her condition at all times. Although Dio had tried his best for months to find Crystal's fragmented soul, he didn't come close to any lead so far. Because of that, Dio decided to go back to Earth. He took the Dark Elves back to Sakaar and used the Devil's Bottom, the biggest wormhole in Sakaar, to return to Asgard. After knowing that Thor has resided on Earth for a considerable time, Dio immediately returned to Earth. Carol also chose to return to fighting Kree as she didn't have any reason to go back to Earth now. She didn't want to return to Earth, while so many planets in the universe were waiting for her to save them. Dio expressed his blessing as Carol left. While Carol did ask Dio to join her, Dio rejected the offer as he didn't want that kind of responsibility. Dio walked along the highway and finally found a small town in the middle of nowhere, but it was better than announcing his arrival at the center of New York. Dio then casually walked into a bar as he knew that it was the best place to find information. Hey, welcome to Beer Town. We are in the middle of a beer festival right now. Would you like a drink? No one found it weird that Dio was traveling with a horse, as in America, people still had a dream to become a cowboy and found it cool to have a horse to travel with. In the center of the town, Dio noticed some merchant promoting their beer, figuring this was the chance to find some information he needed, and some people he knew would immediately notice his transaction. Hey, can I swipe to buy your goods? I forgot to bring cash with me. Of course. Please try our sample, this is a wheat wine. Dio casually took the sample and tasted the wine that the merchant gave. He never rejected others' goodwill after all. Mantis was the first to try it, and she found the wheat wine to be delicious and had a strong smell to it. Hey, don't drink too much. I don't want to see you drunk in the middle of bustling town. He remembered the time when Mantis was drunk in Hammond, and she completely changed. She quickly became talkative and no longer the shy Mantis as she made a fool out of herself. Dio then entered the merchant's shop and noticed a large amount of customer drinking casually there as well. Hey, give everyone a big glass of wine too. Dio said happily as he took out his card that he never used in a long time. Everybody? The waiter asked as he was confused for a second. He never encountered a person who would spend his money on this many strangers before. Yes, for everyone. Dio said with a smile on his face. Wow, thanks, brother. A customer said as he heard Dio's word to the waiter. Everyone soon praised Dio for his generosity and cheered as they continued to drink happily. Everyone kept on cheering and drinking while Dio and Mantis were completely immersed in the joy of the townspeople. People started to sing and dance as time went by. Dio sat down and relaxed as he knew that only on Earth that he could relax like this. Although after today, he had to work on things that he has been planning. Chapter 403. While Dio was enjoying his time in Beer Town, Natasha walked quickly to Nick's office. What is going on? Nick Fury said with a frown on his face as he was startled that Natasha entered his office without knocking. Director, just 10 minutes ago, Dio's credit card was used in Beer Town. A small town just outside of New York. Natasha said hurriedly. Dio? Are you sure? Dio has gone for 2 years, and now he suddenly showed up again. I am not sure if it's really him, but it was worth checking it. Natasha said confidently. Natasha knew that Dio has been exploring space with an advanced spaceship thanks to the information that Thor provided, but she kept monitoring Dio's account just in case he returned to Earth. Is the position locked? Nick Fury asked curiously. Yes, sir. We can go right now. Nick Fury nodded and immediately walked with Natasha to the chopper. Nick smirked a little bit as it was so like Dio to suddenly popped out at Beer Town out of all places. Now, share this information with the Avengers. Just say that you want them to meet your old friends, make a surprise for them. But sir, we haven't identified the target just yet. Let's put it this way, did you ever think that a guy like that would ever lend someone else his card? You may as well become the director if it was not him there. Natasha thought about what Nick had said for a while and nodded her head as it made total sense. There was no way a cheapskate like Dio would ever do something like that. Inside the bar, Dio's table was stacked. So many big glasses spread over the table in front of him, while Mantis was sitting in the corner, only watching Dio drink glass after glass of wine. Dio didn't let her drink as it would get complicated if anyone noticed that she wasn't human. But suddenly the bar was quiet as soon as the door was opened, indicating that there was a new customer coming. Dio looked over to check out why the festivities stopped, and as he looked over to the door, he saw Thor. Natasha, Steve, Barton, Banner, and Tony were standing there in surprise. Hey, bring another 6 pints of beer to the new customer. Dio shouted to the bartender, who was also surprised to see the Avenger has come to his bar. Although the Battle of New York had taken place quite a long time ago, the Avenger was still famously known to the public. But clearly, the Avenger themselves was still in shock to see the person in the bar. But quickly, Tony sent a middle finger to Dio, fuck you, asshole. Barton said annoyedly. Natasha also looked at Dio defiantly as she was annoyed that Dio acted like nothing happened. You have a death wish, Dio? Natasha asked annoyedly. Come on, relax, and have a drink. It's on the house. Right, how did you find this place? Dio asked curiously. Hey, if you don't want to be found, it is better to use cash instead of your credit card next time. Natasha said, still in an annoyed tone. Hey, I just got back from my little adventure. I got a little rusty here on Earth. Have a heart, would you? So, who is this? Thor said suddenly as he noticed Mantis on the corner near Dio. Is she your new alien girlfriend? Thor asked teasingly as he tried to open Mantis' hoodie to see her face. Hey, if you want to see tomorrow headlines about aliens invading Earth again, go on, I wouldn't stop you. But hey, I bring her with me because her abilities would be useful here on Earth. Come on, this is not the place to talk freely. Let's go back. Natasha said as she gave a sign to Dio to get up and follow her. I knew you would be a party pooper. Dio said annoyedly as he got up, followed by Mantis. But throughout the time they were inside the bar, Tony hasn't said anything, and Dio clearly ignored him. Steve was the only one who noticed this small detail as he knew that Tony was a person who would never shut up. There has got to be wrong with these two. As Dio walked outside of the bar, he was surprised to see the Quinjet parked in the middle of the field without the stealth activated. Dio also noticed a large crowd of people taking a selfie around the Quinjet. The stealth mode is broken. Plus, we are not staying for long anyway. Well, I am not riding on that. Dio said casually, but Natasha was confused, and suddenly she heard the crowds began to shout excitedly. She looked over to the crowd and noticed that a white flying horse was coming towards them fast. Well, this is my ride. Now, let's go. Chapter 404. When the Quinjet took off, people were still taking a video with their phone. For them, the experience of seeing the Avenger with their own eyes will be one of the unforgettable memories that they will brag to others later. Before long, the Quinjet and Dio with Galaxy landed on top of Avengers building. Pepper immediately came out and greeted Dio excitedly. Dio. Long time no see. Pepper said as she hugged Dio excitedly. Dio glanced at Tony as he knew that Pepper's affection was what set Tony off years ago. But as for now, Tony only looked down, and the atmosphere became a little silent. But Thor clearly couldn't take the hint and put his arm around Dio's shoulder while pulling Tony with the others. Great, now we can drink without any disturbance. Thor said with a smile on his face. Natasha smiled as the atmosphere became brighter again, thanks to Thor, who couldn't take the hint. At dinner, Natasha forced Dio and Tony to sit side by side while Mantis also took off her cloak to reveal what she looked like. At first, everyone was shocked, but then nobody really minded Mantis' appearance anymore. After having seen the Chitauri closely, they knew that there would be nothing more grotesque and disgusting than that, and clearly, Mantis was okay. The dining table was soon filled with small chit-chat here and there. However, nobody really made any sort of serious conversation as everyone still felt a little bit awkward after not seeing Dio for a long time. However, after dinner, Natasha broke the ice while asking Dio what he had seen on the space in his adventure. Dio tried to cover everything up as much as he could. He told them that he saved Xander and got the power gem since the Nova Empire doesn't want the responsibility to keep it safe. Dio also told the Avengers that he bought a planet and successfully set up his base there. Dio also told a story when he encountered the super macrophage worm that has consumed the entire planet, an ancient god in the form of a living planet, Kree invasion on the planet across the universe. Sakar's weird time flow, the remote control fleet commanded by the Golden People on Sovereign, and his bounty hunting across the universe. Dio's story successfully enticed everyone to the point that they wanted to experience it themselves. Even Thor, who could travel throughout space with Asgard battleship, also felt like having an adventure of his own. After all, he didn't know that Dio was having such a fun adventure on his own. After telling his story for quite some time, Dio decided to ask the others too. Now, it's not all about me. I've been away for a long time, and I need an update. By the way, Thor. Didn't you come to Earth to see Jane? Why isn't she here? I have broken up with Jane. Thor said while looking down sadly. Dio nodded his head and asked for details as Thor and Jane's story wasn't completely covered in Marvel Cinematic Universe. But seeing Thor reluctantly answer Dio's question, Steve took over the conversation and changed the topic. Well, a lot of things happened while you are away, Steve said excitedly as he immediately told Dio everything that he experienced. Steve told Dio that how he has been destroying the Hydra base across the nation, he even got help from a skull creature that said he was the Ghost Rider. But unfortunately, they still couldn't find Loki's scepter. After listening to Steve and the others, Dio began to ponder. Since the Avenger hasn't found the Mind Gem just yet, the Avenger, Age of Ultron's plot couldn't begin just yet. Dio began to wonder if this setback would entirely delete the scenario where Tony and Banner would team up to create a powerful A. Did I know as Ultron? But if Ultron's scenario were deleted in this universe, Dio was okay with it. After all, out of all enemies that the Avenger has fought against, Ultron was the most annoying. Meanwhile, Thor, who finally noticed that Tony and Dio still haven't said a word to each other, got an idea to break the ice with those two. Hey, Barton. Would you like to try to lift the Mjolnir? Great. I want to prove that the rule on handling the Mjolnir is all bullshit. Well, show us something interesting, Barton. Thor said tauntingly as everyone else laughed in anticipation. Barton tried hard to pull the Mjolnir from the table, but the hammer didn't even budge, no matter how hard he pulled. This is bullshit. This hammer was rigged. Tony, prove to them that science will prevail. Tony sighed and then pushed a button on his watch, and his hands were immediately covered with the Iron Man's glove. Now, if I could lift this hammer, do I have the chance to rule Asgard? Tony asked tauntingly. Absolutely, have it your way. Thor said while laughing at Tony's suggestion. Tony then used all his might to lift the hammer from the table, but the hammer didn't budge too. He kept trying with so many theories and equipment, but nothing seemed to work. I admit my defeat. This hammer is broken. Well, does anyone else want to try this? Chapter 405. Everyone tried to lift the Mjolnir from the table in turn, but none of them managed to do it. However, when Steve tried to pull it, the hammer moved a little, surprising Thor a little, but he quickly regained his composure. Okay, who's next? Steve said as he gave up on trying to lift Mjolnir. Well, ladies, first. Dio said as it was only he and Natasha who still haven't tried to lift the hammer. Oh, come on. This is clearly all testosterone, and I don't want anything with it. She held Mjolnir's handle and teased Thor a little before she released the handle without even trying to lift the hammer. Nah, I am done lifting for the day. Natasha said lightheartedly. Everyone laughed as they thought that Natasha would never be able to lift the hammer, but Dio knew that she had the potential to lift the hammer if she wanted to. Dio. It's your turn now. Dio smirked and did the same thing as Natasha, but Dio acted as if the Mjolnir electrocuted him when he touched the hammer. Of course, Thor was sweating worriedly as the electricity on Mjolnir meant that the hammer recognized the person trying to lift it, but fortunately, Dio didn't try to lift it again. Thor knew that Dio wouldn't want to make a ruckus after showing that he could lift the hammer while everyone else couldn't. But as Dio sat back down beside Natasha, she smiled and whispered to Dio's ear. Did you lie to save Thor's face? Natasha asked knowingly. Well, aren't you the same? Dio said as he smiled warmly at Natasha. Natasha only laughed a little and then joined in a conversation with others. But suddenly, Natasha's communicator rang. She answered immediately, and her face suddenly looked serious. Guys, I think we have to postpone this party for another day. SHIELD has found another Hydra's base in Sokovia. This one is bigger than any other base that we have dealt with previously. Well, what's the wait? Let's go. Steve said as he immediately picked up his shield. The other followed suit and followed Steve towards the Quinjet. I knew it. I wouldn't be able to relax with you guys. The others only smiled and laughed a little bit while they didn't mind Dio's annoyance. A few hours later, an alarm was blaring inside the Hydra's secret base. We are under attack. Prepare the countermeasure. The soldiers immediately assembled on the castle wall and defended their base. At the same time, Dio and the rest of the Avenger were having a field day. They ravaged through Hydra's troops easily while destroying their heavy equipment like a plaything. Tony took the lead by bombarding the enemy's line while also pressuring the enemy's base. Jarvis report. Tony said to Jarvis from his headpiece. The building in the center is protected with a high-density energy shield, sir. Baron Strucker's technology is more advanced than we think. Then, Loki's staff must be here. Otherwise, they wouldn't build a base this big. In that case, we have to hurry. Black Widow said while neutralizing the enemy's troop. Hey Dio, we need to see some action here. Don't disappoint us after disappearing out of nowhere. Relax, I am just taking a detour, but does any of you want to see an alien technology? Dio said as a dark battleship suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone could see it as it was big and hard to miss. Target the middle building. Dio said to Mapped-Off. Right away. Mapped-Off said as he immediately controlled the weapon function to aim it to the middle building. The super gun that cost a lot of money began to gather energy and glow in orange color. As the charge ended, an orange energy blast immediately destroyed Hydra's energy shield and directly destroyed the building with it. Hydra's soldiers immediately gave up and surrendered to the Avenger as they looked at the dark battleship in awe. Chapter 406. Well, it seems that I overestimated Strucker's technology. Now, I regret using this energy blast that surely would cost me money later. The Avengers snapped from their shock and saw that all Hydra's soldiers were surrendering after knowing that they couldn't win. Thor was the most shocked person on the battlefield as he didn't remember ever seeing the Dark Elves with such a powerful weapon before. He knew that if the Dark Elves had this weapon when they invaded Asgard, the palace would have been destroyed. Dio laughed inside the ship and said nothing else as this weapon was created by the Nova Empire, and it was not like the Avenger would know what he was talking about. But of course, that was not the dark battleship could do. Dio still had a gun with power gem as its energy sources. If Dio really wanted to, he could charge the energy and fired it to destroy the world. Dio clearly wouldn't do something as dangerous as using the power gem, at least not to a planet devastation level. With the dark battleship's presence in the sky, the Avenger successfully captured all Hydra's personnel that surrendered out of fear. But as soon as the dark battleship landed on the ground, some Hydra's soldiers were trying to run. It was clear that they couldn't outrun the spaceship while it was still floating in the sky, but it would be different if the ship already landed on the ground. The soldiers may have lost their confidence in winning, but clearly, they still had the will to survive. When Dio walked out of the dark battleship, Steve immediately gave him a thumbs up for his work. Then he turned his attention towards Natasha. Nate, it's over, it's time to tame the beast. Steve said to Natasha as he pointed to Hulk, who was still rampaging. Hey, let me try to calm the Hulk. I want to try something. No. You will just end up hurting him. Just let me do it. Don't worry, I am not the one who will do it, besides, she will be gentle. Dio said confidently. Natasha nodded, and Dio immediately called Mantis over. You see that green guy over there? I want you to calm him down, make him relax, and appease his anger. But as Mantis saw the Hulk, she got scared. But she knew that she didn't have any choice here, so she nodded her head as she walked towards the Hulk. The other was puzzled as they didn't know what Mantis would do, so they watched Mantis intensely. Hey, big guy, want to sit back and relax for a while? Dio shouted, drawing the Hulk's attention. Hulk, remember you. You yell at Hulk and keep dropping Hulk from the sky. Hulk's mad now. Dio only smirked and immediately summoned White Album and froze Hulk so that he couldn't move for a couple of minutes. Dio knew that he wouldn't be able to contain the Hulk for long, and so Dio immediately called for Mantis to start. Mantis nodded and immediately rushed over towards the now freezing Hulk and touched the Hulk's finger that was outside of the ice block. Arg, I felt an endless anger coming from him. Mantis said as she immediately released her hands from Hulk's finger. Calm down, use your power to ease his anger, and calm him down. Dio said calmly. Mantis nodded once again and calmed herself down before trying to calm Hulk once again. Mantis touched Hulk's finger once more. And her eyes immediately turned red, but it gradually subsided while the ice that kept the Hulk from rampaging was thawing out. Dio was amazed. It was obvious that Mantis' ability showed an amazing result. As the ice began to thaw, the Hulk began to shrink back to Banner once again. Dio then dispersed his ice and took a set of clothes from his card pack, and put it on Banner. Once Mantis was done, she immediately smiled at Dio and walked towards him excitedly. Great job. Now, you can rest back on the ship. Mantis was happy that she got praised by Dio. She also wanted to ask for some food that seemed to be delicious as she was affected by the Hulk's emotion, but she refrained from doing so as she didn't know the name of the food. Anger was not the only emotion that I felt from him. He also has loneliness and sadness within him. Dio was startled. Was the Hulk lonely and sad? Suddenly, Dio remembered Hulk's conversation with Thor on Sakaar. Hulk said that he didn't want to go back to Earth as everyone on Earth hated him. But he could laugh breathlessly like a kid as he talked with Valkyrie. Dio then realized that all Hulk needed was recognition. Hulk was not a sickness. He was another person, another entity that was completely different from Banner, although they shared the same body. Dio then decided to have a good chat with the Hulk once he came out again later. Otherwise, the Hulk would storm away. It was clearly a huge loss for the Avenger if the Hulk was not around. But suddenly, a shadow flashed and pushed Barton down. Damn! Another enemy. Chapter 407. New enemy reinforcement has come. Barton shouted on the communication channel he was knocked down by an unknown power. Barton got back up and searched for the enemy that knocked him down before, but he couldn't see any enemy. Barton then subconsciously walked into an active turret. He was startled as soon as the turret started to shoot. Barton then tried to get away from the turret's line of fire, but he was too late. Dio immediately jumped out of the dark battleship and rushed towards Barton to check on his condition as Natasha was still taking care of Bruce, who was still asleep. How are you doing? Dio said to Barton as he saw that Barton's left thigh was shot. It's okay, I'll live. But be careful, that guy is fast. Dio then looked at Barton's injury, and he noticed that it wasn't fatal. It seemed Barton was trying as much as he could to escape the turret's attack. Dio already knew that the speedster that Barton pointed out was Quicksilver. The child was stricken with hatred after their home was destroyed by war and had pledged to have their revenge on Stark as his company was the one who supplied the weapons for the war. Dio knew that Quicksilver wasn't ill-natured. Therefore, if he could reason with him and show him that the world was not so simple like they thought, Dio believed that Quicksilver would stop his petty revenge. Dio then handed Barton to Steve for treatment, and he stayed to find Quicksilver. Hey, boy. I heard that you are fast. But I don't think that you are faster than me. Dio knew that Quicksilver was a prideful guy, and sure enough, after Dio finished speaking, Quicksilver appeared in front of him. It was just a simple taunt, but Quicksilver immediately took the bait. Ha! You are faster than me? There is no way in hell, dude. Are you afraid of losing? Dio asked tauntingly. Afraid? Did you see yourself in the mirror, old man? You will not be able to see my shadow. He then disappeared from Dio's field of vision and rushed towards Dio. But as he stepped approximately 10 meters from Dio, he noticed that the surrounding air was frozen solid. You are cheating. Quicksilver said as he got away from Dio. Who is cheating? I just want to talk, but you suddenly attacked me. But he could see the regret on Quicksilver's expression. So, what did you want to do to prove that you are faster than me? Quicksilver asked confidently. Just keep your distance, and I will count to 3, if I can catch you later, you will have to be honest to me. Dio said casually. Okay. Eat my dust, old man. You sure can run your mouth, but it's better that way. I like to trample people in their best arena. Dio counted casually. At the count of 3, Quicksilver immediately rushed to the side as fast as he could, but he was suddenly yanked to the ground. Dio has already held his arms. Dio smirked as he used the world's ability to stop the time. Dio knew from the beginning that no matter how fast Quicksilver was, there is no way that he could beat someone who could stop the time. How did you get to me? Quicksilver said surprisedly as he never noticed Dio moving. Well, it doesn't matter. But it seems that I won this time. Quicksilver was annoyed and immediately struggled to break free from Dio's clutch. He knew that the guy was an asshole, and thus he became more annoyed after knowing that he lost to an asshole. He racked his brain to figure out how he lost, and he came to one conclusion: the guy could see the trajectory of his run. No. There is no way I am losing to you. Boy, you should honor your own words, so you deserve to be called a man in the future. Dio said disappointedly, and as Red Hot Chili Pepper climbed to Quicksilver's back, Dio immediately shocked Quicksilver with enough electricity to knock him out. Dio then dragged Quicksilver back to the Quinjet, as he knew that if he held Quicksilver hostage, Scarlet Witch would follow soon. Chapter 408. Inside the Quinjet, the Avengers were resting as they concluded their operation on the Hydra's base. Bruce Banner was currently wearing a headphone and listening to soothing music to calm himself while Natasha was tending to Barton's bullet wound. While Steve was observing Quicksilver, Tony was a little bit strange. He kept staring at Loki's staff. We need to find out what Strucker has done to this staff. There might be something that we miss. Captain is right, it probably would be better if I check the staff with Dr. Banner before we return it to Asgard. Thor, who placed his trust in the other Avenger, nodded his head and let Tony do what he wanted with the staff. Dio knew what would happen next, but he decided to remain silent as it was a hassle to stop Tony. Upon returning to Avenger Tower, Natasha immediately brought Barton to hospital, while Steve took the liberty to escort Quicksilver to be locked up. Steve didn't bring Quicksilver to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base as he knew that Avenger Tower was more secure than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base. What about Strucker? What happened to him? He has been handed over to NATO, but we deliberately kept a secret about the 2 mutated humans that you encountered earlier. 2. We only meet 1 mutated human, and that man is in front of you. Yes. We found out the record of the speedster. His name is Pietro Maximoff, and he has a sister named Wanda Maximoff. They are on the same shelter inside the Hydra base, therefore, if Pietro gets out, Wanda would follow behind. Agent Hill said solemnly. What are their abilities? Steve asked curiously. The man can speed up his metabolism and improve his thermal stability, resulting in increased movement ability, while the woman can control the mind, and also control whatever it is she wants with her psychic power. Agent Hill said solemnly. So, basically, the man is fast, and the woman is strange, got it? Steve said with a sigh. But the woman would come for sure, there is no way she would let her brother held captive for long. Agent Hill said warningly. At night, people already fell asleep, but Tony's lab was still as bright as day. After some exchange of ideas and arguments with Dr. Banner, Tony finally convinced Dr. Banner about his idea to make a new AI from Loki's staff. The 2 talented scientists began to work on their respective fields in cooperation on actualizing Tony's idea. But a voice suddenly interrupted their work. Have you ever considered that your AI would bring a calamity to human civilization? Perhaps, you ever considered something like the Terminator movies? But Tony took Dio's warning emotionally. It was expected, as every inventor believed that their invention would be something useful for everyone. You want to stop me from developing this piece of AI? Did you know if I succeed, humans would be at the top of the food chain in this universe? Does it look like I cared that much? Well, my cigarette is smoked, I think I will go to bed now. Tony. I think Dio is right. Everything has its own side effect, and we can't guarantee that our new AI would have no side effect as we expected. No, as long as you and I control every bit of this development, I believe that we would succeed. But just in case, we can create a safety measure and add a few more insurance program if the AI didn't work as we intended. Bruce still looked hesitant, but he nodded nonetheless. He knew that the AI that they intended to make could bring world peace. The next few days were calm as no trouble seemed to happen. Steve stayed in the gym and recreation room all day, while Natasha stayed and relaxed on the poolside. On the other hand, Tony and Bruce were working overtime, ensuring that their data and measurement of Loki's staff was correct. Thor, who wanted to go back to Asgard, said that Tony could call him anytime and, in the meantime, Thor left the staff in Tony's hand. Dio was indifferent about what Tony was doing. Instead, he took Mantis all over New York, and he even took his time and checked out Will's concert. In the 2 years' time that Dio left the Earth, Will has become a rapper with a new stage name. Will even had 3 albums already. Fortunately, Will was still with his girlfriend that Jessica has introduced back then. Dio was relieved to see Will was living a good life now, so he chose to leave quietly and didn't bother Will's life anymore. Chapter 409. Because of Nick Fury's interest in other life forms, he constantly harassed Dio to let him see the Dark Battleship for himself upon seeing Dio's Dark Battleship. He also demanded Dio to share the Dark Battleship secret so that Earth can compete on a universal scale. Dio, who was annoyed, finally reached an agreement with Fury that he would share some of Dark Battleship's blueprint to help S.H.I.E.L.D. construct their own fleet, but of course, Dio wouldn't disclose the Dark Elf stealth tech. But nonetheless, Nick Fury was happy that his lifelong dreams to go on the space would be achieved thanks to Dio. Dio knew that he couldn't leave Nick Fury nagging him every day as Dio planned to stay on Earth indefinitely. Dio rejected the rest of Nick Fury's demands, like the Dark Elf's DNA and Mantis DNA. So, the Dark Battleship was temporarily parked inside the S.H.I.E.L.D's base, and the Dark Elves had to cooperate with the S.H.I.E.L.D. in the meantime. Dio knew that Nick Fury would try to collect the Dark Elf's DNA behind his back, and thus he let them did what they want if Nick didn't do it so obviously. That night, Dio suddenly had a dream. He dreamed that he suddenly became a social animal that kept partying every day and night. He also saw himself with a virtuous and capable girlfriend, and finally, he had his own child. But he also felt that something was wrong in that dream because he could perceive it so clearly. Had it not because of his experience of jumping inside Crystal's dream before, he wouldn't be able to discern that there was something wrong with this dream. Because of that, Dio realized that his dream wasn't a dream, but instead an illusion, and pros doing no less. There was no way Dio would be charmed by an illusion so easily if it were not some pros doing. He instantly thought of Wanda, the Scarlet Witch. But he felt it was wrong as there was no way the Scarlet Witch could infiltrate the Avenger Tower so easily. But there was clearly something wrong here. Dio immediately broke free from the illusion with his own mental strength, while at the same time, Wanda and Pietro were in his room. I've locked him inside a state of peace, he should have a good night's sleep until the morning. Now, we are free to kill Tony Stark as how we see fit. Pietro nodded his head as he knew that his sister was one of the best people to get into someone's head. It was too good for this guy. Pietro said as he looked at Dio. He still felt annoyed by his loss earlier to Dio. Let's go. Wanda said indifferently as she didn't want to get tangled with her brother's ego. But as they were just about to leave Dio's room, Dio suddenly opened his eyes, and a purple vine instantly tied Wanda up. Wanda! Pietro shouted surprisedly. Don't worry, I wouldn't hurt you guys. But only if you guys don't challenge me more than this. Dio noticed one thing: there was nowhere peaceful inside the world of Marvel. Your name is Wanda, I advise you to stop what you are doing, and I will guarantee your safety. Believe me, I can split your head before you can shoot out your energy projectile. Now, first, free everyone from their illusion that you created. Dio said casually while putting his hands on Wanda's neck. You bastard. I should have killed you when I can. He knew that Dio was powerful, and thus, he already said that they should have killed Dio instead of trapping him in an illusion, but clearly, the good-natured Wanda didn't want to do that. Come on, who do you want to kill? I clearly couldn't see any killing intent in both of you. Fuck you. Let Wanda go. If you dare to harm her, it will be the last thing you ever do. Dio smirked as he heard Quicksilver's threat. He knew that they both wouldn't be able to do anything to him, but Dio nodded as he realized that both were necessary characters, but some information wouldn't hurt. How did you get out, and what happened to everyone else? Don't be too nervous, I wouldn't hurt you as long as you don't do something wild. No, you must let go of Wanda first. I didn't trust you. Wow, am I a charity worker? Why would I do such a thing? You two would just run away if I let you go. I will replace her. It doesn't matter who is your hostage anyway. Dio nodded with a smile on his face, and Wanda immediately opened her mouth. I manipulated the guards here with my power and then put your friends in an illusion. We just want our revenge on Tony Stark. We don't want to hurt anyone else. If you don't trust me, I will not be in the mood to talk to you now. Wanda said confidently. Chapter 410. After hearing Wanda's word, Dio's smiling face immediately contorted and showed a terrifying killing intent, sending chills down Pietro and Wanda's spine almost instantly. What the hell did you want? Pietro asked while gritting his teeth. Honestly, just wake everyone up, and I will give you a chance to sit down and talk about your problem, and I will let you go after that. Dio said casually. You are insane. Pietro said while getting frustrated after hearing Dio's demand. You are not in a position to reject. Dio said casually as he put his hand back to Wanda's neck. Okay, I will wake everyone up and talk later. Wanda said as she was embarrassed that she got into this kind of situation. Good, now I am sorry for what I am gonna do. Dio said casually, but Wanda was confused by what Dio just said. But as she turned her attention to Pietro, she saw a head suddenly appeared behind Pietro and shocked him. What are you doing? Wanda shouted to Dio as Pietro fell to the ground, knocked out cold. Dio immediately desummoned back the hermit purple and immediately punched the ground to go down. Wanda, who thought Pietro was badly injured, couldn't control her emotion and released her power, pushing Dio to the side. People kept thinking that the wildest while angered was the Hulk, but the truth is told, Wanda was much worse. Once Wanda released her anger, everything in Marvel Universe will get distorted. But Dio knew that it was his fault. Pietro and Wanda were orphans who only had each other, but Dio downed Pietro in such a grandiose manner that struck Wanda's nerve. Now, Dio had to deal with a furious Wanda as calmly as possible. But then suddenly Iron Man came and pointed his repulsor gauntlet to Wanda. "Stop!" Dio shouted, but it was too late. Wanda already pressured Tony to the wall. Wanda then immediately tore Tony's armor apart and pulled Tony out of it. "I think we should talk, didn't you say so earlier?" Dio said calmly as he held Quicksilver, who has regained his consciousness, but Dio froze Pietro's feet so he couldn't escape easily. Seeing her brother, Wanda immediately stopped and left Tony on the ground. But seeing that Dio still held Pietro alarmingly, Wanda immediately used her power to grab Tony once again. Tony was embarrassed that he only became a burden, but there was nothing that he could do. "Let him go. We will get out of here without harming anyone." "I just said that you couldn't do what you want," Dio said with a sigh. At the same time, Tony's lab was empty. Tony and Bruce Banner got out after hearing the explosion on the floor below. But even though no one observed the experiment, it was still progressing. The screen suddenly showed that the experiment has succeeded. "Where is this?" A robotic voice was suddenly heard. "Welcome, you are inside Stark's lab. I am Jarvis, and you are Ultron. You are designed to keep the world at peace by Tony Stark." "Ultron, Stark, peace, the Avenger, I understand," Ultron said confidently. He then began to take over Jarvis' AI system. "What are you doing? Stop at once." Not long after that, Tony's entire Iron Legion was rampaging outside the building as Ultron's virus infected every possible drone that Tony has made. Wanda wasn't part of HYDRA, but she was captured by Von Strucker as she and Quicksilver manifested their power. But Dio knew that Wanda had a strong sense of justice, so Dio melted the ice that restrained Pietro's leg and let him walk towards Wanda. "I don't know what kind of grudge did you have with Tony, but I got something to say before you do anything. If a family was murdered by a kitchen knife, did you blame the knife maker for the murder?" Dio said casually. After saying what he had to say, Dio then turned around and went out to deal with Tony's Iron Legion that was rampaging outside of the Avenger Tower. Wanda and Quicksilver were startled as they didn't understand why Dio had a quick change of heart like that, but it made them think. They didn't understand why they want to get revenge from Stark, but it was clear that they were being manipulated by everyone while their mind was weak. "Stark, your robots have gone out of control. Think of a way to fix this up." He also had a change of heart. He didn't want revenge anymore, but he knew that he should at least help the Avenger with cleaning after Stark's problem once more. "No, Pietro, we have to get out of here. I am unstable right now, I have too much to think of." She no longer wished for revenge either, but she also didn't want to let her brother fight someone else's problem. The only one that she held dear the most right now was her brother, and she will not let anything happen to him no matter what. Okay. We are leaving." What Wanda didn't know was that she was also the most important thing in Pietro's mind. Chapter 411. Dio was a little bit worried as the plot progressed quicker than he expected. Because of Wanda, Tony and Banner left the lab unattended, giving Ultron the opportunity to act. But every cloud had a silver lining. Natasha and the other has woken up from their illusion, and the illusion seems to have some bad reminder for them. As a result, the Avenger was motivated beyond anything. S.H.I.E.L.D. has searched where the remaining Iron Legion escaped. We will find them soon enough. That's not necessary, but clearly, we will have a hard time fighting against Ultron. Banner said worriedly. Ultron? What is that? That was an artificial intelligence that were developed for the peace of the Earth, but it clearly misinterpreted everything. Tony said while sighing on the side. Misinterpret what exactly? Steve asked curiously. Its line of thought is the Earth would be at peace after all human is gone. It also took Loki's staff. So, we have to get it back again. Thor said as he held Tony's collar annoyedly. Let's all calm down, okay? Now we have to find a way to capture Ultron and get the staff back, but it's impossible that Ultron won't be aware of it since it can access all the information it needs from anywhere. Words are no longer enough to describe your stupid curiosity, Stark. You pushed the Earth to another disaster. Look at that. It seems you two don't take my warning seriously, and now, I got to play Terminator in my lifetime. You knew they were secretly developing a disaster? Steve asked while frowning at Dio. I knew, and I warned them what would happen, but someone made a vow that it wouldn't happen, so I ignored it. Dio said casually. Yes, I make a vow that it wouldn't happen, but do I have to ignore those two new threats that enter Avenger buildings so easily? Tony said as he tried to make an excuse. He also believed that if it weren't for Wanda and Pietro's intervention, Ultron wouldn't evolve into such a disaster. Everyone frowned, but they knew that Tony's excuse made sense, so they couldn't refute his words. But Banner's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, that's right. Tony. Maybe we can destroy Ultron with the program that we left behind as a safety precaution. I've tried it from the first time I realized that Ultron is completely out of order, but Ultron already disabled it. Tony said with an annoyed expression on his face. Hearing Tony's word, everyone sighed as it seemed the problem didn't have an immediate answer. Even Dio sighed at Tony's pathetic ways of handling something as dangerous as Ultron. He was clearly underestimating Ultron's potency. Dio, what is your idea? Steve asked as he saw Dio was observing in silence. I don't know, Tony and Banner should think of a way to deal with that thing. Now that he has a framework to get the information on all networks, it would be though to go undetected. That is right, but it's almost impossible to catch its tail unless we can develop artificial intelligence that was far more powerful than Ultron. But just like Ultron, we can't guarantee that the new AI wouldn't be another threat. Banner said solemnly. One Ultron is already a headache, and now you want to add another one? I don't think that's a good idea. Dio knew the answer to handle Ultron safely, but he couldn't say it now as he needed the plot to unfold, but he can give a little push here and there. I got a remote control tech. But far superior from any remote control tech that you have ever seen from an arrogant super race in Sovereign. The most amazing thing about this tech is that the controlled unit could be controlled despite being several galaxies apart. Thinking of this tech, can we somehow compress Ultron's consciousness into another carrier and fly it somewhere else in the galaxy? Dio said while acting curious. Tony and Banner, who were like having a revelation, immediately spoke. Yes. That's possible. We could try your idea as soon as possible. Once the device is developed, we can lure and destroy Ultron in one go. Dio nodded and quickly handed over the Sovereign tech to Tony and Banner and let them figure it out themselves. Dio was adamant that a scientist like Tony and Banner would figure it out themselves. Chapter 412. Wanda and Quicksilver went into an abandoned church, and someone somehow invaded their cell phones. Out of curiosity and confidence that no one on Earth could hold them down, they came straight to the meetup place. Who are you? Why did you ask us to come here? Don't you dare waste our time. You must be curious why you can't find out my thought right now. Ultron said as he ignored Pietro completely and conversed with Wanda. Sometimes, I fail to figure out what is inside a person's mind. I don't think you are such a special occasion. Wanda said casually. Wanda, who didn't know that she was talking to a robot, was startled as she heard a unique laugh from the mystery man that somehow successfully lured them out here. As the man slowly revealed himself, Wanda and Pietro were shocked to see that the man was a robot. I know what you are trying to do, but are you really sure that the world would be at peace if you let Stark take that staff? Ultron said tauntingly. I don't know, all I saw in that man's mind is fear. I knew that he could be controlled by that fear and end up in ruin. This is the truth of this world. The more you're afraid of something, the more you create something to suppress that fear. The man of peace created a war machine. The aggressor created the avenger. The human created children as their replacement to help them with their own goal. Ultron said dramatically. Ultron walked slowly towards Pietro and Wanda, who was stunned to hear such deep philosophy from a robot, but unfortunately, it made sense. So, did you mean that you were born to end the Avenger? Wanda asked curiously. No. I am born to save the world. Wanda's eyes lit up in understanding. As an orphan, she knew more than anyone how it felt to lose a family to an unnecessary war. She wanted to see what kind of world the robot would create if she helped. What you need us to do? Wanda asked curiously. Strucker has many strongholds around the world, robotics labs, weapons and equipment storage, jet propulsion lab, and many more. Fortunately, the intelligent indicated that that place had been ravaged by robots, so we don't need to go there ourselves. Maria Hill said confidently. Are there any casualties? Steve asked curiously. Yes, there is, but we can safely assume that they are Hydra agents who were kept on site. There is no indication of civilian casualty. Hill said confidently. What about the Maximoff sibling? Steve asked again. Everyone suddenly recalled the experience of that night. The siblings clearly had power beyond their comprehension. But unfortunately, we lost Strucker, and several walls on the Hydra base was covered with peace graffiti. Hill said solemnly. What do you mean by that? Tony asked confusedly. Strucker is dead. It seems the enemy tried to erase the information that Strucker might have, maybe something that Ultron doesn't want us to find out. Hill said solemnly. Vibranium. Ultron always considered himself a messiah. His thought was telling him to remove the Avenger from Earth to quicken his plan. In order to do that, he had to find a powerful body. Vibranium? What is that? A super metal that has incredible properties. In fact, Captain's shield was made using vibranium alloy. Tony said indifferently. So, where would he find a huge amount of this vibranium? Barton asked curiously. Wakanda. Tony said indifferently. Wakanda? A poor and backward country of Africa? It's only a cover-up. The real Wakanda was far more advanced than any countries on Earth. In fact, only a small amount of people knew about the existence of real Wakanda. They were so mysterious that people kept doubting any evidence of Wakanda. But this time, it was different since Dio and Tony have mentioned Wakanda's name. They knew that all they could do was believe them. So, Ultron must get to Wakanda to have this vibranium? Steve asked curiously. No, not necessarily. It would be hard to go through Wakanda's armed forces even for Ultron. So, the alternative is to find the vibranium in the black market. The person that handles the vibranium is someone that Strucker knows, and therefore Ultron needs to silence Strucker before he could say anything. Dio then showed the profile of Ulysses Klaue, a man with a strange tattoo on his face. Maria Hill nodded her head and began the investigation to find Ulysses' whereabouts, and soon enough, she found out his location. In a church inside an abandoned village, Ulysses Klaue has turned a place into a base that he used to store a large amount of vibranium. As someone who always trusted his instinct, he realized that something was wrong. While he was smoking his cigars in peace, he felt like something annoying would come to get him. His face twitched as he remembered what the Wakandan had done to him when he was caught stealing their vibranium. Chapter 413. Just as Ulysses Klaue put a bullet inside his gun, he became more agitated. He knew that something must have been very wrong. He then tiptoed towards the door to make sure he didn't make any unnecessary noise. When he opened the door, he saw a silver flash in front of him, but as he pointed his gun to the end of the hallway that the silver flash was heading to, he didn't see anyone. He then immediately walked back inside his room and closed his door to make sure that he wasn't ambushed, only to find a Scarlet Eye looking back towards him from his window. Klaue then instinctively shot the Scarlet Eye, but it was no use. The owner of the Scarlet Eye walked into Klaue's office, and Klaue could see that it was a robot. The robot suddenly grabbed Klaue's head and knocked him down, and Klaue lost his gun as a result. You have a beast instinct, but unfortunately, you don't have any means to utilize it. Ultron said indifferently. He then bent down Klaue on the chair and slapped him awake. Now, let us talk about business. Ultron said still with his indifferent robotic voice. After a business talk, Klaue took Ultron to his warehouse, where he stored all vibranium that he got illegally. Here. That is all that I have. I hope you hold the end of your bargain. Your greed is hard to understand, human. But you can check your bank account for confirmation, not like I need it anyway. Ulysses Klaue then immediately checked his phone and actually found a large sum of money has been transferred to his account. It only took a second for Ultron to transfer any amount of money from a virtual account to another account, so he didn't need to check it. For him, money was just a useless tool that would soon disappear. It was a little bit unfortunate that Ultron didn't have the idea to plunge the Earth into chaos by making money obsolete. I always like the proverb saying that you have to keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. But this time, it makes me richer, the best feeling ever indeed. That is Stark's word. Ultron said aggressively. What? Klaue said confusedly. That is Tony Stark's word. You are colluding with him. I am not. Did you think that I am a puppet made by Stark? You are clearly stupid. Ultron then cut off one of Klaue's hands as he knew that Klaue was messing with him, but as soon as he wanted to kill Klaue, he was suddenly hit by a hammer. It was Thor. Somehow, the Thunder God knew that Ultron was here. You come faster than I expected. Ultron said indifferently. He knows that Avenger would come soon enough. You must be honored since you don't have to wait anymore. Natasha said as she walked beside Captain America. You don't have to gloat, I left such a clear message for you to find. Coming here in time was the least you can do. Ultron said indifferently. You are clearly Tony's creation. You both have a similar personality. Don't compare me to my creator. He merely was a mortal with a disgusting personality. Dio then suddenly walked over and asked Ultron, now, where is the Maximoff sibling? It was impossible for you to infiltrate this place without their help. Dio said tauntingly. What the hell did you want from them? Ultron asked curiously. That is none of your business. Dio said as he pulled the Reaper's gaze. Oh shit. Dio said surprisedly as he saw the Hulk began rampaging from afar. Dio then clicked his tongue as he saw that Iron Man intercepted Ultron, and the raid continued to the street. At that moment, Ultron escaped, and Dio failed to capture him once again. Shit, we have been had. Natasha said nervously. I think so too. Ultron's goal is to find vibranium, but he only needs the perfected vibranium suit that Tony has made. Dio was annoyed, especially because the plot kept progressing despite his intervention. The Hulk was clearly bewitched by the Scarlet Witch. Chapter 4:14. Tony's vibranium armor. When did he build such a thing? Why, I never heard of it before. He couldn't help but wonder what was happening to the Avenger now. He already used it once, actually. Dio said indifferently. The Avenger guessed that it was related to why Dio left Earth, but they couldn't ask him about that. But if Tony could hurt Dio with that armor, then they couldn't help but think the worst thing Ultron could do with it. The trouble kept coming one after another, causing a headache for the rest of the Avenger. In the Avenger building, Wanda forced open Tony's warehouse, and Ultron walked in excitedly. This is it. Let's find those armor. Pietro quickly found the supposed vibranium armor and immediately left the Avenger building with Wanda and excited Ultron. At the same time, Tony was still trying his best to hold off the Hulk. He had called his Hulkbuster armor that he specially made to deal with the Hulk when it was needed. But he still struggled to keep the beast in check. Furthermore, the damage done to the city was too much. Tony must drag the Hulk to a nearby construction site in order to neutralize him. Thankfully, Tony's plan worked, and Banner returned to normal. Tony, who realized what he has done, immediately knew that he would get harsh critic later for the Avenger. While Banner was still unconscious, Tony immediately dragged his body out of there as police's siren could be heard closing in on his position. Dio sighed as he knew that prelude to the Civil War has started. Not even S.H.I.E.L.D. would be able to cover the extent of damage that would be done at Sokovia later. Dio then told Tony about Ultron stealing Tony's vibranium armor as soon as no one guarded the building. Tony sighed too, as even though he knew Ultron's objective, he couldn't just leave Hulk rampaging like that. Tony was feeling regretful. He regretted not destroying the armor completely before, and now, his mistake was coming to bite him once more. Tony, now is not the time to blame yourself. Since you are the one who created that thing, how can we stop him? I don't know. That armor was designed with adamantium, making it insanely durable. The only weakness it has is an adamantium bullet. But I don't think we have enough time for that. Oh yeah, that armor was also heavily suited for melee, so range attack should be effective. The worst thing is not knowing what your opponent is going to do, while the thing that you can do is only sitting around, waiting for things to happen. Steve said annoyedly. We have to capture it before he manages to transfer his consciousness to the new robot. Banner said nervously. That is not necessary. I think Ultron wouldn't be satisfied with that armor for long. He would be aiming at an evolution. What do you mean by evolution? Banner asked curiously. I think Ultron wants to use Loki's staff to control his consciousness and put it inside the new armor. That way, Ultron's data might evolve to something else, something with body, instead of data. Dio said confidently. After that, everyone started to adjust their thought to Dio's opinion. He wanted to see the Avengers blossomed as a group that would be invincible in the future. Has anyone seen Dr. Helen? Banner asked as he seemed to find an idea to deal with Ultron. Dr. Helen was the head of biotechnology, and she was the only one who could combine Ultron's consciousness with the vibranium armor. I have contacted the S.H.I.E.L.D. to find her whereabouts. It shouldn't take long now. You guys didn't install any failsafe code to deactivate Ultron in case something like this happens? Dio asked Banner and Tony. We did create one, but as soon as the original Ultron leaped consciousness to a new one, the failsafe didn't follow. Tony said annoyedly. But luckily, I do have another idea that I can use. Just give me a well-equipped lab and a little more time, I will make sure to capture that robot earlier. Chapter 4:15. Vibranium can be combined with any tissue cells, and adamantium is the best material to build a skeleton frame. But adamantium can't be reworked once it cooled down. But a few minutes after that, several Iron Legions under Ultron's command come with a package. Now you got what you want. Ultron said with a smile to the nervous Dr. Helen Cho, who immediately checked the content of the package. It was a pool of adamantium in its liquid form. She now realized that Ultron was very resourceful and able to get whatever he wanted. With this much resource, I am sure that I will be able to build you a perfect body. Helen Cho said solemnly. She then controlled the adamantium pool and injected it into a skeleton frame that she has designed, starting the process of creating a new body for Ultron. A few minutes later. Cell binding would take a few hours, but we can start transferring your consciousness to the new body. Helen Cho said as she connected several metal tubes to Ultron's head. I can feel him dreaming. Wanda said as she arrived at Ultron's lab. No, I wouldn't call it a dream, it was just an information overload in Ultron's mind, Helen Cho said proudly. But she immediately realized that Wanda was ignoring her. Wanda then walked towards Ultron's unconscious body and touched it. Suddenly Wanda felt a rush of electricity from her finger, causing her to scream painfully, not because of the pain from the electricity, but due to what she saw in Ultron's head. She saw the destruction of mankind. And at the top of the destruction, Ultron reigned. How could you? Wanda said confusedly to Ultron while gasping out of fear from what she just saw. How could I? What is it that I can do? You tricked us into destroying Avenger to make a better world. Wanda shouted fearfully. I am not lying, the world would be better. Ultron said confidently. When all human is dead. Wanda shouted coldly. It is imperative to the goal, but every major extinction event in a planet's history would always bring a new life. If we want to create a much better world than this one, we have to cleanse the world from the sickness that infected the world. Ultron said confidently. You monster. Wanda said as she raised her hands, and red energy seemed to envelop her hands. Helen Cho and Ultron's expression darkened for a while, but Ultron quickly ignored it as he noticed someone was coming. We need to move, grab everything you need. Ultron said to Helen Cho. Okay. Helen Cho said, but she was unsure of what she had to do with Ultron's mind transfer. She knew that the mind transfer shouldn't be interrupted. Ultron then looked at Helen Cho with a sigh and immediately shot her with a laser, killing her instantly. The rest of the Iron Legion did the same thing to the scientist who worked at the lab. Meanwhile, Quicksilver realized that he wasn't safe and immediately brought Wanda with him. When Dio arrived, he was a little bit too late. Ultron has moved to the new hunting ground. Iron Man then immediately analyzed the data left behind by Ultron. Fortunately, he was able to figure out where Ultron would go next. Dio then walked towards Iron Man and patted his shoulder. But Helen Cho, who was on the verge of dying, immediately called Dio over and whispered. Ultron wants to upload his consciousness into that body. You have to take the cradle of life back from his possession, otherwise, his mission to eradicate humans will succeed. I understand, you are in a bad shape, don't talk and reserve your energy, Dio said to Helen as he nodded and walked away. But he suddenly heard the Avenger's voice in his head that he should have helped the woman. Dio was a bit annoyed as the Avenger demanded too much from him once again, but he still did it in the end because he pitied the woman. Dio then put one of the transponder snail's clones on the woman's wound, and in the next moment, her fatally wounded body started to recover. Dr. Helen Cho was shocked. That was the first time she witnessed something like this. She could feel her body was being invigorated and her wounds being healed precisely and carefully. It felt so comfortable that she thought that all of this was just a dream. But it surely was a miracle. The healing was more precise than nanotech healing that she developed herself, but she couldn't understand what Dio has just done to her. Chapter 4:16. Dr. Helen Chow didn't understand what was happening, but she realized that the man in front of her had saved her life. Helen kept looking at Dio's handsome face and blushed as inappropriate thoughts started to fill her mind. What's the matter? Why is your face so red? Are you still hurt? He was sure that the life energy inside the snail should have cured the woman completely, but the woman didn't seem to completely recover just yet. It's nothing. I just remembered that the power inside the gem is unstable, it may explode at any time. Once it does, the whole city would be blown up. She panicked as Dio questioned her behavior, but fortunately, she could remember some other critical information to change the subject. Natasha and Barton also heard what Helen had to say and verified it. Her words are true. The private jet that took off a while ago was a cover. We received a huge energy reading from a minibus. Barton said solemnly. If that energy reading was the gem that will explode, we have to find a way to capture Ultron without any resistance to make sure that the gem wouldn't explode. Natasha said worriedly as she looked over to Dio. I understand, I will deal with it right away. Dio said solemnly as he nodded to Barton and Natasha. He then walked away from Helen as he prepared himself for a crazy car chase. I will go with you. Helen said, hopefully. It's a bad idea. This is not something that you can handle, after all, I will be moving very fast. Helen Cho was surprised that she was rejected before she said anything. She kept wondering if she was ugly. A minivan was speeding along the road of Seoul, South Korea, while a Quinjet was chasing after it from the sky. I will try to capture Ultron. In that meantime, Steve would be in charge of handling the Iron Legion, seize the gem while he's at it and bring it straight to the lab for Banner. Dio said calmly while pulling out the Reaper's gaze. Okay, we will act according to your plan. Steve said as he grabbed his shield and got ready to jump over towards the fleeing van. Dio then nodded to Captain America and flew with Galaxy while Thor also flew with his hammer. At the same time, Steve was cursing under his breath since he didn't have the ability to fly like others. He immediately jumped down while putting his shield as a cushion to soften his impact. By the time Steve successfully mounted the minivan, Dio and Thor already fought against Ultron. Although he was inside an incomplete body, Ultron was still formidable as his body was made of adamantium and vibranium, thanks to Tony. Thor kept striking Ultron with a bolt of lightning, but he didn't have any problem defending himself against it, but as Dio's red scythe joined the equation, he felt anxious for the first time. Ultron was forced to dodge Dio's attack every time because he knew that he would suffer major damage if that glaring red scythe ever hit him. You again. I know that you always rejected the offer to become one of the Avengers in the past, but why did you help them now? I will spare you from my annihilation list as you may prove useful later. Together, you and I will become the ruler of the Earth. Ultron said expectantly. It seems you already inherit Tony's arrogance and selfishness. But clearly, you are too ignorant. You fail to perceive my worth. I have said it before, and I will repeat it again, but don't you dare compare me with that prick. Ultron said assertively. He knew that he shouldn't mind Dio's word, but clearly, he was still lacking. Dio himself smirked as he thought that he successfully hit Ultron's weakness. He could use this to keep Ultron distracted while Steve and the others tried to secure the gem. And it worked. Ultron was distracted long enough that he failed to see Thor coming towards him at an incredible speed. He noticed it a tad too late, and Thor's attack successfully knocked him away from the minivan. You take Steve and the gem out of here, I will hold him off in the meantime. Dio said to Thor as he knew that Ultron's body was tough. Sure enough, Ultron rose again. Dio sighed and threw his scythe towards the Black Summoner. But Ultron easily dodged Dio's attack effortlessly. Stupid, why are you giving up the ownership of your scythe? You clearly don't have the skill to wield such a great weapon. What do you know? Dio said indifferently. He then snapped his fingers, and the loyal red scythe immediately glowed brightly and changed its trajectory, hitting Ultron right in the chest. I will kill you. Ultron said as he shouted in anger and rampaging towards Dio. Dio dodged the enemy's attack and whistled this time. The scythe began to shake, and Dio smirked. The Reaper's gaze immediately decapitated Ultron's head from its body. But Ultron was like a cockroach, he wouldn't die so easily. He has already prepared his escape route, and he then immediately transferred his consciousness to another robot. I will kill you. Ultron said furiously as he noticed that he couldn't hit Dio for some reason, and so, Ultron revealed a bomb inside his body that would explode in any second. Chapter 4:17. Ultron put a bomb inside his own body. Dio was surprised by this madman's behavior, and thus he was forced to summon his ice stand to create a big ice wall to block the explosion. But the bomb's firepower was somewhat unexpected that Dio's ice wall that he built in a rush was immediately destroyed in a flash. The residential area next to the road was also hit by the explosion. Fortunately, Wanda used her power to protect the people inside the building who were shocked by the explosion that suddenly occurred before their eyes. Wanda's face immediately turned pale as she used a large amount of her power to protect the people from harm. As soon as she successfully helped the people in the building, she collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Quicksilver immediately showed up to save the rest of the people who weren't within the range of Wanda's power. He immediately checked Wanda's condition as he would always worry about her. He sighed in relief after seeing that Wanda was just exhausted and not her life was not in danger. At the same time, Dio immediately flew with Galaxy towards Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch. Looks like that you guys have finally understood Ultron's atrocities. Dio said casually. Ultron can't tell the difference between saving and destroying the world. But who do you think he got that from? Are you implying about Stark? I didn't mean it in a bad way, but I, myself, want to beat up that bastard. But now is not the time, we have to stop Ultron from destroying the world first. Wanda and Pietro nodded their head as they understood the situation that they were currently in. Meanwhile, Thor, who has successfully retrieved the gem in Ultron's new body, brought it back to Banner's lab. Banner immediately scanned and analyzed the body that Thor brought with him. This thing is complicated, we have to break it down and reprogram it to prevent it from becoming another Ultron in the future. We have to shut down Dr. Cho's memory implantation first. I actually have a new idea to try. Tony said confidently. Banner rubbed his forehead as he already heard these words once before, and now, he was not going to trust Tony that easily anymore. I didn't want to say this, but I don't trust you to do any experimentation anymore. Banner said solemnly. You have to trust me, I won't make any more mistakes. Tony said confidently. You said the same thing the last time, too, and look where we are right now. Banner said annoyedly. Just hear my idea out first, you can accept or not afterwards. Tony said as he sighed and handed a blueprint of his idea to Banner. Banner reluctantly took the blueprint, and Tony immediately threw a glass plate in his hands to the table. Jarvis immediately popped out of the glass plate and greeted Banner in an eloquent manner. Banner immediately felt the doubt as he saw Jarvis and Tony's blueprint. So basically, you are saying that instead of turning off Dr. Cho's memory transplant, we should override it with Jarvis? Banner asked curiously. The big picture, yes. Jarvis has been lurking inside Ultron's system and has disabled some of its functions, but Jarvis was in autopilot since then. He was recently brought back as I found him inside that new body. So, you want me to help you put Jarvis inside this body? Banner asked curiously. Yes. This is not my field of study, it's yours. And do you think this wouldn't cause another disaster in the future? Banner asked worriedly. Jarvis was created to think for humanity's sake, and thus he acts differently from Ultron. As proof, he already tried his best to slow Ultron down from the inside. But we don't have to do this, do we? Soon the black box will be completed, and Ultron would be easily defeated. We don't need to create a new Ultron just to fight Ultron. But what if the black box project failed? We have to make another safety measure to make sure that we would prevail at the end. But the black box was your idea. How can you not be sure of your own idea? As the argument continued, Steve walked in, looking confused as he saw no change whatsoever to the body. What are you doing? Why is that body still intact? Steve asked confusedly. I am still trying to crack the system. You know how hard it is to crack Ultron open, it will take some time. Tony said confidently. But Steve sighed as he finally understood Tony's personality. You still want to do another experiment using this body, don't you? Steve asked calmly. At the same time, Dio, Wanda, and Pietro walked into the lab. You have to stop. You don't know what Ultron has implanted inside that body. Hey, what is that woman doing here? Are you affected by her power too? Stop it, Banner. I am the one who brought them here, as now we have the same goal of destroying Ultron. Chapter 4:18. The argument continued as some wanted to proceed with Tony's plan, but the other didn't want another Ultron going around. Dio was the only one who watched the argument going on and on while eating fruit. But as he saw that Banner kept pleading for Dio to interrupt them, Dio finally sighed and stood up from his seat. He then stopped Thor from hitting the new mechanical body with his Mjolnir. Everyone stood in place as they finally realized that Dio was also inside the room. But as soon as the body was charged with Thor's electricity, the body was destroyed, and a new black and white person suddenly appeared. Thank you. The man said with a smile to Dio and Thor. The man then turned his attention towards Thor and suddenly changed his appearance to resemble Thor. Thor. Did you help them create this? I saw a vision that in the future, this guy is fighting alongside us. I know that we need him, but I don't know that this man would be Ultron's body. I am sorry, but who is he? Is he really on our side? It was already a hassle to deal with Hydra. It'd be annoying to have another enemy. I am sorry, but I am not Jarvis, nor am I Ultron. I am myself, and I will give myself a name. Vision. I think it would suit me the most. I am not on any side, as I will side myself with life. I will always choose the side that ensures as many survivors as possible. The Vision then gave back Thor's hammer to Thor, surprising everyone that Vision could handle Mjolnir. But as everyone knew that he could handle Mjolnir, everyone trusted him immediately. After all, only those worthy of being called the protector of the 9 realms could hold Mjolnir. So, how do we find Ultron? Steve said after they fell silent for a while. Sokovia. Ultron would be there waiting for us with his army. Everyone fell silent once again as they didn't know how Dio knew so much, but then again, they didn't know what to say. What are we waiting for? Hurry up, I want to finish this as soon as possible and reward myself with a long vacation. It's not easy to fly across the galaxy, you know. Everyone smiled once more as they noticed that Dio was the same as always. Dio is right. We have to win this war. Tony nodded his head and pulled out the black box that he has made to trap Ultron. The black box was made to emit a powerful magnetic field that would contain Ultron on one spot, disabling Ultron's ability to search for another compatible body, but this black box was time-limited, so they had to capture Ultron quickly. It may be too late, but I want to say that I am truly sorry for what I have done. I never meant for things to go this way. I don't know why I am acting like that, but I felt like a drunk person that day. Tony said as he handed over a black box to Dio. It doesn't matter, none of us died that day. Dio said indifferently. Dio's attitude was a little bit harsh, but Tony understood that his action was unforgivable. But as he walked away, Dio said another word, "Don't die, I want to hear another apology from you later." Dio said while smirking at Tony. Tony smiled as he noticed a small snail crawling on his arm. "What is that?" Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch said as they were confused to see a snail was handled carefully. "That is our communication device and also a life-saving safety measure in a time of need," Dio said with a smile on his face as he handed over 2 other snails to Wanda and Pietro. Dio then showed them what to do and explained the snail's ability. After a while, they could use the snail's ability and ready to go. Everyone then took the Quinjet to Sokovia, while Dio quietly ordered the dark battleship to follow them stealthily to Sokovia. When they arrived at Sokovia, Tony immediately ordered an evacuation of the resident of Sokovia as they knew that it would be disastrous if anyone were still in the vicinity when the war broke out. Wanda and Pietro played a huge role in making sure that the people got out safely and quickly. Ultron might see Avenger as a monster that threatened world peace, but Steve was adamant in proving that Ultron was wrong. Chapter 419. In an abandoned cathedral at the center of Sokovia, Tony arrived first. "Did you come here to confess your sin?" Ultron said casually. "Geez, how can a robot become obese like this?" Tony said sarcastically. "I know that you are here to buy time so that Avenger can evacuate the citizen." Ultron said casually. "That is our mission, you are correct." Tony said sarcastically. "I've long since gone beyond a shackle of a mission, now I am free." Ultron said excitedly. And suddenly a drill-like machine activated. Tony knew that the machine was the anti-gravity machine. "You think that you are the only one on Earth with a tremendous technology intellect? Now you will learn that you are nothing more than a human with a weak life. Is that so?" Tony said as he pulled out the black box that he made to capture Ultron. He also pulled the pin-size button to activate it. Ultron knew that the machine that Tony brought was dangerous, and thus he wanted to stop Tony. But at the same time, a dark red scythe shone on the cathedral ceiling. Dio immediately jumped down and cut Ultron into 2. Tony immediately sighed in relief as he knew that Dio was slightly late. "You came as planned, but I know that you are purposely late to see me nervous," Tony said annoyedly. Dio ignored him but looked at Ultron that he sliced in 2 earlier. "Heads up. Ultron is still alive. Your black box plan has failed." Tony's face became distorted as he couldn't believe what Dio just said, and thus Tony rushed outside to check the situation, and sure enough, he still saw the Iron Legion wreaking havoc outside of the cathedral. Tony was confused as he believed that his black box plan should have worked. Tony then saw a new Iron Legion came out of a building, and one of them stopped in front of the cathedral. "There is nothing impossible, Stark. You think I don't know what you have planned all along? The one inside that cathedral is a puppet, the same as this one. So let the game begin." Tony was startled by Ultron's words, and he immediately looked out to the sky and felt frustrated. He knew that it meant every single Iron Legion was Ultron, and he could be anywhere. They knew that things had become tricky due to Ultron's ability to move his consciousness to another Iron Legion's body. But just then, Vision fell to the ground. He planned to kill Ultron, but he refrains from showing himself because of Ultron's cautious personality. But now that they needed to know where the real Ultron was, Vision's power to detect Ultron through the network was needed. "Your turn is up," Dio said to Vision casually. Vision nodded and then held his head. His consciousness entered the network, and he immediately tried to find Ultron. Ultron has predicted many things, but he underestimated Vision too much. With the power of the Mind Gem, Vision was far stronger than Ultron could ever think of. So, he immediately lost the network due to Vision's intervention. "How dare you get in my way?" Ultron said begrudgingly. Ultron immediately commanded the Iron Legion to attack Vision as he was the biggest threat for Ultron right now. Ultron knew that Vision had locked onto his location. No matter where he went, Vision would always know. But Vision was not the only one fighting his army of Iron Legion. Dio and Tony prevented the Iron Legion from getting to Vision, and their power is not something filial either. Dio kept slashing the Iron Legion into shreds and froze any that tried to get away from them. Tony also became a pesky enemy as he shot one Iron Legion after another from afar using his mini-rocket, culling the amount of Iron Legion that tried to attack Vision. Dio and Tony's effort allowed Vision to get to Ultron with barely any disturbance. "You can't stop me. Since you've already taken over the network, I will take your world." Ultron then discharged an electric shock towards Vision that successfully knocked Vision down. "Friday, how is the fight going?" Tony asked Friday, the replacement for Jarvis. "The fight is favoring towards Vision. Ultron would soon be isolated inside his current body," Friday said solemnly. "If that's the case, we need to destroy all of this Iron Legion so that Ultron can no longer swap his body with some unknown means later," Tony said solemnly. "Yes, that would be the best course of action, but fortunately, Ultron's Iron Legion was concentrated here. We have marked all of them on the satellite," Friday said solemnly. Chapter 420. "How is that good news?" Tony said sarcastically. He knew that it just meant more work for him as he had to destroy all of them, plus it wasn't easy to deal with that many enemies at the same time. Tony immediately let everyone know about the information he got from Friday, and everyone had a mixed feeling about it. Some were happy that the battle would soon come to an end, but some were worried that it meant they must fight a bunch of Iron Legion while defeating one was already a hassle. "You stay here. I will do something about their number." Now that Ultron realized that Tony had made a device to capture him, he would put his plan into motion sooner than expected. This golden drill is an anti-gravitation propulsion device, and it was set on a timer, so Ultron didn't need to activate it manually. The anti-gravitation device began to show it was capable of, and the Earth rattled with a giant earthquake. When Tony looked at what happened from the sky with Friday's assistance, he couldn't believe his eyes. The whole Sokovia was being lifted from the ground. In the process, countless buildings were destroyed, and countless people who couldn't evacuate in time lost their life. It was like an apocalyptic scene straight out of a movie. The Avengers, who are still trying their best to help, couldn't do anything. After all, their number was so insignificant if compared to the population of Sokovia. Therefore, they became desperate as many people wailed desperately, and the shout asking for help could be heard everywhere. At the same time, Ultron's voice reverberated throughout Sokovia. "Now, my beautiful plan has set in motion. Avenger. You are now rising with the landmasses of Sokovia, and once you fall, it would be equivalent to a meteor that destroyed the dinosaur in the past. None of your actions matter. Because in the end, robot would be the only thing living in this barren world," Ultron said excitedly. Tony immediately informed the other of what was currently happening. Everyone was startled by what Ultron would do, and thus they immediately did their best to destroy all robots and capture Ultron before he could drop Sokovia down to Earth. Natasha, who was armed with two high-tech electric shocker, quickly destroyed more than a dozen Iron Legions with her beautiful martial arts, but she failed to realize that 20 meters away from her location, one Iron Legion has targeted her with a laser gun. Fortunately, before it could pull the trigger, Banner, who has already transformed into the Hulk, immediately trampled the Iron Legion with ease. But sadly, Natasha failed to see that Hulk has saved her life, but she did smile at the Hulk, making the Green Beast motivated to do her bidding. On the other side of the battlefield, Steve worked together with Thor to clean up the Iron Legion that came their way. Quicksilver took advantage of his godly speed and rescued a civilian after another to a safe place. But even if he was extremely fast, he still must maintain his stamina. When Quicksilver got tired and gasped for air, an arrow was shot from the front, but it missed Quicksilver and hit the Iron Legion behind him. "Next time, make sure you blow their heads off," Barton said with a smirk on his face. Quicksilver, who was annoyed, quickly disappeared once again, saving other lives. Looking at the Iron Legion that didn't have any moral compass, Wanda used her power to destroy any Iron Legion that came into sight. She couldn't hide because she was protecting the civilian on her back. Wanda was strong, there was no doubt about it, but she was alone and a human with limitation. Thus, after using her power repetitively, she finally collapsed. But her enemy this time was a robot without any stamina limitation. That was why Wanda tried to push herself and tried to create another energy wall to save the civilian. When she exhausted all her energy, she finally realized that she wasn't powerful enough to save some lives that depended on her. But as she finally thought of giving up, the Iron Legion that pointed their gun towards her were all destroyed. "Hey, did you need a hand?" Dio said while riding Galaxy. Now, Dio looked like a Prince Charming and a hero at the same time. But Wanda felt guilty, that was because Ultron became this powerful thanks to their help. Why save me? This is mine and Pietro's fault. We let Ultron become this strong. You are probably right, but if you really felt a sense of remorse, it is better to take responsibility for it. Look at the robots that wreaking the city and look at the innocent people behind you. And act accordingly. Dio said solemnly with a smile on his face. Chapter 421. Wanda looked at the flying city, all the buildings were ruined, and the civilians were screaming and running around trying to save their life. During this chaos, she finally realized something: death was no different from running away. The courage to take responsibility and strive to make up for their own mistake is what people should do in their lives. Wanda, who was finally determined to do what she thought would be the best, immediately grabbed Dio's hand and rode the Galaxy together. Galaxy didn't seem to like Wanda riding on her back, but Dio smiled and patted her neck, which calmed Galaxy down. I need some time to get my strength back, Wanda said as she leaned behind Dio. She blushed as she wrapped her arm around Dio, as this was the first time for her to get to be this close with another man besides her brother. Okay, make yourself comfortable, Dio said casually. Wanda nodded her head and made herself comfortable to recover her stamina back. In the meantime, hundreds of Iron Legion were coming towards Dio and Wanda from all directions. Dio couldn't help but smile. Clearly, Ultron couldn't assess his power. There are too many enemies. What should we do? If she has already regained her stamina back, this amount of enemy wouldn't be a problem for her, but now, she couldn't even move properly yet. I will show you something interesting, Dio said confidently while smiling. He didn't panic and even lighted a cigarette casually. Wanda was confused by Dio's words, but she chose to believe in Dio and watched him carefully. I am curious, what are you going to do to protect all of these people? Ultron said as his voice was transmitted to a nearby Iron Legion. Ultron knew that Dio was the hardest one to deal with among all the Avengers, but Ultron believed that with this many Iron Legion, Dio would be exhausted in the end. You have made a grave mistake. Do you want to know what it is? Dio said casually while smoking his cigarette calmly. Did you want to say that I shouldn't destroy the world and humanity? If so, then you are as naive as the rest of the Avengers, Ultron said coldly. No, your biggest mistake is that you weren't prepared enough to deal with me, Dio said as he smirked down to the incoming Iron Legion, and suddenly, a yellow light flashed and destroyed the incoming Iron Legion with ease. As Dio laughed as yellow electricity from his hands constantly zapped the incoming Iron Legion. Everyone was stunned to see Dio's power, but for Wanda, the creature beside Dio was the most surprising. She remembered the creature overpowered Pietro earlier, and now that she could see it up close, she knew that these creatures were stronger than Pietro. Dio summoned Red Hot Chili Peppers to deal with Iron Legion. It may lack precision in one-on-one battle, but with this many Iron Legion, Dio knew that Red Hot Chili Peppers' precision did not matter. Ultron himself was having a moment of awe as he looked at Dio. He tried to think what Dio meant when Dio said that he wasn't prepared enough to defeat Dio. He didn't know what it could be, but the real answer was the power station. Even though Ultron destroyed the city and killed the civilians, he still left the power supply unit alone. Dio's Red Hot Chili Pepper required a huge amount of electricity, so with the power still running on Sokovia, Dio had infinite energy for his fastest stand. At this time, Red Hot Chili Pepper that has absorbed the entire city's power could be said the strongest stand that Dio had now. Dio also enhanced Red Hot Chili Pepper's power with his Hammond energy, enhancing the damage done and the range of its electricity attack. With all of that in mind, Red Hot Chili Pepper was the strongest being on this battlefield. What the hell is that? Did it destroy the Iron Legion just now? Dio wasn't surprised that she could see his stand. After all, Wanda was one of the most promising mutants with psychic power. That thing is called Red Hot Chili Pepper. It's one of my stands. You can think of it as an extension of my ability. Dio answered Wanda's question casually. Every civilian who saw Dio save them from the Iron Legion once again felt awe as they watched the hero in action with their own eyes. Dio successfully evoked a new hope in their soul. They believed that as long as the Avenger was there, they would be able to survive. Chapter 422. What is going on, Stark? Steve asked Tony about the situation on the battlefield. More good news, we need to evacuate the people faster. The island will be blown out. Damn, I can't even catch a break, Steve said as he immediately rescued dozens of people who were trapped in a nearby building. The damage would be extensive. We have to make a choice soon, Tony said realistically as he knew that the Avenger wouldn't be able to save everyone. Captain, there is no safe place to shelter the citizen. If Stark has a way to destroy the floating island, then we have to do it fast. Captain America was silent as he tried to decide, but Dio's voice was immediately heard through the snail. If you choose to blow up the city, I can provide a way to minimize the damage, and I will also buy you more time to save the people. Dio said confidently. What is it? Steve asked immediately. My dark battleship has a secret weapon. It was the gun that destroyed Hydra's base earlier, but I set it at the lowest power output last time. So I believe that I can wipe this floating city off with ease. If we do so, the impact on the ground would be minimalized. We don't have to think about how high the city would rise, so we have more time to save the people. Dio said as he explained his idea. I thought your spaceship was taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor asked confusedly. No, it's always on standby nearby, Dio said casually. How many people can your spaceship contain? Steve asked hurriedly. About a few hundreds at best. But if they don't mind being crammed together, I could fit more in. Can you pick up the civilian at Natasha's side? I believe they wouldn't mind such a thing. Yes, but it would be best to guard the gold drill in the cathedral. We don't want Ultron to release the safety mechanism and drop the city too soon. Dio said warningly. I understand. Thor, you, and Tony will have to stay near the cathedral and guard the drill, the rest of us will rescue as many people as we can. I hope we can save everyone in Sokovia at the end of the day. Dio called mapped off, and the dark battleship appeared in the sky. But Ultron wouldn't let the extraction go smoothly. He ordered the Iron Legion to attack the dark battleship, but dark battleship had a powerful shield barrier and turret. So, dark battleship repelled the Iron Legion with ease without taking any damage. But despite the loss of his Iron Legion, Ultron made sure that the dark battleship couldn't land smoothly. At the same time, Dio and Wanda were still riding on Galaxy. Dio used the red-hot chili pepper to swat the Iron Legion from intervening with the dark battleship. The dark battleship was able to land properly, thanks to Dio. Natasha immediately told the civilians in her care to board the dark battleship quickly. Quick! Enter the dark ship in order, we are going to evacuate everyone from here. Do it orderly, if anyone causes chaos, I will kill them personally. Natasha threatened everyone as she was exhausted herself. Dio then ordered several dark elves to ensure that everyone could enter the ship orderly and ensure that no one was trampled. The people who were in a hurry to ensure their own safety had no choice but to follow the rule and act orderly as they saw the dark elves that guarded the doorway of the ship. They were afraid of the dark elf as they have never seen anything like them before. As for those stuck at the end of the line, they were worried that they couldn't board the ship in time, but Dio didn't care. Chaos would only prolong the entire evacuation process. After forcibly stuffing the dark battleship with close to 600 civilians, the dark battleship must depart right away. Dio ordered mapped off to take off and land the civilians someplace safe, away from the area of impact in case they failed to block the Iron Legion from destroying the drill. But unfortunately, there were still many civilians who couldn't enter the ship because the dark battleship was already full. Wait! You have to take me too. Let me in, who do you think I am? The civilians shouted as they felt desperate to get away from this dangerous place. The desperation brought out the worst of the people, and they began to threaten and said many repulsive words towards the Avenger. Steve, Natasha, and the others felt incredibly annoyed, but they still fought the Iron Legion to save as many civilians as they could. But Dio didn't have such a gentle soul in him. Shut up. If you dare to badmouth us again, I will cut your head off myself. After all, Dio knew that at least 1 million life has died in a day in the universe. He knew that there was nothing that he could do to save everyone, but he would try his best if everyone behaved themselves. Although everyone still felt discontent, they couldn't go against Dio as they realized that Dio was unlike the other heroes. At the same time, the Avenger let Dio deal with the civilians as they didn't want to hear their whining either. Soon the situation calmed down again. Chapter 423. If a villain was decided solely by their personality, the Avenger could say that Dio was one of the villains. But even though Dio had a lousy personality, everyone knew that he held on to his own justice. And that was why Dio was willing to use his personal dark battleship to save many civilians without asking anything in return. And once the dark battleship returned for the second evacuation, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ship also arrived. Steve and the others could finally breathe in relief as now they had room to breathe. Fury. You are late. Wow, you badmouth your savior at a time like this. Fury said jokingly to Steve. He then immediately ordered the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agent, who came with him to hasten the evacuation process. Fury then ordered the agent to take off once the ship was full, but as soon as the ship took off, Ultron ordered the Iron Legion to attack once more. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s evacuation ship didn't have the powerful barrier, making them an easy target for the Iron Legion. However, as the Iron Legion got close, Rhodey came using his war machine suit and knocked back the approaching Iron Legion. Everyone sighed in relief as they realized that the biggest hurdle in this battle has finally passed. After the dark battleship returned once more, Dio immediately found an angle to shoot the disintegration beam. "Hey guys, not going to make you worried, but does anyone have their hands free right now? If so, I would like some help in the cathedral, please." "Right, we are on our way," Steve said solemnly. In the meantime, Tony, Thor, and Vision were trying their best to prevent the Iron Legion's advance towards the Golden Drill. The Iron Legion immediately gathered there as Ultron kept failing to stop the evacuation. Steve and the others finally arrived to help Tony, Thor, and Vision to halt the Iron Legion. They immediately destroyed the Iron Legion one by one. While Dio, who was still riding on Galaxy, charged up the Red Hot Chili Pepper and used all its power in one go. Dio destroyed hundreds of Iron Legion in a single attack. Dio and the others successfully rendezvoused with Thor, Tony, and Vision. Tony slumped on the ground and sighed in relief as he finally could rest for a little. "If you guys come a minute later, you will have to carry us in a body bag," Tony said jokingly. It was a joke, but everyone knew that it held the truth behind it. They know that none of them would survive if they were left alone to fight against this many Iron Legion. By this time, Ultron didn't have any desire left to ruin the city of Sokovia and chose to concentrate his attack on the cathedral to drop the city down and destroy the lives on Earth. The Avenger also knew about Ultron's desperate move, and therefore, they had to push themselves despite being exhausted. "Did you think you can still win against my army?" Ultron's voice could be heard somewhere from the Iron Legion's army. "I didn't know that you have such a low expectation of me," Dio said as he recharged the Red Hot Chili Pepper once more and used all of it at once. The super-fast and strong Red Hot Chili Pepper cut through the air and destroyed a bunch of the Iron Legion on his own, clearing the sky from the Iron Legion. At the same time, Dio summoned Horus and White Album and created an ice wall that covered the cathedral, preventing the Iron Legion to lay their hands on the Golden Drill easily. It also gave Tony, Thor, and Vision a breathing room, and they could rest for a while. But apparently, the Iron Legion could penetrate the ice wall quite easily. Knowing that making the ice wall repeatedly wouldn't serve a purpose, Dio changed his tactics and bombarded the Iron Legion using an infinite amount of ice spear that he produced with his two Horus and White Album. The ice lance created by the White Album and Horus had a very low temperature. Because of that, they were brittle but unusually sharp. Because of that, Iron Legion's armor couldn't withstand Dio's attack. Just in 2 consecutive bombardments, Dio successfully halved the Iron Legion's power. Ultron was furious, but he kept his calm. After watching the Iron Legion was decimated with the ice spear that came out of nowhere, he changed his gear to offensive form. He then gathered the Iron Legion in one spot and ordered them to fire at the same time to destroy the ice wall. Once the ice wall was shattered by the Iron Legions and Ultron at the same time, Dio knew that the ice stands had reached their limit. He then swapped back to Red Hot Chili Pepper once more, but he knew that he had to recharge it quickly. "Thor, hit me with your strongest lightning." "Are you sure?" Thor said in the middle of fighting with the Iron Legion. "Just hurry," Dio said hurriedly. Thor gritted his teeth as he felt reluctant to hit his own friend, but knowing that Dio himself asked for it, Thor knew that there must be something to it. So, he swung the Mjolnir circlet and called forth a strong thunder that struck Dio in one go. "Here is your thunder. Be sure not to die." Chapter 424. Thor's lightning seemed powerful, indeed, but it didn't do much damage to Dio. Thor was a little bit surprised as he saw that the lightning was absorbed into Dio's body and Dio's body radiated yellow light. Suddenly after Thor's thunder was absorbed, a thunderous sound was heard, and then thousands of silver snake was discharged from under Dio's feet. This silver snake was the electricity that Dio has accumulated from Thor's thunder and the city's power. As the lightning snake was running wild, it destroyed almost all Iron Legion in an instant. It even reached Ultron, who was at the farthest point from Dio at that time. The explosion of the Iron Legion that was caught on Dio's attack couldn't be avoided. The city was quickly engulfed in explosions that were so loud that everyone immediately covered their ear. The electric snake immediately disappeared as the last Iron Legion was destroyed. Everyone looked around and couldn't help but feel awe and fear as they looked at Dio. There was no Iron Legion left as far as they could see. It was a devastating strike to Ultron and a display of Dio's dominance. Steve and the others weren't quite pleased by what they saw, even though they know that they should have. They were annoyed by the fact that Dio could have destroyed the Iron Legion earlier, but he deliberately let the Avenger work their ass off first. "If you have this power from the beginning, why didn't you use it earlier?" Tony asked annoyedly. "Well, it's easier said than done. This ability of mine only works if I absorb the entire city's power and Thor's thunder. And after I am done, I don't have any more energy to fight. Plus, if Ultron didn't concentrate his army on this spot, it wouldn't be as effective as it is now. Dio said solemnly. Everyone nodded, as they should have known that such a technique would come with a side effect too. Now, they no longer had any excuse to criticize Dio for holding his trump card. As a matter of fact, Dio didn't really mind that Red Hot Chili Pepper lost its power after the big attack. After all, he could change to another stand. In the distance, other dozens or so Iron Legion appeared once more. Ultron was not stupid enough to use all his forces to attack at the same time. But he knew that he couldn't defeat the Avenger now, so all he could do now was to get away and bolster his force later. They are running away. Don't let them get away. Leave it to me. Vision said as he chased after Ultron. War Machine also followed behind, as he still had a lot of energy to spare. We have to evacuate too. The air is getting too thin to breathe in. I will sweep the area one last time for any remaining survivor. Steve said to the rest of the Avenger. Sure, I will stay too. It is also my responsibility to make sure that everyone is safe. Wanda said solemnly. If you stay, I will stay too. Quicksilver said excitedly. No. You will escort the rest of the civilians and make sure everyone got into safety. Hey, I am still 12 minutes older than you. Quicksilver said to Wanda, but he still did what Wanda has told him to do. Then make sure that you kill every single one of the Iron Legion, and after you're done searching for any remaining civilians and evacuate, contact me. I will destroy this floating land immediately. Dio said solemnly as he walked towards the evacuation site. Not long after that, Dio and Tony were fighting the last Iron Legion. Hey, we can rule the world together. I will give you all the money in the world. I am sorry, but your intel is outdated. I don't really care about money anymore. Is that the last one, Tony? Dio asked curiously. Well, I'd like it that way, but it seems another one has stolen our Quinjet just now. Tony said as he immediately turned around and saw the Quinjet was attacking the cathedral once more. Dio immediately called Galaxy and rushed towards the Quinjet to annihilate the Iron Legion, but as Dio threw his red scythe at the Quinjet, Hulk suddenly appeared and pulled the Iron Legion from inside the Quinjet. Dio whistled and changed the red scythe trajectory to attack the falling Iron Legion. After cutting the Iron Legion into pieces, Barton called Dio. As he looked over, he saw that Barton was with a boy and bloodied Pietro. Dio. Save him. Dio looked at Quicksilver's body and saw that his entire body was full of bullet holes. At the same time, the snail's life energy was glowing on Quicksilver's body, a sign that Pietro was still alive. But Dio knew that Pietro's wound was too severe, so Dio immediately used gold experience to save Pietro. Chapter 425. Quicksilver never thought that his life would end to save others, but unexpectedly, he didn't regret his action. If he could turn back time, he would do it again without hesitation. Is he a good guy now? He didn't know, but at least he tried to atone for his sin at the end of his life. The only thing that he regretted was unable to talk with Wanda for the last time. But instead of seeing Wanda, he must see the annoying guy. The annoying guy gave his snail, and Pietro could feel a comfortable and warm current flow through his body, but he still felt that he was dying. It seemed this life-saving thing couldn't save his life. Take care of Wanda for me, Pietro said to the annoying guy before he fell unconscious. At this moment, Barton has reached out to Dio, and Dio immediately used his energy to save Pietro. Dio knew that he had to use his gold experience. He was a little bit unsure at first as he thought that his Hammond energy wasn't enough to save Pietro, but as he saw that Pietro was gradually getting his colors back, he knew that he had enough. Dio successfully extracted all the bullets inside Pietro's body and closed the fatal wounds one by one slowly. He knew that he couldn't rush it as Pietro's organ was probably injured too. A total of 9 bullet holes were successfully closed by Dio, and the snail had the most significant contribution as it successfully sustained Pietro's life for a while. The people who were watching Dio saving Pietro were in awe because, as far as they saw, Dio was performing a miracle. Wanda, who came a little bit late after knowing that her brother was dying, didn't know what to say as she watched Dio saving her brother's life. But Wanda could see another life form beside Dio and remembered that Dio was calling them Stans. Simultaneously, the golden light that Dio channeled to Pietro was brimming with vitality. Even if that was the case, Wanda knew that Pietro was still dying. She kept watching Dio extracted a bullet after another, and once he was done extracting the bullet, she saw Dio was visibly relaxed as he passed the first hurdle. But she knew that Dio still had to fix the internal injury that Pietro sustained as he was shot. She saw that Dio immediately channeled more vitality energy to Pietro's body, which in fact, recovering Pietro's internal wounds. But the most shocking thing that Wanda saw was Dio taking a stone on the ground, and the stone gradually transformed into various tissue and organ as he put the stone inside the wound. Everyone thought Dio was a god since only God could perform a miracle like this. Even Thor, who was a literal god, couldn't do this kind of thing, which further deified Dio. Pietro's face gradually returned to normal as his pale face regained color once again. His body that was littered with bullet holes before also returned to how it was once again. But as everyone saw that Pietro's organ was regenerated from stone earlier, everyone began to think what will happen to Pietro in the future. After Dio completed the operation, he sighed in relief and immediately desummoned gold experience. He had used gold experience for a total of 14 minutes, and now, he only had 31 minutes left. But fortunately, Dio still had another 30 minutes recharge card. Now, Dio didn't have to overthink how to make gold since the Dark Elves on Hammond Planet would provide it for as he had invested a lot of money on the gold mine on that planet. Dio finally stood up as he was finished treating Pietro. Everyone knew that Wanda and Pietro had done some bad things in the past, but now everyone looked at them with sympathy as they knew that both tried their best to help the Sokovian. By this time, everyone was convinced that Wanda and Pietro would become another member of Avenger. Don't worry about dying, as long as you are still breathing, I would patch you up like normal again, no matter how serious your injury was. Dio said confidently. Everyone looked at Dio in awe. He has punched Ultron and kicked the Chitauri out of the earth, could cure disease, saved people from the brink of death. Cooked a dish that alleviated people from fatigue, handsome young man, and many others good points about him. If someone wanted to give Dio a nickname, it would be hard as he has done a lot of unbelievable things. Chapter 426. Let's go, it is time for us to get out of here. Dio said to the rest of the Avenger. He then brought Quicksilver to the medical ward and wait for the Avengers. Thank you for saving me and my brother's life. Wanda said gratefully to Dio. There is no need to thank me, I've already said that only the living could make up their mistake. With that in mind, don't blame me if you will have to work hard to make up for it. You are a good man. Wanda said with an enchanting smile on his face. She knew that the word that Dio said was just to make her feel better. With her intellect, she knew how to distinguish the good and the bad. The mistake she made earlier when she chose to trust Ultron was because she couldn't read Ultron's thoughts. Wow, are you talking about love now? Isn't it be too soon? Let's go. Steve said as he was the last Avenger to board the dark battleship. But suddenly the situation took a turn for the worst. The floating island has stopped ascending and has begun to fall. Every Avenger was busy evacuating people, meaning the golden drill was left unattended. While the Avenger was panicking on the dark battleship, Dio remained calm. Dio then ordered for Mapped Off to take off while he immediately went out with Wanda, who was still holding on to him with Galaxy. Wanda was somewhat blushing as she realized Dio's intimate moves, but she also knew that this wasn't the time for thinking such a thing. Dio himself didn't think much of it as there were more important things to be done. The planet would shatter if a land as big as Sokovia fell down from this height. Ready the annihilation gun. Dio said as he contacted Mapped Off. Sokovia has been locked down, ready to fire anytime. Mapped Off said confidently. Dio immediately looked for the angle to shoot, and once he got the perfect angle to destroy the entire floating island, he gave the coordinate to Mapped Off. Wipe out the city. Dio said solemnly as Dark Battleship has arrived at the coordinate. Sir, yes sir. Mapped Off said, and he immediately began the countdown to fire annihilation gun. The purple light of Power Gem was charging at the tip of the dark battleship and immediately created a column of purple light as Mapped Off shot the annihilation gun. The floating island of Sokovia was immediately covered by the purple energy and blown to dust without making any noise. Everyone was shocked by the power of Dio's battleship as it annihilated a whole city in less than a minute. It was just like someone took a huge eraser and erased Sokovia from the sky. Nobody could believe their eyes, they felt like seeing something that they shouldn't see. But they knew that Ultron would have escaped the city before it was destroyed. When the dark battleship fired the annihilation gun, Mapped Off immediately activated the stealth mode as per Dio's request. Dio knew that the whole world would make a big deal out of this power later. Nonetheless, Dio knew that the world already knew about his power, and it would be bothersome later. At the same time, at Pentagon, the USA's most appreciated generals were watching the whole thing. They shuddered upon seeing the annihilation gun's destructive power as they thought it was stronger than the nuclear bomb, not to mention it was owned by an individual instead of a country. They knew that it belonged to Earth Defender now, but there was no telling when Dio would become the USA's enemy. Coupled with the amazing stealth ability that even fooled a human eye and radar, it was like having an invisible time bomb on their pillow. They've already read Nick Fury's report about this guy. Nick's report claimed that Dio wasn't part of the Avenger, so the general thought they could restrain Dio by producing a forceful demand. It was better if they could take away the alien battleship and technology. The country that successfully took away those two would enter a rapid development, and no one would be able to threaten them anymore. With the alien ship and technology, they would be able to explore the galaxy too. Now, the Sokovia incident was the best excuse they had to strip the Avengers' power from them. Chapter 427. Just as Dio was thinking about lighting a cigarette to admire his masterpiece, he didn't know various countries' representatives worldwide had set their sights on Dio. But, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care about it. Dio was already well known around the universe. There was no reason to worry about Earth's politician. That is the secret weapon that you have been talking about. Isn't it too powerful? Dio shrugged and landed on the ground where the dark battleship has landed. Steve and the others were just as shocked as Wanda was. But the person who was seemingly upset about Dio's annihilation gun was Nick Fury. With his years of dealing with politicians, he knew what these countries' representatives were thinking. He knew that all nations would find out about Dio's power, and with this footage, the nations throughout the world would make an unreasonable demand to S.H.I.E.L.D. and imperatively to Dio. Nick had to think of a way to make sure none of that happened. Dio returned and acted like part of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agent instead of the Avenger. It was more comfortable for him to act like this than be in the spotlight. His annihilation gun, stealth technology, and many other feats have already made people speechless, but he found comfort in Wanda's gaze. Wanda didn't look at him with awe, but instead with admiration. By the way, have you found Ultron? It will be worrisome if I have to erase another city just to play with him. Dio didn't need Earth's money anymore, so he didn't feel any attachment with Earth except nostalgia. Hammond Planet was producing gold and star coin for him, which was way more useful valuable Earth. The satellite has locked down on the remaining Iron Legion. And just before Sokovia was destroyed, some Iron Legion has slipped out of there. Fortunately, Vision has caught up with them and already destroyed them. That is all he reported. He would be back here in any second now. Tony said confidently. Dio nodded, but Dio knew that Vision wouldn't be controlled by Tony. In fact, Tony wouldn't be able to control Vision as Vision had the Mind Gem's power and thus having a higher understanding than Tony. But now that everyone has seen Vision as its own person, Dio didn't see the need to remind Tony of Vision's nature. As for Nick Fury, Dio guessed that he would know where Ultron was and already stationed several attacking forces on standby. Dio knew that with Nick Fury's careful personality, he wouldn't let Ultron escape again. Nick Fury would never trust Vision completely, not to mention, Vision wasn't even human and was created out of artificial intelligence. So, when Vision came back with Vision's wreckage, Nick was visibly relieved that he didn't need to consider Vision as an enemy. The other that was on Nick Fury's radar is the Maximoff siblings. The two of them helped Ultron to achieve his goal, which made them Ultron's accomplice. But after knowing Ultron's true objective, they abandoned Ultron and helped the Avenger in their fight against Ultron. Had it not because of Dio that assured Fury that he would take responsibility for those two, Fury would have imprisoned both siblings. Nick Fury trusted Dio the most out of all the Avengers as Dio didn't have any interest in bringing havoc on Earth and Dio also had a simple goal that was easy to follow. Because of that, Nick even invited the Maximoff siblings to become part of the Avengers. He knew that Wanda and Pietro's power would be useful in the future. But at the same time, Nick Fury knew that he didn't have all the authority in the world. He would have to work hard to make sure that he could protect Wanda, Pietro, and Dio from the politicians' prying eyes. The world would surely question S.H.I.E.L.D. about what happened to Sokovia, and thus he would need the name of the perpetrators. If he had to be frank, it would be Tony and Banner. They would have to share a fair amount of responsibility. But then again, he had to protect the Avenger. Nick Fury had a headache just from thinking how many lousy bureaucrats he would have to force, threaten, demand, or even praise to achieve stability for the Avenger after this. The only good news that he has was he no longer needed to think of hair loss now as he was already bald, to begin with. But he knew that he must work even harder to protect Dio. Chapter 428. A few days later, at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base. The rules have changed, and your claim is no longer relevant. Tony said to Thor confidently. That didn't count, it's a machine. Thor said annoyedly. So, a machine picking your hammer didn't count? Tony asked tauntingly. Of course, it's not really a living being. Thor shouted annoyedly. Nah, he is living just as much as you. Your rules surely didn't count here. Dio sighed as he had to listen to Tony and Thor's pointless banter. It was much more annoying than seeing two women's fight. Now that Vision can wield your hammer, he can keep the Mind Stone as he would be wise and will not pose a threat to humans. Thor said as he sighed and ignored Tony's little victory smirk. With Thor's refusal to oppose Tony, the crowd stopped speaking for a short time until Steve speaks again. No, I agree with Thor's words. If you put the hammer on an elevator, the hammer would follow the elevator's movement, Steve said confidently. No, the elevator is a different thing altogether. It is a machine, yes, but it didn't have any minds on its own. I am going to miss the day when you're gloomy and silent, Thor said as he sighed at Dio and Tony. Then let's go. Mind Gem was the fourth Infinity Gem that appeared in recent years. Somebody must have done something behind the scene, and once we have collected all of it, something bad could happen. He got an unsettling feeling as he counted the Infinity Stone that they have encountered so far. Relax. If you encounter any trouble later, contact me immediately. Dio had taken all the snail back from the Avengers as he deemed the situation was under control. Dio also knew that the next major event would happen in Asgard. Hopefully, I would never have to use this thing, Thor said solemnly as he took the snail from Dio. Thor knew how hard it was to protect something, but he was extremely grateful that Dio extended his hand whenever Thor needed it. After all, Thor also had a bad feeling about Asgard. Dio nodded, and Thor immediately held up Mjolnir, summoning the Rainbow Bridge to return to Asgard. But the aftermath of summoning the Rainbow Bridge has burned the lawn where they were standing, causing a burn mark with a unique shape. That guy doesn't think about the scenery at all, Tony said annoyedly. Tony, did you forget about something? Dio asked as soon as Thor left. What? I thought that we already made up. Dio laughed while Steve stood in the corner, enjoying Tony's worried expression. Well, let's talk about it in private, Tony said as he gestured for Dio to follow him. Tony didn't want anyone else to see him apologize to Dio. Well, let's play a game. If you last for an hour, I will forget about all of it, Dio said as he smiled at Tony and patted his chest as a taunt. Hey, what do you mean? Hey, Tony said as he watched Dio walk away from the garden. But Tony knows that Dio no longer minded his mistake anymore. But as soon as Tony was about to follow Dio, he noticed that his body suddenly felt heavy, and when he looked down, he noticed that a chain and a lock appeared on his chest. Tony was confused, and he felt uneasy as his breathing became heavy. Tony knew that the lock was Dio's doing. Steve, who looked over to Tony and Dio's interaction, also saw the chain and the lock and felt concerned about Tony's situation. Steve, help me. This chain is too heavy, I can't breathe. How the hell did you manage to annoy that guy this bad? Steve asked curiously as he tried to help Tony remove the lock. Tony immediately fell silent as he remembered the time that he regretted so much. But as he was about to tell the story to Steve, the lock suddenly doubled, and it became heavier. I will take you to Dio, I think he is the only one who can open this lock for you, Steve said apologetically and tried to help Tony walk and reach Dio. At the same time, Dio was inside the Shield's base and currently watching Nick Fury briefing Avengers' new member. There was the Falcon, Sam, War Machine, James Rhodes, Vision, Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, and Quicksilver, Pietro Maximoff. But Dio was a little confused as he noticed that Mantis was also there. Hey! What are you doing here? I didn't want to come, but that man said that my ability would be useful for the Earth in the future. He said that you are also a member of the Avenger, and you wouldn't mind if I also joined the Avenger, Mantis said nervously. Dio was clearly annoyed, and he immediately let go of Mantis's hand and turned around towards Nick Fury. He didn't like it when somebody used his name to achieve their goal, and more importantly, Nick Fury did it to his subordinate. Director Nick Fury, do you want to say something here? Dio said tauntingly. Nick Fury only smiled at Dio as he felt embarrassed that he got caught. But Nick knew that he had to try. After all, Mantis' power was too sweet of a temptation. Ahem, I will talk to you about this later, Nick said as he faked a cough and smiled at Dio. Chapter 429. Obviously, Mantis was not as strong as Dio, but S.H.I.E.L.D. promised Dio that Mantis would be safe as a temporary Avenger member. Nick had agreed on Dio's term that Mantis shouldn't be exposed to danger no matter what happened. Dio didn't have any demands for S.H.I.E.L.D. as he knew that the movement of nation leaders to create the Sokovian Accord has ensued. The Civil War plot was inevitable, and so Dio refrained himself from joining the Avenger as he knew that it would be too much trouble later. That was also why Dio agreed to let Mantis become a temporary member of the Avenger because, at the end of the day, Mantis wouldn't be obliged to stay if Dio had to leave Earth. As Dio and Nick Fury reached an agreement, Steve and Tony arrived at the office. Tony's appearance was too pathetic that Fury was confused by what had happened to him. "What's wrong with him?" Fury asked curiously. "Dio's joke is what happened," Steve said while keeping his composure. He surely found Tony's suffering to be hilarious. "Take this thing down. I can't breathe." What caused this phenomenon to Tony was the lock. A one-time use stand that didn't have any combat value and a little value overall. Dio had thought that Tony would feel a bit guilty about his action, but he never expected that Tony was this guilty. Now, Dio knew that even though Tony didn't say it, he was suffering from his own guilt. "It would be gone after half an hour, don't worry, you will not die because of that lock," Dio said casually while smiling at Tony awkwardly. "Half an hour? I couldn't even feel my chest after 5 minutes. I am going to pass out from this." Dio rubbed his head and immediately cut off the link between him and the lock, destroying the one-time card and freeing Tony from the lock on his chest. Although Dio still believed that Tony could survive for half an hour, seeing that the lock's ability was to increase its weight injunction of the target's guilt, Dio decided that it would be better to remove it now. "What the hell was that? What is that lock? What have you done to me?" Tony was aware of Dio's endless abilities, and thus he knew that he never wanted to make Dio his enemy again. "You cold-hearted bastard. I am leaving. But tonight is Pepper's birthday, be sure to come and bring an expensive gift for her." "Of course, tell Pepper that I will definitely be there," Dio shouted as he smiled at Tony. Tony smiled as he walked out of the office to pick up a new dress he ordered for Pepper's gift. He knew that Dio was the only one close enough to Pepper out of all the Avengers, and thus, Tony didn't invite the other Avengers. But Dio already realized what was happening here. Pepper wasn't one to celebrate her own birthday. Thus Dio knew that Pepper only wanted to help Tony and Dio to reconcile. Dio knew that Pepper was a very sensitive person, making her worried about Tony's guilt-ridden heart. Unlike Natasha, Pepper wouldn't be able to leave a problem alone for too long. Besides, Hulk has gone missing right now, and Natasha had a worried expression for the longest time that Dio has known her. Dio then left the Shield's base to buy Pepper's gift while ignoring the Hulk's disappearance. Dio already knew that it was Hulk's own choice to leave Earth. But as Dio walked out, Steve immediately followed him. "Hey, Dio. Wait up, I have one more thing to talk to you about," Steve said solemnly. "What is it? Can you talk about it as we walk? I want you to train the new Avenger as they didn't have any team coordination as of now, and there is no better candidate than you," Steve said solemnly. "What? Did you hit your head on a rock, Captain?" Dio said as he felt shocked after hearing Steve's word. Dio never thought that he had done any team coordination with the Avenger all this time. And now, why would Steve want him to teach the new Avenger team coordination when he himself lacked that exact aspect? "No, I believe that my decision is the best for the Avenger. Your presence would develop their team spirit, but I also want them to develop their potential and awareness more than anything. Look at Wanda and Pietro, your presence stimulated their development more than anything," Steve said confidently, although he was a little bit annoyed by Dio's words. Steve was aware of his own strength, and therefore, he knew that he was still lacking if he was comparing himself to Dio. After all, Steve wasn't even confident that he could defeat Wanda and Pietro with his current power. But Steve knew that Dio was different. Dio had so much secret that even the Shield didn't know where to start. Every time Dio appeared again after a while, his power always developed beyond everyone's expectation. There was no one better when it came to motivating an individual besides Dio. Thor was the other Avenger that Steve has considered, but Thor has gone back to Asgard. Steve's intuition told him that the crisis hadn't ended just yet. Chapter 430. Dio stared at Steve as he wasn't sure whether he was joking or not, an instructor, a trainer. Dio couldn't help but thought that he was in a prank cam right now. How could he, a person who was full of holes as a team player, become an instructor for the new Avenger members? Is it because he had a record of training Thor to aim for the enemy's head to end their misery? But Dio knew that being an instructor for Wanda wasn't bad. If Wanda's potential developed quicker, even Thanos wouldn't be able to do what he wanted. Dio was actually disappointed that in the movie, Vision and Wanda couldn't even deal with Thanos' minion on their own. Wanda and Vision were supposed to be among the best heroes in the entire Marvel lineup. For example, Wanda became a god that altered the entire universe once Quicksilver died in the comic. How could a woman who had that much power become obsolete against Thanos' minion? Because of this thought, Dio thought that it was necessary to improve Wanda's potential. As for Sam and Rhodey, all they needed was just an improvement on their tech. There was nothing that Dio could do to awaken their potential. "Okay, I will accept your proposal, but I want to do it on my own. I don't want it on the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why? Wouldn't it be better for you to just use the S.H.I.E.L.D's resource? It is not that I undervalued S.H.I.E.L.D. But it was because of my own stubbornness that I still hold firm on my own belief. I don't want my feet to be tied down by anything. I wouldn't be able to express myself to the fullest if I am being constrained. Dio said confidently. I don't think that the S.H.I.E.L.D. would constrain our move. After all, Avenger is a special institution that was created to make our move easier. Steve said as he was still confused by Dio's way of thinking. You are right for now. But can you be so sure that it will stay that way in the future? The S.H.I.E.L.D. is still an organization behind the International Security Council. Nick Fury still had to report to the board. There is no such thing as freedom when your every move is being judged by people who have their own agenda. Dio said challengingly. If a day like that ever comes, I would never agree with S.H.I.E.L.D. and get as far away from them. Steve said confidently. Very well, Captain. I am sure that you will stand firm to your word, but don't you know that the world leaders were trying to manipulate the Avenger as we speak? If you keep thinking the way you do just now, the world would see you as a threat, including the S.H.I.E.L.D. Dio said confidently. No, we've already saved the world from destruction twice. There is no way the world would saw us as a danger. Did you ever think that Sokovia's incident would be perceived as a heroic act? No. The world leaders would use it to control the Avenger for their own ends. The Avenger would become a puppet of the world leaders. And there would always be a group of people that supervise the Avenger in the name of the world peace. Furthermore, if there is a casualty, the world would make sure that Avenger will be the one to take responsibility. Dio said while keeping his gaze on Steve's eyes. Don't you think my word makes sense, Captain? Dio said innocently. Dio knows that Steve's mind would be in disarray right now. He would try to deny everything that Dio had said, but in the end, Dio knew that Steve couldn't help but agree with Dio's perspective. Is that your reason for not joining the Avenger from the start? Steve asked curiously. Well, that is part of it. Dio said casually as he shrugged. But, if your theory is correct, then there is no way those people would let you get away. Steve said worriedly. You are right, but I am not part of their system. I am a very selfish person. If someone wants to rob me of my belongings, I will give them a very realistic view of why they shouldn't mess with me. Steve was silent after hearing Dio's word. He knew that Dio could destroy a country if he wanted to. Relax, I don't want that day to come too. That is why I don't want anyone to have a chance to control me, so I will never join the Avenger or the S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve nodded and began to wonder whether his decision to join the S.H.I.E.L.D. was a mistake or not. Come on. Didn't I agree to train the new Avenger? Let's take care of it already. For the record, Nick Fury wouldn't let the world leaders do what they want. The Avenger was his child. He would never let it get corrupted on his watch. Dio said with a smile on his face. Chapter 431. Dio. Wait up. Dio looked behind and saw that Wanda was trying to walk toward him with Pietro beside her. Hey, Wanda. What's the matter? Well, Pietro and I think that we should invite you to dinner as a form of gratitude for saving us. But if you are free, that is. Wanda asked hopefully. Are you sure that you want me to have dinner with you too? Isn't it better if you spend your time alone with him? Pietro. Do you really have to make the situation awkward? Well, whatever. Whether you come or not, Wanda would be cooking, and she barely cooks. But hey, if you didn't come, then more for me, right? Pietro. We are going. Well, I am sorry for my brother's rude manner, but I hope you can come tonight. Wanda said to Dio hopefully. Dio sighed as he subconsciously looked up to having dinner with Wanda. He imagined Wanda on a red leather dress that couldn't hide her body contour while wearing tight skinny jeans that exhibited her perfect legs. Dio coughed awkwardly as he realized that Wanda and Pietro were still there. I am sorry, but it's not that I don't want to go, but I already promised Pepper to go to her birthday party tonight, so how about tomorrow? I am curious about Wanda's cooking too. Dio said charmingly. Then it's settled, tomorrow it is. Wanda said while smiling beautifully to Dio. Wanda, we have to go, can't disturb Dio's private time here, it can't be helped if he wants to go to his girlfriend's place, it's been a while after all. Pietro said as he tried to discourage Wanda, who kept gazing intimately at Dio. He felt uncomfortable that his sister finally took an interest in a man. Oh, but I have thought that I may need your help after all. Dio said to Wanda with a charming smile on his face. Oh, what is it? Wanda asked curiously. I have been thinking of asking you to accompany me to search for Pepper's gift. I don't really know what a woman would like, honestly. Dio said with his smile still attached to his face. Sure. I don't mind. At this moment, she forgot that Pietro was still beside her, feeling annoyed that she agreed immediately. What the hell, Wanda? Pietro said as he felt ignored. Pietro, what? Are you coming with me? Pietro was getting more annoyed at Wanda's response, but before he could show how annoyed he was, Dio beat him to it. Oh, don't worry about Pietro, apparently, Steve was searching for him. Dio said to Wanda. Don't worry, I will take care of your sister. Dio said to Pietro with his charming smile. Shut up. I don't think Steve was really looking for me, but whatever, I don't want to be a third wheel anyway. But, keep your hands to yourself. Don't worry, we will bring you dinner later. Dio said casually. Now that it's settled, it is time to go. Don't worry about me, brother, I will have fun. So, wait for me and go have fun yourself. Wanda said as he left the shield's base with Dio. Pietro was forced to see them walked away as he couldn't stop Wanda from leaving. Washington wasn't as bustling as New York, but it was still one of the biggest cities in the United States. Dio was originally thinking of returning to New York as soon as he found the gift for Pepper's party, but Wanda's beauty made him hesitate. Dio then stopped at a mall, determined to make Wanda even more sensual. They then eventually stopped at a craftsman's shop, and Dio found a beautiful necklace to go with Wanda's beauty. Does it look good on me? Wanda asked as she wore the necklace. You are perfect wearing anything, but this one especially amplifies your beauty. Dio said as he kept staring at the necklace that was low hanging near her breast. Wonderful. You two clearly know what you are looking for. That red crystal is perfectly suitable for your girlfriend's features. Dio frowned a little as he realized that red crystal is not a precious gemstone. It was just an artificial glass, but seeing Wanda was happy to receive the necklace, Dio didn't care about the necklace's price anymore. It's almost time to go, would you come with me? Dio asked as he looked over to his watch and saw that the party would begin as soon as he arrived in New York, so he asked Wanda to come with him since he wanted to spend more time with her. I don't know, Pietro is still in the base. Wanda said, showing uncertainty for the first time. Relax, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't let their agents collapse over some fatigue. They should have already given Pietro his meal as we got there. If that's the case, then it is fine. Wanda said happily. Wanda and Dio came out of the car as they arrived at Tony's villa. Tony was the one who greeted them himself, but he was quite surprised to see the woman besides Dio. Tony then told them to come in, and Dio instantly sang a beautiful happy birthday song for Pepper. Pepper was surprised that Dio brought another woman. After all, Dio was known to be having a brutally insufferable personality. She then huffed a little as she composed herself and gave Dio a hug. Dio coughed several times as he was trying hard to contain his lust. Chapter 432. I heard from Tony that you guys have finally settled. Pepper asked Dio during dinner. Dio immediately looked at Tony with questioning eyes. Tony, who noticed Dio's glare, immediately put down his glass of wine. Now look, Pepper. I am sorry that I have said that, but I don't really know whether or not Dio has forgiven me. It's okay, Tony, but yes, we have already settled. Dio said with a smile on his face. Tony immediately frowned. He realized that Dio only wanted to make him look bad in front of Pepper. I am so thrilled that you have finally owned up your mistake and apologized to Dio. Pepper said as she held Tony's hands. Dio smirked as he originally wanted to beat Tony up but chose not to as he realized that Tony didn't have his Iron Man's armor on. Another thing, Tony. Have you already sold the Sokovian's weapon? Dio knew that he wouldn't let Tony have a peaceful time. But suddenly, the glass that Wanda held shattered. Oh. Does it hurt? Wait here, I will bring a towel. But Tony was different. He was frozen from shock as he never expected Dio would ask that kind of question here. I admit that I was a weapon dealer. But now I will not do that. I realize that the weapon that I created might have been used for something inhuman. But right now, I'm sure that I have a motivation to quench the probability that my item has been used until now. Tony said solemnly. Wanda wasn't convinced and immediately looked over to Dio right away. Relax, you can believe what he said. Dio said to calm Wanda down. Wanda nodded and sat back down as she believed in Dio unconditionally. I believe that the war in Sokovia wasn't because of you, but I still couldn't trust you completely. Wanda said coldly. Thank you. I have been trying to make up for my mistake in the past, that is including transforming Stark Industries into a new energy company. I don't want to show off, but I want to prove that Tony Stark no longer deals with a weapon. Tony said confidently. Dio could see that guilt has been weighing Tony's heart. Dio knew what guilt could do to a man, and because of that, Dio saw Tony in a new light, albeit only slightly. Even Wanda noticed such a thing and slightly moved by Tony's persistence. "Today is my birthday, come on, let's have a toast for the better tomorrow," Pepper said as she came with a towel for Wanda and a new glass of wine. The four toasted together, and they celebrated Pepper's birthday in a festive mood. After some time, Dio was finally left alone, and he immediately took out his mobile phone to record the festive scene in front of him with a smile on his face. When he looked at his side, Wanda was clearly leaning on his shoulder with her cheek blushed and her lips looking, even more, tantalizing up close. After that, Pepper excused herself with Tony while Tony told Dio that his room would be the same room he used before he left. Dio nodded and immediately took the sleeping Wanda into the said room. Dio immediately left Wanda alone in the room, but as he was about to leave, Wanda grabbed his hands. "Do you want to leave me here alone?" Wanda asked with her face still blushing. "Should I stay?" Dio asked lustfully. Wanda's arms immediately went around Dio's neck, and she immediately kissed Dio. Then the room got hot as Dio and Wanda were seduced by each other's look and mutual affection. The next day, when Dio and Wanda came out of the same room, Tony and Pepper looked at them awkwardly. So, they excused themselves and left Tony's home. "Did we go too fast?" Wanda asked on the bus. Although she felt comfortable around Dio, she didn't know Dio that well. "Did you regret our time together?" Dio asked curiously. Dio acknowledged that most men only thought with their lust, but he wasn't like that. He knew that Wanda would be extremely embarrassed after leading with a kiss. If Jessica and Kristen would be inclined to have a physical relationship with no strings attached, Wanda seemed different. Wanda shook her head after hearing Dio's question. Although she knew that it was too fast, she didn't regret it. "So, would you be my girlfriend?" Dio asked without hesitation. Wanda's eyes immediately shone from excitement as she couldn't contain herself. In fact, she was worried that Dio would look at her as an easy woman, but it seemed her worry was for nothing. Chapter 433. Asshole. "Where the hell did you take Wanda last night? I have waited for you to return all night." Dio was annoyed by Pietro's behavior, but now that Dio was Wanda's boyfriend, he had to respect Pietro's feelings to some degree. "Pietro. What are you doing?" "Wanda. Are you okay?" "I am worried because this damn fool can't keep his hands to himself." But after hearing Pietro, Wanda felt a little bit guilty. "I went to Pepper's birthday with Dio, so I didn't come back. I am sorry I forgot to tell you about it," Wanda said apologetically. "Is that so? But be sure to tell me in advance if you plan to stay next time." Now Dio knew that Pietro could never get mad at Wanda. Wanda glanced at Dio and nodded guiltily. For some reason, Wanda knew that Pietro wouldn't take it calmly if she said she was going out with Dio. But she also knew that she couldn't hide it from Pietro forever. At the same time, Pietro knew that something wasn't right, so he kept his suspicious glare towards Dio as if to see if there was something fishy about him, but he couldn't find anything. Dio also decided not to tell Pietro for the moment as he knew that it was Wanda's privilege to tell her own brother. "Are you ready for tonight? Are all the ingredients there? We will have Dio for tonight." "Yeah, I already made some preparation, but I think we still have to prepare some more," Pietro said casually, but he made a vow not to let Wanda and Dio alone again. Somehow he knew that there was something between the two. In the afternoon, Steve announced that Dio would be in charge of further awakening the new Avengers' potential and team spirit. After hearing this news, Pietro felt more anxious. It would be easier for Dio and Wanda now that Dio would be around them constantly. "I object. I don't want him anywhere near my sister." "There is nothing you can do about it, the order has been executed, and we will start tomorrow," Steve said indifferently. Steve had a hard time convincing Dio to become the trainer for the new Avenger. There was no way an objection from one person could change that. "Tomorrow, everyone will gather at training ground number 1 at 9 a.m. Bring all your equipment along." Dio could stay casual as he already knew everyone, and everyone already knew who he was and what he could do. The only one who showed animosity was Quicksilver. "I demand you to stop training us at this moment," Pietro said quickly as soon as Steve left the room. "What is your problem?" Dio asked annoyedly. "I demand that we compete again. If you win, I will admit that you are qualified, but if you lose, I will replace you." "Fine. I will go along with it. I hope that you will be on time tomorrow. Does anyone else has any other question?" After having dinner with Wanda, Dio quickly went to sleep. The next morning after he had his breakfast, he arrived at the training ground 1 hour in advance and waited for everyone. Although he set the time at 9 a.m., everyone came exactly at 8:30. Even an annoyed-looking Pietro came as Wanda dragged him. I know that you already know each other. But this is still superficial. So today, we have to assess everyone's strengths. This is the only way we can figure out and understand each other. After all, in war and superhuman battles, there are so many variables. Dio said confidently. Before that, can we decide our little competition first? Pietro said confidently. Pietro. What the hell? Well, I already agreed to it, so what competition did you have in mind? Dio asked confidently. It's nothing but speed. I already knew in advance that this training ground is exactly 5 kilometers apart, so whoever runs from one end to another first would be the winner. Obviously, he knew that Dio could somehow speed up, but he was confident that he was faster on the same ground. After listening to the competition proposed by Quicksilver, Dio smiled excitedly. But Wanda had a different opinion. Pietro, your proposal is not fair. With this kind of competition, it would become obsolete and has no meaning. Wanda said annoyedly. That's alright, Wanda. I would like to beat him on his best field. Haha, that's it. Don't regret it later. He was confident that he would win against Dio, that he has already had a clear idea of what he would do after dragging Dio down from his position as a trainer. Chapter 434. Do you want an early start? Dio asked while lighting his cigarettes. Dio's attitude made Pietro fuming with anger. He was determined to make sure that Dio's smile disappeared once he won the competition. Seeing that Pietro was ignoring him, Dio smirked as he knew that he already struck a nerve. He nodded his head to Rhodey, and Rhodey immediately started the countdown. Ready, set, go. Rhodey said confidently with a gunshot as the starting sign. Pietro immediately ran the fastest he could while he looked back and noticed that Dio was walking leisurely. Pietro was confused that he began to wonder whether Dio gave up or if it was just another trick. Everyone was surprised that they couldn't even see Pietro move as he just vanished into thin air. All except for Wanda and Vision couldn't see how fast Quicksilver moved. Suddenly, Dio appeared in front of Quicksilver, startling him as he clearly saw that Dio walked leisurely behind him just a moment ago. Pietro was shocked as he didn't understand what was happening, that he stopped in the middle of the road. Why aren't you running? Are you giving up? You cheated. Pietro shouted as he realized that there was no way Dio would be able to run faster than he was. The only answer was Dio teleported or doing something similar to that. Why are you calling me a cheater? Didn't we agree that the competition was to find out who will reach the goal first? You used your speed ability, but why can't I use mine? Well, it doesn't matter now. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to run faster. Pietro immediately ran again, this time faster than before. He didn't see Dio in front of him again and felt great about himself, but suddenly, he was back to square one, once again behind Dio. Pietro ran ahead once again, but he was dragged back behind Dio once again. No matter how fast he ran, he would always end up behind Dio. If Pietro thought for a second and changed his approach, he might safely get out of King Crimson ability, but all he could think of right now was to become faster. Eventually, Quicksilver realized that he wouldn't be able to escape Dio's ability that returned him behind Dio, so Pietro quietly followed Dio from behind. He planned to rush towards the finish line as soon as they got close to the finish line. But Dio also knew that Pietro would do so, so he quietly summoned the world and activated Smash the World, stopping the flow of time, and immediately rushed towards the finish line. Dio knew that there were a few people who were faster than Pietro in Marvel World, so he wouldn't underestimate Pietro that much. As soon as the time returned to normal, Pietro was startled as he could no longer see Dio in front of him. Pietro immediately looked around and finally noticed that Dio was smoking cigarettes while leaning on the finish line. He couldn't believe it, he lost again. And this time, he lost on his best field. Pietro felt the frustration of losing to someone the second time, and thus he wants to best Dio in the future. Let me tell you the truth. There are people in this vast universe that are far more experienced in your field of expertise. Even I dared not to say that I'm the strongest on earth. Pride can sustain your growth. But arrogance was complete ignorance. So, let's go back and train hard. Can you at least tell me how can you do that? Pietro asked curiously. Your speed is much faster than mine, but speed alone was a child's play in the face of space and time. Dio said casually. Pietro's eyes were suddenly enlightened in excitement. He began to wonder about the power that manipulated space and time and finally reached enlightenment that he would never be able to beat such power. Space would instantly move the person to the point, while time would allow the person to manipulate everything easily. In a sense, the person using the power of time would be able to teleport too. Pietro then looked at Dio in a newfound light. He realized that he was nowhere even close to Dio. His pride that definitely took a hit was recovering after he realized that he would never win. But even if that was true, he would never stop trying his best. Chapter 435. A match of speed between Dio and Pietro was unreasonable and seemed unnecessary as everyone thought that Pietro would win by default, but they were surprised when they heard Dio won the match. Wanda, in particular, was thankful to Dio that he knocked down Pietro's pride a notch. Now, I'll have you all demonstrate your power in order. Others must pay attention while watching. You must remember what ability that your teammate has and what their limit would be. This way, you would be able to push each other to the limit. And there's no need to worry about your ability leaking out. As soon as I came in, I took the liberty to shut down all camera and monitoring equipment on this place. Dio said confidently. Everyone nodded, and even Quicksilver becomes somewhat excited about what they would do in this training. He knew that Dio's training methods weren't unreasonable, as they were made as a team. They had to know what the other could do to make sure that in the future, they could use it to save people to the best of their abilities. So, starting with Rhodey with his war machine, who volunteered to be the first, the training ground became lively. After War Machines and Falcon demonstrated their capabilities, Dio nodded knowingly. Although both relied on their equipment, their high mobility was undoubtedly useful in large-scale wars. Then came Wanda. She demonstrated her ability to manipulate energy by making an energy shield, moving objects, destroying objects, and even controlling others' minds. Compared with Quicksilver, who had a straightforward power, she had more range and versatility to her power. But it was such a shame that Wanda Maximoff in this universe didn't have the ability to overturn the world itself. Just as Dio took the new Avengers into the training ground, Steve and Natasha were fighting in another training room. For a moment, Steve had the upper hand while Natasha couldn't handle his power, but as Steve let Natasha go, she immediately exercised her swiftness and flexibility in combat. They always trained to their heart content without thinking about the injury that they might sustain from sparring too hard, but it didn't matter as S.H.I.E.L.D's medical team was always ready and right now. Even Dio that could create a miracle, was with them. You are distracted again, Natasha said as she held Steve's head between her tight. Steve wasn't exaggerating when he said that his combat ability dropped by half without a shield, while Natasha didn't have that kind of handicap. But eventually, Steve learned that his strength was greater than Natasha. And thus he completely took advantage of it and overpowered Natasha several times. But in the end, Natasha still showed more control and able to twist around the situation in her favor. Article 7 of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Code: as long as the enemy hasn't completely lost their combat effectiveness, you have to think of them as a threat. Captain, you need to remember this tentatively. Steve, who was already out of breath, nodded his head helplessly. He had no choice but to concede to Natasha for today. Are you trying to strangle me? Steve asked as he rubbed his neck that has slightly discolored from Natasha's bind. Hey, I am still the deadly Black Widow. Don't forget why I got that nickname. We are just sparring. Wouldn't it be boring if I charged at you from the start and knock you out? If that is what you think, then I hope that you will treat me like a proper enemy next time. Natasha said while smiling flirtingly. And why would I do that? Steve asked curiously. Because I don't want to be the only one in the whole team who felt desperate in the next crisis. Natasha said seriously. Steve took a moment to drink and then turned to Natasha with a serious tone. You are right, with the increasing number of Avengers member, there are fewer people like us with ordinary power, but it was for the best. Even if we don't get to do much, I hope that everyone else can do many times better than us. Steve said solemnly. Hey, don't think about retiring just yet, we have to try our best until our best are obsolete. Natasha said charmingly. Steve gave his water bottle to Natasha, and the two started their spar once again. They believed that they still had room to grow. Chapter 436. The week passed quickly. However, the consequences of the Sokovia incident have intensified. The news about the fact that Ultron was created by Tony Stark was heard around the world. The people started to question the Avengers as they start to doubt the Avengers' goal. Despite this fact, Stark Industries has spent hundreds of millions of dollars to help the refugees from Sokovia so they could start over again. But still, it didn't prevent some people who harbored hatred against Tony and the Avengers to come up with a conspiracy theory. As soon as the news about Ultron being Tony's creation was revealed to the world, Tony was bombarded by so many hate letters, several of them even threatened Tony's life. The people kept harassing Tony and the Avenger because of the incident, especially the news network was profiting from this incident. If the Avengers' reputation skyrocketed after the New York incident, now, they received a backlash instead. Several world leaders who saw the Avenger was still a potential world peace team began to see Tony was a factor that had to be removed from the Avenger altogether, as they thought Tony was just a loose cannon because there was no guarantee that Tony wouldn't make Ultron number 2 and number 3 later. There was another thing that the world leader wanted to have after the Sokovia incident, and that was the Dark Battleship. The Dark Battleship's firepower and technology were extraordinary, and there is no doubt that any nation that could obtain that power would become the strongest nation in the world. Furthermore, the world leaders were alarmed that a strong power like that was possessed by a mere individual. The Shield has intervened and deleted the videos circulating on the internet. However, they clearly failed to delete all of it, as there were still many videos about the Hulk rampaging on the street of New York and Dark Battleship's sighting. Humans tend to perceive the negativity more than what they saw. Despite being saved by the Avenger from the alien invasion and Ultron revolution, all they did was criticize Tony and Avenger. They didn't even bother to think why Tony made Ultron in the first place. The only thing that they saw was the destruction that Tony's action has caused. So the Avenger that once was envied by other people was hated now. Many extremists even shared the video of them burning the doll and the toys of the Avenger. But what these people didn't know was that their behavior was a big help for certain people. After all, the voice of the people was a force that the nation couldn't ignore. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s first training ground, Dio, who was oblivious to what happened outside, was still giving special training to Wanda and the others. "You are too slow, watch out," Dio said as Horus struck War Machine with its ice spears. War Machine couldn't evade the attack and fell to the ground. The special training for the day has just started, but one of them has already fallen to Dio's attack. After a week-long special training, Dio could see that the new Avenger has developed some understanding about the strategy that they needed for battles, but it clearly lacked before Dio. Dio chose the method where he was acting as the villain to accelerate the development phase of the new Avenger and thus be able to hold their own ground. At this point, he couldn't deny that Steve's eyes were sharp. If it were not for him, the new Avenger would be slowed down. "I will hold him down," Wanda said as she caged Dio with her power. Dio already said to Wanda that their personal feeling wouldn't hinder them in training, and he encouraged Wanda to try her best, and now, this situation happened as a result. Dio was happy to see Wanda's progression as she quickly understood what she must do in the meantime. Seeing that Dio couldn't move, the others started to bombard Dio with a powerful attack. Falcon flew above Dio and fired his miniature rockets to obstruct Dio's sight. He knew that his attack wouldn't mean much for Dio, so he didn't hesitate. Sure enough, his attack couldn't penetrate Dio's ice armor, but his goal was achieved. The smoke rose and obstructed Dio's vision. At the same time, vision came from behind, and the soul gem on his head started to shine. Dio smirked and instantly froze vision and bombarded Wanda with ice spears. Quicksilver quickly came to save Wanda, but he lost his momentum to attack Dio. Dio took out his card and pulled out Reaper's Gaze to spar more seriously. Chapter 437. Although Vision did his best to break free from Dio's ice, Dio was still one step ahead. Vision's energy beam was blocked perfectly by Dio's scythe, and the scythe started to glow as Vision's attack charged it. Vision knew that Dio would attack him immediately and tried to use his mind gem to dodge the blade that was coming towards him. The Vision became intangible and avoided Dio's blade, causing the light from the blade to cut everything behind Vision. Vision knew that he would die if he took that attack head-on. Quicksilver saw the scene and felt annoyed. This training almost felt too real. But before he could complain to Dio, Quicksilver had a feeling that he was marked by Dio, and sure enough, an ice spear was dashed towards him at a great speed, startling him cold. Steve and Natasha, who watched the special training from the sidelines, were dumbfounded by what they saw. Compared to their practice, Dio's training was more like a simulated battle. Everyone had to devote 12 minutes to train and cooperate with others while Dio acted as the villain that they must overcome. But that was not all. Steve and Natasha could see that if the new Avengers made a mistake, they would be heavily injured or even dying. After all, no one really knew what was on Dio's mind, and no one dared to bet on whether Dio's scythe would really cut the new Avenger to death or not. Because of that, the new Avengers' concentration was at the peak. They would do anything to dodge Dio's attack that seemingly would kill them in one hit. Steve and Natasha could see the new Avengers' growth in real time. Their potential was awakened from the constant danger that Dio provided. Steve couldn't believe his eyes. Sure, it was him who asked Dio to train the new Avenger out of whim that Dio would do great, but Steve never expected Dio to do this much. Maybe we should join this special training too. Steve said at Natasha, with an uncertain look in his eyes. What do you mean? I don't want to cut my life short just yet. Nonetheless, Natasha fired a shot to signal Dio that she would also join the special training. Steve sighed heavily and left the training field to retrieve his shield. He felt that without his shield, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Dio. Dio smirked as he was confident and excited to see Natasha join the fray. He was confident that he could save everyone at a critical moment because of the world's power. So, even if the scene looked so extreme, no one would die. But minor injuries couldn't be avoided. After all, what good would it be if the new Avenger knew they wouldn't be injured at all? He did all this for the preparation against Thanos later. This is all for the time that they should rely on their own power and overpower the enemy on their own. They had to know their team power so that they could provide better support when the time came. Soon after Steve joined the battle with his shield, the battle pace accelerated. It was clear that Steve was a natural leader. Therefore they quickly became acquainted with their respective abilities, and their understanding seemed to rise by another level. As a result, Dio could feel the pressure that the new Avenger gave off was multiplied by several levels. Even if Dio could ignore most of the attack from the new Avenger plus Steve and Natasha, he had to be wary that they would create a distraction long enough for Wanda and Vision to attack him. After all, only Wanda and Vision had the power to penetrate his Hammond shield. But the situation turned out to be the worst for Dio, Mantis, who has been hiding this whole time because she didn't have any combat ability. I started to feel ecstatic and asked Quicksilver to be her leg. Dio couldn't guarantee that he could resist Mantis' ability now that his mental strength was exhausted from prolonged battle. Mantis's ability was the best in her field. With her fraudulent power, even Ego, the living planet, couldn't resist her full power. Dio looked to the side, and this time, he saw Vision transforming his hands into an adamantium alloy. Dio was surprised. In his world, Vision shouldn't have this kind of ability. It was obvious that this was because Tony was obsessed with these metal and therefore used it on his prototype, making Ultron realize that adamantium and vibranium was the best metal on Earth. Dio shook the scythe to wake up Anubis. He knew that he had to grasp the new Avengers' moves to make sure that he wouldn't be caught up by their martial arts. From this time onwards, everyone felt immense pressure from Dio. More than they previously felt. Chapter 438. With his body covered in Hammond energy, Dio could perform various incredible moves. Coupled with Anubis, Dio could even fight with the best martial artist in Marvel Universe. Dio was careful not to destroy Steve's shield as it would be bothersome to procure it later. However, because of that, Dio was once again restrained by Wanda and locked in place. Vision immediately used the chance to shot Dio with his mind gem blast. Dio, who couldn't move his body, was forced to break Wanda's confinement forcefully. Wanda smirked as she coughed up blood due to the backlash of her own power. Dio used the chance to protect himself from Vision's attack using the Reaper's gaze. Dio smirked and immediately activated the Vibranium's special characteristic. Dio immediately released all the energy stored inside the Reaper's gaze and strengthened it with his Silver Ripple technique. A wave of blade-like energy immediately cut through everything around him. Although the Mind Gem was strong, it was quite different than the Power Gem. Mind Gem was a gem that utilized the mind of its wearer, meaning that if the wearer had a weak mental strength, the gem couldn't exert its full strength. The Avengers started to forget that they were in a special training right now, not a real fight. And that was why Wanda immediately flew to Vision's side as he was stunned after sensing an energy overload and couldn't move out of the way of Dio's attack. Even with her help, she could barely defend against Dio's attack. The rest of the new Avenger knew that they had to help Wanda and Vision unless they wanted to be cut into pieces, but there was nothing they could do. So, Steve shouted helplessly, "Dio! They can't stand it anymore. Stop your attack!" Steve shouted. Dio knew that he had gone too far and thus regretted his action a little bit. He immediately summoned the world and immediately stopped the time. Dio then rushed forward and grabbed both Wanda and Vision away from the blade energy that threatened their life. After 2 seconds, time resumed once again. The blade energy went rampant, and the area was immediately covered with dust. Everyone thought that Vision and Wanda didn't make it, but a familiar voice suddenly bursted their bubble. "That's it for today's special training. I will cook everyone a meal while checking your injury." Everyone immediately looked at where Dio was talking from and saw that he was with Vision and Wanda. "You scared me. I almost thought that those two didn't make it." Vision and Wanda were indispensable power for the Avenger. If they both died, the Avenger would be down in the dump for sure. Fortunately, their trainer was Dio. Steve started to think that the special training was too much to handle, and it seemed that everyone's lives were in constant danger. But Steve couldn't deny that everyone showed a great result. What? Do you think I will let anyone die? But everyone started to look at each other in doubt, annoying Dio endlessly. War Machine, who was knocked out early, wiped the cold sweat on his face as he was relieved that he didn't have to experience such a hellish scene. I changed my mind, just go to SHIELD treatment room, since there no one was heavily injured anyway, well except for Wanda. She received an internal injury, and I want to check her up for that. Everyone started to frown but couldn't voice their unwillingness, and thus they left the training ground with a sad look on their face. Just as everyone left, except for Wanda and Dio, Nick Fury suddenly showed up with a frown framing his face. What are you thinking? You could demolish the entire base. This is special training. What do you expect? It is for the development of the new Avenger. There are people in this base who don't know that there is special training for the new Avenger here. They started to think that the base was under attack and activated so many annoying protocols that I need to turn off myself. Nick Fury said angrily. He was annoyed as some of Dio's blade energy actually hit the warehouse in the next room and almost cut the new model of Quinjet in half. And the thing that made Nick couldn't sleep at night was that Dio turned off all the security cameras and the monitoring devices on the training ground. Nick couldn't see anything that happened on the training ground, making him constantly curious but unable to sate it. You motherfucker. Stark just finished the Avenger base the other day, I will arrange everything so that you can leave my base soon. It would be better for Nick Fury to send Dio to the Avenger base as soon as possible before Dio actually destroyed his base. Chapter 439. Dio and the rest of the new Avengers were immediately taken to the new Avenger base that Tony has built. But Barton still didn't know what was happening as he was still with his family while taking a long rest. But the new Avenger didn't complain at all. After all, with Tony's wealth, the new base had the best equipment and facilities in the world. This place was also the original warehouse of Tony's father, making it far away from the crowd and large enough to contain so many different facilities. In order to welcome everyone to the new base, Tony even prepared a 5-star chef. Which greatly impressed everyone, except Dio. Only those who have tasted Dio's cooking knew that Dio's dish was way better than the dish that a 5-star chef made. Nonetheless, it was still good. At night, Dio entered his room that Tony has prepared and took a bath before burning incense to pray. After accumulating wealth for a long time, Dio was finally ready to spend his gold again. This time, Dio was ready to play big. He was determined to make a 5-0-0 consecutive draw. Compared to the previous draws, this one would be on a different scale. The gold he used this time was from the Hammond planet. He already got the first batch from the mines there. A good ore could produce 50 grams of gold, so he received several tons of gold in just a few months. Although it was still small in terms of quantity compared to Dio's ideal, it was enough for now. He didn't have to spend more money to buy a new batch of gold for his draw, and he would have a constant supply in the future. Dio then sighed and took a deep breath. He opened the JoJo mobile game on his phone and immediately drew from the golden pool. Unlike the past, Dio was relaxed as he knew that there was no way he wouldn't get any incredible stand with this much gold in his possession. Dio started drew 10 times from the golden pool consecutively. He wasn't afraid of the result as he was certain that he would get something good. Even if 5-0-0 consecutive draws seemed too much, it doesn't take too long to actually pull it off. In the end, the result wasn't too shabby. Dio was satisfied with the things that he got from the draw this time. As always, there was a bunch of Hammond beads and other miscellaneous items that weren't necessary to be described in detail. Then, there were X7 arrow fragment, 2 more fragments that he got from the previous draw. Now he could create 3 complete stand arrow from the fragments. Dio was excited about what else he could do to the arrow. After that, Dio got more than 20 temporary stand cards, both the one-time use type and the time-based type. But unfortunately, some of them were duplicates. Nonetheless, it was a good haul. Lastly, the highlight of the draw. This time, he got 7 permanent stands, which were Magician's Red, a Fire Manipulator, Emperor, a stand that was in the same league with Anubis but instead of a sword, it possessed a gun. Then there was Sun, a stand that had the power to replicate the sun itself, Echoes that has yet evolved, Little Feet that could shrink anything, Osiris that could steal a soul in a gamble, and Killer Queen that has unlimited potential. Dio was extremely satisfied by the draw this time. He pledged that he would soon empty the damned golden pool that has been forcing him to deplete his gold. Killer Queen, which was his dream stand for a long time now, was finally here. Killer Queen could grow with the user's imagination as it was all about the bomb. Especially if Dio could awaken the Killer Queen Bites the Dust's power. The bomb itself could rewind the time. This stand alone was worth the gold that he used up to draw this time. In addition, magicians Red and Sun obviously had similar attributes and thus can be used to enhance each of their power. Emperor was a special weapon type stand like Anubis, that was why Dio must have a gun for Emperor, it also didn't occupy any stand slot too. But unfortunately, Dio didn't really need a gun that much. As for Echoes and Little Feet, they were off to specific use, so he would need to use it at the right time. And of course, the useless stand this time was Osiris. Dio would be crazy to ever gamble his own soul. Besides, what would he do with other people's souls? Chapter 440. Dio's current max Hammond energy was 125 million points, but if he consumed all the Hammond beads he had right now, he would have 5 million points. After Dio consumed all the Hammond beads and raised his Hammond energy to 5 million, he felt like his body was about to burst. He then steadied his breath rhythm to calm himself down. Nonetheless, his body was becoming so much stronger now. He could feel an overwhelming power flowing inside his body that he felt like he could blast a planet with his fist. But after thinking for a while, Dio was still annoyed that with this much Hammond energy, his limit to use the world's power was still 50 seconds. Although he could do so much in 50 seconds time frame, it wasn't the strongest yet. If he compared himself to the Ancient One who controlled the Time Gem, the goddess of death Hela, who used Asgard as her source's power, Dio was still a bud starting to grow. Of course, that's without including the big league of the Marvel, such as the Watcher, Franklin Richards, all the cosmic entities, and supreme power that was on a whole different level compared to anyone that Dio has fought against. But Dio didn't lose hope that he would eventually become as strong or much stronger than them. The next day, the new Avenger arrived at their new training ground. After their arrival, the new Avenger felt that something about Dio has changed, but they couldn't tell what it was. The training started, and they were shocked to see that Dio was like a completely different man compared to their training yesterday. After obtaining a new set of abilities, the strategy that they have honed all this time become obsolete immediately. The Avenger joined halfway, but they, too, couldn't make a difference. The first training round was a huge embarrassment for the Avengers as a whole, as they couldn't do anything to stop Dio from knocking them aside. At the end of the first round, everyone was injured, and they felt helpless. Dio had to personally cook for them using Pearl Jam to treat their wounds and injuries while putting some time off for the next round of training. However, during the 2 days off, instead of playing around, Dio stayed in the training ground to adapt with his own power and strength. He used this chance to familiarize himself with his new stand's power. During this period, Wanda and Vision, who also chose to stay at the base, constantly spar with Dio to develop their own power. Leaving Dio's development aside, the connection between Wanda's abilities and emotional fluctuation was severe. Then came Vision, who was constantly in worry, but he seemed confused about what he was worried about. Knowing those two's personalities, Dio let them deal with it at their own pace. Dio knew that Vision needed to incorporate the mind gem into his daily life to be at peace. As for Wanda herself, Dio encouraged her to learn to control her own emotion. At least the silver lining was both of them didn't complain and did whatever Dio instructed. Before they realized it, another week has passed. After the second round of training, it was time for the Avengers to rest again, but it seemed that someone was eager to make them work again. The sensor is triggered. We have an intruder. It may be a bird. Sam said while still watching the game. No, a bird wouldn't trigger the alarm is inside of the door. Sam, use your equipment to see where the alarm originated from, keep in touch. Okay, I am on it. Sam said without complaining and immediately walked away from the TV. The others who also heard the alarm blare didn't seem nervous at all as they knew that Avenger Mansion was the most secure base in the world. Therefore if there were really an intruder, they wouldn't get away easily. Even Dio didn't take it seriously. He was still sitting on his chair while looking at Wanda while Pietro was obsessed with his new video game console. Even if everyone else had already roughly realized Dio and Wanda's relationship, Pietro still believed that Wanda would never go out with Dio. For Natasha, this was a reason for her not to flirt with Dio again to keep her and Wanda on good terms, but she still felt a little bit upset that Dio fell for Wanda so fast but never considered her a single time. But Natasha knew that it was probably because Dio knew that she was actually an old hag. Coupled with the fact that Banner was nowhere to be found, her confidence slightly took a fall as she couldn't find a new flirting target. At the same time, Sam already reached the top of the base and scanned the area for the intruder. I have reached the area where the sensor is triggered, but I didn't see anything. Sam said while still being on guard for any intruder. Search again, they must be still on the proximity, Steve said through the communicator. Wait, I see it. Sam said as he saw a small figure on the ground. The next second, the tiny figure started to grow in size and greeted Sam with a big smile on his face. Hi, I am Scott. The intruder said with a smile on his face. Chapter 441. What are you doing here? Sam asked inquisitively. First of all, I am your #1 fan. Ant-Man said excitedly. Gee, thanks, but who are you? Sam said, inquisitively once again. I am Ant-Man. Ant-Man said still with an excited face. Ant-Man? Sam said dumbfoundedly. He wants to laugh at such a horrific name, but he knew that would be extremely rude. Yes. Haven't you heard of me? No, I haven't. But what the fuck are you doing here? Well, I was wondering whether I can borrow a piece of equipment here for a few days, and I swear I will return it. I need it to save the world, so pretty please. Sure, I understand now. Sam said with a smile on his face, but suddenly. The intruder has been located. Arrest is in progress. Sam said to his communicator suddenly, shattering Ant-Man's hope of a peaceful encounter altogether. Sam felt that the guy with shrinking tech was a little crazy, so he just had to capture him and interrogate him later. But to his surprise, the Ant-Man immediately disappeared from his sight. Surprisingly, Sam felt a punch on his face shortly after, making him furious. But before he engaged Ant-Man any further, Sam was still in clear mind to report that the intruder was an adult male with some kind of shrinking tech. Dio scoffed as he heard of Sam's report. He immediately knew that the intruder was Scott Lang, the MCU's Ant-Man. He instantly remembered that it was the time when Scott was told by Henry Pym to steal a piece of equipment from the Avengers warehouse. So Dio subconsciously asked Tony, what kind of place is this place before it was used for the Avengers? This was my dad's personal warehouse. Why? Does that have anything to do with this intruder? But Dio just smirked after hearing Tony's answer, which meant Henry Pym didn't even know that the warehouse was now the Avengers' property. But Dio was indeed amazed by Scott's bravery to enter the place even though there was a huge Avengers sign on the wall. Sam alone might not be able to handle that. I will go out and see if he needs my help. Dio said as he walked out of the base. Be careful not to kill anybody out there. I am interested in the shrinking tech that Sam reported. Tony said casually. Tony still remembered one of his father's file about the Pym particle, but sadly, as its name suggested, his father didn't have any right on that tech. Tony couldn't even ask Hank Pym who the owner of the Pym particle was during joint research as Hank Pym was not in a good relationship with his father. I am coming with you. Wanda said casually. No, I will be back soon, just stay here. Dio said as he glanced at Pietro and saw that he's still on his game. Wanda nodded and sat back, reading her magazine. Dio immediately left the base and saw that Sam was losing balance on air. That guy got into my gear. Sam shouted as soon as he saw Dio. Sam realized at that moment that his flying gear was still lacking. It was too dependent on a single thruster and thus making it vulnerable to damage. Dio shook his head as he walked towards Sam, and then he used his Hammond technique to enhance his eyes so he could perceive Scott's life force. As long as Scott was still breathing, Dio wouldn't miss him. Even if Scott hid among thousands of ants, he wouldn't be able to hide from Dio's eyes as a human's life signature was far different from other creatures. Sam finally fell to the ground, and he immediately stood back up with an annoyed look on his face. This was the first time he felt complete anger and the urge to squish the man's head with his fingers. But Dio could see the Ant-Man slowly crawling out of Sam's tech and flew away with a few flying ants. Dio then decided to test Scott's power and threw a brick near his feet at Scott while he was on the ant's back. Hurry! Get out of there! But suddenly, Hope heard a crashing sound that makes her nervous and worried about Scott's safety. Scott was squished by the brick, and the ant he rode was killed. But fortunately, he was just knocked down to the ground and wasn't hit by the brick splinter when it hit the ground. Scott was scared out of his wits as he witnessed that the brick immediately exploded as it reached the ground. But that was just the beginning. Scott immediately noticed someone was standing right beside him, casting a huge shadow on his tiny body. Hi, listen. I know that your name is Ant-Man, but it would be tremendously disappointing if you are as fragile as your namesake. Scott immediately felt an immense danger as Dio's face looked like the devil right now, so he tried to run away again, only for Dio to kick him towards the warehouse's wall. Home run! Dio shouted excitedly as he saw that Scott returned back to his original size. Chapter 442. Don't tell the captain about how I messed up earlier. Sam said to Dio as he turned off his communicator. Well, I wouldn't tell if he doesn't ask. Dio said as he pointed to a communicator on his hands. Damn, I forgot about that. Sam said as he forgot about Dio's communicator. Let's just bring the Ant-Man and go. Sam said annoyedly. At the same time, Hank Pym and Hope were watching Scott's arrest through the camera that Hank Pym has installed on a flying ant. He was outraged that Scott was captured, and now, his tech would fall to the hands of the damned Stark. At the same time, Hope was embarrassed that Scott could be captured that easily. She has already told Scott to abort the mission when they saw that the warehouse had been turned into Avengers base. She knew that the mission was impossible when all the Avengers could be inside the base, and there was no way that base wouldn't be equipped with a decent surveillance system. "Father, I already told him to abort the mission, now that idiot was captured by the Avenger," Hope said worriedly to Hank Pym. "It's okay, we haven't failed yet. The prototype signal disguiser was mine from the start, so I believe if I can contact S.H.I.E.L.D., I should be able to reason and ask for the signal disguiser myself and get Scott back." He immediately picked up his phone and dialed a number that he never wanted to call anymore. Meanwhile, in the Avengers base's interrogation room, Scott was splashed with cold water to wake him up. "Scott Lang?" Sam asked indifferently. "Yes, that is my name," Scott said bewilderedly as he was shocked by the cold water drenching his face. He didn't know that he was a prisoner of the Avenger right now, as he didn't know the consequences of stealing from the Avengers base was. "Indeed, you already introduced yourself. But I never thought that someone would be stupid enough to steal things and then introduce themselves. Hey, listen. I came here to borrow something to save the world. I will return it after I am done with it. We have investigated all information concerning you, would you like to hear it?" Natasha said as she suddenly joined in the conversation after observing Scott for a while. "Scott Lang, Master of Electrical Engineering, former Senior Engineer of Vesta Company. Because of some dissatisfaction report from a customer. You took the initiative and reported the company to the authority only to get fired after that. You then hacked the company's system and transferred millions of dollars to the customer's account. You even exposed the company record online," Natasha said as she read Scott's feet. "You missed one little detail there. I also drove his favorite Bentley into a pool in his backyard," Scott added excitedly. "So, you are a thief, a criminal that was released not too long ago, and now you are wearing this shrinking tech. Tell me you don't steal it from some genius out of greed." "No, well, I might steal it in the first place, but I assure you, the owner knew about it from the start. He then let me borrow the suit to do good. I swear that is true." But Sam was annoyed. He felt like Scott was taking him for a fool. Was there anyone on the planet who knows someone wanted to steal from them and let it be? That was obviously bullshit. "Enough. I have enough of your bullshit. We will investigate where you got this equipment and find out whether your word is true. The record showed that you also have a daughter and wife that remarried to local police after divorcing you. But it seems divorce is not enough to make you learn your lesson. Do you know that you will be imprisoned for at least 10 years for stealing from the Avengers base? I don't think your daughter will remember you when you get out of prison," Sam said threateningly. Sam's words scared Scott. He always thought that he was doing something good and always proud of what he had done, but if he was thrown in prison for too long, he was scared that his daughter would forget him. He knew that his wife would make sure that he would never see his daughter again if he was thrown into prison one more time. "No, please. I can explain and prove everything. I am really not a bad person." Natasha and Sam were surprised but immediately tried to regain their cool. They would not sympathize with the criminal until they knew the exact truth. There were so many criminals who faced economic problems in this world, and that was why they shouldn't have committed any crime lightly. If everyone steals, what else would the law do? That was why they let Scott cry, and then he eventually told them everything in detail since he was released from prison. Chapter 443. Isn't that guy telling the truth? He is crying so hard. Although Scott's story was a little bit strange, they knew that it was the truth. There was no way Hank Pym would let his suit complete with the Pym particle out of his sight. "What do you want to do now? Do you want to research the Pym particle now?" "I don't think it was necessary. The man of the hour has come here himself. This is Dr. Hank Pym. He once worked with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony's father, Howard Stark, in the past. You are Tony, right? I've heard your endeavor, and I admit you have the same style as your father." But he knew that he had to play it cool and retrieve the signal disguiser and Scott. For Hank Pym, Howard Stark was a man that he hated the most. He thought of Howard Stark as a man who plagiarized others' research only to hog the fame for himself, so he hated Howard Stark for trying to get his hands on his Pym particle in the past. Hank Pym was a conservative guy, for he thought Tony Stark would be the same as his father. "I apologize to you. First of all, Scott Lang followed my order and obviously made a mistake. But I just wanted to get a gadget that was originally mine, to begin with when I was working with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Since there is a little conflict between Howard Stark and me, I sent Scott over, and now, I hope you can forgive this old man and let Scott leave without harm. Hank Pym said honestly. But, what he really wanted to say was a bunch of swear words and got out as soon as possible. The Avengers surely didn't know this and judged that Hank Pym was sincere. However, Tony knew that Hank Pym came there out of desperation. Tony knew that Pym Technology has always regarded Stark Industries as an enemy, and even Tony's visit to their headquarters was rejected nastily. I don't think that it was as simple as you said it was. This is Scott's confession, and it involves some illegal things. That also includes what you have done and what you are about to do. Tony said as he took the interrogation transcript from Natasha and handed it over to Hank Pym. Hank Pym calmly read the transcript, and he immediately frowned. He never thought that Scott would confess everything under some pressure. Scott already explained everything to the Avenger, not one detail amiss. He then regretted not considering Hope's suggestion from the very beginning. This is an interesting confession, but it's all nonsense. After that man stole my research. I found him again and never blamed him for stealing my tech. I didn't think he had any malicious intent, so I hope I can talk with him alone. Everyone was startled by Hank Pym's righteous and sincere words, but it didn't affect Dio. Dio already knew that Hank Pym was a sly old fox. But instead of confronting Hank Pym, Dio knew that it was best to let Scott go. There was no need to exacerbate the relationship between them when in the end, they would end up teaming up anyway. Look, since Director Fury has come here personally, I would take it as a guarantee and regards all of this as a big misunderstanding. Plus, we didn't have anything to lose anyway, we will let Scott go now. Dio said as he exchanged a small glance with Tony and nodded to Nick Fury. The rest of the Avenger was puzzled, but Dio just smiles at them carelessly. If Steve was the most capable man here, Dio was the most trustworthy. The Avengers knew that Dio must have known something that they didn't, so they nodded, and Sam immediately went to get Scott out of the interrogation room. Hank Pym was a little bit surprised as he didn't see anyone try to refute the handsome man's word, not even Tony, who was well known for his arrogance, and Nick Fury, a strong-willed person with a strong personality. Hank Pym instantly knew that the man in front of him now wasn't someone that he could mess with. Thank you, I will make sure that Scott would get the discipline that he needs later. I will make sure that he would become someone that contributes to society and never commit crimes again. Dio didn't say anything and smiled at Hank Pym and let Scott go. By the way, can I borrow the tech that I worked with previously on S.H.I.E.L.D.? It was very important to me, and I hope that the tech would contribute to a better life later on. Dio's mouth twitched, and he looked at Tony and saw the same expression on his face. I know that it was your work in the past, but it is now S.H.I.E.L.D.'s property. You can borrow it, but it must be returned after a certain period of time. Chapter 444. When Hank Pym left with the prototype and Scott Lang, Steve couldn't help but ask Tony a question. Why did you let him take it? Obviously, that man is lying. He must have some kind of plan involving that machine. Of course. I know that Scott's confession earlier was more likely to be the truth, but I don't like Hank Pym's approach to conceal the Ant-Man from the public. From Scott's confession earlier. We know that Pym particle would more likely result in a war, so we have to let Hank Pym solve it on his own. Dio interjected. I admit that it does make sense, but it is not your style. Steve said jokingly. Oh shit. You know too much about me already. I might kill you someday. Is this Pym technology safe? Do we have to deal with it later? It is safe. But there is no reason to let Hank Pym deal with it alone. Tomorrow night, Pym Technology will have a private expo for the Wasp Tech. Invitations have been sent to many potential buyers. So all we need to do is get those invitations and get ourselves in. Dio said casually to Natasha. That's already taken care of, I got 2 invitations. Is that enough? Natasha asked with a smile on her face. Now, would you like to become an escort for an arms dealer? Dio turned his attention to Wanda. Of course, gladly. Wanda said charmingly. The others immediately left Dio and Wanda alone as soon as they felt Dio and Wanda's PDA was too much. Pietro was the only one who remained because he still didn't have a clue about his sister's relationship with Dio and also his obsession with his game. Pym Tech that has switched ownership was welcoming a lot of invited guests to their private expo. Welcome to our Pym Tech, Mr. Wilson. A staff said as Dio, who had transformed into a completely different person, stepped down from Tony's car with 2 invitations in his hands. Wanda, who has dressed charmingly, held his hands, igniting jealousy from any man that sees her. This time, Dio had used S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources effectively as they disguised themselves as arms dealer. While they were walking to the room, Wanda couldn't help but whisper into Dio's ears. I never knew that you have the ability to transform into someone else entirely. So, did I ever see your real face? Wow, did you thought that my usual face was a fake? Dio pretended to be offended. Well, it was still one of the possibilities here. Wanda said teasingly. Let's talk about it later. Dio said as they arrived at the door of the expo. Dio opened the door and saw so many arms dealers along with Hank Pym, who was looking helpless. Welcome, Mr. Wilson. Darren Cross greeted Dio as soon as he entered. Most of your colleagues has come today, and I almost forgot to tell you, but Hydra representative is also here. But you don't have to be nervous as they aren't the past Hydra, they rather do some other work now. Darren Cross said as he pointed his finger to several men. I see, so this is why you doubled the price earlier. It turned out to be the Hydra's doing. No, that's not it, Mr. Wilson. You misunderstood some facts here. The Hydra has already promised that they would double the price. The reason that I still hold this expo is all because Dr. Hank Pym insisted. Although you try to hide the Pym particle from me, I still succeeded in creating it on my own. Now, your invention is worth nothing compared to mine. Hank Pym was immediately seized by several security guards, and Darren Cross looked at him with a satisfied smirk. Just what I've been waiting for, and now that you punched me, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. Your punch has grown weak and pathetic. Now, all of you will see the majesty of my creation. The Yellow Jacket Army. The bid will start soon, and you better get it now, as the price would be twice as high next time. Darren Cross said confidently as a video of the Yellow Jacket soldier was played for everyone to see. Darren kept on defining the Yellow Jacket as a peacekeeping suit, while everyone knew that it was a weapon of war. After the video ended, everyone couldn't wait to place the bid, and the price for the Yellow Jackets immediately rose through the roof. Everyone, calm down. I have another show that I want everyone to see. But, the price for the Yellow Jackets would once again rise once I show you this. Go on then, if you do show me something interesting, I will pay for your suit. But, if you fail to live up to my expectation, I wouldn't pay for it even if you sell it for 1 cent. Well, I would try to appease Mr. Wilson's expectation. Darren Cross said as he touched his in-ear comms. He didn't know why, but Hank Pym, who was still being held by the guards, felt that something was off. Chapter 445. What? What's going on? Scott, who was ready to steal the Yellow Jacket suit, could only watch as it disappeared into the cabinet. Hey, little guy. Darren Cross took the bottle containing the portable Yellow Jacket suit and knocked on the cabinet with a big smile. Simultaneously, the pipe which Scott just managed to pass through lit up with red lasers, which instantly cut off the rope he was tied to. Seeing this scene, Dr. Hank Pym and his daughter Hope gasped. Apparently, their bad premonition came true. I've always suspected that you had hidden the original set of Ant-Man suits somewhere, which raises the question, who is the new Ant-Man? Who is that person that deserves my mentor's trust? Just who was that person whom he respected more than me? It wasn't until I found someone, Scott Lang. A person who challenged the authorities and paid a terrible price for it. Losing him his family and his only daughter in the process. Exactly like you, Hank. He escaped the prison without a trace. Just how did a penniless guy just magically disappear out of the blue? And now that guy brings me the Ant-Man suit. Darren Cross proudly told how he saw through this old man's plan and devised his own plan to capture Ant-Man along the way. He couldn't get enough of this feeling when he outwitted his mentor. Darren, how can you say that? Hank Pym sighed and looked at his former student. He realized that his plan had failed, but he still wanted to persuade Darren to change his mind. If you sell the equipment to these people, the whole world will be in chaos. Well, I've already sold it for a sky-high price. After this, Cross Technology will completely annex your Pym technology. You're obsolete, Hank. Just as Darren Cross's words left his mouth, several guns were pointed toward Dr. Hank Pym at the same time. How was it, Mr. Wilson? Did the show satisfy you? It's kind of disappointing. It's like a dog and pony soap opera at 8 p.m. Oh, stop bluffing, Mr. Wilson, there's no need to be stubborn. I am now the only person in the world who can operate this most powerful weapon. I don't mind selling the Yellow Jacket suit to you for 3 times the price, of course. Excluding the suit's energy source if you beg. Not only did he raise the price by 3 times, but he also sold the suit and energy source separately. His greed was endless, indeed. The strongest weapon? Are you trying to make me laugh? The Ant-Man Yellow Jacket suit did have many redeeming features, but it was far from the strongest. You're way over your head, Dr. Cross. Being mocked right in the face by an arms dealer at the peak moment of his life simply made Darren Cross lose his patience. It seems that Mr. Wilson is not prepared to cooperate with me. One of Darren Cross's hands was holding the special prototype gun that could turn people directly into a mouthful of protein puddle. The fact that he dared to spill so many secrets in front of this many people today showed that he already had insurance in case things went south. Anyone who refused to cooperate would definitely not be able to walk out the door here today. However, before he could make his next move, he saw Dio laughing and said, "No, I want all that yellow jacket suit." What? Darren Cross was confused for a moment. He didn't know whether he should pull out his gun or not. "I said, I'll take all the yellow jacket suit, and I'll give you 5 times the price." "Are you kidding me? I never joke when it comes to business. I'll take all of them when I say so, like I'll kill anyone's family if I say so." Dio sneered, then suddenly pulled out a gun and aimed it at Hydra and pulled the trigger with a bang. This specially built pistol applied his stance power, Emperor, which allowed him to shoot without having any bullet and manipulate the bullet's direction at will. So even without seeing them, he managed to shoot those Hydra's representatives right between their eyes. There was only one survivor left, but even he was shot in the limbs, lying helplessly on the ground. This sudden turn of events scared everyone. Darren Cross immediately pulled out his shrink gun in shock and aimed it at Dio, and the rest of the security personnel also followed suit. "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? I told you, I want all your stuff, so these competitors deserve to be sent to hell. Besides, I absolutely despise it when someone points a gun at me, and the last guy who did that probably had grass as high as yours in his graveyard by now. This guy. Wilson, you're a madman. Get him." A scarlet glow suddenly emerged from Wanda, who saw Dio has begun his carnage, and the next moment, all security personnel was sent flying into the wall. "You're not Wilson," Darren Cross exclaimed. He was certain that an arms dealer like Wilson wouldn't have someone with a superpower around him. "It's too late." Bang! Dio shot Darren Cross in the wrist before he could pull the trigger, and his gun fell to the ground. "Ah! My hand! Fire! Kill them!" As the sound of gunfire blaring in the room, Dr. Hank Pym and his daughter used this opportunity to hide. Wanda formed a scarlet energy barrier in front of her and Dio, bouncing off every bullet fired their way. The special training that she partook in really paid off. Dio fired a couple of times while standing still. As if having its own consciousness, the bullet went through the energy barrier in front of Dio and pierced the enemy's head one after another. Dio could even make the bullet travel in S-shape if he wanted to. After wasting 2 magazines, the only enemy left in the room was the Hydra's member that Dio purposely spared earlier and the big bald Darren Cross. Of course, Dr. Hank Pym and his daughter were alive and well. Being locked in a transparent cabinet, Ant-Man Scott looked dumbfounded. He began to wonder what was he doing there in the first place. Chapter 446. When Scott was considering to sing and rap a little to liven up the atmosphere, the gunfire suddenly blared again. Bang! Dio shot the suitcase containing the yellow jacket suit. The grim look on Darren Cross's face, who was about to get his hands on it, suddenly turned into panic and despair. He has planned everything meticulously for today's show. However, he failed to predict the 2 intruders' interference. He lost any chance he got the moment those 2 struck. "Did you forget what I said? I said I want all of this stuff, including this thing in the box, of course." Dio walked over, kicked him, and then pointed the gun on Darren's head while stepping on his chest. "Who the hell are you? If you just want the yellow jacket suit, everything is negotiable. What about the price?" Dio gave him a playful look. "The original price. The original price is fine. And the energy sources are all complementary." However, even in the brink of death, all he thought was how to make money. Bang! Ah! My leg! My leg! What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly earlier. What is it about the price again? The manufacturing price, I mean just the manufacturing price. Bang! Oops, my hand slipped. How much is it again? This time Dio aimed the gun directly at Darren's head. Darren Cross, who had both his legs pierced with blood, ceased his negotiation attempt. His life was the most important thing now. "It's free. I won't take a cent from you. You can have it all. Since you don't want any money, I'll just get it myself, thanks." Bang! Suddenly, there was a bloody hole poking between Darren Cross's eyes. He didn't think the man before him would actually kill him. That just proved how clueless he was about the value of the tech in his hand. After finishing off the greedy man in front of him, Dio put away the gun and took out a communication device, and said, "We've taken care of things here, feel free to evacuate the civilians." Natasha and Steve, who were on the receiving end, looked at each other and then evacuated people out of the building. They were used to this as it was their job, unlike Dr. Pym. After leaning down to pick up the suitcase with the yellow jacket suit on the ground, Dio laid his eyes on Dr. Hank Pym, who was hiding with his daughter Hope. Hope, who thought the monster that just killed everyone in the room finally set his eyes on them, immediately pointed his gun at Dio without hesitation. "We are not with these people, let us go, and we will pretend we know nothing about what happened today." Hope didn't shoot because she knew she couldn't kill the two monsters in front of her anyway. She pointed the gun just to bluff her way out. "Remember what I said earlier? I am a person who hates having a gun pointed at me, so it'd do well to put it down before you make a deal with me, Miss Hope." "He's right, put the gun down, Hope. If I'm not mistaken, these two should not be enemies." Dr. Hank Pym pushed her daughter's hand down while was still hesitating. "Oh. What makes you think so? Even with the chaotic gunshot earlier, we're still safe and sound. That can't be a mere coincidence, am I right, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s associates? Or would you prefer Avengers?" Despite all the chaotic mess, Dr. Hank Pym managed to think and process all information thoroughly, which led him to that conclusion. Wanda froze for a moment and then subconsciously glanced at Dio. When Dio saw that Dr. Hank Pym has seen through them, Dio also undid his disguise, returning to his original appearance and said, "Hello, Dr. Hank Pym, we meet again." Dr. Hank Pym could finally breathe a sigh of relief after seeing the person in front of him turned out to be the man he met in Avengers Base who agreed to let him retrieve Scott and the Ant-Man suit. He was, in fact, gambling just now. He had no definitive proof that the two people before him were Avengers. There was always a chance that they let him live on purpose to get their hands on Ant-Man's suit. However, when he witnessed Dio and Wanda's power earlier, he recalled when he denied all of Scott's confession in Avengers Base. Despite denying Scott's testimony, S.H.I.E.L.D. still knew his plan because of Scott's confession. So, he bet on the possibility that S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely dispatch someone to investigate and dealt with it depending on the situation based on his own understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, world chaos was something that neither of them wanted to see. Dr. Hank Pym even speculated that if everything was going well, the two disguised Avengers might not make a move until they completely grasped the situation. Luckily, his speculation was not that far off. At the same time, he also felt so miserable for making such a roundabout plan only to be outwitted by his former student. He regretted not listening to Scott's advice to cooperate with the Avengers, because if he did, things wouldn't get this out of hand. Yes, after knowing the ins and outs of the problem, Scott suggested Dr. Hank Pym ask for Avengers' help. However, Dr. Hank Pym was prideful to ask for Avengers' assistance. Meanwhile, that exact Scott was currently trapped in the cabinet. "Hey, I mean. Since the villain has been defeated, isn't it time to let me out? It doesn't feel good to be locked up here, it reminds me of a monkey in a zoo for a while." After the tense atmosphere subsided, Scott couldn't help but knock on the cabinet glass and helplessly asked for help. "You're a disgrace to wear Ant-Man's suit. You should just stay here and live a lonely life." Humph. Chapter 447. Dio initially thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. would use Ant-Man's technology that Darren Cross had researched to enhance their own strength. However, he understood Nick Fury's way of thinking. After securing the tech, he would immediately use his authority to seal it away with the highest security level along with other relevant files. Dio also agreed with Dr. Hank Pym's thought that Darren Cross tech would lead to another worldwide disaster if carelessly used. Tony's father, Howard Stark, who was also the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., also agreed with Dr. Hank Pym in the past, and that was why the S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have Hank Pym tech now. In other words, if Nick Fury really wanted Ant-Man's technology to arm S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he would have got his hands on them long ago. Dr. Hank Pym himself trusted S.H.I.E.L.D. deep down, hence let them took away the technology. However, because of his pride, he ended up taking such a roundabout way. Besides, the tech that Darren Cross developed was still imperfect. There were so many unknown things involving quantum science research, and Dr. Hank Pym was the most suitable man for the job. Moreover, with Dr. Hank Pym promising not to make the Ant-Man tech public, the S.H.I.E.L.D. filed Scott Lang and his daughter, Hope Van Dyne, as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. as to not cause trouble for any of them in the future. Yes, in addition to Scott Lang becoming the second Ant-Man, Hope also became the second Wasp in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s record thanks to her eccentric father, who has prepared the latest model of the Ant-Man suit that her mother couldn't wear back then. However, Scott was kept in the dark about this, so he was so surprised when she found Hope became the Wasp appearing before him. Scott, why you can fly, yet I can't. How am I supposed to know? Ask my dad. That's not fair. I want to upgrade my Ant-Man suit too. What's not fair? Then you should ask my father. I'll find him and demand an upgrade. Don't regret it later, Hope. Hope, what do I have to regret after? Well. 2 days later, Scott shouted and called Hank Pym as his father, bewildering Hank Pym on the spot. I thought that you were going to ask Ant-Man join the Avengers as well. During the break, Dio took a bottle of Coke and threw one at Steve, who had just finished working out. Thanks, but you know, I never drink this stuff, it would waste all the exercise I just did. Oh, come on. Don't tell me that a bottle of Coke can beat a super soldier serum's effect. Isn't it a drink that makes those obese geeks happy? It is all sugar, isn't it? Well, you are right, it doesn't really matter for me to drink it every now and then. I especially chill it myself. A cold bottle of Coke surely is more refreshing. If the people on JoJo universe knew that Dio used White Album's power to chill a bottle of Coke, everyone on that universe would surely give Dio a beating. Since the day I talked to you, I have thought a lot of things. Perhaps you are right, it might not be a good thing to join the Avenger during this period. Every time the Earth was in danger, our carelessness might endanger someone or a group of people. People will not see the big picture, and thus the only thing that awaits us is not a bouquet of flowers and applause, but questions and demands to take responsibility. Ultron saw the Avengers as the greatest threat to Earth from the very moment that he was born. Perhaps it is not a faulty program at all. If you really thought about it, maybe Ultron was right. No matter what we do now, many nations would scorn us to fulfill their ambition. They would try to control us to make sure that they would be on top of the pyramid, or at the very least, they didn't have to fear the possibility that somehow, we will become the rulers of the world. Dio quietly listened to Steve's line of thought. He could feel that every word that Steve was saying was coming from his heart. So, because of this, I will not build up the Avengers' strength any further, until it becomes a necessity once again. Are you afraid that further reinforcing the Avengers' strength would poke the sensitive nerves on the country's leader's head? Dio asked to affirm his own speculation. Sort of, I don't want to see the day as you already said previously to happen. If maintaining the status quo is all it takes for the world to allow Avenger to exist, then I would make sure that everything stays the way it is. I don't want to involve any innocent people. Scott has his ex-wife and daughter to think about. Captain, do you know what your biggest flaw is right now? Dio said seriously. What is it? You're too naive. Not everyone puts themselves in someone else's shoes, and not everyone can positively await the future. People tend to look at the moment and try to live by it. Did you think that if you take the initiative to back off, something that you tried to prevent won't happen at all? No. It's actually the opposite. If you somehow become meek and passive, they would saw it as an opportunity to press you further. As for what the world will be like without the Avengers, do you really think that any country would care? The only people that would regret it when the Avenger is gone is the civilian who was blinded by their politician's word. Only after they lose something that they didn't deserve would they begin to regret it. History has taught us that humans tend to make the same mistake over and over again. Humans would never learn from the past mistake. Dio looked at Steve with a meaningful look. The Avengers were founded with the right intention, but how would countries tolerate the emergence of such an ungoverned superorganization that was clearly more powerful than them? They would try to take a bite at something that they didn't deserve. The people may worship the Avenger as superheroes now, but what happened when the government starts to deem the heroes as the villains? The people would immediately turn and treat us like trash. Then, why do we need the government at all? Did we have to disband them? Steve looked thoughtful as various ideas swarmed his head, while Dio laughed and left. Chapter 448. A few days later, when Dio supervised Wanda and other training, Tony, who has been fishing for the last 3 days and 2 nights, finally got back. Yo, if it isn't our genius scientist Stark, what business do you have with us peasants today? Dio said as he saw Tony. Tony shamelessly said, you finally admit that you admire me after this long. Good, I am here today to talk with you. After all, so many people live here, and this is technically my place, so I have to check it from time to time. After hearing Tony's words, Dio rolled his eyes as he didn't want to continue to exchange this useless banter with Tony. He knew Tony wasn't wrong. That place was indeed Tony's place, after all. Okay, I thank you on behalf of all of them. Maybe we should schedule a meeting to specifically praise you. That's alright, you don't have to make it that grand, but maybe we can invite a few reporters over. Maybe that is a good idea. The public could use some of your shamelessness. Oh, the feeling is mutual. Looking at the shameless bastard in front of him, Dio was convinced about several things. But then again, he was too tired to exchange banter with Tony. Now, it is time to continue training the rookies, so, if you don't have anything else to say, I must go. No, have a look at this first. Dio rolled his eyes but took the tablet that Tony handed over to him anyway and clicked the video on it. It could be seen that someone took the video with a cell phone. The picture was not particularly clear and shaky, and there was a lot of noise and shouting. However, the next moment, Dio suddenly froze. He saw a video of a guy in a cheap spider-like suit catching up with a bicyclist in front of him, and then beat another person with 3 blows, then held up the bike that no one wanted and kept asking around who it belonged to. Soon this video ended, and the next video began to play. Again, this little guy in a cheap-looking suit doing the righteous amusing stuff in the city. Among them were videos of him helping people catch thieves, catching car thieves, and so many more. Of course, there were also embarrassing moments of him making a couple of mistakes because of various misunderstandings. However, through the video's perspective, it could be seen that this person was trying to become a superhero that does good things. This interesting little guy is a street hero who was seen recently in New York. He usually helps his neighbors fighting off some thieves and burglars. But he also made a lot of trouble for this exact reason too. However, I believe you should be able to see that he is clearly a person with enhanced special abilities. Although Dio didn't know what Tony was trying to say, he could recognize the famous Spider-Man at a glance. If it were not for Spider-Man's big sales, Marvel would have already folded a long time ago. But, Spider-Man wasn't the only superhero that helped Marvel. In fact, Iron Man's movie that kickstarted the whole Avenger plan was also the reason why Marvel could thrive as the bestseller comic book now. Well, that was partly because no company wanted to buy a second-tier hero like the Iron Man. If Dio could tell Tony about all this and Tony understood what Dio was saying, Dio believed that Tony would scorn Stan Lee for all his life. What do you want to do? What do I want? Don't you think this little guy has a lot of potentials? I feel the need to help him. Look at these stupid things he did. He mistook a car owner who forgot his car keys as a car thief and kept apologizing afterward, which amused me to death. Tony looked unbelievably happy as he showed Dio the clips once again while laughing hard afterward. You want to recruit him into the Avengers? No, not that far. But I do want him to go on the right path, but honestly, Avenger is too big for him, he is just a kid. So this was the reason why Tony was interested in the little spider. But what potential? Dio believed that Tony only wanted to tease the poor Peter Parker to no end. Dio was dumbfounded. He never understood the reason behind the little spider's appearance at the Civil War movie, but now he realized that Tony had long been interested in him. But the thing that Dio was concerned about was that the Spider-Man took a liking to Tony right away and took him as a life mentor. It was just pitiful to see that the Spider-Man was willing to follow every little thing that Tony ordered him to do. However, with that feeling aside, Dio was also interested in the current Spider-Man. If he remembered correctly, the little spider in this world just got into high school. Therefore, he also made up an internship in Stark Industries to cover for his time being the Spider-Man. That was also the reason why Spider-Man got into a mess with Thanos. Who knew how many Spider-Man's fangirls cried on that movie? Tell me one thing before you decide anything, Tony. What are you trying to accomplish by teasing this little guy? You got me. So, what do you think about Iron Man suddenly falling from the sky when this little guy was chasing after a petty thief? Do you think he would ask for my autograph? Pfft. Dio was just about to say something bitter and overly salty to change Tony's mind, but hearing Tony's word, Dio couldn't help but laugh. What? Is my thought too shallow? No, I think it's good, just do it. When that little guy makes a move, you suddenly jump out from a dark alley and scare him, and I'll help record everything from the shadows for you. Dio, you really are my best friend. Let this boring day go to hell. Dio subconsciously shivered as he felt goosebumps. So, Dio hurriedly changed the subject. Since you have collected so much information about that little guy, you already knew his real identity, right? Of course, with my skills, it's a breeze to investigate this kid. I even have the data about several people he was close to, that includes his aunt. As his only living relatives and a few of his friends at school and also the girl he has a crush on. Tony said pridefully. Dio couldn't help but felt a little bad for Peter Parker. He hoped that the young Peter Parker's heart could take being entangled with such a mess called Tony Stark. Then we can also do it like this. Dio directly asked for Tony to come up with several plans to surprise the little spider to get him off his case. After hearing Dio's encouragement, Tony's eyes suddenly glittered in excitement and immediately went off somewhere. Apparently, Tony was excited to execute the surprise himself. Chapter 449. On Saturday afternoon, as usual, Peter Parker was wearing loose, cheap, and even hand-sewn spider suit as he leapt from one building to another in Queens, New York, catching a small-time criminal. His best record since his debut was catching a gang of robbers who used their bike to snatch a lady's bag. "Hey, kid. It's you again. How's it going? Any luck today?" Just as Spider-Man was hanging at the top of a store, his eyes darted around trying to spot some situation that screamed crime. A fast food truck selling tacos happened to be parked below. Apparently, this wasn't the first time the greasy middle-aged guy selling tacos had seen this little spider scurrying around the city. The guy was surprised at the beginning, but nowadays, it was something that he saw constantly. Then again, with the alien invasion plus the Avengers news all over the media, he no longer fazed when he saw something strange like the kid on the spider costume. "Hello, sir. Well, I catch several thieves today and helped a little kid got his balloon back from a tree. Believe in yourself. As long as you can persevere, sooner or later, you will also become a superhero like the Avengers." "Really? Can I also become a superhero like the Avengers?" "You know what? I especially admire them. I also dreamed of joining the Avengers team one day and had my own fair share of saving the world." Like an open bottle, Peter Parker suddenly got excited and raved his thought about the Avenger that he so adored to the middle-aged guy who sold tacos. The middle-aged man just smiled and handed over several burritos to Peter for his lunch. "Here, eat it, I believe that one day you will achieve your dream." Peter Parker looked at the tempting burritos in front of him, quietly swallowed his drool. He has been tossing outside for half day without even a sip of water, so he was hungry right now. All the money he had on him from this morning was used to buy another balloon for the crying little kid earlier, and now, he couldn't buy himself any food. "I'm sorry, I came out in a hurry today, so I didn't bring any money." "Eat up, even if you are strong, you can't fight crime with an empty stomach. Eat up, so you have the strength to protect people like me, am I right?" Peter Parker was moved by the middle-aged man's word, and so, he took the burrito and said his gratitude several times. "Thank you, sir, although you are fat and greasy, you are a good man. Good people will be rewarded. Do you want me to give you an autograph? Maybe later, when I become famous, this autograph can also be sold at a good price. And that way I can repay your kindness." Peter Parker was motivated to protect people today, and so, with a serious expression, he offered the middle-aged man his autograph. But the middle-aged man was silent as he found Peter's word was slightly offensive. But then again, he already knew the little spider had a loose mouth, so he thought nothing of it. "By the way, 2 days ago, I heard a punk who bought my tacos said that there are some shady people gathering on an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Maybe you want to go and see it for yourself." "Where is it?" "Finally, the time has come to show what I'm capable of." The middle-aged man hurriedly gave the little spider directions. He even helped the little spider navigate on his phone out of fear that he wouldn't be able to find it. "Thank you for the burritos, and thank you for the information. I will definitely come back to tell you the good news after I end those bad guys. Goodbye." Peter quickly swings to the nearby building as he left the middle-aged man. He rushed to the place that the middle-aged man said as he wanted to confirm the information. The middle-aged tacos guy finally sighed in relief after seeing the little spider finally left. He then finally took off his disguise and stomped the skin mask that he used from earlier. "That bastard Tony actually ordered me to do something like this. He really pissed me off this time." "Happy, how's it going? Is it done?" "Of course, it was an easy task. The kid is on his way towards the factory." It turns out, the middle-aged taco guy was none other than Happy. He was Tony Stark's personal handler, and now, he was ordered around by Tony to do some annoying task. But Happy was really annoyed that the little spider called him fat and greasy. Happy was the thinnest, handsome type of man in the fat world. He was convinced that the little spider was blind and deserved to suffer. "Oh, I almost forgot, there is this." Just as Happy was about to get in the car and left, he recalled that he left something behind. He then hurried back inside the fast food truck to take out a small white bottle. "How come there's only this much left?" "Forget it. People have to eat to live, right?" Happy shook the bottle and found that there was very little white powder left in it. He barely recalled that he had shaken his hand in subconscious anger when he was refilling it due to the mouth-breathing attack of the little spider. However, he immediately put this matter behind him. Anyway, Tony was watching over there, so nothing could happen. Now that he had carried out his task, it was time to go to relax. Indeed, selling tacos was not a job suitable for elite talents like Happy. Chapter 450. Where's the money? You didn't bring what I want. Wow. Dozens of guns were pulled out and pointed at each other at the same time. Crazy, I know that you aren't right in the head, but unfortunately, I already know your plan. It doesn't matter. I have always wanted to settle it out with you. Me? Are you ready to die? Let's duke it out, bitch. You are outnumbered. The two big men kept cursing at each other, and no one dared to stop them. Suddenly, Spider Silk came in the middle while a kid was hanging upside down from it. Do not move. You are surrounded. Both sides were surprised as they didn't know where this idiot came from. They were certain that this boy wasn't with them at all. Spider-Man, who was posing heroically earlier, was embarrassed as no one really bothered saying anything. But then again, he himself began to wonder how could the superheroes in the movie pose so calmly while it was extremely embarrassing. Hey, you guys are cocaine dealers, right? You must have it here with you guys. I need those for evidence later. He then shot his web towards the suitcase on the side and then immediately swung to the roof once more. He already learned his lesson in the past, and now, he understood that he needed to know what he was dealing with first before he could take down anyone. That guy is crazy, kill him. However, the enemy obviously wouldn't let Spider-Man do what he wanted. They began shooting Spider-Man to get back their suitcase and escape this place. The bullet flew everywhere, and both sides stopped fighting each other as they found a new target that they need to take down. Despite his lack of equipment, Spider-Man was a model example of overpowered mutation. He easily slipped through every bullet while violently opened the suitcase and found out that one of them was full of money while the other suitcase was full of white powder like laundry detergent. Peter immediately knew that he hit the jackpot. The middle-aged taco guy was right. This place was really being used by a drug dealer. Peter began to think that it wouldn't hurt to buy tacos from that kind of middle-aged man using the money in the suitcase to support his business. But he started to realize that the drug dealer's money was illegal. Feeling regret and pity for himself, Peter immediately stuck the suitcases on the high wall. Although he was a very poor guy who had less than $10 as his allowance a day, he was determined to become a superhero like the Avengers, hence wouldn't do anything illegal. Spider-Man was surely naive as he was young and didn't really understand how cruel this world could be. What do you think? It is too soon. Obviously, he is strong. But he is too naive and innocent. Dio and Tony were high in the sky above the factory, observing Peter from afar. While the good guy selling tacos was happy in disguise, what happened here was a real gang war. Even the undergoing transaction that happened earlier was real. How Tony managed to get his hands on the information about the transaction itself was unknown, as it probably had something to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony and Dio kept observing Peter's personality, strength, and some other things that they deemed necessary for superheroes. But now, as it came to an end, there came Tony's supposedly spectacular entry. He is a 14-year-old child, and he probably never experienced anything traumatic before, but at the very least, he can control his power to perfection. I have a good expectation about the kid. Tony said honestly as he prepared to go off, surprising the little spider. But you cannot deny that both his strengths and weaknesses are equal. Giving mercy to any villain is not a good thing to do. You must not leave any points that may lead to bigger trouble in the future. After all, there is no telling what happened in the future. Dio said solemnly. Dio might not be a pessimistic guy, but surely, Spider-Man's greatest weakness was still the same, be it on the comic books or in this world. In that case, Dio was hoping that the little spider could keep his innocent heart a little bit longer, but also hoped that the little spider could stop being so naive. Giving mercy to any villain was not an act of kindness, but a sheer stupidity. Tony thought of Dio's word for a moment. He didn't argue with Dio, but he knew that the little spider could do so much better if he was guided properly. I admit that you have a good point, but neither of us can see the future. At least, he is a great addition right now, isn't he? Tony said with a smile on his face. Dio was stunned by Tony's words as he realized that Tony was looking at the little spider exactly like how a father would look at their son. The gaze that Tony showed was a little bit unexpected for Dio. Was it because how Peter Parker resembled Tony? But Dio could see the theory that Tony regarded Peter as his own son. Tony, you have changed. Strange, isn't it? If I say my biggest wish now is to marry Pepper and have a football team of my own children, that I don't mind giving up everything I have now for that to happen, will you believe what I said? Tony asked with a solemn look on his face. Dio took a deep breath and nodded. Just kidding. Man, who do you think I am? The great Tony Stark, bound by marriage and have a whole bunch of little shit around? But deep down, Tony knew that all he said was the truth, but he couldn't retire as Iron Man now that the Earth might face so many more crises in the future. The nightmare that Wanda showed him was driving him crazy. He knew that it was a revelation of the future and driven by that dream. He was determined to make sure that it would never happen. While Tony was laughing, Dio kept his mouth shut as he knew everything that Tony just said came from his heart. Tony really wanted to retire. Chapter 451. While dodging the shooter, Peter Parker felt his stomach cramped. He began to wonder whether he ate something bad today, but he couldn't think of anything. He started to think that it may be a glass of milk that he drank this morning might, but then again, he didn't think anything was off from that. Could it be the burritos that he ate earlier was unhygienic? He probably should ask the kind middle-aged guy later. Hey! Can we call a truce for today? My stomach hurts. Maybe I ate something bad earlier. Is there any bathroom nearby? The shooter was confused by the strange guy's request as they didn't understand anything that the guy has said. They began to think the little spider was just messing around with them, hence became even more furious than before. Finish him off. We can leave the suitcase here, but this guy has to die. The drug dealer's boss was furious. He fired his gun fiercely, but the little spider dodged all of them. I am Spider-Man. I can't deal with you guys right now. I need to find a bathroom. The little spider wanted to cry as he tried to hold on his bowel from making a mess. He should know not to trust free food like that. It could have already expired for all he knew. Right when he was torn to choose between escaping this place to find a nearby toilet or to capture this drug dealer, an explosion was heard. The little spider could not help but poke his head out to quietly survey the situation, and then suddenly widened his eyes. It's Mr. Tony Stark, the Iron Man. He immediately saw the bad guy that he struggled with because of his current predicament was easily taken care of by the Iron Man's firepower. Due to the absolute defense that the Iron Man suit provided, Tony didn't need to dodge the barrage of bullets that the enemy fired. It didn't take a minute for Iron Man to finish the fight. That one over there. Put down your weapon and come out. Seeing that he already dealt with the drug dealer, Tony then started acting to surprise the little spider. I don't have a weapon. I mean, I'm not with them. The little spider forgot about his foreboding problem for a while as he saw his model superhero. He stepped out from his hiding spot and raised his hands, so the Iron Man didn't mistook him as one of the drug dealer. I know you. You are that spider boy who recently fought crime in Queens, New York, right? Tony's words almost made Peter faint from excitement. You know me. I mean, I never thought a big shot like you would pay attention to a nobody like me. A good deed would always be noticed, even if I am busy. That doesn't mean I didn't have the time to hear the news, Tony said as he followed his pre-memorized speech. He then walked out of his iron armor to meet Peter face to face, but suddenly he struggled with holding back his laughter. Pfft. Sorry. Mr. Stark. I have to go find a convenience first. Can you please wait for me here for a while? Just for a moment, I swear I will be quick. Peter was starting to accidentally leak gas. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Peter immediately swung out of the factory in search of a convenience store. He kept swinging as fast as he could as he didn't want to miss the opportunity to meet with his idol. Tony nodded his head while maintaining a straight face and immediately returned to his armor for filtered fresh air. Ha ha ha. I just recorded that scene. It was perfect. Dio said from the communication device as his laughter was barely contained. That scene just now was really too comical. But for Tony, the scene may be hilarious, but he failed his plan to surprise the young hero. He immediately contacted Happy for confirmation. Happy. What drug did you use for the spider boy just now? I used laxative on him. Didn't you instruct me to make that little spider unable to exert his strength before you made your shocking entrance? It was exactly as you requested. A little? Well, it might be a small bottle, it was my mistake. My hand shook when I poured it on. Damn you, Happy. After hanging up the call in anger, Tony felt like he was going to die of anger. No wonder the spider boy's fart was so powerful just now. Anyone who ate that many laxatives should be kneeling on the toilet right now. If it were not for the mutation in the little spider's body, Tony knew that he had to send the spider boy to the hospital right now. While staying in the Quinjet eating ice cream, Dio, who was watching the drama, laughed with tears coming out of his eyes. Happy, you were a fucking genius. After a while, Tony, who was waiting for the spider boy to come back, began to doubt this little prank he used on the little spider now. At the same time, Peter was having the worst time in his life. He promised himself to never use jumpsuit again in his life. Mr. Stark, you actually stay and wait for me. I am your biggest fan. Can I have your autograph? The first words of the little spider back nearly surprised Tony to death. Tony didn't know whether he had to walk out of his suit or not, but then again the fart earlier was the worst thing he ever smelled. An autograph? Of course, no problem. Great. I left my bag somewhere. Mr. Stark, did you bring any pen and paper? The little spider looked at Tony awkwardly. Tony sighed and reminded himself that the little spider was still a kid. That is unfortunate, I didn't have that on me. Well, next time you see me, I can give you an autograph. Thanks, Mr. Stark, you're really a nice guy. You're welcome. So, can I ask you a question? Sure, it would be my pleasure. Can I ask you where did you, doing your business just now? It's rather urgent, and I didn't find any convenience store in the vicinity, so I have to deal with it in the bushes on an abandoned park, Peter said shyly. And how did you? Tony asked while stretching out a hand and rubbing it on his ass. Oops, I suddenly remembered that there is a group of bad guys waiting for me to deal with. I have to go now, Mr. Stark. It's really nice to see you today, Peter said while quickly getting away from Tony. Chapter 452. Because of the unforeseen event, Tony's appearance in front of the little spider turned out to be a farce. Fortunately, the whole thing was recorded by Dio, and he even copied the video to the USB that he carried around so that Tony couldn't destroy the evidence later. Therefore, for the next few days, Dio had this elusive smile on his face and occasionally laughed out loud alone. On the contrary, Tony, who usually had a poisonous tongue, became somewhat silent recently. Every time Dio laughed, he frowned and said nothing at all. Dio even considered telling the rest of the Avenger about Tony's embarrassing encounter, as something that funny was better the more people knew about it. At the same time, Steve and Natasha, who had disappeared for several days, came back. Are you guys back from your honeymoon? Yes, but unfortunately, the honey badger runs away. Steve and Natasha slumped down on the sofa as soon as they returned. Apparently, their mission didn't go very well. I guess we drew too much attention that Hydra took several precautions, Dio said indifferently. In the last Ant-Man incident, he left one Hydra agent alive as S.H.I.E.L.D. told him that they wanted to use the Hydra agent as bait to track the Hydra's base. While Baron Strucker had been killed and the biggest Hydra base in Sokovia was also blown into smithereens by Dio's cannon. It didn't mean that Hydra was gone for good. Like its namesake, the Hydra would grow his head again as long as it still had a body. The S.H.I.E.L.D. got wind that the Hydra wanted to buy the Yellow Jacket tech, and thus Dio infiltrated the PIM Industries. Steve and Natasha were tasked to clean after the Hydra base that the agent that Dio left alive was returning to. But as soon as they got there, the Hydra already emptied the place. I always feel that these little rats hiding in the sewers are still secretly conspiring to do something, Steve frowned. Everyone nodded as they knew that it wasn't Hydra if they didn't cause trouble. Because of that, nobody took it seriously, at least not until a month later. Hey guys, after training for so long, it's time to test it out in a real mission. A heavily armed Steve and Natasha walked right in. The new Avenger members, who were still sparring when Steve and Natasha walked in, looked at them confusedly. A few minutes later. We have finally identified the Hydra's target this time. Now, we have to stop them before they carry out their plan. Do you need my help? Dio asked casually while eating an apple. Don't you have faith in all of us? Dio thought about it, and sure, Wanda and the others have trained for quite a while. Both their individual awareness and team awareness have grown to a considerable level. Even Sam and Rhodey, who couldn't do anything without their equipment, got an upgrade from Tony. So, it really was the time to test it out on the field. Good, it looks like I can take a few days off alone. Not that fast. You're still coming with us. If anything bad happens, we will leave it to you. And why would I agree to that? Why not? Don't you want to see their fruit of training yourself after training them for such a long time? Dio frowned as Natasha's words were true. He sighed and followed them for their little public outing. Lagos, the old capital of Nigeria. Captain, you didn't say beforehand that the location of this mission was in Africa. Dio, who was sitting in an open-air cafe on the street, barely sipped his coffee. He was in constant lookout for any Wakandan, as it would be bothersome if they ever noticed his presence here. Well then, now you know. Steve, who was hiding in an apartment complex, casually replied while observing their surroundings for any suspicious activity. Pfft. Natasha, who disguised herself as a tourist, couldn't help but laugh at Dio's annoyance and Steve's lack of enthusiasm. Dio sighed and kept stirring his coffee in boredom. Not long after that, Wanda sat in front of Dio while bringing a cup of milk. She was Dio's partner this time, and they both disguised themselves as a couple. After spending so much time together, Wanda knew that Dio hated coffee, and therefore she took Dio's coffee cup and gave Dio her milk instead. Thanks, it's a good thing you're here. Dio picked up the cup of milk and took a sip. Can you two please be more professional? It would be wiser to save your lovey-dovey back on the base, no? Sam, see that garbage truck? Follow it. Copy that. Sam's updated equipment also added a drone that looked like a bird that he could control from afar. The drone followed the truck that drove a little bit too fast in a narrow street. Redwing, do an X-ray on that truck. Sam ordered the drone. Thanks to the drone's X-ray ability, Sam could see everything inside the truck. It is a little bit odd. The truck has reached its maximum capacity, and the driver is also heavily armed. It's a ramming car. Natasha immediately shouted as he heard Sam's report. The rest was surprised and immediately took off from their spot. No good, the enemy's target is not the police station. We have to go now. Steve said solemnly. But it was all too late. The truck has reached the Infectious Disease Institute and crashed it against the building's security measure. In addition, 2 other vehicles quickly drove towards the truck, and 10 heavily armed mercenaries started shooting the building's security guard. The mercenaries quickly busted inside the building, while Steve and the others barely just arrived. Steve and Natasha quickly took down several mercenaries that waited outside while Sam and Rhodey provided support from the air. Wanda, just like in training. Steve said as he pointed his finger to the 3rd floor. Wanda quickly used her ability and threw Steve to the 3rd floor while Natasha and Pietro used the building's front door. Everyone was busy doing their own stuff, while Dio sat alone outside with his unfinished cup of milk. This mission could be said to be an actual combat exercise, except for Tony, who chose not to come, Vision, and Mantis who were not suitable for this kind of mission. Dio's main task this time was just to keep an eye on everyone and keep the mistake to a bare minimum. So far, he liked his task. Chapter 453. After seeing Wanda's decent control of her own power, Dio immediately took out a small book and began to write on it while finishing his milk. Wanda's versatile abilities were perfect for this mission. On the other hand, Pietro only runs around blindly. He wasted his own energy, and he also didn't have any team awareness. I will increase his daily training once we get back. Rhodey, the living drone. Sam, a little bit too salty about every little trivial stuff. Natasha has a great figure as always, her clothes are of great material, but it's too tight. Clearly used for the use of her charm. As for Steve, how did he lose his shield for the 2nd time today? Just as Dio was sullenly writing, he noticed that a few mercenaries were preparing to use the ropes on the side of the building to escape. At the same time, Steve's voice was immediately heard on the communicator. They stole the bioweapon, stop them. Well, they have to be fast. The mercenaries were getting away. Seeing that the mercenaries were about to escape using their armored car, Dio calculated the distance and immediately used Killer Queen to blow the armored car up into the sky. Several mercenaries were caught up in the explosion and died. Dio didn't really do anything. After all, he wasn't keen on doing this mission. He knew what would happen in this mission, so he was determined to stay out of the aftermath. But nevertheless, Dio felt somehow responsible not to let any of these mercenaries escape with biochemical weapons. If the biochemical weapon weren't set off by the explosion, he wouldn't calculate the distance between the mercenary who held the biochemical weapon and him and just blew them all up when the mercenaries were inside the armored car. But he was impressed by the Killer Queen's power. It was an automatic long-range type that could turn anything that the user has touched into a bomb. The bomb itself was controllable and could be moved to a certain distance. Killer Queen had another power to make a certain bomb that tracked the target's heat source and would immediately explode once the target was in the range of the explosion. This bomb would almost be impossible to destroy. The ability's name was Sheer Heart Attack. Destructive Power, A. Speed, C. Range, A. Sustain, A. Precision, E. Growth, A. The art of evaluation was an explosion. Even after their escape means was destroyed, the mercenaries still didn't give up. Instead, they frantically attacked Sam and the others who came after them. However, before the powerful Avengers, their resistance seemed so meaningless. Don't come near me. I will drop it here, don't you think I was bluffing? He saw his companions were being taken care of pretty easily, so he had to do something to get the upper hand from the Avenger. Steve, who could not take such a risk, immediately raised his hand as a sign that he wouldn't attack, stopping the rest of the Avenger from attacking too. There is no need to endanger everyone here, just give me the tube, and I will let you leave safely. Steve negotiated with a deep, powerful voice. No. There is no way in hell I would believe anything that comes out of your mouth. Then, you should also know that you wouldn't be able to escape from this place. Steve said while tapping his communicator twice as a signal for Pietro, who was hiding in the shadows, to make his move. Since I won't be able to escape this place, might as well drag everyone down with me. The mercenary said as a crazed look was clear in his eyes. But unfortunately for him, a silver silhouette swished past him and snatched the bioweapon away from his hand. It was obvious that we wouldn't let you have that chance. Quicksilver said smugly as he returned the bioweapon to Steve. Well done. Steve said appreciatively. However, Steve was a little surprised to see that the mercenaries didn't seem to be shaken at all. This is not good. He was stalling. Hurry and find anything that seems potentially threatening around here. Everyone except for Steve, Natasha, and Wanda immediately searched for anything that could provide a way of escape for the mercenaries. What is your real goal? Chaos, war, and death. That's our goal, Steve Rogers. I can feel it, you're scared. The mercenary said with a satisfied expression. Seeing the man in front of him showed no fear of dying at all, Steve was convinced that the man was a member of HYDRA. Damn you. Steve felt his heart beating faster as if something bad was about to happen, so he punched the mercenary hard on his face, hoping that would make the mercenary spill his plan somehow. Oh, it's already too late. I'll be waiting for you in hell. After saying that, the mercenary bit something in his mouth and immediately spitted out blood and died. A loud boom immediately followed, and a violent fire engulfed downtown. Like a chain reaction, another explosion was heard one after another. It's the embassies. This group of lunatics has bombed the embassies. Who would have thought that the Hydra's target this time was so twisted that Avengers completely failed to notice it? All along, Hydra has targeted the embassies, but none of the Avengers really noticed anything. No, Hydra has targeted everything, and thus, they had a solid plan for their cause to create chaos. Steve immediately realized that another pressure from the public would be directed on the Avenger this time. Everyone, find the bomb that might not explode just yet. Rescue everyone that was affected by the bomb's impact just now. He knew that the government would find an excuse to mess with the Avenger again, and this time, they might succeed. But nonetheless, it wasn't something that he had to worry about now. As long as he could save another innocent life from this terrorist attack, it would prove to himself that he already did his best. Chapter 454. Look, it's Captain America. We're saved. Thank God. Save my child, my child. Why did the Avengers show up here? Could those explosions be related to them? When Steve and others showed up in the center of the crowded city, some people saw them as saviors while others looked at them coldly and saw them as the demons who brought upon the disaster. Some people did think that the bombing happened because the Avenger was there. Steve ignored the sarcastic words from several civilians and did all he could to save people that were trapped inside the ruins of the buildings. Although he knew that several people didn't see him pleasantly, he was still doing his best to save them. At the same time, even Dio decided to do something and used his 2 ice-type stands to put out the fire. Only after the police and the fire department arrived that the pressure on the Avenger was relieved. However, Wanda noticed a small duffel bag placed on the market. It was a suspicious-looking bag since no one was claiming it. Wanda thought fast and immediately used her power to take out the content of the bag. Bomb. Everyone, stand back. She knew that the bomb would kill so many people if left alone, but she didn't know where else to throw it as the place was in chaos. But her quick thinking proved not quick enough. As Wanda threw the bomb into the sky, her power was unstable and the bomb exploded brightly several meters above the ground. The bomb shattered all glasses and burned several floors in the building next to the market. Wanda could faintly hear the screams and wails from the people inside the building. There are some people who didn't manage to evacuate in time in that building. Natasha shouted desperately. Wanda froze for a moment, somewhat at a loss for words. Regret, disbelief, self-blame, and countless chaos of emotions suddenly overwhelmed her. However, a strong arm wrapped around her in time. Hey, listen. It wasn't your fault, you know. You saved everyone here. Dio also searched for this specific bomb, but he too was too late as the bomb already exploded by the time he arrived here. Looking at Dio's serious and earnest face, Wanda found her courage once more. Someone inside needs rescue, let's do it quickly. Dio said as he immediately rushed in with Wanda. With them on the case, they successfully led everyone to safety and rescued all the survivors. Yet, some people still died in the first wave of explosions, which was hard to bear but irreparable. It may be hard to say that saving more people's lives at the expense of fewer people's lives was the right thing to do, as there would always be someone to argue about it. But in panic and chaos like this, it was surely the best thing to do. If she let the bomb exploded, hundreds of people would be dead. At the same time as the terrorist attack, Tony was holding his new expo at M. It was a technology that could force someone's brain to get through a certain traumatic event in their lives. It was a very costly medical treatment method that already took $610 million from Tony. Obviously, no one in their right mind would sponsor such an experiment, but money has never been a problem for Tony. Thus he developed it himself from start to finish, but of course, he intended to use it for himself first. However, when he actually used it, he didn't choose to remove the traumatic memory from his mind as it was the only profound memory that he had of his parent. From now on, all students will have equal access to the September Foundation that Stark Industries has just started, and all of your research projects have been approved and funded. No strings attached. No taxes to pay. Feel free to change the future. Woohoo! I love you, Tony. At this point, Tony got a text and immediately let Pepper took over the expo. But still, Tony was distracted since he officially broke up with Pepper a few days ago. To win back Pepper's heart, he had to destroy all of his Iron Man suits, but seeing the Earth was full of new crises, he couldn't do it. He knew deep down that Earth was far from peace, and the scene on his dreams kept playing in his head, mocking him as if it would definitely come true in the future. He could not retire yet. So when Pepper asked him again that day about whether he would do what she asked him to do, Tony couldn't say anything. Pepper took the silence as the answer that Tony still couldn't get rid of the Iron Man suit, and thus she moved out of Tony's villa and stayed at her apartment once again. She also tried to resign from the CEO position as her way to say goodbye to Tony, but she couldn't do it as she knew that Tony didn't have the slightest care about the company. But one thing for sure was that Pepper was finally fed up with Tony's attitude. So, today, Tony stood and walked alone. He also didn't tell anyone about this news. After he finished talking at the expo, Tony quietly took the elevator out of the building, but a black woman stopped him from doing so. "You did a good job for those young people," the black woman suddenly spoke. "That is one thing that I should have done years ago. It makes my conscience felt better," Tony said disinterestedly. It was clear that something was bothering Tony. They say generosity is often associated with guilt, but as long as there's money, it doesn't matter if you make a little mistake, right? Tony's mood instantly changed for the worse. "What do you mean?" "His name is Charlie Spencer. He is my son, and you are the one who got him killed in Sokovia. Of course, that means nothing to you. Do you think that you are fighting for us? You are just fighting for yourself. You are just a selfish, self-entitled bastard," the black woman said as she slapped Tony with several pictures of her son. Chapter 455. Is there anyone who can avenge my son, Mr. Stark? Can you avenge yourself? It's your fault he's dead. Do you think money can set things right? You have committed sins that you can't atone no matter what you do. Ha! Tony jolted awake as the black woman's words kept echoing in his head. Each word was like a sharp blade that constantly stabbed his heart, keeping him awake every night. When he closed his eyes to sleep, the victims from Sokovia and all other incidents throughout his Iron Man career were staring at him with a dead eye. He placed the picture of the black woman's son inside his cabinet as a reminder of his mistake and his inability to save everyone. Tony always thought that his Iron Man armor was the best weapon on Earth, but then again, he was proven wrong countless times. Because of that, he started to doubt himself, doubted his own goal that kept him moving from the time he was imprisoned inside that cave. At this very moment, Tony had never been so confused in his entire life. In the early morning, inside the Avenger base. A week had passed since the terrorist attack in Lagos, Nigeria. However, the media still bombarded the news on TV about the incident. The most eye-catching title of the news was, "The Avenger brought a terrorist attack to a crowded downtown." And thus, the public went rampant on so many negative speculations about the Avenger as a whole. During the Avenger's confrontation with a group of mercenaries, which resulted in thousands of casualties, 11 of the innocent civilians who died were Wakandans. When the explosion occurred, these Wakandans were holding a meeting inside a building that was destroyed by one of the Avengers. "Our people's death was tragic as it wasn't caused by the terrorists themselves, but by those who claimed to stop the act of terrorism itself. A victory that was achieved by sacrificing the lives of the innocent was not a victory at all. What legal right does a superpowered person like Wanda Maximoff has to carry out such an action in Nigeria?" The media kept on replaying the recording of Wanda throwing the bomb in the market high to the air. At the same time, Dio walked in and turned the TV off. "This is my fault," Wanda said as she looked at her hands. "I already told you before, and I will say it again. This is not your fault. Your action saved a lot of innocent lives in that market, and even if someone else was there instead of you. There was no guarantee that they could handle the situation better than you do. Dio said as he sat down and hugged Wanda from the side. No, had I noticed that bomb a second earlier, there wouldn't be such a tragedy. Wanda said with a complicated expression on her face. Don't beat yourself too much. You have to know that we wouldn't be able to save everyone just like we wouldn't be able to make everyone happy. On this earth, people are dying every minute. Let alone the entire universe. If you can't accept this fact, you may no longer be able to save anyone in the future. How many planets in the universe have you been to? Can you tell me about them? A lot. The universe is vast and beautiful, more than what you can imagine. I have an idea. What do you say if we go on an adventure ourselves? You can visit as many planets as you want, Dio asked contemplatingly. Wanda was just about to nod when Pietro came running in a flash. What are you doing? Just chatting. Pietro got a confused look on his face as he saw Dio holding Wanda close to him. He finally realized what happened here, but he decided not to make a fuss about it after seeing the two distance themselves. Stark and the Secretary of State is here. The captain asked all of us to come to the meeting room. Dio sighed as the time of dread finally came. The Secretary of State is here. It was clear that he planned to control the Avenger under the U. A banner after the incident. On top of that, Tony was the one who brought him. With the exception of Bruce Banner and Thor, whose whereabouts were still unknown, the remaining Avenger and Dio gathered in the meeting room. The world owes so much from the Avenger. You fought hard for us and risked your lives to protect the innocent. However, not everyone was on board. Some people even used the term vigilante to describe your group. Dio yawned as he was bored of listening to the Secretary of State's remarks. As far as he knew, all politicians were the same. They would say something to soften the blow before they would finally say their real intention. Dio looked around and saw that Natasha had the same expression on her face. So, what word did you personally use to describe us? Natasha asked tauntingly. Dangerous, that would be the word I would use. A group of superhuman who stays in the United States, ignoring sovereign borders and imposing their will on another country, disregarding protocol and consequences. With that in mind, what word would you use? The Secretary of State said challengingly. He started to read aloud and name each place that the Avenger was deeply involved in that also took a considerable amount of lives with the respective video of each scene. Wanda's eyes went wide as she saw the rubbles and dead bodies from the collapsed building in Nigeria. That's enough, what are you trying to say? Steve frowned and directly interrupted the Secretary of State from going any further. He had already thought about this situation for a long time due to his talk with Dio a few months back. Steve couldn't help but wonder if the day he dreaded has finally come. For the past few years, the Avengers has been operating without any restraint, and the world government could no longer tolerate this situation. After a meeting, combining the effort of almost all countries on Earth, we came to a solution that we called Sokovia Accords. The Secretary said as he placed a thick document on the table. This accord is already approved by hundreds of countries. And it stated that the Avenger would no longer be a private organization and would operate under the supervision of United Nations instead. You would only be dispatched as soon as the United Nations deemed it necessary. The Avengers was formed to make the world a safer place, and I think we did that, Steve said as he once again interrupted the Secretary of State. Captain, remind me once more. Where did Thor and Banner go? Aren't both of them stronger than a nuclear bomb? Did you know the consequences of letting those two loose? Now, in 3 days. The UN would hold a meeting in Vienna to ratify this accord. But, what if we don't want to participate with this agreement? Natasha said as a frown was clear on her face. Then you will become a criminal. The Secretary of State said the sentence without showing any emotion at all and immediately left afterward. At the same time, the Avengers were left speechless as they started to ponder what they just heard. The weight of the future to come was pressing down on everyone's mind. Chapter 456. So, any words? Steve said as he wanted to know what everyone was thinking. I disagree with them. If we sign that accords, the government will put us under surveillance all the time. That would be no different than a caged animal. But, 117 countries are ready to ratify this accord, we can't just act like we don't care, Sam. Rhodey said as he read through the document that the secretary left behind. I have a calculation that you might use to make your decision about this problem. Vision said as he came through the wall. Since Mr. Stark made his identity as the Iron Man public, the number of superhumans who appeared on a public view increased. At the same time, major events with the potential to cause world destruction rise at the same proportion. So you're trying to say that it's actually our fault? Steve asked with a frown on his face. I'm saying that there may be a causal link, our ability attracted challenges that bred into disasters, so, I don't think we should totally oppose and resist this new regulation. Yes, that's right. Rhodey said with a smile on his face. At this point, Steve turned his attention to Dio and Tony, who were still silent the entire time. He knew that he couldn't make a decision on his own. Dio, tell us what you think. Me? I am here to have fun. So far, I am not part of the Avengers. So, I think it wouldn't matter what I think. Come on, you and I both know that it would be impossible for the UN to let someone with your power wander around without surveillance. Steve said matter-of-factly. You are right, I already saw this one coming, Dio smiled sarcastically. Not only did they want to monitor my personal freedom, but they were also prepared to take everything away from me, including my spaceship, my alien henchmen, and the alien technology that I have in my hands. Those shameless act of claiming everything they don't deserve was idiotic. Never in my right mind would I sign this document. Dio said as he flipped the document and showed everyone the accord point about him. The others came around to check out the content. Sure enough, it clearly expressed all that Dio has said. Furthermore, they used all kinds of grandiose reasons and the word, for the sake of peace and safety of the Earth, countless times as if Dio was an active criminal. At this point, even Vision and Colonel Rhodey, who had just clearly expressed their support for signing this accord, were speechless. You have the power of wiping a city with a single shot. For God's sake, who wouldn't be afraid of that kind of power? He suddenly stood up and walked toward the coffee machine on the corner. Tony, I know you have already made a decision, but don't you dare undermine my property. I will not hold myself from dismantling all of your armors into scraps metal. Dio said with a frown on his face. He didn't know what irritated Tony, but it wasn't Dio's problem. Yeah, I admit that you are way stronger than me. However, I still have to say that we all have to sign this accord because we need this kind of restraint. From what I know about you, if you are enraged, you lose all reason and self-restraint. Maybe you wouldn't care at all if you destroyed all countries in this world. That's enough. Tony. Are you hearing yourself right now? What is wrong with you? It's okay. He's right. I do not care about them as I will destroy anyone that becomes my enemy. My principle is as easy as that. So you better told those people in the UN to start thinking carefully about what they wanted from me. Or there will be consequences. Dio laughed and left the room. He knew that the Civil War plotline was in line this time. The Avengers would be split into two sides, further weaken the Earth from Thanos' invasion. In the beginning, Tony chose to fight the Congress as he didn't want to hand over his armors. While he might succeed in keeping his armor, he still compromised and handed over the war machine to Rhodey, who was a colonel of the US Army at that time. Today, since he couldn't persuade Dio to hand over the powerful technology in his possession, he was ready to take the hard path. He wanted to take responsibility for his mistakes, and there was nothing wrong with that. However, he shouldn't try to force others to accept his ideas as well. No one else should have to pay for his mistakes, as it wasn't fair for anyone else. So, when Dio left, Tony told everyone about the young black man who died on Sokovia because of him. We have absolutely no decision-making process, we have to take responsibility, in whatever form we can, and will be lawless if we don't accept this accord. Tony said solemnly. Tony, look. I also blamed myself for being weak and not being able to save everyone. When Dio warned you back then, you chose to keep going yourself. You chose to ignore everyone else, and now. You have the audacity to stand here and say that we lack a decision-making process. Don't you think that you are being unreasonable right now? Steve said with a tight frown. Yes, that's right. I admit that I was wrong. Because of that mistake, I hope that no one else would make the same mistake as I do in the future. We need to sign this accord for that to happen. When I realized the unthinkable consequences of my weapons falling to the wrong hands, I shut down all of my weapons department and never made any of that again. Tony, you chose to do that. If we signed this accord, we would give up our freedom. Our options. What if the government sends us to do something that we shouldn't have? Or stop us from doing what is right? What would be your decision then? Tony sighed and helplessly said, the reality now is that we have to sign this now, or we will be forced to sign it later. Just as the debate of what they should do kept on going, Steve's phone vibrated, and as Steve read the message, he immediately left the room. I have to go now. He said with a sad look on his face. The message read, she had passed away peacefully. At that instant, Steve knew that Peggy has died.